Kylie Stewart. Manscape, On a Manhunt, Book 5. Written by Vanessa Vale. Narrated by Kylie Stewart.
Chapter 1. Daniel. I liked sex. I fucking loved it. Who didn't? I liked to remember having it too, especially if it involved getting a woman pregnant, which I supposedly did. Not just anyone, but little Melly Harwood. I had no idea who she was, but Ange, the office manager, made her out to be something like the Virgin Mary. Sweet, serene, and absolutely positively not sinful, meaning I'd somehow corrupted and ruined her. I didn't mind the idea of corrupting or ruining a woman, or doing both at the same time, as long as she was into that kind of thing. But a baby? Fuck no. Several office voicemails insisted I was responsible for making one. It had to have been Immaculate Conception because I hadn't fucked any woman in a long time. Yet I couldn't tell Ange that. No way. I wasn't sharing my sex life with a 60-something who liked to remind me she used to change my diapers. Who was this woman and why was she accusing me? Why was this mysterious and saintly Melly Harwood telling me I had to take care of my responsibilities? Sure, I'd gotten a woman pregnant once, accidentally, over 20 years ago, the summer after high school graduation, and I'd taken all the responsibility for that. Why would I start over with a baby now? I was 40 fucking years old, an empty nester, retired business owner, a free man ready to get out of Montana for a while. In fact, my flight to Scotland left in 4 days. I was supposed to be relaxed in my newfound retirement. I had money and free time, and it was time to enjoy both. Until I got those messages, I always took care of my responsibilities, always. I couldn't be laid back, relaxed, or leaving the country until this one was resolved. That was why I was pissed as I stomped out of the library and called Ange. No way were my plans being derailed because of this, a woman accusing me of something I sure as hell didn't do. If she wanted something from me, like money, this was the worst way to go about it with me.
Pearson Tree and Landscape Service,
Ange said through the phone in her upbeat and cheerful voice. Where is she? I snarled.
Who?
She asked, used to my moods.
Melly Harwood.
Of course, Melly Harwood. I countered, as if I went after crazy women every day. You know well enough I left you at the office 20 minutes ago to track her down. You said she's a librarian. I'm at the library. She's not here. Find her.
How can I find her?
Don't play dumb, I countered. Use your gossip network or tea-spilling club or whatever you call it and find her. Ange humped through the phone, because she couldn't argue with the fact that she could find someone better than a detective or a bloodhound. Horrible jazz saxophone music filled my ear and I winced. How had I made my customers suffer listening to that? Not my problem any longer. Waiting, I paced back and forth across the library's front entry. A woman with one hand leading a toddler and carrying a baby seat with the other approached. I opened the door for her, then went over to the book drop box. I tugged the slot open, shut it, open, shut it. A minute later, she was back.
She's at the vet with her dog, Fred, and...
I don't care about her dog. I'm more interested in her pussy. I muttered, the one I never got in.
What was that?
I sighed, hard. Nothing. What's the address?
She told me.
Thanks, I said, and tell Deke to replace that god-awful hold music. I hung up and cut across town to the Hunter Valley Veterinary Clinic. The landscape company and the hold music were my brother's problems now. The bell above the door chimed as I went inside the clinic. The scent of cleaning products and wet dog made my nose twitch. A 20-something man in light blue scrubs stood from a chair behind the counter. As he saw me approach with all kinds of pent-up aggravation, his eyes widened. He took a slight step back as he tipped his chin back to keep my gaze. That happened all the time. The trouble with being the size of a lumberjack and actually being one. May I help you? A dog barked somewhere in the building. An orange cat jumped on the counter and the guy hooked it with a hand and tucked him into the crook of his arm in a football hold. Melly Harwood? I asked. Room number 3. Finally. I headed down the hall with one mission in mind. Find out what the fuck was going on. I was leaving town, and I didn't need this kind of entanglement, or headache. It was déjà vu all over again. This time, though, I wasn't 19, and I definitely hadn't had sex with the woman. I didn't bother knocking on the closed door with the number 3 on it and burst in. The action startled the woman who stood in front of a high metal exam table, a tiny dog standing on it. It was smaller than a cat. A Pomeranian? Teacup poodle? I had no clue. Their heads swiveled and their gazes met mine in unison. This was little Melly Harwood? She was a gorgeous redhead, who I'd clearly startled because the hand on the back of the littlest dog I'd ever seen flew to her chest. She stared at me with wide eyes behind dark glasses. Holy shit, she was fucking pretty. Her mouth dropped open, and all that came to mind were filthy thoughts of what I could put between those gloss-coated lips. Her hair was half up, half down, and fell below her shoulders in soft waves. The fiery color contrasted with her pale skin. The only thing similar between the she-vixen I imagined trapping random men and the woman in front of me was that she was little. Little Melly Harwood really was small. I had no idea what I expected, but not her. Not the petite, curvy thing in a pair of snug black pants and a soft forest green sweater. I didn't know much about women's clothing, but I knew the color of the damned forest. A crisp collar of a white dress shirt showed at her neckline, and the bottom peeked out at the sweater's hem as if she was trying to be a little wild. Her outfit was ridiculously conservative for someone in her early 20s, like she shopped at an old ladies' clothing store. Somehow, the modest and trim fit only accentuated her curvy figure. How was it even possible that combo was sexy as hell? Since when did I get hard for women close to 20 years younger? Not women. Woman. Her. Melly Harwood? I asked, my voice gruff. The woman blinked behind those glasses as she nodded. Every single inch of her screamed sexy librarian. Shit, she actually was one. That only made my fingers itch and my dick twitch to mess her all up. Get that hair all tangled from my hands as I held her in place as I throat-fucked her. To get some of my cum splattered on those prim clothes so everyone knew she liked to be defiled. If she wanted my attention, needed me to fuck her, all she had to do was ask. There was no need to accuse me of anything. I volunteered because if there was a woman who needed to get railed, it was her. I'd rail her as hard as she needed, spank her ass for being naughty, punish her so she wouldn't do it again, and make her come because she was a good girl for taking all of me so well. I took a step back. Where had my mind gone? My need for her was instant and intense. Since when did I look at a woman and think defile and rail? Throat fuck. Cum splattered. I wasn't sure if those thoughts made me fucking old or a creep. My dick said neither, that I was a healthy, horny man who saw someone he wanted to get down and dirty with. She didn't look like she was pregnant or the kind of woman who might try to trap me. Hell, she didn't look like she'd ever had sex. I stifled a groan at the thought because I never knew that fucking a prim, virgin librarian was an unfulfilled kink of mine. You messaged me, I said finally, multiple times. Her wide eyes narrowed and she pushed her glasses up with one hand, the other on the tiny dog's back. I messaged you? She asked, her voice soft, melodic, although laced with surprise, as if someone like her would ever get in touch with someone like me. I nodded, crossed my arms. Said I got you pregnant. Her mouth fell open again, even wider this time. Shit. You got me... what? She whispered the words as if she was too stunned to speak at full volume. Pregnant. I repeated, waiting to tell her she was a very bad girl. I, think I'd remember if we had sex. A furious blush stole across her cheeks, and she glanced away, putting her fingers over her lips as if the words just fell out. The dog, more fluffy tan fur than substance, lifted his head and nudged her elbow, not wanting to be ignored, so her hand dropped to stroke his back some more. Smart dog. I'd like to be stroked by that small hand. My dick was trying to punch through my jeans to get to that hand. I cleared my throat. Obviously, because when I have sex with you, neither of us will be able to forget. Yes. When, not if. She didn't come around the table to slap me, only blushed a little more, if that was even possible. I think there's been a mistake, she said. I wanted to relax, but if she was Melly Harwood, then she was the one who left a string of angry messages. How pretty and untouched she looked didn't change that. Her gaze narrowed, perhaps thinking I was crazy. The feeling was mutual, or as if she was trying to figure me out. Same difference. Who are you? Daniel Pearson. Her lips pursed in a very librarian-like way, as if disappointed. No, you're not. I'm not. I sure as hell am, I said, setting my hands on my hips. Want to see my ID? Her green gaze raked over me from my steel-toed boots to the top of my head, which took a while because I was a big man. 6'5" of lumberjack muscle. You're not the Daniel Pearson I know. I'd never bother. I cut her off because, what? How many Daniels do you... I bit my lip, the word snagging because I figured it all out. I ran a hand through my hair, took a moment to stare at the ceiling tiles. Fuck, I'm going to kill him. Who? My son. The other Daniel Pearson. The one who got you pregnant. The idiot. He'd done the one thing I drilled into him since he was 12 and started to get hair on his balls. No glove, no love. Never ever fuck without a condom. He knew the consequences from unprotected sex firsthand. That didn't mean he needed to have history repeat itself. So she didn't baselessly accuse me of anything, but I was still pissed and a hell of a lot jealous that Danny'd been the one to touch and defile little Melly Harwood. One look, and for some fucking reason I wanted that to be my job and only mine.
Your son, she repeated.
Yes, my son, Daniel Pearson Jr., the one your age who's missed your messages because he's in California fighting a wildland fire, the one who got you pregnant. She blushed some more, and I watched it creep down her neck and beneath her collar. How far did it go? I wondered if that blush covered her large breasts, because they were definitely ample based on the way she was filling out that sweater. In came the vet in blue scrubs and a stethoscope around his neck. Is this the baby daddy? He asked, eyeing me, then going over to the dog to give him a pet on the head. Clearly he had a death wish. How many people had she told about her pregnancy? Did she blather it all over town? Little Melly Harwood was over her blushing. In fact, while her head was tipped down toward the dog, she was looking up at me through her lashes. Was she biting her lip to keep from laughing? Yes, she fucking was. I growled and glared. This wasn't fucking funny. I knew exactly the repercussions of this kind of situation. An accidental pregnancy derailed my entire life, and I was finally getting it back on track after over 20 years. And now when I was leaving town to get my sidetracked life back, now my son got a woman pregnant. Fuck. The vet missed it all because the stethoscope had been in his ears and was listening to the dog's heartbeat, or whatever. Well, congrats, he said after a minute, wrapping the stethoscope around his neck again, then ran his hands over the small dog. He looked like an 8-inch cotton ball. I'd say Fred's got another week and the puppies will be here. We'll schedule the C-section at the front counter. Wait, what? Puppies? I asked, staring wide-eyed at the tiny tan thing. His tongue hung out and he looked like he was smiling. That's right, Melly Harwood said. I'm not pregnant, she is. I stared confused. Then I realized she was pointing at the tiny dog. The dog was pregnant. The dog. Fred the dog. What kind of dog is that anyway? Teacup Palm. Fred the Teacup Palm is pregnant. I repeated just to make sure I was understanding things. I felt like I got hit by a falling tree. Fred's a girl. It's short for Frederica. She clarified as if that changed anything. The dog, I said again. I closed my eyes, ran a hand on my face, remembered the messages Anne had taken and handed them back to me at the office. You thought a little fun wouldn't have consequences. Fine fun was had. Now we face the consequences. The dog? I practically shouted. Yes, your son's dog got my dog pregnant and I need his help paying for it all. Earl, the big lazy-ass dog. The one that had been sprawled on a dog bed by the front window of the office snoring and farting when I left 30 minutes ago. That dog. The one that needed to face the consequences. Not me.
Chapter 2. Melly. Daniel Pearson? This Daniel Pearson was all man. He may have stormed into the exam room like a wild beast, but I imagined he'd be a beast in other ways too. Ways that made my nipples hard and almost impossible for me not to rub my thighs together. Yes, my mind went there. No wonder guys my age, like his son, the one I'd left messages for, didn't do anything for me because, wow, my reaction had been instant, visceral, chemical, cellular, biological. It was so unlike me to feel this way, hot and bothered because I never ever thought of anything but hesitation and sometimes a hint of fear around older men, especially ones who looked at me like he did, as if he was a very hungry tiger and I was a piece of meat. He was tall. I only came up to his chin. He was wide. Those shoulders barely fit through the exam room door. He was rugged, tanned, muscled, and windblown, and worn jeans that fit molded to sturdy thighs and a blue and gray plaid shirt. Sturdy leather work boots were on his big feet. He even had a beard that accentuated his square jaw. His dark hair was a little long, a little unruly, which he seemed to be. He stormed into the exam room, growled first, glared second. Threads of gray were at his temples, a blatant reminder he was much older than me. This man's photo had to be next to the word lumberjack in the dictionary. Romance novels with that trope had him grace the cover. Over the clinic disinfectant smell, I could swear he smelled like the outdoors, all wild and untamed. His dark eyes pierced into me the second he pushed into the room, then wouldn't look away. Beneath his glare, yes, he glared, I felt bared, even though I was covered from neck to ankle. As if my conservative work outfit was racy lingerie, I felt small, feminine, delicate. I had a feeling if his hard-working hands, which were like baseball mitts, got on me, would be my undoing. I'd love the raspy feel of them on my soft skin. I'd need that touch. To hear that deep growl murmuring in my ear that I was a bad girl. I swallowed at the possibility. Him. Me. His hands on me. His body pressing mine into a bed. No. I had to be cautious like always. Wary. Just because there'd been a mix-up, one I couldn't blame him for being upset over, didn't mean he wasn't always growly and intense. Although my body seemed to like both of those things. It had been 6 years since the creepy Carl incident, and in all that time I steered clear of men, trying not to draw attention to myself. I stayed in the background, happy to remain quiet and overlooked, which was easy to do wearing prim clothes and being a librarian. No guy my age wanted to fuck a shy do-gooder virgin. Except in the small exam room, I couldn't avoid Daniel Pearson's hot and bold scrutiny. He saw me and only me, said when we have sex we won't forget, as if it was a foregone conclusion. Him, me. A thrill shot through me because I liked the idea. Then a sense of dread followed because I thought I remembered what happened the last time an older man took too much interest in me. The guy thought I'd been a foregone conclusion then, too. That was 6 years ago, and Daniel Pearson wasn't creepy Carl. My body was telling me, via wet panties, hard nipples, and an intense need to go home and wear out the batteries on my favorite vibrator, to jump the big guy. The guy who thought I'd accused him of putting a baby in me, which only made me imagine him actually doing that and enjoying myself while he did. If he focused on other tasks like he focused on me in the vet's office, he'd do it and do it thoroughly, and I'd love every minute of it. My body might be staging a sexual coup, but my mind? Freaking out. With a few gruff words and potent glares, he got past the walls I'd put up. High ones like the ones surrounding a supermax prison. Razor wire at the top. Cameras. Armed guards. Why was I hours after the vet visit still fixated? Why was I attracted to him specifically? I admitted only to myself that my vanity, the one I dressed in conservative clothing, was a little boosted. He actually thought there was a possibility we might get together. It had been an ego boost for sure, especially when I knew what people said about me. That I was shy, innocent, meek, tame, fragile, dependable, reliable, helpful, sweet. I had my routines. Like on TV, if there was a woman to be stalked and murdered because she was predictable, that would be me. I woke up at the same time every morning, got in bed to read at the same time, turned the light out at the same time. I worked, I did meal prep night, volunteered at all on an efficient, comfortable schedule. I was boring little Melly Harwood to everyone in town for a reason. I didn't mind being called that because I was the one who'd created the persona. It was better than being what they said in whispers across town about my mother whenever she flitted back into town for a few days. None were favorable and all were true. That was why I tried so hard to be the complete opposite, to avoid and redirect the attention of men. I wouldn't be like her. I couldn't. Yet these stirrings I felt for Daniel Pearson meant my carefully built facade had a crack in it. Because I shouldn't get all turned on for a big, rugged lumberjack, a man at least 15 years older, who had a grown son I dated twice, who was definitely more experienced in bed and out, big, gorgeous, and so out of my league. Everyone in Hunter Valley would hear of us getting together and think, like mother, like daughter. No, I couldn't have that. No way. He paid for the vet visit, promised he'd make his son get in touch with me when he got back from fighting a fire in California, then left. Unless we had a random encounter in town, I'd never see him again. Except puppies weren't part of my routine, and neither were my thoughts about a certain lumberjack, although he could definitely star in my vibrator fantasy. What's going on with you? I blinked, then turned my head to find Mallory Mornier eyeing me. Crap. I'd been daydreaming about a handsome older man during tutor time. I dropped my hand from where I was writing on the whiteboard. Nothing. I glanced away, stared at anything but my friend. Why? She pointed at the math problem I was putting up. We were in the multi-purpose room in the children's section, usually used for storytime crafts or puppet shows. The library was naturally quiet except for the sound of a fussy toddler being led out the front doors. Because 10 times 10 is not 1 million. I glanced at what I'd finished writing, clearly without my hand and brain working in sync. There were many extra zeros, and they curved down the board as if I was drunk writing. I flushed, grabbed the eraser, and fixed the answer with a quick swipe over 4 zeros. There. I gave a silly smile and an eye roll to Kara, the 9-year-old who I was helping with multiplication. Whoops. She dipped her head back toward her homework paper on the table in front of her. Thankfully, the other after-school students who came to the library for a little extra study help were busy with their homework and had missed my mental slip. During this hour, their parents were either running errands or reading a book in a quiet corner. Mallory took my arm and tugged me into the first row of shelves. Because they were short so kids could reach all the books, we could see over to the small group. Mallory was a first-grade teacher and came to the library after school once a week so we could work together on this volunteer program. It was for kids in elementary and middle school. The high school tutor time was on a different day, and Bridget Beckett, with her amazing math and science brain, helped me run that. "What's up?" she pushed. "It's not Fred, is it?" I shook my head. "No, she's fine. She's in the back room sleeping." Fred always came to work with me. It was the perk behind being the sole full-time librarian in a small-town library and the fact that everyone loved my dog. Mallory knew she was having puppies, so did the kids in the group. So did many other people, except Daniel Pearson, until now. "Well, I've never seen you like this before." Her dark eyes looked over me as if she could figure it out by my clothes. "You're flustered." Flustered me? Was I? Yes. Definitely yes. Who had an attractive man storm into their vet visit and make their panties wet? Yes, my panties got wet. That was the problem. I was always stable, always calm, placid. My grandmother always told me when I was little that when I was bothered by something, usually because of my mother or any situation associated with her, I needed to make my face as placid as possible, like the surface of a lake at dawn, smooth, calm, perfect. I looked to a row of books, noticed the spines weren't aligned, and shifted them into an even line. I met a guy I find attractive. When she said nothing, I glanced her way. It seemed my confession had her eyes light up as if I told her Santa was coming tonight instead of in December. "Who? Where? Do I know him? Why him?" She looked me over again. "Oh, you've got zings in the things." "Zings in the things?" I repeated on a whisper. "Who says that?" "Me, now spill. We have to get back." She waved her hand through the air like a real teacher, knowing the kids could survive for 30 seconds without attention or being read a story. "The kids are fine. Spill." "Daniel Pearson." I bit my lip after saying it, a little afraid of how she would respond. "The tree guy who lives down the street from you?" She tapped her lip. "I can see it. He's hot in a golden retriever kind of way." "Golden retriever? Daniel? Oh, she thought—" "You told me he asked you out, but I didn't know you went," she continued before I could correct her. "That's so great." The younger Daniel Pearson did live down the street, house-sitting for his grandmother. We met a few months ago when he was walking his dog. He'd asked me out, and I agreed because he was cute at my age. Fred had liked him and his dog, too. Obviously. I grimaced. "No, I mean, yes, we went out twice. Coffee and then lunch, but there's nothing there." "Nothing. Absolutely nothing." "Coffee and lunch? Of course there's nothing with those kinds of dates. Public during the day, and I assume you met him instead of being picked up?" I nodded. She muttered. "Golden retriever." "The dogs hit it off better than we did," I admitted. "His dog's Fred's baby daddy." "Right, obviously," she said. "I don't understand then. If it didn't work out, why are you still thinking about him?" I paused, took a deep breath. I'm attracted to the other Daniel Pearson." Her brow dropped into a deep frown. His father," I clarified. Her blue eyes widened and her mouth fell open. Then she snapped it shut and tugged me further back into the stacks, almost giving me whiplash. "Mal," I power whispered, a skill of being a librarian. "Your ex's father? You little slut," she said with a smile on her face. Then she hugged me. I replied, the only sound I could make based on how tight she held me. When she finally let me go, she asked, "How did you meet him?" I left messages for Daniel, the son, because I needed him to know about the puppies coming and help pay for Fred's vet visits. He's responsible and all that. Of course he is. His dad got the messages instead of him and showed up at the vet's office. I intentionally left out the fact that he thought I accused him of getting me pregnant. "How old is he?" I pictured him in my head. Again, handsome, virile, rugged, muscly. Maybe 40? Wow, he must have had his son really young. Then she swiped her hand through the air as if using an eraser to clear the thought. Doesn't matter. Does he look like his son, but older? I shrugged. A little, but he's definitely not a golden retriever. More like a bear. A big growly bear. He's hairy? She tried not to scrunch her nose up, but failed. Sorry, you might like a big snuggly bear. No judgment. No, not hairy. Well, he does have a beard. A beard. She said in a way she'd also say, chocolate cake. Daniel Pearson of Pearson Landscaping. She tapped her lip. Yeah, I bet he's not hairy. He probably manscapes the hell out of that hot bod. Mow! I said on a laugh a little too loud because a few of the kids turned their heads to look our way. So much for me being placid. More like flustered and horny. It was so unfair. The first guy I got zings in the things for, and he was every single thing I avoided. I mean, he's big, he growls a lot. At least at me. He's intense and looks at me like he wants to eat me. That confused me most because he was angry enough to storm into a vet's office, yet eye me in a way that screamed, I want to fuck you. Mallory covered her mouth with her hand, but I could still see her smile peeking around the sides, and she pretty much whisper-squealed. She leaned close and murmured, a guy eating you is the best part. My inner muscles clenched at the inadvertent picture of Daniel's head between my thighs. He's old now, I admitted. Why would he be into me? Isn't that creepy? Creepy Carl, the Idaho insurance salesman, had been into me. My mother had told me I was legal, 18, and told me I was missing out and should have some fun. With her boyfriend. She didn't care that the guy we'd moved to Idaho to live with wanted to fuck her daughter. Her hippie free-spirited personality didn't think anything of it. I had. I still thought of it 6 years later. How freaked out I'd been. The guy had been a walking red flag and my mother hadn't seen it. Although her idea of red flag and mine were completely different because she'd nurtured the idea and encouraged the open and free exchange of pleasure. That's why I bought a one-way ticket back to Hunter Valley and moved in with my grandmother. She was amazing enough, a famous, at least in the art world, art historian of medieval art and traveled all over Europe giving talks, working on sites, and teaching with the university. She was rarely home, but I never minded. Her home was familiar, enduring, and safe, and without my mother. So I'd settled in and never left, hunkered down in small-town life and became safe, careful. All the adjectives everyone in town used about me. Because whenever my mother returned, which was often enough to keep her fresh in everyone's minds, I wanted it to be blatantly obvious we were dissimilar. Because you're gorgeous with that curly red hair and sex appeal, Mallory added. Sex appeal? I countered, looking down at my work outfit. She swirled her finger in the air. Making everyone wonder. You can't hide that hot bod behind a cardigan. Ask Eve Hunter. I thought of the Steaming Hottie's coffee shop owner and had never seen her in a cardigan, but she did have a gorgeous new boyfriend. If he's all growly and intense over you, then he's smart. You're a catch and deserve someone who acts that way. He looks like a lumberjack, I said, steering clear of that not safe for the children section conversation. He cuts down trees for a living, she whispered. He is a lumberjack. That's so hot. And you know what they say about everything being proportional? Does he have big hands? Dinner plates, I said immediately. Then you know he's got a big... I covered her mouth with my hand, glanced around as if we might get caught just talking about a dick. Shh. Her eyes were amused, and the second I pulled my hand away, she asked, What are you going to do about it? I sniffed, pushed my glasses up. Nothing, of course. Doing something about it is not me. I do not throw myself at men. What would people think? Mallory was in a relationship with a reasonably new town doctor, who was maybe a decade older than she. I hadn't met Theo James, but she'd told me all about how they met. How she'd only had sex once before and Theo had volunteered to teach her some things. I'd confided I was a virgin because if anyone, she'd understand since we were close in age and she finally had sex, besides the fumbling, first time at 16 recently. Who cares what people think? I do. Every woman in town would tell you to go for it. To take one for Team Womankind. Maybe it's time to let the you who gets eaten by the big lumberjack out to play. I was on edge, confused and had no idea what to do. I always knew what to do because I kept everything in order, tidy. Before now, it had been easy to ignore guys, to think about sex somewhat detached because none of them had ever given me zings in my things. Creepy Carl, who liked the idea of a mother-daughter sandwich, had shut all the zings down where a guy was concerned. I was intrigued by sex, read about it a lot, I was a librarian after all. I knew what it would be like, but had never been interested. That didn't mean I didn't orgasm. I had sex toys, vibrators, dildos. Used them solo with a healthy frequency. I was a virgin, but I wasn't a clueless one. Now, all of a sudden, a man burst into my life, literally and figuratively, and I was all out of sorts. And I'd be all out of panties if I kept thinking about him and how his beard would feel against my inner thighs. Wrong, so wrong. It doesn't matter. His son will pay Fred's vet bills, and that will be it. I'm sure I'll never see Daniel Pearson again. Miss Mally, are you two talking about boys? It was Theresa, a third grader, who asked, but everyone in the group was giggling and waiting for the answer. I gave Mallory a look and returned to the multi-purpose room. We were looking up stories about lumberjacks, Mallory said, following behind and giving Theresa a googly face, the kind one made to look weird in a group photo. Everyone laughed and made various funny faces back. Mallory turned to me. We're far done on this topic. Drinks tonight. We're hashing this out. It's my meal prep night. The kids chatted amongst themselves. Her eyes widened. Meal prep night? Hell no. My brother's bar is 7 o'clock. Clearly, she didn't plan her meals for the week or understand the importance of a routine. I love lumberjacks, Theresa said gleefully. They know how to swing an axe. Mallory gave me a pointed look before she faced the group. Even an 8-year-old knew the talents of a bearded, big-handed lumberjack. Yeah, they're really big, like Paul Bunyan, Keith added. He was in 5th grade and struggled with reading. The fact that he spoke about a fictional character made me feel good. Then let's look up Paul Bunyan books and you can check some out, I told him. Keith looked eager and I nodded for him to go to the computer catalog to search. Mallory came over. See? Lumberjacks are kid-approved. My heart raced just thinking about Daniel Pearson. He might be kid-approved, but definitely not what I wanted to do with him. And that scared me.
Chapter 3. Daniel. Danny, call me. We need to talk about Melly Harwood. Stupid voicemail. I disconnected and dropped my cell on the counter and stared out the windows into my backyard. The snow was almost gone, only patches in the shade, but we were far from done with it for the year. Still no answer? Deke asked, sitting at my kitchen table, eating a sandwich. His mouth was full and the words came out garbled. He took a swig of iced tea to wash it down. When I got home from the vet, here he was, my fridge raided. An empty milk jug was on the counter and half a loaf of bread was gone. He wasn't the only one in my family who just let himself in. Deke wore steel-toed boots, jeans, and a company shirt, this time of year long-sleeved, which all had the usual hint of dust and wood chips on them that came with the job. No. I tried calling him 3 times in the past 20 minutes since I'd been home. Sure, he needed to know he had an actual horn dog with Earl. But I really wanted to know what was between him and Melly Harwood. I wasn't naive enough to think my 21-year-old son was a virgin, but that didn't mean I wanted the sassy redhead to be one of his youthful conquests. Most guys that age changed bed partners as often as changing socks. I hadn't been like that since I'd had a toddler to raise. What 20-something woman wanted a guy with that kind of baggage? None. That was why I hadn't fucked my way across Hunter Valley or done a slew of other youthful things. Isn't that normal? He asked. I mean, he's out in the wilderness fighting a fire. It's not like there's a phone booth in the woods. Maybe the cell tower got burned down. As a part-time wildland firefighter, he got called out to help on fires around the country as needed. It was seasonal work, and while it was still wet and wintry in Montana, parts of California were hot and dry, and on fire. He'd been gone 10 days already, and there was never a definitive return date. After he'd be back to work for the family business, probably not going out again on another fire this year. Or he might be sent on more. Who the hell knew? Summers usually meant fires. When's the last time you saw a phone booth? And I doubt Danny would have any idea what to do if he saw one. I doubt he even has a quarter in his pocket. Who carries quarters? He shook his head, then took another bite of sandwich. Kids these days. Deke was 3 years younger, and of my 4 brothers looked the most like me. We had our father's size and our mother's coloring. He kept his dark hair longer than mine, and I could see a crease in it from a safety hat he must have had on earlier. We were often mistaken for each other a time or two, but lately my beard solved that problem. We had 3 half-brothers, Sebastian, the youngest, who went by the nickname Seabass, plus twins Saint and Seth. When I was 8, Dad fell for his secretary Sheila and divorced Mom to take up with a much younger woman. At 42, he started a second family all having S names. Regardless of mothers, the Pearson brothers had wreaked havoc on Hunter Valley back in our younger days and still did on occasion. Then what's the big deal? Why are you so fucking cranky? I thought you liked being an empty nester. I do, asshole. My tone only validated him, and I didn't like him being right. You sold your business and made a shit ton off me and Seabass. You should be smiling. He eyed me, frowned. Retirement doesn't look that good on you. You're still an asshole. Get a beer or something and sit the fuck down. Your pacing is hurting my neck. I glared, then did as he said, grabbing a bottle from the fridge. The fridge I cleaned the day before because I was bored. It was a little early for a beer, but who cared? I wasn't going to be operating heavy machinery or a chainsaw. Those days were over. On Saturday, I was out of here. Instead of sitting, I leaned against the counter. Why the hell are you eating my food? Don't you have a job site to be on? Not your problem, he said, reminding me that I was no longer in charge. Why were you in the office this morning anyway? You're retired. I started the Pearson Tree and Landscape Service when I was 20. At the time, I had a 1-year-old that needed more money than being a cashier at the grocery store could make. I'd put out flyers, used my mom's old mower, and cut neighbors' grass that first summer, taking on more and more clients so I could buy a bigger mower and work faster. Then, one stormy night, a tree fell across the street, and I'd gotten the chainsaw out and had the wood stacked in a pile before the city even got a truck out to tackle it. Someone saw what I'd done and had me come by to do their own tree cleanup. Then another, and another. After that, the city called me for tree projects. Over the years, the business grew and grew. Now in the summer, Pearson's handled the ski resort's landscaping, the golf course as well. The city hired us for projects greater than their small crew could handle. Local customers like Lindy Beckett, who had a tree fall on her house. In the winter, we had just as many snowplow clients, and being in Montana kept busy around the clock. Deacon Seabass joined the business 10 years ago, and now the company had over 50 full-time employees plus many seasonal ones. Now minus one, me. Just last week, I sold my portion of the business to my brothers and walked away. I retired not because I had enough money to do so, which I had, but because I was finally able to live the life I'd put on hold immediately after high school to raise a kid. This meant the hold music, Deke's lunch breaks, or anything else related to the business was no longer my problem. I frowned, not used to the concept at all. I had to wonder if I ever would. I just needed to get to Scotland, and I'd be having the time of my life. You eating my food is my problem. Raid your own fridge. Finding him or anyone else in my family in my house was not uncommon. You have better food. Completely true. I was used to raising a growing boy who needed a constant supply of large quantities of food, and myself. And if I wasn't so grumpy, my brothers too. I expected them to drop in, which they did frequently and without notice. Today's job is near here. Had to wait for the utility services locator, so I missed lunch. What kind of job? He eyed me over the half-eaten sandwich he held with both hands. Not only had he raided my deli meats, but by the slices of green in there, he'd gotten to my ripe avocado, too. You bored already? I continued to eye him. Driveway and front walk replacement with pavers, flower bed borders, and then, when it's time to plant, updated landscaping. With the weather report saying no snow, we'll at least get the driveway done now. I grunted. Anyone who had a garage wanted to park their cars in it, especially in the winter, so a hustle on the driveway was important. Bobcat? Leveler? Why do you care what equipment we use? Go play golf. Golf? The only golf I played is the miniature variety with a windmill. Fine, go toss some trees around. Pack. That was possible. I needed to stay in shape if I was going to compete at the caber toss. Pack. My flight's not until Saturday. The Highland Games, the ones in Scotland, were upcoming. I dreamed of going for years, but it hadn't been possible. Too busy with a kid and a company and ensuring my employees could pay their bills. Too much responsibility to vacation and throw some tree trunks around. This year it was happening. I would spend time in Scotland before the event. I had no hotel reservations, only a one-way airline ticket and a car rental. I was going to Rome. No schedule, no plan, just fucking do whatever I wanted. It sounded fucking fabulous. As for the Highland Games, I was registered to participate in a few events, including the caber toss. Until I left town, I was a little at a loss on what to do. Deke was right, I was bored. No kid, no business, no woman to... Yeah, that was the problem. My dick was mad at me because I walked away from Melly Harwood and acted like a complete ass. I stormed into a vet visit and pretty much accused her of trapping me with a baby. I never had sex with her, but I still went there. Yes, it was a huge fucking trigger to me, but still. One look at little Melly Harwood and I should have laid off the growling. I should have calmly asked her what the messages were about, that there was some kind of mistake, laughed at how easily they were misinterpreted. But no, I didn't do that. I probably scared her far, far away. Then go practice or something. He waved his hand toward the back window. You're freaking me out. You're in my house, deal.
I went over and snagged a chip from his plate. He put the sandwich down, grabbed a napkin from the stack in the middle of the table, wiped his mouth. "What crawled up your ass and died?" he asked in all seriousness. I pulled out a kitchen chair, dropped into it. "Earl knocked up another dog." Deke grinned. "Earl? The stud. It's better than it being Danny doing the knocking up." I had to agree. No way was I old enough to be a grandfather. Actually, someone thought I had. He frowned, shoved a chip in his mouth. "Knocked up a dog." I gave him a look. "The owner." His eyes widened. "Someone thought you got the owner pregnant." I widened my legs, leaned back, took another pull of my beer. "I didn't think it because I sure as hell would have remembered. No, Ange did." "Ange?" He grimaced because she'd also changed his diapers too. "Ange," I repeated. "Since when are you having sex? Since when are you keeping track of my sex life?" "Since you act like a guy who hasn't gotten laid in years." "Oh, it makes sense now. Your shitty mood is because your balls are full. Go jerk off or something." "Seriously." I shook my head but wasn't going to tell him he was probably right. My shitty mood was because a sexy woman had me riled and annoyed, and hard. And my balls were full and blue. "Why did Ange think you knocked up a dog owner?" "You won't believe this story," I muttered. He sighed. "Jesus, tell me already. Unlike you, I have to get back to work."
Chapter 4. Daniel. I did. I told him about the messages about Melly Harwood, the vet visit, the baby saga. I left out how much I wanted to fuck her because the last thing he needed was any more involvement in my sex life. Little Melly Harwood got one over on you. Love it. He grinned as he grabbed his sandwich. 2 big bites were all it took to make the second half disappear. "You know her house is the one I'm working on." Perked up because that was one hell of a coincidence. "What? I never saw her name on the schedule." He shrugged. "Melly lives with her grandmother, or in her grandmother's house because when I talked with Mrs. Viagra, she said she was in Lisbon or London or somewhere in Europe. The contract's under her name, and she said we could do the project any time. You know her." I tried to sound casual, but my dick was very eager to learn more about her. "Mrs. Viagra?" "No, Melly Harwood." He studied me for a moment, then shrugged. "Sure, she runs the library. Obviously, she knows Danny and Earl. In fact, their place is right down the street from Mom's. Since Danny's staying there, it explains the dog hookup." It did. "What kind of dog does she have?" "Wondering what Earl's type is?" Deke laughed. "You're just jealous. The dog's getting more action than you are." Unfortunately, it was true. I thought of Fred. It seems Earl has the hots for a teacup pom. All I know is it's tiny and a huge fucking ball of fluff. Then I thought of the owner, the prim, sexy-as-fuck Melly Harwood. Maybe Earl and I shared similar interests. We liked them small, and I could definitely imagine taking Melly from behind. Deke frowned. A toy Pomeranian? How the hell did Earl pull that off? He's a bull mastiff. Maybe you need to get a paternity test before shelling out the money for those vet bills. Paternity test? I wasn't sure if he was serious or not. For a dog? He nodded. They have them. How would you know that? He shrugged, then tapped the side of his head. I know weird shit. Everyone wants me on their team for trivia night. You said the messages wanted you or Danny to take responsibility. I assume paying vet bills and all. I did pay for today's vet visit, but Danny'd definitely be paying me back. But if little Fred, the teacup Pomeranian Harwood, was two-timing, then maybe Melly had to go after a different baby daddy to pay the bills. The thought of Melly looking at another man the way she looked at me earlier, the way she'd blushed, the way she'd smiled, no way. I growled as I took another swig of beer. She and those sweet glances were all mine. My dick agreed. I just had to apologize and not be an idiot. I could do that. Huh, maybe you're right, I told Deke. For the first time all week I had a task. Something to do. Hopefully someone to do. This was the inn I needed. I had a reason to see her again. I should go over there and find out. Take Earl with me to prove there's no way in hell he's the dad. Seabass is still dog-sitting, right? Seabass always volunteered to watch Earl for Danny. During the day, Earl snored away at the office like he had this morning. Deke eyed me, then smirked and nodded. He stood, took his plate to the sink, slapped me on the shoulder. You do that. Give little Melly Harwood a piece of your mind. Or anything else you want to give her.
Chapter 5. Melly. I'm being ridiculous, I said to Fred as I drove home. She sat in the passenger seat eyeing me, listening intently. I'll never see Daniel again, so these crazy feelings, irrelevant. Drinks with Mallory? Not necessary. I just need some time with that new book I snagged from the romance section and my favorite vibrator. A few orgasms, and I'll be fine. I left work at the usual time and went to go to the grocery store. I knew the owner, so Fred hung out behind the customer service counter while I shopped instead of waiting in the car. In the winter, it was often too cold, and in the summer, the opposite. She knew they had treats and was always more eager than me for my weekly shopping. I knew the aisle layout and food placement and hated when they rearranged. With my list, I was in and out within 20 minutes with my loaded cloth bags, since I was wise to use plastic. With my full fridge, this was the night I usually meal prep for the week, putting together dinners and lunches that were ready to go, only needing to be heated in the microwave or baked in the oven. I would change into my comfy sweats and put on some music and cook. But Mallory's forced night out changed my whole routine. There would be no going braless or sloppy bun tonight for me. I made it 24 years in this town not laying eyes on him, and now he, in all his lumberjack ruggedness, is in my finger vault. I stopped at the intersection, looked both ways, then turned down my street. I don't need to see. I snapped my mouth shut as I slammed on my brakes harder than necessary because, Daniel Pearson was sitting on my stoop, elbows resting on his knees, waiting for me. My heart pounded, and all of a sudden I was hot in my winter coat. Earl, the horn dog, sat beside him and perked up at the sound of my car. I parked in front of a big pickup truck on the street. The driveway was out since it was half dug up. It had to be Daniel's because it was as supersized as he was. Shit. What was he doing here? I looked in the rearview mirror to see what I looked like, my vanity making me do so. Who was I kidding? I looked like me without lip gloss. I took a deep breath because he was watching. I could feel the intensity of those dark eyes from 20 feet away. Climbing from the car, I went around and let Fred out of the passenger side, where she trotted across the grass and then squatted to pee. Earl lumbered over, his tail wagging. Fred faced him, and if she had much of a tail, it would be wagging, too. Instead, her entire back half swayed back and forth. Daniel stood and came over. The closer he got, the more I had to tip my head back. Hello, what are you doing here? I asked. Daylight was barely hanging on, and it would be dark soon and colder. I want a paternity test, he announced. I blinked. What? You've met Earl. He pointed to the huge dog that circled Fred. He dropped on his haunches and offered her a playful bark, then leaped around her. Of course, Daniel walks him this way. I pointed down the street. To keep us straight, call him Danny. And yes, that dog. He points to Earl, who was sniffing the frozen grass in a line toward the mailbox as if he was a hound. A string of slobber dangled from his jowls. The one who got Fred knocked up. He tipped his head down to Fred, who was sniffing around his ankles. She didn't seem too keen on Earl, or she was playing hard to get, which I thought was a little late. How do you think they pulled it off? He asked. What, sex? Yes, he's a bull mastiff. Okay, snuck in the backyard, I guess? He shook his head. Now where but how? It can't work. I blinked. You mean he's neutered? I hadn't really looked to see if Earl still had his balls, and I wasn't planning on checking right now. He winced. No, I mean he's big, she's little. He ran a hand over his hair. In the fading sunlight, it wasn't as dark as it seemed in the vet's office. More mahogany than black, with hints of silver at the temples. And the beard. It had a tinge of red in it. Does it work for you? I asked. His eyebrows went up, then blinked the unexpectedness of my question. What? Sex. I mean, you're big. Oh my God, did I just ask him that? Always. He admitted with a heavy dose of confidence. He even rolled his shoulders back in a way that said without words he was virile and potent. You're saying that because you're big and you can't have sex with someone who's small? I mean, you're very big. He grinned. Very. I blushed because he was inferring everywhere. I'm sure it's possible. I added because I'd never heard of sex not working because of size incompatibility. I didn't have any personal experience, but I researched. His gaze raked over me again, just like in the vet's office. Thoroughly, slowly, and from head to toe. It's definitely possible, he confirmed. Yeah, he was talking about the two of us now, not dogs. Lots of ways to do it. He added in case I had any doubt. Oh, so dogs do it all kinds of ways. I may have missed that animal documentary on canine reverse cowgirl. His mouth fell open in something akin to awe, or surprise at my sarcasm and momentary sass. I kind of surprised myself as well. The corner of his mouth tipped up. You came over and waited on my stoop because you think I'm lying about Earl getting together with Fred. Fred barked once, as if she knew we were talking about her, then lay down. I wanted to make sure I had this right. How do you even know where I live?
I have my ways.
He replied vaguely, then pointed at the chunks of concrete on the driveway. Oh, I set my hands on my hips. You think I'm trying to trap him, Earl? He ran fingers over his beard, suddenly uncomfortable. Was that the reason he came here? It seemed unlikely, ridiculous, definitely. Or do you still think, even after the vet's office earlier, I was trying to trap you? I added. Now he looked really uncomfortable. I had my answer. You did, I said, shaking my head. You misinterpreted the messages and you thought I had accused you of getting me pregnant on purpose, even though we've never met. He shook his head. No. Yes, no. Which is it? He sighed, looked at the sky, his boots, then finally at me. I did, at first, when I got the messages, yes, definitely. Then I saw you and changed my mind. Oh. My shoulders dropped and my anger bled away. Of course. Right, one look at me and there was no way you'd have taken me to bed. Not me. Sure, my master plan was to steer clear of men, especially older ones who might hurt me. Perhaps not physically, but with a toss-aside, one-and-done attitude. I didn't have a carefree perspective on sex or relationships. It was easier to never get involved than to be hurt. Because if my father never loved or wanted me and my mother loved everyone with the same casual association as she did her own daughter, then I wasn't worth anything permanent, or for them to stick around. Sex didn't have to mean forever, but it had to mean something. What hurt from Daniel's words wasn't that I shut myself off from any kind of relationship with a man, but that I wasn't wanted in the first place, that I wasn't worthy. He sighed, ran a hand down his face, and for the first time his growly demeanor slipped. He eyed me with something akin to horror or panic. Even worse. No, fuck no. His voice was still deep and rumbly, but came out soft. That's not it. Shit, I've messed this all up. I didn't mean, look. Give me Danny's number. I snapped. It was one thing to know I had no chance with a guy like him, but to have him say it to my face was another. As I fished in my purse for my cell, I continued. I'll call and leave him a message about all this on his cell instead of at the tree service office. You're not responsible, you never were. I wished I knew that Danny had been out of town. He hadn't answered his door a few weeks ago when I found out Fred was pregnant and I never got his cell number. We always talked in person. If I had, I'd have never met Daniel and he wouldn't be repulsed by me. I reached my arm out and waved my cell at him until he took it. Using his big thumbs, he jabbed at the screen. I want to be responsible, Melly. I fucked this all up. I'm putting in my number because I have no idea when Danny will be back. Earl returned from his exploring and approached Fred. Again they circled each other, doing the usual dog-get-to-know-you sniffs. Then, in a big dog, little dog way, and without any foreplay, he mounted Fred and started going at it. Daniel sure as hell was wrong. The size difference didn't matter. Call me if... Daniel froze mid-thumb press and looked down. Earl, still want that paternity test? I asked, smirking and giving him the mental middle finger.
Chapter 6. Daniel. I was an idiot. I couldn't remember a time when I'd stuck my foot in it any more than I had with Melly Harwood. Being the oldest of the Pearson brothers, one would think I learned a long time ago not to be such a dumbass, or that between the 5 of us we'd have done every single idiotic thing possible by now. It seemed even at 40 that was not the case. I not only accused Melly Harwood of trapping me with a baby, but then I waited on her doorstep to accuse her of trapping Earl instead, a big doofus of a dog, who got some from a tiny teacup thing and was sleeping it off in front of my fireplace. I refused to take him back to Seabass because I didn't want to explain why I was such a fucking moron. Instead of telling her she was pretty and that I wanted to peel off every bit of prim clothing and get her filthy dirty and begging for my dick, I accused her of stupid shit. For what? Because she wanted help in paying for vet bills? I flopped my head back onto the cushion of my leather lounger and stared at the vaulted ceiling of my great room. There was nothing to do to release this frustration except growl, so I did. Ah. Earl opened one eye at the sound, then closed it. Unlike me, he didn't have any problems with the ladies. Earlier, when Melly got out of her car, she was, even prettier than I remembered. Everything about her was precise and perfect. Soft, pretty. So fucking pretty. Did I tell her that she was pretty? No. Instead, I opened my mouth and told her I wanted a dog paternity test. While I waited on her stoop, I did a search on my cell to make sure Deke hadn't been fucking with me. Fortunately, he wasn't, and some people really did want to know pet lineage. I ran a hand over my beard. Dog paternity, I muttered. I want a dog paternity test. I can't believe I said that. I could get drunk, but that would solve nothing. I'd only be twice as stupid in the morning because Melly Harwood would still think I was an asshole and an idiot, plus I'd be hungover. Nope, I blew this one, epically. Then I made it worse. What had I said that made all the light dim in her eyes? Oh yeah, then I saw you and changed my mind. She must have thought I took one look at her and knew there was no way in hell I'd get my dick anywhere near her. Wrong! Wrong! I shouted, my voice echoing off the beamed ceiling. One look and I knew she wasn't the kind of woman who did drama or wanted to stir up shit. Except she'd misinterpreted and thought I meant I didn't want her. I'd put that droop in her shoulders, wiped the smile from her face, and she lost that little bit of sass. I was an asshole and an idiot. Guess it's a good thing you're leaving the country for a few months. I muttered to myself. I wasn't staying in Hunter Valley. I was out of here Saturday, ready to move away from home. See the world. Live the life I'd always wanted. Except instead of being excited about my future, I felt like shit. I didn't like how I'd made her for 1 second think less of herself. Per Ange, Melly Harwood got along with everyone, except me, and it was all my fault. I wasn't leaving town until I made this right.
Chapter 7. Melly. He said what? Mallory asked. I wasn't sure if she sounded more amused or appalled. I covered my face with my hand, my elbow propped on the high-top table. Do I have to say it again? Once was painful enough. Yes, you do, Bridget countered, stabbing a mozzarella stick into a dish of marinara sauce. I knew Bridget through Mallory and at the weekly high school tutor sessions. The two of them had been best friends since forever and kind of came as a package. I liked Bridget. She wore glasses like I did, and if it was possible, she was even nerdier than me. She went to MIT and now taught physics at the high school. I was smart, but not like that. If there was someone who needed to figure out how much tip to leave, it was her. I liked her and didn't mind that she now knew about my crazy day. I opened my fingers and peeked at them. They stared and waited. And waited. I left Daniel on my front yard, not even waiting for Earl and Fred to finish their quickie. I stalled inside until he left to retrieve my groceries from my car, and let Fred in, who promptly went to her dog bed and slept. While getting ready to go out, which involved me pacing my bedroom with a glass of wine in my hand, I teetered between being sorry for myself and stunned by the man's gall. I wasted an hour fuming and never did change clothes. All I'd done was put my contacts in, then call a rideshare to pick me up. I groaned. Fine, he wanted a paternity test for Earl. The dog, Mallory repeated just to make sure she had it straight. I nodded. She pushed my wine closer and I picked it up and took a big sip. I didn't remember how many glasses I had. Since her brother owned the bar, she had an in with the waitstaff and must have told them to keep the drinks coming. At least mine. Usually I only had one glass because I was a lightweight and I liked to keep my wits about me. The buzz most people loved made me feel out of control. I already felt that way, but now I was confused on top of it. Should I be mad at him or... No, Bridget corrected. You should be mad. He's so tall I have to wonder if the air was thinner up there by his brain. I have to tip my head back to meet those dark eyes, I admitted. I feel so small beside him. Bridget smiled in a sappy way of someone ridiculously in love. I totally understand that. There's something safe. Safe. Crazily, I agreed, even though both times Daniel had been confrontational and imposing. Bridget was in a relationship with Maverick James. He was as big as Daniel, and they could be two marauding Vikings if Maverick grew a beard. Mallory's gaze shifted over my shoulder and she waved someone over. I turned to look, but got a little dizzy. What's up? It was her brother Arlo. He was several years older, so I never knew him growing up, but I'd met him the other times we'd been here for ladies' night. He held a small stack of dirty plates that he must have just collected from a table. You know Daniel Pearson? Mallory asked her brother. Which one, younger or older? Older. Sure. Mallory pushed for more detail. Asshole, idiot, man-whore? His eyes widened, then glanced between the three of us, first on Mallory. You're taken. Then Bridget. You're taken. Then me. I'm guessing she's asking for you? I could feel the flesh creep over my cheeks, so I didn't need to say a word. He shrugged. Good guy. Never known him with a lady, but that doesn't mean anything. Arlo looked my way. You like Pearson? Mallory pointed at me. Why else would she be in a funk? My mouth dropped open because she blatantly shared my confused feelings. Mal? Arlo eyed me as if considering something. I say go for it. He's a good guy. You sure he's not an idiot? Mallory questioned. Arlo sighed, adjusted the dirty dishes in his hold. He's a guy. Are we all idiots? He didn't wait for an answer, just left. So maybe he really isn't an idiot, she said. Maybe he's normal. I took another sip of wine. Is Theo an idiot? He bought me a house, she countered, tipping her chin down and giving me the look women share that screamed, "Can you believe it?" Which makes him the biggest of all the idiots. If there was a club, he'd be the president. They must have special hats or something, with fur and horns. She stuck her hands by her head and poked fingers in the air to replicate the horns. That had me giggling, thinking of Daniel with a huge Viking-type hat on his head. He'd be 8 feet tall. Mav didn't buy me a house, but you've seen him. Bridget waggled her eyebrows behind her glasses. Both of them were so confident in their men, in their love. He wears a pink Steaming Hotties t-shirt because he likes the feel of the cotton. She leaned in and whispered conspiratorially, I like the way it's 2 sizes too small. Last summer, Maverick James came to Hunter Valley to build the James Inn. Yes, it was named after his family, and met Bridget, who had worked as an assistant for the local construction team. They hit it off and were living together now, and clearly in love. And Maverick James was big, Viking big, like Daniel. But Daniel wasn't a city slicker. I doubted he even owned a suit. He was more rugged, more outdoorsy, more. What we've learned is Daniel Pearson, the elder, is a good guy, Arlo approved, and a typical male, which means we need to put them in their place. Did you tell him off? Mallory asked. I shook my head, which maybe wasn't a good idea. The room swirled a little. I went inside and slammed the front door behind me. I left him standing in the front yard with 2 dogs going at it because awkward. You should tell him off, Mallory said, and Bridget nodded in agreement. You'll feel better. You should also sleep with him. That will definitely make you feel a lot better. Whatever music was playing through the bar's hidden speakers switched to a country song that was well-liked because people around us started to sing along. I shook my head and spoke up. No way. I couldn't do that, either of those things. That's not me. Besides, Earl proving he's a horn dog shut down every reason he stopped by. I didn't even have to say a thing to point out how wrong he was. I raised my arms as if I was praising God. A confrontation is one thing, but what am I supposed to do? Show up on his doorstep and point out that he was wrong about the physical abilities of different-sized dogs copulating? It's not like it's a topic for the high school debate team and not something you jump a guy after saying. I mean, do I yell at him and then tell him to fuck me? They laughed as I caught my breath. Arguing with them was riling me up, and I couldn't believe I dropped the F-bomb. Mallory played with her stir-a-straw and her gin and tonic. I can't believe he said the size difference wouldn't work. I mean, he's the last person who should be questioning that. I agreed, but if I did so aloud, I was afraid I'd tell her I wanted to test it out with him, which I kinda did. Oh, I can tell you that the size thing is not an issue, Bridget commented. Mallory raised her hand and they high-fived. See, no size issue. The guy's a normal idiot who has the hots for you. Maybe he's like the boy in elementary school who tugs on a girl's braids and pisses her off because he likes her. That never made sense to me, Bridget replied. Me neither, but maybe this was Daniel pulling your braid. She took a sip of her drink, then continued. There's nothing wrong with a fling, Melly, or more than a fling. I have to pee. I stood, held onto the table until the room stopped spinning a little. They had men who loved them and gave them lots of sex. I felt a little more alone than before I walked in, and I didn't have any resolution on what to do about Daniel Pearson, which meant I wouldn't do anything. I never did anything. Because of fling? That's what my mother wanted me to have with Creepy Carl when I turned 18. If I had a fling now and the town knew about it, it would be the start of the slippery slope to being Valerie Price's daughter. How much wine have I had? Not too much. You still remember his name, Mallory reminded. And his dick? Daniel, I said, walking toward the bathrooms. Daniel and his dick. There was a line for the ladies' room. As I waited, I decided I should tell him off. Maybe it was liquid courage, or maybe... No, it was the wine. I pulled my cell out and found his number, the one he'd entered earlier instead of Danny's. It rang, then his gruff voice said, Melly, and my panties literally melted. Earl proved you wrong, I told him instead of saying hello. Big and small works. I went there. There was silence and I pulled the phone away from my head to see if he'd hung up. Yes, it did. Then is your issue a human thing? You're big, I'm small. You don't think you could get your dick inside me? The ladies in front and behind me in line looked my way with intrigued looks. I winced and whispered sorry to them. They didn't seem all that bothered.
What did you say?
It was possible I stumped him, but I had a feeling he wasn't expecting me to say the word dick. It kind of surprised me, too. You heard me, I snapped.
I know I can get my dick in you, Melly. It'll be a real snug fit, but that's what will make it so good.
I got hot all over and I fanned myself with my free hand. But you don't want to, I countered. Put your dick in me, I mean. The woman in line behind me patted me on the shoulder and said, You're beautiful, sweetie. If the guy on the phone doesn't want to dick you down, he's not worth it. He heard.
Melly, where the hell are you?
Maybe the bathroom line wasn't the best place for this conversation, so I ditched my spot and moved further down the hall. It was darker and quieter the further from the main bar area. There was an emergency exit and a closed door which probably went to an office or a storage room. I'm at Kincaid's, I told him, and you didn't answer my question.
How much have you had to drink?
Not sure. It's a never-ending cup of wine on all-you-can-drink glass.
Who's there with you?
I thought I heard a door slam. Was that a car engine? There are men all around this place who could get their dick in me without doing geometry first, Daniel Pearson. I told him instead of answering his question.
Melly, he growled. Are you there with a man? Is he taking advantage of you?
I shook my head, but he couldn't see it. No! I'm here with Mallory and Bridget, and the only dick I want to talk about is yours.
That's fucking right, he breathed.
Just because I've never had sex before doesn't mean I don't know what I'm doing. I have vibrators bigger than what you're packing, and I know it fits. Again, more silence. Then a growl.
Stay right there. I mean it. Right fucking there. Chapter 8. Daniel. I was halfway into town by the time I hung up the phone. I was surprised by Melly's call, not expecting her to talk to me again, ever. Instead of mentally kicking my own ass, I went out back and decided to toss some logs. Running a landscaping and tree service meant I had access to timber, and I cleaned up some logs so they could be used for caber practice. Lifted, rested on my shoulder, and tossed. While they were pine instead of larch like in Scotland, they did the job. With my backyard being big, there was plenty of room to toss trees. Usually I focused on getting the line perfectly straight, worked on hefting it end over end. Tonight I used my strength to heft and toss, working off my anger at myself over technique. Throw after throw, my frustration level didn't lessen. The first thing out of her mouth when I pulled myself from my jeans pocket was about sex. Dog sex, which didn't get me hard. It made me cringe. Especially when I was stuck watching it when she'd stormed into her house earlier. I wasn't an asshole and let Earl finish, which only made the whole thing that much fucking worse. I agreed that I'd been wrong, but that hadn't stopped her from continuing with the last thing I ever imagined her saying. She asked me if I could get my dick inside her. Yeah, she said that. Filthy words from the sweetest mouth. I was instantly hard, standing in my backyard with an 18-foot log propped vertically against my shoulder. Exterior lights illuminated the closest portions of the field. While it hovered just above freezing and my breath was coming out in a white cloud, I was sweaty and my blood had been pumping. But her soft voice and fuck those words. I was ready to find her, get between her thighs, and prove to her that I could absolutely positively get all of my inches inside her. But I was sure little Melly Harwood didn't talk like that usually, and that had me riled in an all-new kind of way. She was at a bar with random women in the background telling her she could get dicked up by any guy, and I never felt so possessive in my life. I had a kid, and I knew the fierce protectiveness of being a parent. Since mine divorced when I was 8 and my dad moved on from me and deked to making a second family, I knew how important one solid role model was. That had been me, sole caregiver for Danny, and I'd made raising him my mission. Sure, I fucked, but no relationships. I wouldn't subject him to the same second family arrangement Deke and I had. Sure, Deke and I got 3 cool half-brothers, but still. I wouldn't know a legit relationship if it bit me in the ass. But Melly Harwood and what she said. This wasn't me being a parent, even though she was close to my son's age. This was feral, possessive. Her drunk dialing at the bar? Someone could mess with Melly, and I couldn't stand by and let that happen. She was kind and innocent, and I didn't want that to change. Yes, I'd take that virginity, but I knew what hurt looked like on her face. I'd put it there earlier and was never letting that happen again. From me or anyone else. Leaning forward, I let the tree trunk fall to the ground with a solid thump, turned and cut through the house. On my way through, I grabbed my keys and was out the front door all the while with Melly still talking. Earl didn't even stir from his dog bed. I asked her where she was, and I tore out of the driveway. When Melly admitted she was a virgin, I almost drove off the road. No way would she have told me that if she wasn't drunk or tipsy. In a bar full of horny men, she wasn't safe. I hurt her, so I needed to protect her, so I told her to stay right where she was and hung up. Focused on staying on the road and not getting pulled over. A few minutes later, I burst through the front doors of Kincaid's and searched for her fiery red hair, and only took a breath when I saw her sitting at a high-top table with 2 other women. 3 sets of eyes widened at my approach, but I only focused on one. Wide, expressive green ones, no glasses this time. "Daniel," she breathed as I stood directly across the table. "What are you—" "You called." "You called him?" the dark-haired woman said. "When?" "I'm in the bathroom line. You said to confront him, and the wine told me to do it on the phone while I was waiting to pee. Daniel Pearson, this is Mallory Mornier and Bridget Beckett." The blonde was Mallory. She was on my left, Bridget on my right. Beckett. I took a tree out of your house last summer." The brunette nodded, pushing her glasses up, laughed. "You did. Thanks for taking care of that." I gave her a small smile and tried hard to keep my eyes on hers instead of drifting to Melly, who looked a little out of sorts. Obviously, she was reconsidering her phone call and never imagined I'd show up here. "That's my job," I winced. "Or was." She frowned. "The business closed?" I couldn't resist. I flicked my gaze at Melly. Without glasses, her eyes seemed wider, lashes longer. Were those freckles on her nose? I wanted to get even closer and find out, but I had to answer Bridget Beckett's question. No. I retired and my brothers run it now." I gave up the fight and stared at Melly. She stared right back. "Wow, congratulations," Mallory said. "What are you going to do now?" Bridget asked. They were pushing small talk, but I wasn't interested, yet I had no choice. I crashed their girls' night and I had to play by their rules. "I'm going to Scotland to compete in the Highland Games," I said. Melly's eyes widened and dropped to my chest, then arms. Mallory laughed, and out of the corner of my eye I could see she was looking me over too. It wasn't an appreciative once-over, but more like data collecting. "You're a lumberjack going to hammer throw?" "Caber toss," I corrected. "Caber toss, which means throwing logs, right?" I nodded and kept right on staring at Melly. In her front yard earlier, I didn't notice the small studs in her ears, or the way her upper lip bowed, or... "Recap," Mallory said. "You, beard, throwing logs, Highland Games, in a kilt?" "Yes." "Holy shit." "Okay, well." Mallory climbed from her stool. "Time to go." Bridget stood as well. "Definitely." "What now?" Millie asked, breaking our connection to look at Mallory's in confusion. "Us, yes," Mallory told her. "You, no. Daniel came to see you, and we wouldn't want to keep him from that. He can drive you home, right, Daniel?" "Absolutely." I nodded to back up the one word. Mellie's gaze returned to mine, and she swallowed. "If he's a dick, Arlo's here," Mallory told Melly, but I recognized it for what it was, a warning to me. "I won't be a dick," I vowed. "But—" Melly sputtered as Bridget gave her a hug. Before she could say anything else, they were gone. Mallory gave me a chance to make things right, and I sure as hell wasn't going to blow it. So I pulled out a stool and sat down, grabbed Melly's and pulled her closer so her knees were tucked between my legs. "Now, what were you saying about how your vibrator fits?" Chapter 9. Melly. I groaned. I closed my eyes and, like a little kid, hoped that if I couldn't see Daniel, he wasn't really there. Oh my God. I should have stuck to my 1 glass of wine rule. Mallory was a horrible influence because I sat tucked right in front of Daniel Pearson. I told him about my vibrator as an insult to his dick. Now I had to talk about it, not on the phone, but right to his face, which was only inches away. I was in a bar full of people, but I was alone with Daniel Pearson. For the 3rd time today. I'd never seen Mallory and Bridget leave a bar so fast. Well, maybe that time Bridget screamed when she realized she'd sent Maverick the answers to that sex quiz. They'd run out of here that night just as fast. Now they'd intentionally abandoned me with Daniel, and he was going to drive me home. They wanted me to sleep with him. I grabbed my wine and took another sip. I was tipsy but not drunk, and with what was left in the glass, that wasn't going to change. "I shouldn't have told you that. I shouldn't have called you," I admitted, looking up at him from my glass. While his dark gaze still radiated intensity, it wasn't filled with the same anger or frustration it had earlier. He was calm, his body relaxed, and he wasn't growling. His hands rested casually on top of his thighs, but his thumbs touched mine. I eyed their size, his whole hands, not just the thumbs, the ruggedness of them from hard work. He had on the same shirt, a deep blue and dark gray plaid flannel. Now the sleeves were rolled up to show corded forearms, sprinkled with dark hair. The shirt wasn't tight, but it was snug, as if he had trouble finding a size that fit him. His beard made him even more rugged and a little wild. I picked up on his scent, dark and manly and potent. He and Danny looked alike.
Similar coloring, but Danny was built differently. Leaner. Daniel was solid, like the sturdiest trees in the forest, and had a beard. They were both handsome, but I was only attracted to Daniel. In fact, I wondered what those hands would feel like on my skin, if beard burn really did happen or if it was only a fantasy found in romance books.
Yes, you should have. He countered, his voice almost gentle. I'm glad you did.
You do not need to know about my vibrators.
Vibrators. Plural, he mused.
I took another slug of wine. My confessions, multiple, confused the hell out of me. Why had I really called him? Why was I sitting here turned on and flustered by this specific man? Why was I not attracted to men my age when the one man who'd driven me away from all of them in general was older? Why was I desperately craving Daniel Pearson when he was everything I'd tried so hard to avoid? Daniel was older, experienced, not looking for anything serious because he was leaving town. Leaving, as in not staying in Hunter Valley. I was settled in this town. I had no interest in going anywhere or seeing the world. I'd done it once and made it as far as Idaho, and that was enough. I was safe here, happy, content. Except I was also horny. Mallory would call it that. There was no reason to call it anything else. I was horny for Daniel Pearson, and for the first time ever, I had a feeling my vibrator wasn't going to satisfy. And that made me angry and frustrated. And why I called him. I was mad at him for making me that way. That's why you're here? Because it was my turn to say stupid things? I cringed because not only had I mentioned sex toys, but I'd also told him I was a virgin. Maybe he didn't hear me say that, or he forgot, or that we talked about his dick fitting in me. I'm here because you didn't like... I never talk about vibrators, I assured him. Just my point, and I wanted to make sure you're safe, but nothing you said was stupid. I gave him a look, one that said I didn't believe him, at all. Everything I told him was embarrassing, and God, I told him I was a virgin who used vibrators probably larger than his dick.
Fine, you were honest then.
Too honest, I admitted, frowning. Wine makes me lose any kind of filter.
Good. Then everything you said was true.
I wasn't a liar. He knew the truth because I called him, not the other way around, so I nodded. He gave me a small smile, tipped his chin down.
I like you without a filter, sweet girl. I think, hey man, what can I get you?
Arlo came around the table and stopped beside Daniel. They shook hands in a way that indicated they were good friends or at least well acquainted. Daniel looked to me and my glass.
Another wine, and I'll take a cup of coffee.
I should have told him no to more wine, but I was stuck on him calling me sweet girl.
On it. By the way, I'm eager to get the patio project going. Hoping the weather holds next month for you to get started.
Daniel nodded.
Have you received a contract yet? Yep, all signed. Your brother said it'll be done before the summer, and I'm holding him to it. I'll get those drinks.
He disappeared between the tables.
Sorry about that.
He said, focusing back on me and moving his right hand from his thigh to mine. God, his fingers curled almost all the way around, and heat seeped from his palm. Scorching. His eyes flared as I gasped at the contract. He cleared his throat.
Arlo's having the back patio enlarged, so we can do more service outside when it warms up. Pearson's is doing the work. Now then, why did you...
I'm still mad at you. I blurted, not wanting to circle back to vibrators or virginity or his dick. Okay, I was interested in his dick, but this wasn't the time or the place to talk about that. But when and where was? Oh yeah, never. Stupid wine.
I'm sorry. I was an idiot and that made me a jerk. I'm not a jerk. Not really. There's something about you, though, that makes me go crazy.
I was stunned because... What? I made a man go crazy? Impossible. I doubt that.
I think it's mutual.
He said, his dark eyes roving over my face. His thumb slid back and forth on my thigh, and it was distracting, and very nice feeling. It's not, I countered.
Is too.
He said back as if we were 7. Prove it. He leaned in real close, and his breath fanned across my ear. I shivered.
You've been thinking about my dick, imagining how big it is. Comparison sizing to your vibrators. Plural. Now I'm thinking about your virgin pussy and watching you play with yourself.
A waitress brought over our drinks and I startled. Daniel pulled back but didn't move far. My eyes held his.
Thank you,
he said to the waitress without looking away. He reached out, picked up the fresh glass of wine and handed it to me. Trying to get me drunk? I asked.
Chapter 10. Daniel. I was trying to get her drunk, or at least to keep her tipsy. Not to take advantage, hell no. But I wanted more of the unvarnished truth from those full lips. The more I learned about Melly, the more I was intrigued, especially how she used a vibrator bigger than my dick, and she was a virgin. That meant the only thing that had been inside her was made of silicone and driven by her. "I shouldn't have told you all that," she said, taking a big gulp of the wine. "But you did. Your secrets are safe with me. You're safe with me, sweet girl." She flushed, and a sound like a whimper escaped, but she washed it down with more wine. She squirmed on her stool. I wasn't sure if it was because she was aroused, or if the talk made her unsettled. Both were good. I wasn't like I could do anything about it here in the middle of the bar. I wasn't tugging a virgin to the back hall, or a bathroom stall for a quickie. Not Melly. Maybe someday. Because she deserved to know a guy needed to be inside her so bad, he couldn't wait to even get her to a car to fuck her. But there was no someday. Not with me. I was out of here, out of Hunter Valley, away from a young woman who had her entire life ahead of her. Marriage, children, picket fence. I'd missed out on all of that except the child part. My dreams got derailed once, and I wasn't letting Melly Harwood's snug virgin pussy or her shy smiles let that happen again. I certainly wasn't starting a second family like my father. But she'd called me. Sure, not 100% sober, but she had. And she let it slip, without saying it directly, that she thought of me sexually. Me. Not some other guy who'd give her that picket fence. I wouldn't be a conscious, breathing male if I didn't get hard and drive across town for more of that. Why did I care? Why was I even here? I shouldn't be sucked into her green eyes, her sex life, or that of her dogs. Danny would be home sometime soon and handle it. He could handle her and Earl and Fred. But I didn't want him to. I wanted to be the one she called. The one who, yeah, she got flushed over just like she was right now. Fuck, it was easy to do. And because of how she responded, I was the only one she told her secrets. I glanced away, then back. "Those messages I left, why did you think I trapped you?" "Because I got someone pregnant once," I admitted. "I'm leaving Saturday, and nothing's stopping me. Not this time." "Danny." Just his name explained it all. I nodded. Everyone in town my age or older remembered when I got Haven pregnant. The wording of it, I got, insinuated I did it to her, that she had no involvement in the act. We were 19 and all over each other. While we always used condoms, they weren't foolproof, obviously. I'd been away at college when she announced she was having our baby, and I had to quit and come home. A month after Danny was born, she bailed on both of us, saying she wasn't letting her life be ruined by a kid she didn't want, then moved to Oregon with her parents. I hadn't heard from her or seen her since. I made a life here in Hunter Valley with a baby. I never imagined being a father at 19, and it had been fucking hard, but my family had stepped in to help, of course. Grandparents and 4 uncles, and we'd ensured that the kid knew he was loved and wanted, but the dreams I'd had were put on hold to give Danny the best life possible. Now? It was time to finally move away from home. Danny. I was sitting with a woman who was his age, not mine, who Melly knew well enough for their dogs to have a torrid relationship. My dick was hard for her, for a woman who should be so fucking far off limits. "What's with you and Danny?" I asked. "Danny? We dated back in January, twice." She offered me a nonchalant shrug. "Coffee, lunch, I'm, not interested." She glanced away. I wondered if talking about a guy with his father was as weird for her as it was for me. Still, I needed to know. "Why not?" She blinked. "You want to talk about how your dick fits in me when it seems like you're trying to matchmake me with your son?" "Yeah, really fucking awkward." I shook my head. "Hell no. But you called me and told me about your virginity. You talked about my dick more than once," I said, voicing my thoughts. "This isn't happening if you're into him." She took a deep breath and blushed furiously. "Melly," I said, the 2 syllables drawn out. "Danny doesn't do it for me. He's nice and I like him, but he doesn't make me hot. Guys my age don't. They're not men. I mean, they're men, but they're not manly enough, okay? Now you know." That came out in one swift rush, as if they fell out of her mouth without any ability to stop them. "Now I know." I repeated, immensely pleased. Danny was out. Guys her age were out. I was in, yet I needed to apologize for today. She may want a real man, but I'd acted like an overbearing asshole. Not once, but twice. I overreacted. I admitted, giving her a small smile. Earlier. She offered me one back. "You think? Are you always so big and growly?" "Yes," I said right away, because I not only stormed into the vet's office, but into the bar too. And I'd waited earlier on her stoop, all big and, yeah, growly. "What did you call me?" With every revelation she revealed, I had a feeling I knew, but I wanted to hear it from her. She sighed, her shoulders drooping. I was mad. The girls and I agreed you're an idiot, and I wanted to make sure you knew it. I tipped my head and laughed. I'm well aware of how many mistakes I made today with you, and I'm sorry. Then I say we start over. It seemed her little phone call wasn't normal for her. I was catching on that she didn't like confrontation or not liking someone, or them not liking her in return. It was best to forget we'd been at odds instead of learning from it. I shook my head. No way. Her brows lifted. Why not? I leaned forward, set both hands on her thighs. She didn't pull away, didn't do anything but swallow hard, then bite her bottom lip, then look at my hands. Yes, she wanted me. A real man. Because you didn't call me to tell me you were mad about everything I did, but mad because you really want my dick, and you thought I didn't want to give it to you. She gasped. You're horny and you want my dick. Admit it.
Chapter 11. Daniel. Admit it. Would she? There was no question she was aroused and interested, but women were funny. Not ha-ha funny, but what the hell were they thinking funny? Just like her phone call, she said one thing but meant another. She could toss her wine in my face out of principle alone, but would then miss out on a man-made orgasm, especially since she told me, unintentionally, she was a virgin. Shit, I blew it. If she'd wanted me, she'd have said so. Maybe she really was just mad and I'd been all growly when I should have been apologetic and contrite. Now I wasn't sure if I should protect my balls, grab a napkin in preparation for the wine that was about to be flung on me or what. But little Melly Har would continue to surprise me because she nodded. Nodded. Fuck me. That one little bob of her head and I was up, took her hand and weaved us around the tables and to the back hallway. Never mind what I thought just minutes ago about Melly's snug pussy and shy smiles. I was leaving Saturday, not tonight. Not right now. Now? I was going to find out just how snug she was. I skipped the men's room and tried the door marked office. Locked. I tried the other side of the hall, storage room, unlocked. Why Arlo didn't lock his shit up I wasn't sure, but it was only boxes and cleaning supplies. No liquor to steal. I found a switch on the wall, flipped it on, then shut the door behind us. Daniel, what are you doing? She asked. I could have answered and told her that our entire conversation was foreplay. That her talking about her vibrators in the phone call, all of it, biggest fucking turn-on. I could have told her how hard I was. I decided to show her instead. I stepped toward her and she retreated. Not in fear, but because I was big and I was getting in her space. Good. The wall was at her back. Resting a forearm on the wall over her head, I leaned down and kissed her. My free hand was on her chin, tipping it up. This wasn't a chaste kiss. Fuck no. It was hard and fervent. Open-mouthed and dark from the start and smeared her shiny gloss. Fuck, was it scented like cherries? This was what I wanted to do from the second I saw her in the vet clinic. She whimpered and I didn't stop. In fact, I shifted and lifted her up with my hands on her perfect ass and pressed her into the wall. Instinctively, she lifted her legs and squeezed my sides with her knees. Rolling my hips, there was no question she knew I was hard for her because my dick was nestled right over her pussy. Only our clothes kept me from rocking right inside, nice and deep. She couldn't miss that I was big and I was going to fit. She was small, so tiny in my arms that there was no question it was going to be tight and she was going to be a fucking good girl for taking it all. I lifted my head, met her eyes. They fluttered open. Her cheeks were flushed, her lips swollen. Fuck yes. Despite what you might have thought, and hopefully this makes it crystal clear, I want to put my dick in you. I rolled my hips and proved what she said on the phone was wrong. She nodded. I feel that... About that vibrator, still bigger than me? If you haven't figured it out, I'm a dirty talker. You said you're a virgin and I'll give you sweet and gentle if that's what you need because I don't want to... She shook her head. No, I'm a virgin, not repressed. Don't stop. I like it. A lot. She liked it. Yes. Her tongue flicked out, licked her lips. I watched and pre-cum spurted into my boxers. Fuck, she was so fucking pretty. Do you have any idea how much of a little cock tease you are? She blinked, trying to come out of her fog of arousal. What? Too strong? No. She said she liked it. Calling me. Telling me about how tight your pussy is. How you like to play with it with nice big toys. Daniel, oh, I do. I think you're a horny little thing. Needing to get off.
She shook her head, sputtered, but didn't wiggle to be put down. In fact, she rolled her hips against me, then whimpered again. That sound and the fact that she was right there with me, and right there being a place so fucking dirty. I was going to come in my pants. Now who was the untried virgin? Fuck.
I am.
Don't worry, I growled. I'll take care of you. You call me when you need it, sweet girl. I glanced around. This wasn't where I was going to fuck her for the first time, no matter how much she was into it. No one should have that memory with cleaning supplies, shelving, and fluorescent lighting. Anyone could walk in, and while she seemed to be a little naughtier than she let on with the virginal librarian vibe, I wanted to take my time with her and get her bare. But that didn't mean I'd leave her pussy aching. I started to lower her down, but she clung to me. Gotta put you down to finger that wet little pussy. You're wet for me, aren't you? Her knees loosened about me, and I set her on her feet. I settled back to leaning against the wall with my arm. Her hands were on my chest, and I felt the heat of her palms through my flannel. She wouldn't look up, but she wasn't trying to get away either. Gotta hear the word, sweet girl. Slowly she lifted her head, met my gaze with her dark green one.
Yes, I'm wet for you. So wet, Daniel. I ache.
Oh, fuck. Melly really was a virgin? I never expected a virgin to say they ached, but why not? She wasn't a high schooler. We weren't fumbling in the back of my car. While she looked like she might want flowers and soft music, gentle words, and a tame lover, that wasn't the case at all. It seemed she wanted to be called out, to be forced to voice her naughtiest needs, and she did. She fucking ached. She could be a porn star. It was that starched white shirt collar that made me want to consume her. Just like when I first saw her in the vet's office, I wanted to make her filthy. You ache? I asked, my voice a deep growl. My dick was staying in my pants. It had to. No way could I let it out like it wanted, because fuck, I'd destroy her.
Yes.
Your pussy needs to be fucked. I worked her pants open, then pushed them down her hips. She nodded, and I ran my fingers along the top edge of her panties. Red lace. Fuck, total cock tease. The little librarian wore fuck-me red panties. Not tonight. I said as much to my dick as to her. Not here. She whimpered, but this time it was from being told no. Turning my wrist, I slid my hand down the front of her panties, felt the soft curls there before her heat, her sopping wet center. She wasn't passive. In fact, the second my fingertips brushed over her pussy, she grabbed my wrist. Not to pull it away, but to direct me. I couldn't help but grin. More?
Yes.
Like this?
Yes.
2 fingers.
Oh, yes.
A hip roll and a moan, and I wasn't sure I was going to survive this. Her pussy was so hot, so tight, so wet and needy, and she was responsive as hell. And liked my dirty talk. She wanted filthy, I'd give it to her. My hands stilled with my fingers only halfway inside her. Her walls clamped around them, and she held onto my wrist like a pommel on a horse.
Daniel,
she said, looking up at me. Ride my fingers and come like a good girl. She clenched around me now.
I don't...
Lower yourself. Yes, now up. Good. Rub that hard little clit. Yes, right there. Oh, look at you go, fucking yourself on my fingers. Holy shit, she was working so hard for it. Using me like she used her toys to get herself off. Sure, it was a little clumsy at first, which made me wonder how much of a virgin she was. She found her rhythm, what she needed to do to get off.
I'm almost...
She bit her lip and rocked some more, then lifted, dropped hard. My dick's so much bigger than these 2 fingers. I murmured, kissing down the side of her neck. She was fully dressed except for her pants open. I wanted to see her tits bounce to know if that short thatch of pussy hair was the same glorious red as on her head. It'll get so much deeper when I... She came, her body going taut, then milking me, and my dick was weeping with the need to feel those strong pulls all around it. I was in big trouble here. Big. Bigger than her favorite vibrator. When her pleasure finally waned, I slipped my hand from her panties and licked them. Let's get out of here. I'm not remotely done with you. After what she just did, there was no way in hell she was going to remain a virgin for much longer. She leaned forward, and I thought she was going to kiss me, maybe whisper in my ear how she wanted me to fuck her first. Missionary, maybe, with her hands over her head, gripping my headboard. Or from behind so I could press my thumb against her snug little asshole, because I had a feeling she was going to get off on that. Instead of doing either, she threw up.
Chapter 12. Melly. I arched my back and whimpered. Daniel's big hands ran up and down my thighs, pushing them wider and wider so he could settle between them. His shoulders so broad opened me to him completely. I felt his breath fan me, there. How could just that have me close to coming? And then he kissed me higher and higher until he hovered right over me. Touch me, lick me, I need to come. Please, I moaned, thrashing and desperate for that first touch. Daniel. I never came because I jolted awake, stared up at a log-beamed ceiling. I was panting, the sheets and blankets twisted around me. This wasn't my room. Why was I wearing just my bra and panties? Was I still dreaming? My pussy ached and throbbed with need for Daniel to lick me and make me come. I sat up quickly, too quickly. My head throbbed. I put my hand on my forehead. Oh my God, I muttered, which only made my tongue move, which was furry. My whole mouth felt like it was covered in the mold I found sometimes on old cheese in my fridge. What happened? Why had I just had a sex dream about Daniel? Did we do something? Was that why I was in his bed? Was this his bed? Why don't I remember what really happened, but am desperately turned on from a dream? I blinked and had to do it again because I fell asleep with my contacts in and they were dry as hell. Was this Daniel's room? The bed was big, like big, and comfortable. If there was going to be a snowstorm, this was where I wanted to snuggle in and read through it. Then I heard it, the shower. It was running, which meant someone was in it, naked. Was it Daniel? I rubbed my thighs together, imagining him in there, soap bubbles dripping down every hard, rugged plane of him. I circled back to my first thought. What the hell happened? I thought back. Kincaid's with Bridget and Mallory, then the storage room where he said all those sexy things to me, and then I... Oh my God! This really was Daniel Pearson's bed, and I had a sex dream with him as the star. Daniel Pearson really was in the shower. I had to get dressed before he came out. Had he heard me call out his name in my dream? Hopping down from the bed, my bare feet landed on plush, textured carpet. I swung around in a circle, which wasn't good for my head, but I had more important problems than it exploding. I didn't see any of my clothes. The shower shut off, and I panicked.
Chapter 13. Daniel. I came out of the bathroom, a towel around my waist, expecting Melly to be asleep. When I cut through the bedroom earlier, she hadn't moved, still out cold. But she wasn't in the bed nor in the room. She had to be somewhere unless she found her clothes in the dryer. Not wanting her to be alone in a strange house, I opened the door to my walk-in closet to get dressed and hunt her down, then froze. There stood Melly in one of my flannels, her hands on the buttons trying to put it on. She looked at me as if a deer caught in front of an oncoming semi. I wondered if my dick got hard because it was morning, because she was standing there in only my mostly buttoned shirt, which looked hot as fuck, or it just did whatever I saw her again after any kind of break. Even just a few hours, especially after the night before in the storage room. Holy hell. Maybe all of the above. Definitely all of the above. Now I knew how perfect her pussy was, how wet she got, how much she loved it wild and was remarkably uninhibited, how she came so hard and... Shit, sorry. I said, my voice rough. I hadn't talked yet this morning, and I sounded... growly. Didn't mean to scare you. Her wide eyes dropped to my chest, then lower, then jumped right back up to meet mine. I wasn't shy or modest. If she wanted to look at me in just a towel, she could take all the time she wanted. Thank fuck I'd rubbed one out in the shower, otherwise I'd be pitching a tent right now. Either way, I'd even drop the towel so she had the full picture. And that picture was growing seeing her in my shirt. I thought I felt possessive the night before, burning rubber to get to the bar, but now... Holy hell. It fell to her knees, but the undone buttons offered hints of pale skin and thick thigh. Where are my clothes? She asked. Her gaze kept flitting to my chest. I was muscular from hard work. I owned a tree and landscape company, but I did the manual labor too. I never spent my days behind a desk. I had scars and calluses, and every inch of me craved your touch. I had to wash them. Why? I cocked my head. You don't remember. I remember the stockroom. Then nothing. Did we... She sputtered, circling her finger in the air. I couldn't help but smile because she was so fucking cute. How you rode my fingers until you came. She blushed, and with my shirt so big I could see the color creep all the way down her neck and past her collarbones. I wondered how often she let people see her like this. Well, I didn't realize she wore makeup because she always looked so fresh and natural in comparison to other women. She had small mascara smudges under her eyes. Her hair was smooshed up on one side, and she had a large crinkle up the right side of her face. She looked pale and, if I had to guess, probably feeling pretty rough. I never got a taste for wine, but I would assume too much of it made someone feel like shit just like any other kind of alcohol. Fuck? I promise if we did, you'd know. Her fingers fidgeted on another button.
Oh, okay.
I sighed. Melly, I don't fuck unconscious women. I really like it when you're right there with me, coming all over my fingers. She swallowed, stared down at her bare feet. I followed her gaze and noticed hot pink toenail polish. She might be small, but her legs, what I could see of them, were shapely. I didn't think they'd even wrap all the way around my waist when I fucked her.
Then, why did you take my clothes off to sleep?
Because you threw up all over them. Her head whipped up and she winced. Then she closed her eyes. She must have one hell of a headache. Her eyes widened.
Oh my God, I forgot that. I got you too, didn't I? I remember now. I think it may have been better not remembering.
Then I won't tell you what happened after that. Like her passing out. I'd caught her and I'd had to carry her out of the bar. I wrapped her in the old blanket I kept in the back of my truck to keep the vomit from getting all over the seat and drove home with the windows down. My jeans had been covered too. I hadn't dealt with projectile vomit since Danny'd been 7. Until now. Until Melly. I'd wanted to make sure she was safe at the bar, but from passing out? Not what I'd had in mind. But she needed me, and I had been there for her. Dropping her at her house hadn't been an option. No way could I tuck her into her bed and hope she wouldn't aspirate if she vomited again. No. I brought her to my house, stripped us both of our wine vomit-covered clothes, and put her into my bed. I went into Danny's old room and crashed there. Yes, I'd noticed her fire engine red bra and panties when I got those prim clothes off. I also noticed the wet spot on her panties where I'd made her drip and gush as she came. There were so many questions I had tied to that color and racy style. I expected plain pale pink cotton or maybe something with embroidered daisies on it, not satin and lace that had her secretly asking to be fucked. Well, it wasn't a secret to me how much she loved what I did to her. Her body was made for me to worship, in the dirtiest of ways. No matter how hard she made me, how desperate I was to sink into her, I meant what I said. I didn't fuck unconscious women. I didn't lust after them either, but I was certainly looking forward to her being sober, and finding out what other colors of panties she liked to wear. And watching her when I finally sank into her for the first time. But seeing her in my flannel, sexiest thing I'd ever seen.
Thank you, but I can imagine. I'm sure what I did has spread all over town by now. People are going to think...
You have the stomach flu?
She stared at me confused. What?
I shrugged. No one had to mess with her for drinking a little too much wine. She'd been in a fucking bar, not driving a school bus full of children. But if she was worried about people talking, then I'd give her an out. No one fucked with little Melly Harwood. No one but me. I hear it's going around. I had no clue if it was going around or not. She looked down, rubbed her toe across the carpet, considering the out I was giving her. So what if she drank too much? Sure, I didn't want to get thrown up on every day, but she was normal. Doing normal things, even with a slightly poor bout of judgment. But it seemed she felt she had to be more than that. Perfect. She wasn't perfect, that was for sure, but who was? I liked her quirks, her shyness. No, she wasn't shy, really. She let me have it more than once, especially that phone call. Skittish, maybe. Wary? No, she was cautious, as if she was afraid to try things, yet so damned eager to do so. The prim clothes that hid racy lingerie said just that. Okay, she said finally. A woof came from the bedroom, and in stormed Earl, nudging past me and going to Melly. He knocked her back a step and she laughed. Earl! I yelled, but the menace didn't listen. He nudged her hip with his big, sloppy face, then stuck his nose in their crotch for a sniff. Maybe the dog wasn't so dumb after all.
Chapter 14. Melly. What I did with Daniel in the bar, oh my God. I learned a few things. 1, I liked dirty talk. Not just dirty talk, but filthy talk. 2, he was ridiculously talented with his fingers. I'd come if I remembered correctly in a ridiculously short amount of time. Of course, lots of number 1 helped. 3, I'd never been so wet in my life. I didn't even know it was possible. Number 1 and number 2 helped with this. 4, I was really into it. Like so into the pleasure Daniel gave me that I'd been ready to fuck him beside the floor cleaner in a mop. All because of number 1, number 2, and number 3. 5, vomit was the biggest cock blocker ever. 6, I wanted more, but number 5 happened. I had gone from 0 to ready to have sex in the bar in a storage closet. This was not me, a storage closet. Instead, I threw up on him and then passed out. That was why I wasn't surprised when he'd gotten my clothes from his dryer and pushed them at me to get dressed. instead of dropping his towel, stalking over to me, ripping open his flannel shirt I wore, and ravaging me. That didn't happen. Unfortunately, my green sweater had been a casualty of the evening. It was my own fault, and I couldn't blame Daniel's lack of knowledge about washing wool, or separating colors, it seemed. He'd tossed everything covered in vomit in the wash together, with, I assumed, hot water. Then he'd dried it all again on hot since my soft cashmere sweater now fit a toddler. He'd driven me home and helped me from his truck. It was probably being a gentleman on his part, but I had a feeling it had more to do with the fact that the drop to my street was too far for me to make without a parachute. His big hand spanned my waist as he let me down. There had been no kiss, no goodbye other than a quick nod and a reminder for me to take some headache pills and take a nap. Nothing else. Of course, 2 Pearson tree and landscape service trucks were parked out front, and a guy in a bobcat with a drill thing on the front was already breaking up my driveway. I forgot about the project Nan had organized before she left on her trip. But it had been open-ended when they would start since the weather was so iffy. Clearly it was this morning. Was it vomit or his former employees watching that kept him from anything else, chaste or not? I still did the walk of shame, or what felt like one. Any dreams that Mallory and Bridget had of me sleeping with Daniel were dashed, and in spectacular fashion. I bet they never did the 1-2 combo, orgasm and vomit. Fine. I hadn't wanted to get involved with him anyway. He was everything I didn't want. Older, leaving town, absolutely positively not interested in anything serious. Just the words storage room finger-banging indicated casual. I was the one who came, spectacularly. Why am I so irked? I asked Fred as I poured some kibble in her bowl, eyeing me in a way that told me I was late serving her breakfast. I couldn't remember the last night I'd spent away from home. Maybe a slumber party right after I moved in with Nan. Thankfully, Fred had a doggy door, a cat door really, since she was so tiny, to the backyard. With a cup of black coffee, I took 3 headache pills, 1 extra because of all the racket outside, and got in the shower, and berated myself again, this time under almost scalding water for being an idiot, which was ironic since I called Daniel one last night. The one time at sex stuff and I messed up. No guy finds vomit arousing, Melly. No wonder he dropped me off and ran. He should have told me to chuck and roll and just slow down the truck. I squeezed an overly generous amount of shower gel on my lime-colored loofah and started scrubbing. I don't fuck unconscious women, he said. Well, he doesn't fuck me conscious either. Gah! I moodily shaved my legs while the deep conditioner did its job on my hair. I don't want to be noticed by men, and now I'm mad that a guy is repulsed by me. What is wrong with me? I shouted, the words echoing off the tile. Right, vomit. That was what I was thinking an hour later when I walked into Kincaid's and tracked down Arlo. Fred slept in the car. I'd called in sick, as Daniel suggested, and while I should technically be in bed to keep up the ruse, I owed Arlo money. He was behind the bar attaching a keg to some tubing, which I assumed fed one of the taps. Standing, he wiped his hands on his jeans and gave me his usual carefree smile. Hey, Melly, how you feeling? I could feel my cheeks heat, but I reached into my purse for my wallet to redirect my thoughts. I came by to pay for our tab last night. I set my credit card on the glossy bar's surface. I kind of missed the opportunity. He waved his hand. Pearson took care of that. Daniel? He nodded. He did. Came in earlier. I tucked my card back. Oh, okay, that was nice of him. It was, and thoughtful. Want a coffee? Did I look that rough? A little extra face powder took care of the dark bags under my eyes, or so I thought. Sure. I pulled out a stool and settled on it. The place just opened, so there weren't any customers yet for lunch. Servers were putting condiments on the tables and setting out rolled silverware in preparation for the rush I knew was to come. He set a mug in front of me, just like the one that Daniel had the night before. How's your grandmother? He knew I lived with her, that we were close, if having a video call with her once a week was close. While she was 75, she was the adventurous one. Leading a class across Europe studying the clerestory window usage in late medieval cathedrals. He laughed. I don't even know what that means. I couldn't help but smile. Neither did I. I had to look it up. Nan was amazing. You okay after last night? I was near the front door and saw Pearson carrying you. He said you got sick. I had no idea why men called each other by their last names. Yeah, I hope I didn't make it too much of a mess. I said somewhat sheepishly. I don't usually drink that. He held up a hand. No worries. I think you got yourself and Pearson. Didn't even get any on the floor by your table. His dark eyes held humor as he continued. You're tidy even when you hurl. Inwardly, I cringed. He thought I got sick and passed out sitting at the high top. He didn't know we'd fooled around in his storage room. God, I hope I hadn't made a mess in there. Well, I'm still sorry. You doing okay? He asked, setting his hands on the bar and leaning forward.
His smile slipped away and he looked at me now with seriousness. I didn't know you and Pearson had a thing. My eyes flared. Thing? Me and Daniel? There's no thing, I assured him, other than him fingering me to my first guy-given orgasm. He cocked his head. You sure? You two looked pretty cozy last night. He's not taking advantage, is he? That was the second time someone asked me that. I laughed because I'd taken advantage. I'd had an orgasm and Daniel hadn't. I threw up on him. No advantage taking was being had. He nodded once, then studied me some more. Look, I'm a bartender. People tell bartenders stuff they don't tell anyone else. You can talk to me if you want. About him, whether you want him to take advantage. I mean, we don't know each other that well, but... He didn't finish and ran a hand over the back of his neck as if he felt uncomfortable, as if he overstepped. Mallory hadn't called me yet this morning, but I bet she would. She'd want to know everything that happened after she and Bridget left. She was a great friend, and she would give me a pep talk, tell me something about how protective and caring Daniel had been, something to make me feel better. No matter what she or anyone else said, vomit on a guy couldn't be sugar-coated. I needed advice, man tips, from a man. I can't sit here and do nothing while we talk, I said. Give me some silverware to roll. His eyes widened as if he thought I was joking, but only shook his head and hefted a plastic tray with divided silverware. He set a pile of white paper napkins beside it. Have at it. I grabbed a fork, knife, and spoon from the bucket and then set them in the center of a napkin, then rolled it like an open-ended burrito, a crepe perhaps. Then I did another. While I got to work, he pulled out a jar of maraschino cherries from beneath the counter and twisted the lid open. Snagging a spoon, he started scooping them out and dropping them into a section of a condiment caddy. How do you know a guy likes you? I blurted. He froze mid-tip and stared at me. We going all the way back to 5th grade with this boy talk? Didn't your mom cover back then? I frowned. My mother. She had told me about self-love when I was 13, that it was natural, healthy. Yes, when other mothers were sharing how to use a tampon, she gave me a vibrator. Perhaps it was better than giving me a box of condoms. She held off until I was 16 for that. To say that she was casual about sex was an understatement. I had a completely dysfunctional view of men and women. Arlo saw my look and remembered. Sorry, okay, yeah, your mom was a little different. Even he knew about my mom. She was infamous. She popped back in town every year or every few months or so, wanting money or a place to stay when she didn't have a man to support her. She'd latch onto one and be gone again without more than a wave goodbye. The last time I got a text. Right. I smiled, a fork in my hand. Okay, how can I know if Daniel likes me? I threw up on him, so I think that ended things. Not that there was anything to end, I clarified. Did he specifically say he was into you? He asked, lifting his eyes from his work to meet mine. I had skipped my contacts since they'd been in all night and wore my glasses. I pushed them up my nose. There were very specific words about what he wanted to do with me. I elaborated carefully. If I was going to talk with Arlo, I might as well just do it. Band-Aid ripping off and all that. Yet I wasn't going to tell him Daniel was confident his dick would fit in me, or any of the other hot and really filthy things he said. He said he wants to... with me, I flushed. He nodded as he fished out more cherries from the big jar. You okay with that? With him talking to you like that? I mean, if the wrong guy says that stuff, you should throat punch him. If the right guy says it and you like the idea, then maybe you let him. No. I rolled the silverware in a napkin and set it in the pile. I didn't want to throat punch him. I wanted to climb him like a tree. He gave a curt nod. Good. If a guy ever says shit to you don't like, let me know. He pointed the spoon at me and a drop of pink syrup landed on the counter. Thanks, I will. I made another roll of silverware. I understand all that. A guy is into me, I'm into him, we have some fun. I'm not that clueless. I said although I was. Totally clueless. I stopped my progress on a roll and stared at him. I threw up on him, Arlo. He had to do my laundry and his. I have no idea where to go from here. Who wants to do dirty things with throw-up, girl? I mean, there's dirty and then there's dirty. The cherry section was full, so we screwed the lid back on the jar and turned to put it in the fridge. Remember last night I said guys are idiots? He asked when he faced me again, wiping his hands on a white dishcloth. I nodded. They're also very focused. If Daniel Pearson says he wants to do dirty things with you, he still does. Throw up is not going to change that. I should just go up to him and... I snapped my fingers. Say let's go? You know he's leaving town, going to Scotland for a few months and then, well, I don't even think he knows. I nodded. Was this why I shouldn't call him again and tell him to fuck me or because I should? This was casual. Just as casual as what my mother had planned for me back when I was 18. Just sleep with a guy and have some fun. It wasn't a big deal. Just sex and pleasure for a little while, then move on.
Another guy after Daniel was gone would come along. I could do it all over again with him, too. Then the next. I wasn't interested in anyone else. I was hung up completely and totally on Daniel and his magical fingers. Was that how my mother got started? A talented man in the back room of a bar? Oh my God, maybe it was. He rubbed his chin, considering. Daniel or another guy, I have a feeling that if you went up to any guy and said, let's go, you'd have a 100% success rate. And that was the problem. Was it because it was me, my free-spirited mother's daughter? This was the exact reason why I tried to hide myself. I pulled my lips to the side. This is Daniel Pearson, though. Big lumberjack, beard, growly. One vet visit and he saw me. He gotten me off. I hadn't even seen his dick. He was an unselfish lover. If he was like Creepy Carl, then I'd be unsatisfied and used. With Daniel, it was the other way around. Arlo looked me over, then grimaced. The way he was looking at you doesn't stand a chance. The biggest trees fall the hardest. Chapter 15. Daniel. Seeing her in my flannel had been too close. Too close. I liked the look of her in it too fucking much. What the hell was I doing messing around with her? I was counting the days until I left town. I didn't even have a return ticket. Melly was a virgin, she'd told me. Sure, it hadn't been intentional, but I knew. I couldn't have sex with her and then leave the country. I wasn't that much of a dick. When I dropped her off, I could have parked, tossed her over my shoulder, and carried her into her house. Did every single thing I could think of to satisfy her and initiate her into sex. Hell, we'd still be in her bed. But no. I told her to take some pain pills and I left. Left. Why? The obvious. An entire landscaping crew from Pearson's was working on digging up her driveway. I knew every single guy and they were all eyeing me, with Melly, at 8 a.m, especially Deke, who smirked. No way in hell was I going into her house with her, with all of them watching and then spend the day fucking her brains out. Sure, the jackhammer would mute her screaming my name, but everyone would know. Hell, Deke would probably come into her house and raid her fridge. The less obvious reason I didn't linger was that I was leaving town. Leaving. Melly wasn't the kind of woman to have a fling with, even if she agreed to it. She wasn't like the other women I spent time with in the past. They knew the score. Knew it was casual, that it was just for fun. Melly was smart enough to know the same and agree to it. But I couldn't take her virginity. No matter how filthy she liked me to talk to her or how well she fucked herself on my fingers in the back storeroom of a bar and leave the country. That was why I wasn't sitting at home packing, which was ridiculous. I only had to throw some clothes in a bag. Going to Scotland wasn't riding a raft up the Amazon. They had clothing stores. I just parked in front of the office when my cell rang. Danny. Hey kid, how's the fire? Almost out. Dad, is everything okay? I just got a ride into the nearest town to the fire and got your message, and I missed a bunch of your calls. Everyone's fine, but Melly Harwood called the office to get in touch with you. Oh? I think your grandma was going to have us work on some landscape work, but I didn't know anything really about it. It's not about that. Earl knocked up Fred, I told him. He was quiet for a second, then laughed. No shit, you sure? No shit, I repeated. And yes, I'm very sure. Look, you've got to take responsibility for this. Pay the vet bills and stuff. I covered the visit yesterday. Seriously? Seriously, that shit's expensive. The one vet visit from the day before hadn't been cheap. The vet even said it had to be C-section. Well, shit. It's not like I could tell Earl to use a condom. You could have had him neutered. I heard him hiss and my balls felt a twinge of sympathy. Yeah, no. Well, then get ready to pay some parenting expenses. He sighed. Fine, I'm racking up the cash here on the fire. I should be home in a few days. Wildland firefighting paid quite well, especially since room and board was covered. It supplemented his income with the family business and got him out to see the world and have some adventures. I had to thank my friend Mac, who was the local fire chief, for getting Danny interested. Mind telling me how you met Melly? I prodded. Melly had said she wasn't interested and that the 2 dates had been a dead end, but I'd had my fingers in her. I needed to know how he felt. She lives down the street from Graham. Yes, I know that. I was walking Earl and she was out front getting her mail. We hit it off. Shit. Hit it off? My fingers clenched around the phone. Are you two dating or whatever it's called these days? Dating? We went out twice. Hooking up? No way. I frowned, confused. Why no way? She seems nice. And sexy. And uninhibited beneath that prim shell. And very, very naughty. Yeah, nice. She's cute and all that, and I thought, why the hell not?
so I took her for coffee, but I ended it because I can't do candlelight and poetry, and that's what she'll want. My eyebrows went up, and I flung off my sunglasses to rub my eyes. Poetry, not a chance. She wanted to hear filth in her ear while my fingers were buried inside her. You got that from those 2 dates. I think she's a virgin, Dad. He said in a cautious way that someone used when describing a bomb that had to be handled very carefully. You've seen her, vanilla all the way. She's a settle-down kind of girl, and I'm not looking for that right now. A guy wants a little... While Danny and I had always been open when talking about sex, there was a line, especially when it came to fucking little Melly Harwood. Gotcha. Text me when you're on your way home. I'll take care of Melly and the dog situation until then. I hung up and climbed from my truck. I couldn't help the smile that was on my face. Danny thought Melly was vanilla. Melly thought Danny was boring and too young. Perfect.
Chapter 16. Melly. I felt guilty about calling in sick when I really wasn't. So after talking with Arlo, I went into work. Besides, I had no idea what to do with myself outside of my set routine. What did someone do with a few free hours on a weekday? I had to think about what to do with Daniel, and I did my best thinking when reshelving books. It was a one-person task, so I didn't have to talk to anyone. I didn't have to think too much about what I was doing, only remember the alphabet and numbers. Fiction was simple, and the Dewey Decimal System wasn't rocket science. So after settling Fred on our dog bed in the office, I put all the return books on a cart and went into the nonfiction section. What did I want to do with Daniel? I felt like there were so many possibilities. Romance books offered endless variety of sexual options, a buffet of possibilities we could do together. Based on how Daniel talked and handled me in the storeroom, I had to put him in the alpha, caveman, lumberjack, growly, bearded, dominant, possessive, lover category. And I couldn't forget dirty talker. God, that had been hot. I loved his kisses. I loved his fingers inside of me. I wanted his mouth on me, his dick in me. Beard burn on my breasts and thighs. I wanted to be taken from behind. Against a wall, over a table, inside, outside, heck, I even wanted butt stuff. Yes, me, little Melly Harwood, had a lot of naughty thoughts, and they were only stirred up by one big Daniel Pearson. I realized I'd shelved 3 books and hadn't made it out of the self-help section. Maybe I needed some self-help. The night before, pre-throw-up Mallory told me to jump him. Arlo told me to go for it. My pussy was telling me to get my shit together and call the man. Pulling myself from the back pocket of my pants, I took a deep breath and called him. I looked about. No one was in this section. Only one person was on the computers, which were in the center of the nonfiction area, and he had his headphones on. It was after lunch, so the kids' section was quiet. Toddlers were home for naps, and bigger kids were at school. Melly. Oh, that growl. Hi, Daniel. I what? I know what, but I couldn't say it. I'm sorry I threw up on you.
Yes, you've already apologized. He waited. I waited. Is there anything else? I shook my head, grabbed a book off the cart. Florence and Summertime.
No, that's it.
You're sure there isn't anything else I can do for you? I could see him standing beside a huge tree, axe in hand. He had on a red flannel and jeans. Flecks of chipped wood were on his clothing. He was a little sweaty from exertion from handling a big piece of wood. Then my mind went filthy in him handling his own big piece of wood.
No, I mean yes, I squeaked. Goodbye.
I hung up. My heart was racing as if I'd been the one chopping down a tree. Way to go, Melly, I whispered to myself. Now he thinks you're... My cell vibrated in my hand. I kept the ringer turned off in the library, and I jumped a foot. Hello? I murmured, keeping my voice low out of habit. Melly. That growl. I remembered him saying it just that way the night before as I came all over his fingers. I'm thinking there's something you want to say but are maybe a little too shy to do so. Like in the storeroom last night. You had something in mind but wanted a little coaxing, am I right? Was he? If he was calling fingering me to orgasm coaxing, then yes. I whimpered and he heard it because he gave a growl in response. Every time I heard that deep rumble, I felt like I was a lamb and he was a very hungry wolf ready to eat me up. Or do other naughty things to me. No! I hung up again. I closed my eyes, squeezed the hell out of the travel book. Mentally I screamed, "Oh! Why was I being like this? Because I was stubborn? Because I was afraid? Because I was an idiot? It wasn't because I was hot for him, because I'd have admitted it from the start. He was just giving me the chance to tell him the truth, but just like he guessed, I needed coaxing, and he was coaxing. I put the book down, lifted my chin, and called him back. Yes.
I heard a little huff, which I assumed was him being amused. "Don't laugh at me."
"Oh, sweet girl, the last thing I'm doing is laughing."
"What are you doing?" I asked.
"Try not to come in my pants imagining all the things yes means. What did you like best about being finger-fucked, little Melly?"
I glanced around, afraid someone could hear him through the phone. Besides the guy on the computer, a woman was perusing the new release section, but not paying me any attention. "I can't answer that here."
"Oh, where are you?"
"At work." Now he really did chuckle.
"Couldn't be the bad girl and call in sick, could you?"
"No."
"But you can be a bad girl with me."
I took a breath. I did want to be bad with him. The night before, in that storage room, it was me, but better. More free. Very bad. And I felt safe with Daniel, as if he would take care of me when I'd been completely out of control. "Yes," I admitted.
"Good answer. So yes, no questions. Got it. You let slip you're a virgin. Is that true?"
I pushed the cart further into the stacks. "Yes."
"May I ask why you're still one at 24?
I'm 24. And, well, I guess I never found the right guy," I admitted. It was true. I definitely wasn't having sex with anyone my mother recommended. Since I'd returned to Hunter Valley, I hadn't been interested in anyone. Sure, a date or two, like with Danny Pearson, but not one got me interested. Or aroused. Or wet. Until Daniel.
"But you've come before with a man?" he asked.
"No."
"Only me?"
Another growl. "Yes."
"You said you have vibrators, big ones? You fuck yourself with them?"
Oh my god, this conversation. I grabbed another book from the cart and randomly shoved it in the stacks, then moved along. At the end of the stack, I turned and hid behind it. "Yes?"
"Then you'll take me so well, I won't have to hold back too much. You'll be sore, but you'll always be a little achy when you take all my dick."
He didn't ask a question, so I didn't say anything. I wanted to push my hand on my pants and touch myself because he made me wet and needy, and remembering how he'd made me come with ruthless precision and fast enough for him to feel cocky about it.
"Want it down your throat and your pussy or nice and snug in your ass?"
"Daniel," I whispered, leaning against the side of the book stack. My eyes fell closed and I was lost. So lost.
"Oh, that wasn't a yes-no question, was it? I guess you'll have to come over after work and try all three. We can have a little fun."
My eyes flew open. Have a little fun. I'd heard that before, from my mother, from creepy Carl. Why are you so uptight? Have a little fun. Carl wants to have a little fun with you. He'll show you how fun sex can be. Fun. Everything they'd proposed had been the complete opposite of fun. That was when that word changed meaning for me, that maybe I wasn't fun if I didn't like it. It was as if I'd shoved face first into a snowbank. "No." Daniel was silent for a moment, as if surprised by my answer. I was on the verge of hanging up on him if the next thing he called me was uptight, too.
"No,"
he said, repeating my answer.
"Okay. That answer is okay, Melly. We won't do anything you don't want to do."
I exhaled in relief that he wasn't pushing, that he respected my words, me. "I want to," I said, contradicting myself. I ran my fingers over my forehead because my brain was spinning. "Daniel, despite what I led you to believe by my actions last night, I can't do casual. I can't have a little fun. It can't be without value. I won't sleep around."
"You're a virgin. You don't sleep around."
He said, not as a reminder to me, but it seemed because he was lost and trying to keep up. I pressed my head against the stack and stared up at the ceiling. The building was old, an original Carnegie library, and had a high stucco ceiling. At one time the paint had been white or cream, but was now more of a gray from age. "I'm not a free spirit," I explained, or perhaps warned. "I'm not an interchangeable receptacle of pleasure."
"Interchangeable what? I don't even know what the hell that means,"
he said, almost frustrated. "My mother is pretty much a hippie, a free spirit. She gives all of herself to others, openly, too openly. She tried to push that concept in men on me."
"Your mother,"
he repeated, his tone not a surprise. Who mentioned their mother when talking about sex? Valerie Price.
"Valerie Price. Valerie Price, oh.
And he figured it all out as if I'd been hoarding the last piece of a puzzle and finally gave it to him. "Yeah, oh," I muttered. Someone coughed and I lowered my voice. I don't want to call her a slut because there's nothing wrong with a woman embracing and exploring her sexuality with many, many partners, but everyone in Hunter Valley probably thinks the name fits her. Now he was afraid to say something that might bother me. "You know my mother?" I prodded.
"Of her,"
he clarified.
"The stories. The mayor and how she broke up their marriage and had him kicked out of office. She slept with the school superintendent too, right?" I may have seen her last year at the grocery store in the produce section.
He was probably right. Probably she has a thing for penis-shaped vegetables. I don't see her that often either. Maybe once or twice a year, whenever she's between men and needs a place to crash. That's always tons of fun.
I hear sarcasm.
Oh yeah. She also calls occasionally when she's got a guy, but well, we aren't close. Not since I was 18 and decided to return to Hunter Valley and live with my grandmother. We weren't close. At all. Not since I turned down Creepy Carl and fled Idaho. I dreaded when she randomly showed up. I won't be like her, I told him. Not with sex.
I'm leaving town on Saturday, Melly. This isn't going to turn into a relationship, he reminded.
Yes, he was headed to Scotland to wear a kilt and toss cabers. If there was something that made a woman's panties wet, at least mine was that visual.
It can only be casual.
I nodded, but he couldn't see me. Yes, I know. I don't want one. A relationship. That's not what this is about. My grandmother had been married for 25 years when my grandfather died. That was before I was born, and she never met anyone else who could ever compete with him, so I never saw her in a relationship. The only relationship role model I had was my mom, and that was find a guy with some money who she could fuck and keep happy until he got tired of her. It sounded like a sugar daddy situation, but it wasn't like that. It was casual, a mutual exchange, an easy trade of sex and companionship. No legalities like a marriage license or even a shared rental agreement. It was weird. And included no love. I didn't think my mother knew what real love was.
Then what do you want? Sex is fun, Melly. It shouldn't be anything else, and if something happened to make you not think that, then, well, I'll kill the guy and then prove it to you that it can be fun. With the right person.
I want like last night. That hadn't been fun. That hadn't been anything like what it would have been like with Creepy Carl. With Daniel, I'd felt safe and protected. Taken care of. I hadn't had to think or be worried or do anything but feel, even in a bar storage room.
It will always be like last night. Better.
Better than last night? How was that possible? I need to know I'm safe, and while I feel that with you, what we're going to do is unfamiliar. I'm not scared of you, I'm scared of the unknown. Unlike my mother, I need to know the rules.
Rules?
Yes, guidelines. Agreed upon expectations even though you're leaving. I need walls, boundaries. God, all that sounded awful. Boring, right? Boring Melly Harwood. See, that makes me uptight and not fun.
You want a contract?
He replied. He wasn't laughing, but he sounded amused.
Like my business has with Arlo for the deck extension. Agreed upon expectations so that when the contract is over, we're both happy. For him, minus the sex, of course.
A contract? Formally outlining what was to come, even if it was until Saturday? Yes, I shouted. Why had I shouted that? Because it felt like a relief that he understood.
A sex contract, he said as if mulling over the concept. That's not a new thing. For me, yes, but it sounds I'm intrigued and very hard.
Now I was confused. Intrigued? Hard? The idea of uptight boundaries and guidelines turned him on?
This is a good idea, he said, sounding pleased. Come over after work and I'll have one ready for your review.
You will? I asked, stunned by the turn this conversation took. But he'd already hung up. Chapter 17. Melly. I'm about to do something crazy, I told Mallory when I was in my car. I'd turned it on but hadn't pulled out of my parking spot at the library. Fred was on the passenger seat staring at me, wondering why the car wasn't moving. This time of year, it was already dark out, but the lot was well lit. Something crazy I would do or something crazy you would do. Mallory didn't jump out of airplanes, but she definitely had a wild streak. She was bold and silly and even a little goofy. Of course, they were all personality traits for a good first-grade teacher. So her kind of crazy and my kind of crazy were on two different levels. Except, I'm not sure, I replied, reaching to turn down the volume on the radio. Would you go to a man's house you've only known for a day and give him your virginity within the boundaries of a sex contract? What? I winced. Even Fred heard and cocked her head to the side. That crazy, huh? Are you talking about Daniel Pearson, the gorgeous lumberjack, the guy who showed up at the bar because you drunk-dialed him? And got me off in the storage room after you left, I added on a big exhale. What? And then I threw up on him. What? I had my answer. So crazy for me, then. And crazy for me, too, she added. All that really happened? Yes, I'm never drinking with you again. She ignored the drinking thing and plowed on. And you're going to go to his house. Now. That's the plan, I said. Melly, what do you want to do? Deep down. Not what people think you should do or what you think you should do. What does your vagina want you to do? My eyes practically bugged out of my head. My vagina? Yes! Since your vagina will be an active part of the evening. I pursed my lips and started to. Stop thinking. Do you want me to pass the phone to my vagina? Har har, she replied. What do you want to do? I want to have sex with Daniel Pearson. I did. I wanted it and so did my vagina. Then go have sex with Daniel Pearson. She made it sound so simple. Just like that? Hang on. I'll give you a second and third opinion. She must have put her hand over the phone because it was muffled. God, she was there with someone, and now they were talking about me and my plans for my vagina meeting a dick for the first time. After about 30 seconds, she came back. Bridget says go for it. Lindy says, Lindy's in town? I asked, surprised. Lindy was Bridget's older sister, and I hadn't seen her since she moved to Denver to be with Dex James, her hot hockey-playing husband. Yes, she's here for a baby shower because it's coming up on playoff season, and she's not sure when she'll be... Lindy's having a baby? I said on a gasp. How did I not know that? Yes, isn't it amazing? In June. She has the same advice for you she gives Bridget. Stop thinking so much and feel. If it feels right, then go for it. If it feels wrong, it's wrong. Wait. She covered the phone for a second. She also says that Daniel Pearson is hot. She had a crush on him when she was younger. What? More muffling. And he's a decent guy. Lindy was in her late 30s and close to Daniel's age. I could only imagine how hot he was when he was younger. That made sense. She's smart. I said about being hot for Daniel and her advice. Hey, I told you to ask your vagina. Isn't that smart? Yes, you are very wise. I offered. I was about to put the car into reverse when I realized something. Problem. What? I don't know where he lives.
Chapter 18. Daniel. I wasn't sure who was more excited to answer the knock, Earl, me, or my dick. Tugging the door open, I was greeted by Melly, but she was mostly hidden behind a plant. All I saw were jeans with brown leather ankle boots and the sleeves of a pink puffy coat. Hi, she said. I tipped my head to see her around the big leaves. Hi. What's with the plant? Earl nudged me to the side to push his way outside to greet Fred, who was circling around Melly's feet. Oh, hey! I took her arm and tugged her into the house before she got tripped up by the dogs or Earl sniffed her crotch again. I wanted to do that. They bounded in, at least Earl did, then spun in a playful circle waiting for Fred. They bounded off into the great room, or as fast as a pregnant toy pom could. I looked it up, and she was a tiny Pomeranian, and they didn't get much taller than 11 inches and weighed less than 7 pounds. Danny, when born, weighed almost 9. It's a housewarming gift, she explained. I took the huge thing from her. While I was knowledgeable in all kinds of outdoor plants and shrubs, I knew nothing about indoor ones other than they were green. She took in the house, and I studied her. Tonight she had on jeans that didn't hide any bit of her curves. They weren't painted on, but I had a good imagination, and, well, I was definitely an ass man. With her coat unzipped, I could see her pale pink turtleneck was made of some soft material that only accentuated how girly and fucking pretty she was. Her hair was down, and had she straightened it? It hung long and sleek down her back. She wore glasses, just like at the vet's office, but this pair was the same pink as her top. They fucking matched. She was conservative, sexy, and I itched to unwrap her and see what color panties and bra she wore beneath. Your house is amazing, she said, reminding me I had to think with my head and not my dick. At least for a few minutes. I was holding a huge-ass plant, but I'd drop it and fuck her up against the front door if she gave me the green light. What had she said? House. Amazing, right. It took me 20 years, but I'd slowly built and finished a huge-ass log cabin. The main floor was one large room, kitchen, great room, and dining area combined. A bathroom and mud laundry room were just off the attached garage. Upstairs and situated over the huge 4-car garage was the master bedroom. All walls and ceiling were hewn log. Since the land sloped, there was a walkout basement where Danny's old bedroom was, along with my office. Since I was big, the rooms were big. Since the yard faced the mountains, the entire back wall was windows. Thanks, come on. I carried the plant through the great room and into the kitchen, placing it on the center island. Turning, I faced her, and it was obvious she was nervous. Good manners dictate I bring something when invited to someone's house. Usually it's wine for dinner, a plant, dish towel, or even a candle for a new house. I had no clue what the etiquette is for sex. I couldn't help but smile at her cute and very ridiculous gesture. Condoms, I said. Nothing said safe, sane, and consensual more than a box of prophylactics. She reached into her purse and pulled out a brand new box, Magnums. Got those. She handed them to me and reached in again. What kind of Mary Poppins bag did she have? And pulled out a bottle of whiskey. Holy shit. She brought condoms and liquor, too? I liked her kind of manners. Are you trying to get me drunk? I asked her, a repeat of what she'd asked me at the bar the night before. Whiskey would do it, but I was keeping a clear head. Based on how she reacted in the storeroom, she liked me being in charge, and I wasn't doing shit or drinking anything that would make her lose that kind of trust in me. She probably hadn't realized it, but she'd trusted me with her body and first man-made orgasm, and I wouldn't devalue that. She set the bottle on the counter beside the plant. Well, I think I'm done with wine for a while, and you're going to Scotland and all, so I thought you might like some whiskey. Did you know spirits made in Scotland have no E in the word, but when made in the U.S. it has an E? She took a breath and pushed up her glasses, not looking at me. Is that so? She didn't respond, so I took a step closer, lifted her chin with my fingers. Thank you for the plant, and the whiskey without the E and the condoms. Her green eyes finally flicked to meet mine. You're welcome. You don't have to be nervous. Nothing's going to happen. She frowned. Nothing? I nodded. Behind her glasses, she frowned. I thought, you want me, a real man, to take that cherry, a guy who knows what he's doing. Sure, that was ego talking, but also the truth. She didn't want a guy her age. They didn't get her hot. She said as much. She wouldn't be a virgin right now if any of them did it for her, including Danny. I do. Whatever concerns she had on the phone earlier were gone now, and my dick punched against my zipper at that admission. I wasn't expecting her to say it to be so bold. I should have with her because she was all contradictions. Conservative job, conservative clothes. She was a good girl until I got into her panties. You're safe with me. I'd never hurt you, and I'd kill anyone who did. After the call, I thought more on what she'd said about her mother. That the woman had tried to push her ideas about sex on her. No, she'd added men. It had sounded like her mother had tried to get her to be with men she suggested. I really hadn't thought about the woman for a long time. She was maybe 10 years older and we never really crossed paths in town, but I knew of her. Hell, who didn't? About 15 years ago, she and the mayor had an affair. His marriage ended over it, and so did his time in office. If I remembered correctly, she also had a fling with someone working for the school district, and that stirred things up once again. She was indiscriminate, and her attitude towards sex was casual and indifferent to boundaries such as wedding vows or careers. Boundaries, and Melly wouldn't do casual. She'd said she wouldn't be like her mom because who wanted to be remembered as the infamous marriage wrecker? That title was putting too much blame solely on Valerie Price because it took two to tango. As far as I knew, she never tripped and fell on the mayor's dick by mistake. But prickles of something had crawled along the back of my neck since we hung up earlier. I'd thought Melly curious the night before at the bar because she was inexperienced. Now I wondered if something had happened. Something with a man. If her mother had ever pushed not just her sexual attitudes onto Melly, but sex itself. My statement about killing anyone who hurt her stood. Her green eyes widened. Maybe saying those two things together crossed each other out. Killing someone and keeping her safe, but no one would touch her if I had my way. I have a wood chipper and own a shit ton of forest. Her mouth fell open and then she laughed. I couldn't help but grin. I feel safe with you, she admitted. I wouldn't be here if I didn't. Then say it, Melly. I ran a finger down her cheek, soft as fucking silk. A little frown crinkled her brow. Say what? Say what you want. You're safe with me, your body, your thoughts, everything. She licked her lips as if she could taste the words on the tip of her tongue. Say it, I repeated. I want your dick, but you need boundaries. Reaching down, I adjusted myself and her gaze dropped to watch. You want it. Gotta sign that contract first. She flushed as she realized she was ogling. Unless she had a shitty prescription for her glasses, she could have missed the thick outline on my dick in my jeans. Right. I set the condoms down and grabbed the blank paper I grabbed from the printer in my home office earlier. Held it up. Thought we could write it together. She nibbled on her lip. Good idea. I know you're good with toys, but what's your take on anal? Chapter 19. My mouth dropped open, but I didn't say anything. He cocked an eyebrow, and with the corner of his mouth tipped up, he seemed bemused. By me. I had a feeling, based on his far-from-vanilla attitude towards sex, that he was serious but brought it up now to get me to react. At least blush, which worked.
Maybe we should start with our names and work out the particulars later, I suggested. I wasn't going to admit first thing that I read a really hot anal scene in a recent book and wanted to try to enact it. He snagged a pen which rested beside the paper. Right. I think we know our names. It's not like we are sharing this with anyone else. He paused and met my gaze with his dark tone. Unless you're into being shared. I immediately laughed and took off my coat suddenly overwarm. He took it from me and tossed it on one of the breakfast bar stools. Shared? As if, one guy at a time. Good, I'm not sharing you. He wrote something down, then held the paper up. In neat all-capital letters, it said no sharing. I eyed the whiskey but shifted my gaze to Daniel. I drove here and was inside his house. I wanted this. My vagina was telling me to go for it. How about exclusivity? I wondered, pushing on. This wasn't a relationship, but I wasn't thrilled about him hopping out of bed with me and into another with someone else. He wrote some more. No one else. That was reassuring. Even if it was only for a few days, it was exclusive. I wasn't one of many. Good, how about length of contract? I suggested. That was tame. Didn't involve butt stuff or taking two guys at once. He nodded. I just noticed his hair was slightly damp, as if he'd recently showered, and it slid over his forehead. Right, I leave Saturday. So this will last until then. He kept his head down and continued to write. Termination, plain leaving. Got it. There were no sentences or fancy language in this contract, only bullet points. Okay. There was that lip quirk again as he looked up. On the phone, you said you were afraid of the unknown and that you didn't know the rules. The rules are whatever we make them. Just you and me. No one else. Like, I don't like to be tickled. My eyes widened and I couldn't help but smile. This was a surprise. You're ticklish? He set a hand on his chest and had a look of mock shock. What? A big guy like me can't be? This I had to see. Daniel was actually ticklish? I approached. At first his eyes hooded, then heated. Then he saw me raise my hands, fingers wiggling, and caught on. Melly. He warned and took a step back. I had no idea why I was bold. I had a feeling it was Daniel himself. He, Mr. Lumberjack, was on the retreat. He had his hands up as if to ward me off. Don't even think about it. You really are ticklish? I asked. He stopped, then tipped his chin down to look at me closely. Maybe you are. Me? He took a step toward me, turning the tables. Uh-oh. What happened if I peed my pants? God, what if I farted? Now it was my turn to retreat. I couldn't miss the gleam in his eye. You. If I catch you. And I was off, spinning on my heel and dashing around the center island with a laugh. Run, sweet girl, but when I catch you. He didn't finish, and I didn't wait for him to do so and circled around the dining room table. I aimed to go around the leather couches in front of his fireplace. An expert with the layout of his furniture, he cut me off, caught me from behind. A thick arm banded about my waist and lifted me off my feet. 1 second I was airborne, the next I was on my back on a plush couch. Daniel had one knee on the cushion, the other foot on the floor, and he hovered over me. His dark hair fell over his forehead. Little crinkles formed by his eyes. We were breathing hard and we were both smiling. I adjusted my glasses. Earl gave a deep woof from the dog bed where he was curled up, Fred at his side, but neither moved. Please don't tickle me, I said, knowing he could do it now and there was no way to escape. I wasn't scared. Okay, maybe of farting. Perhaps my words were a subtle test to see if he respected my wishes. No tickling. He agreed. It's now one of the rules. His gaze dropped down my body and I realized my top had drifted up. His finger brushed over the bare sliver of exposed skin. Just the softest of caresses had me sucking in a breath. Heat shot through me and I waited for what he'd do next, if I'd like it. But what if I did it wrong? Touching, however. What if I touch you in some other way you don't like? I blurted, then bit my lip with worry, not even realizing that was a concern. His fingers stilled, but the contact remained. He glanced at me through long lashes. How did a man get such amazing eyelashes? Totally unfair. The look he gave me wasn't cold. In fact, it was very, very hot. Scorching. Any way you touch me I'll like, sweet girl, I promise. I felt the words, the weight of them. The truth. Okay. I'll never forget you mentioned toys. Closing my eyes, I wanted to hide. No more wine! For our contract, yes or no to toys? He asked. With him? Would he feel threatened by them? Do you want to play with toys? I asked in return. Do I want to watch you spread your gorgeous thighs and fuck yourself with a huge vibrator? Fuck yes. Okay, totally hot. Then yes. Oral? Do you want... My answer is yes to everything. Then yes.
Giving oral.
Yes.
Receiving.
Yes.
I know you like fingers.
My pussy clenched, remembering how much I really did like his. Yes. The corner of his mouth tipped up. Those fingers were on the move, sliding back and forth across my lower stomach.
You're saying yes to everything.
But I want to try everything, I admitted. He lifted his hand and moved away, dropping onto the end of the couch near my feet. I pushed up onto my elbows. What was he?
Have at me,
he said, using both hands to point at his chest.
Touch me how you want, kiss, suck, lick, fuck, I'm all yours.
Those words had me sitting up all the way, my legs tucked underneath me. There had to be 4 feet of sofa between us. What, just go over to you and kiss you and take your clothes off and then?
He nodded. Whatever you want.
Yikes! I can't do that, I don't know how, and I would be lost, and
you'd be worried and thinking too much.
I sighed. He understood. Exactly.
So you want me to be in charge?
Did I? He dragged me into the storage room and then touched me. He talked me all the way through it, but had definitely been in charge. Then yes, I did. I wanted to be told what to do. I nodded. Yes, please, clear instructions. I follow them very well.
I like things a little dark, a little dirty. You learned that last night.
Did his voice get deeper? A shift came over him, as if he was already slipping into a mode where he was the boss, like the night before. He asked for my consent more than once, asked if I liked what he was doing. At the same time, he was whispering filthy things in my ear while touching me in the boldest and potent of ways. That was what I'd craved all day, what had silently and subconsciously lured me here tonight. I liked it, I admitted.
But,
he prodded. But should I like that? I looked down at my hands in my lap, folded them together. Daniel hadn't gone running the night before or laughed at me letting out this passionate and uninhibited side of myself I never knew even existed. Reading steamy romance novels and imagining sexy things while using my vibrator was one thing. Actually doing the stuff in those books with Daniel? Hot, yes. But no buts. Only butts. I tipped up my chin. No, I liked it.
But you've been wondering all day if liking it was wrong. That going into a bar's storeroom with a man who finger fucks you isn't what good girls do.
I blushed, then nodded. I wasn't sure how he knew that, but he did.
You want a contract to know that everything we do is okay. That you don't have to wonder if it's wrong or I won't like it or anything else. That you don't have to be a good girl with me.
Wow, he understood. Yes, that's right. He shook his head.
How about this? Skip the paper. Anything we do in this house is okay. You don't have to worry about doing anything right or wrong if it's too naughty to share. You can scream, whimper, beg, sweat, cream. Hell, you can squirt. All good. Any hole, any fantasy, any naughty word that falls from those lips, all good.
I glanced around.
So this house is the contract? Yes, if you don't like something you say so, I stop and we talk about it, period.
Just like that?
Yeah, just like that. And I'm in charge.
I could climb on his lap and touch him and it was okay. I could tell him I wanted to be bent over the dining table and it was okay. Whatever I wanted and craved wasn't going to be shamed or laughed at. I was relieved and comforted and turned on with it.
No relationship. It ends when I leave town. In this house, whatever gets you hot goes. It'll be my job to give it to you.
Was this actually happening? It seemed insane, but my vagina was telling me yes, yes, yes. So I said, yes.
Chapter 20. Daniel. She said yes. I was up and had her tossed over my shoulder before she stopped nodding her head. I took the stairs 2 at a time. Earl gave a wolf, perhaps the canine version of the go-get-'em slap on the back from one male to another.
"Daniel, what are you doing?"
she shrieked. Her small hand was on my ass, but I didn't think she even knew. Our dogs might be fine with others watching, but I mind. I entered my bedroom and used my foot to kick the door shut behind us. Carefully and slowly I lowered her to her feet, letting her brush down every hard inch of me. You always wear fuck-me red panties, sweet girl? She shook her head, adjusting her glasses. What color today? Show me. With deft fingers she opened the front of her jeans and showed me a small sliver of what was beneath. Pale pink. I dropped to my knees before her, eyes right in line with that hint of blush. I helped her with her shoes and socks, tossing them to the side. Then I had the fun task of working her jeans down her legs, then off. I cupped her calves and slid my hands up and up as my eyes followed. Those panties. I brushed a finger across them. I didn't know my fabrics, but this stuff was delicate, ensured or gathered or whatever so it didn't lay smooth. Pink ribbons circled the top and the legs openings. Girly, feminine, and the perfect mixture of virginal and slutty. Why slutty? Because it was completely see-through. I could see her little thatch of red hair and pussy lips. She might as well be naked. I moved to her turtleneck and pushed the bottom up. She took over for me and pulled it off. The bra matched and didn't hide how big her tits were. They weren't proportional to her small frame. In fact, they might be more than a handful for even my big hands. She might hide how perfect they were beneath her prim clothes, but now, when the sheer fabric didn't hide her large nipples, when it only lifted them so the top swells were bare, fuck me. If she took a deep breath, her nipples would pop out, if she jumped even the slightest. I didn't say a word as I looked her over and over. I didn't know where to focus, because every inch of her creamy skin was perfect. Melly, I said in a slow growl. Everyone thinks you're a good girl. When I ran my fingers over her soft belly, she sucked in a breath, and yep, those tits jiggled. I flicked my gaze up to hers. But you're very, very bad, aren't you? I pressed a kiss to the deep valley between her tits. Shit, I could smother and die happy. Her skin was warm, her scent soft and yet very potent. How am I bad? I like pretty under things. She admitted, her hand settling on the top of my head and tangling in my hair. Bad girls wear things like this to tease a dick and then get fucked with it. I pulled back enough to run that finger now up the inside of her thigh. Instinctively, she stepped wide. You want it. Daniel, she breathed when I circled her clit. I could see it hard in the prettiest pink through the panties. Ever had a man see you like this before? I wasn't sure if I wanted to know the answer. If she shared her slutty little panties with another guy, I might have to kill him. She shook her head. So no one's gotten his mouth on this pussy? No. Hooking her leg, I tossed it over my shoulder. Good. Then through the panties, I devoured her. Yes, the sheer fabric was a barrier, but no matter how well she responded, she was a virgin and just confirmed she'd never been this intimate before. It was the closest thing to gentle and a warm-up I could give her. Oh! Her arms went to my shoulders to hang on, but she couldn't keep her balance. Her knees crumpled, and I lowered her to the carpeted floor, nudged her knees apart, and then dove back between her thighs. Her folds were plush and plump, her clit hard and very sensitive. I could have teased, let her learn quickly how I could really be in charge and make her scream, and beg to be satisfied. But I needed her well-pleasured, her pussy dripping and begging to be filled. So I sucked and flicked on her clit based on how her thighs clenched, her hands tugged on my hair, and how she cried out. If there was an Olympic sport for getting a woman to come from eating her pussy, I'd be a champ. She was screaming my name and ripping my hair out within a minute, and she still had her useless little panties on. When I sat back on my heels and wiped my mouth with the back of my hand, she was spent, sprawled, and very satisfied. Deftly, I hooked my finger around the gusset of her panties and slid them to the side, pink pussy revealed. Swollen as she was, the elastic caught and stayed. It had been a good idea to keep my dick in my pants so I didn't get in her too soon, but I needed relief, so I lifted onto my knees. Opening my jeans, I pushed them and my boxers down my hips enough so I sprang free. I was too far gone, too worked up to fuck her properly for the first time. It had been a long time for me, too long. Now I was looking down at this sweet young thing who wanted to be defiled. Gripping the base of my dick, I stroked from root to tip. I hissed at how good it felt, how close I was. My balls ached to be emptied and I couldn't stop jerking off. Her eyes opened, and when she saw what I was doing, they flared wide. Then heat and interest built, and she pushed up to her elbows to watch. She was perfection, panting, sweaty, flushed. One bra strap had slipped, loosening one cup, and her nipple, fuck me, it was plump and big and pink and ready to be sucked, revealed. See? I said, stroking harder, muscles tense, hips thrusting. I can't wait. Get ready to be covered in my cum. Gritting my teeth, I came like a fucking freight train. Fuck! I shouted and watched as thick ropes of cum shot across her, painted her virgin skin, thighs, belly, tits. When she moved, I thought she was repulsed and trying to get away from the torrent that I was splattering all over her. But then she stunned the shit out of me by leaning over and taking me in her mouth, just the head around those tight lips, and fuck. I thought I'd been done, but no. Her hot little mouth pulled more cum from my balls, and I thrust involuntarily down her throat once. Eyes widening at the surprise action, she swallowed, while I had enough brain function to pull from her mouth. I didn't want to scare her, but the opposing motion made the suction nice and snug and so fucking intense. One last little spurt landed on her chin, then dripped onto her nipple. Holy shit. Holy fucking shit. The best orgasm of my life, and it'd been from jerking off. I was still hard. How could I not be with the way she looked? Pure filthy fantasy I didn't even know I had. I'd been with women before. No one stuck, not even the mother of my child. Sure, I liked to fuck down and dirty, but never like this. I never wanted to push a woman to test what she liked, what made her hot. Because they knew what they wanted, and usually it was a quick, fun romp with a lumberjack. Not much talking, all fucking. But Melly, she was pushing my lines, and it was fucking insane. She was so innocent in all this that it was pure. There was no faking her reactions, her desires, how she liked it, and was right there with me. Don't move, I said, my breathing ragged. Reaching into my jeans pocket, I pulled out my cell. You're my own little slut, I said as I swiped for the camera setting. I flicked my gaze to hers, and she still wasn't running scared. In fact, she was swirling a finger in a thick patch of cum as if painting herself with it. You like being covered in my cum. You like knowing you bring me to my knees. I might be in charge, but you hold all the power, sweet girl. I held the camera vertically and caught her image. Kneeling, knees wide, panties on, pussy exposed. Bra on, one tit falling free. Cum all over her. Hair tangled, eyes blurry with need, and those glasses. Reaching forward, I smeared my palm through the cum on her belly. Snapped another photo. In it, there was no question she was owned, by me. She stood, took a step back, and undid the front clasp on her bra. Then teased me by keeping her hands over her tits provocatively. I got another photo. Then she let it fall from her shoulders and to the floor. She slipped her panties off next, then crooked a finger in her glorious cum-covered nakedness. I can't be your little slut unless you fuck me, Daniel. No. No, she couldn't. Chapter 21. Melly. Oh my God. I never knew it could be like that. Sure, the sex scenes in romance books were filthy. Oral, anal, threesomes, heck, foursomes. From behind, on top, toys, exhibitionism, and more. I had used pretty much all of those possibilities when masturbating with my fingers and toys. It was good. Hot even. Naughty too. But Daniel. Nothing compared. I had no idea I liked dirty talk so much. And it wasn't dirty. It was filthy. Technically degrading. Every shred of feminism in my body got knocked aside by my need to be dominated, claimed, and marked. And we still hadn't had sex yet. In fact, Daniel still had all his clothes on. His huge dick was jutting out from his jeans and had me remembering what he'd said. That it'd be a real snug fit. No kidding. I climbed on top of his huge bed and he followed, loomed over me as he stood at the side. His eyes raked over me in the most heated, carnal way, as if he could barely restrain himself from jumping me. I wasn't sure why he was even trying. Watching him unbutton his shirt was like watching a male review striptease. Then he took the soft material and used it to clean me off. Then he stripped bare. I couldn't lay there when I had 6+ feet of hot naked man to ogle. My hand went up to touch him, but I pulled it back. He took my fingers and brought them to his lips in a kiss so gentle it confused me. Touch me all you want, sweet girl. He settled onto the bed, adjusted the pillow so he was propped up but sprawled. I moved out of the way but hovered on my knees beside him. Every inch of him was solid and sturdy. Broad shoulders, barrel chest with a smattering of chest hair the same color as his beard. Mallory had asked me if he was hairy, and the answer was yes. In all the right places, and in exactly the right amount. He wasn't one to manscape or trim and wax his body bare. No, he was rugged and manly. Maybe not handsome per se, but perfect for me. I couldn't resist touching him, feeling the hot skin, the hard play of muscles beneath, the crisp hair springing softly, the flat nipples, the abs, then lower. The V thing that every romance hero had. It was true. It was hot. Swoon-worthy, sexy, and it pointed to a perfect dick. I wouldn't call a dick in the heavy balls beneath attractive, but something in me, something primitive, oh yeah, my vagina, wanted it. My pussy clenched, thinking about taking all those inches inside me, and not just long, but thick too. My mouth watered for another taste of him, his spicy tang still on my tongue, but would he want that? How did I touch him? What if I tickle you by accident? He sighed, reached out, and grabbed me by the waist, lifted me so I straddled him. I gasped when he moved me so easily. If you're thinking about tickling, you're not ready. I'm ready, I countered. I wanted to have sex with Daniel. There was an end date to our contract. Days. I needed. He lifted me again, this time up as he slid down the bed. Now I was on my knees over his face. I could see his eyes looking down through the valley of my breasts. He shook his head, and his hair tickled my inner thighs. So did his beard, which was still damp from just a few minutes ago. Not ready. Then he pulled me down onto his face, grabbing for the headboard I held on for dear life. Again? Was I complaining about too much oral? Again. He growled as if there was no other option. Shouldn't we do 69 so you can get pleasure too? I asked, still worrying, but his mouth was making it very hard to think. With his big hands he moved me back so he could look up at me. His mouth and chin were glistening. Me. I knew I was aroused, but that was really wet. The next time I come, it's going to be buried deep in that virgin pussy. But that first orgasm was a freebie, he said. This one's all you. Maybe a little work will stop you from thinking so much. With his big hands cupping my butt, he shifted me back over him but didn't lower me down. His warm breath fanned over my already sensitive flesh. Ride my face, sweet girl. I looked down at him, his eyes right there, directly below my trimmed pussy hair. Grabbing the headboard, I gave my hips a tentative circle and my clit nudged him. That's it. I did it again. God, yes. And again. Good girl. With his praise, I started to move. He seemed to like being between my thighs. He didn't think my pussy lips were too big or my clit stood out or I had red hair down there. He didn't comment on my scent or what I tasted like or anything. In fact, he acted like a ravenous man at an all-you-can-eat Vegas buffet. Hungry, potentially sloppy and eager for seconds. I was used to seeking my pleasure with my toys, but never with a man's face. The concept was the same, but oh so much better. Daniel wasn't passive like a toy, but right there with me. His tongue and mouth moved with each dip or roll I made. His fingers clenched and squeezed my flesh. He growled with continued praise and satisfaction. So good. I breathed, tipping my chin back and letting my eyes fall closed. I didn't think it was my talent at face writing that got me close to coming, but more that he'd gotten my clit so sensitive and accustomed to his abilities. Yes, I'm close, I called out. Let's see if this will get you there. I wasn't sure if I heard him right because he had a face full of pussy, but the this he was talking about was him shifting his hand so it pulled on one side of my bottom and his thumb settled. Daniel! I screamed. Wow. Wow. Ass play was a thing. I mean a thing. And just the press right there had me coming. I had no idea that area was that sensitive or that it was like a button that had orgasm in large letters right on it. When I finally stopped coming, I was toast. Daniel easily maneuvered us so that he was leaning against his pillows and I was sprawled across his chest. My head rested there and I heard his beating heart, felt him breathing. I inhaled his clean woodsy scent. I never went there with my toys before, I admitted. His hand stroked my hair in another gentle caress. With his dick hard and thick nudging between my thighs, I expected him to be rough and eager to fuck. I can't wait to see this toy collection of yours and use them on you. I sat up, looked down at him. This was the first time I could do that. My hand stroked over his chest. His dark eyes roved over my face, dropped to my breasts, then met mine. First, let's see if you think my dick's bigger than that vibrator of yours. It was time. He was patiently waiting for me to say yes. While we'd just done all kinds of sexy things, he wanted my consent for what was about to happen next. I got to make the call. Go, no go. He wasn't Creepy Carl. This was nothing like what it would have been like. I highly doubted Creepy Carl ever went down on a woman, especially not twice. I had to wonder if he even knew where a clit was. Daniel had a sexy knack for debasing me in the right way to make it hot and sexy. Just a look from Creepy Carl and I felt dirty, as in gross. I wanted this with Daniel. My vagina was saying go. My mind was saying go. My heart? It wasn't part of the contract. Condom? I asked. He reached out, grabbed the box I brought, and had a foil packet ripped open in seconds. I shifted back until his dick was between us and I watched him expertly roll it on. His feet slid up the bed, bending his knees. Then he hooked me behind the neck and pulled me in for a kiss. It was heated but sweet, all tongue but gentle, yet so naughty because I could taste myself. He was pressed hard and thick between us. This is all you, sweet girl. He breathed when our lips finally parted. I met his dark eyes. The heat, while still there, was banked. So was his gruff tone, his rough touch. Now he was, dare I say, tender? I got you nice and ready, so climb on and take me in. I sat up but didn't look away. Gripping him in my hand, wow, he was really big. I pushed up onto my knees so I hovered over him. And just like that I slid down, and down, and big. I stilled, wiggled my hips, clenched inside, slid down some more because he'd gotten me so wet. So big. And some more. While there was some adjustment, it wasn't painful. I'd taken care of that problem a long time ago with one of my toys.
I stretched and opened and spread wide for him until I was eventually sitting on his thighs. His hands were on my hips anchoring me, although the big dick inside me was definitely keeping me in place. While he seemed patient, letting me lower at my own pace, his clenched jaw indicated it was costing him. I smiled so happy. I did it! I breathed and clenched around him again. Such a good girl. You're taking all of me so fucking well. I nodded. You okay? He asked. I nodded. Oh yeah. Good. He jackknifed up, then flipped us. From one breath to the next, I was on my back and Daniel was over me, pressing me into the bed, still sunk deep in me. My eyes widened as I stared up at him. He grinned, pushed my knee wide and back so I was open even more. Time to fuck, sweet girl. He pulled back, then slammed deep. Oh my.
Chapter 22. Daniel. Melly was naked and soap-covered. I've seen her up close and very bare in bed, but this, in my shower, fucking insane. Again? She asked on a breathy giggle as I opened the glass door and stepped in with her. My dick was ready to go again, and she didn't miss it. The thought of pressing her against the tile and fucking her hard and deep, or hell. Bending her over the bench and taking her from behind was so powerful I had to grip the base and give it a hard squeeze. Because watching her take a dick, my dick, for the first time was monumental. Etched in my brain. The way she bit her lip, her eyes got heavy-lidded, her tits rose and fell with her little pants, and fuck, that hot tight pussy. Heaven. Yeah, it'd been a little embarrassing coming so fast the first time, but it turned out to be a good thing because I'd have shot my load before she got all the way on me otherwise. I'd been able to fuck her long and hard and got her to come a few more times before I finally emptied into her. I'd take her every way I could imagine, but not yet. She had to be sore. Really sore. Sure, that dick-sized vibrator she kept mentioning had truly popped that cherry at some point and eased my way, but she was so fucking tight, and once her pussy molded to my dick, I'd take her hard over and over. Her pussy needed a rest, regardless of what my dick thought. And her, because she didn't seem to want to break either. She came to me, kissed the center of my chest, and gripped the girthy base of my dick with one hand and cupped my balls with the other. I growled and gently separated her from me. She frowned. What? That pussy's getting a rest. You want my dick? It's going in that sweet mouth or eager ass. She bit her lip, eyed my dick as if contemplating the possibilities I just gave her. How about both? Both. I groaned because, fuck, the least innocent virgin in the fucking world was in my shower and wanted me to fuck her in the ass. Reaching out, I grabbed the shampoo bottle and passed it to her because, well, I couldn't keep up. No, I could, but little Melly Harwood was a little of a mindfuck. Absolutely nothing like what I expected, nor what anyone else did either. She wasn't crazy, so it wasn't like she had two personalities or something, but she hid herself. Sure, no one was going to flaunt that they liked their sex down and dirty, but she had the entire town drinking her good girl Kool-Aid. We need lube. Lots of lube. I don't have any. We should get some. I closed my eyes and hoped my balls could handle such a cock tease. I felt more than heard my front door slam. I lived here long enough to know my house, the creaks and groans, when a teenager was sneaking out the front door or even a window. I stilled and eyed Melly, who was now lathering up her hair. Fuck me, her breasts were upturned and those nipples I'd had my mouth on were plump and just waiting to be sucked on some more. But someone was here. No blowjob or taking that other cherry. Pizza! I heard the muffled shout. Melly did too. Her hands dropped and her eyebrows widened, suds slipping down her temples. Deke, with dinner. I said. The only meal I wanted was more of Melly's pussy. Hey, asshole, Deke called. We brought food. Thought you might be... Yes, he's here. The shower's running. He was talking to someone, so shit, that meant he wasn't alone. Had to be another brother, as usual. Why did they have to come now? They'd wanted me to get back out there, and now they were cock-blocking. I was literally naked in the shower with a woman and shutting me down. Let's go, fucker. Game's on, Seabass called. Want pizza with my brothers? I asked, solely out of courtesy because the last thing I wanted was that. She shook her head nervously, and the relaxed, secret side of Melly Harwood she only let me see was gone. Her bent arm covered her breasts, even though my brothers couldn't see her. No, I'll get rid of them, I assured. Kick them out and keep the pizza for us? Now that was a smart idea. Before I could climb from the shower, the bathroom door opened. Yo, get your hairy ass downstairs, Deke's voice boomed off the tile work. Pizzas, get the fuck out! I snarled, stepping in front of Melly and shielding her body with mine. The glass was thick and frosted, so only rough shapes were visible through it. But there was no way he could miss 2 rough shapes. Whoa, sorry. Didn't know you had company. Wham, he pulled the door shut. Shit. He's got a woman! I rolled my eyes and tipped Melly's chin up so her green ones met mine. Without makeup, her hair slicked back and soaking wet. Hell all over soaking wet. She looked young and so fucking pretty. And embarrassed. I don't know who. Deke's deep voice carried as he went down the steps. Yeah, the dude's dick is back in action. Through the closed door I heard a whistle and clapping from the great room. Shit. It was more than Deke and Seabass. I growled, reached out and shut off the water. I'm going to kill my brothers. Remember that wood chipper? Daniel, this was... I know. Sorry, they didn't see you. If anything, he saw my ass, which, as you're well aware, isn't hairy. She pursed her lips, unsure. It was one thing to come here and get fucked nice and hard for the first time. It was another to have everyone know. Since she'd never done it before, she wasn't used to others knowing about her sex life. And she was an only child. She had no idea about the constant ribbing and joking only a family could dish out. I have 4 brothers, I explained, hoping it might help. This isn't about you, they were fucking with me. Yet because of that, they were unintentionally disrespectful of Melly. That was not okay. I pushed open the door and stepped onto the bath mat. Grabbing a towel, I handed it to her, then cupped her cheek. Get dried off. Grab one of my shirts from the closet. You know where they are. I took another and wrapped it around my waist. I'll get rid of them. Turning, I looked at her over my shoulder. Naked, wet, and her pussy swollen from my dick. Yeah, I was going to kill them, and the wood chipper was too kind. I spun around and stormed out, snagged some boxers from the dresser and pulled them on, let the towel drop to the floor. I left the bedroom looking back to ensure the bathroom door was closed, then pulled the master door shut behind me. I found them in the kitchen. 3 pizza boxes had been tossed in the center of the kitchen table. Deke, Seabass, Saint, and Seth sat around it. Beers had been opened, plates passed out. What the fuck? I snapped. All 4 of them stopped eating and took in my appearance. My hair was wet, so was my body, since I didn't take the time to dry off, and they couldn't miss that my dick was still hard, although it was flagging fast. Retirement looks good on you, brother, Saint said. Who's the lucky lady, and what's the deal with the little dog? Is it Wendy from Dispatch that Mac's been trying to fix you up with? Mac had been trying to fix me up with a woman, but I hadn't been interested. Now I knew why. I was into young, no longer virginal librarians who had a very dirty side. Maybe it's Nancy from the bank, Deke added, although he knew Melly had a tiny dog, because he was the one who'd fucked with me about the dog paternity test. She gave you an extra lollipop when we dropped off those deposits last week. Have her come down, we've got plenty. She like beer? If you needed time off to fuck, you should have taken vacation days, Seth added. Saint and Seth didn't work at Pearson's. They'd never been interested in landscaping or chainsaws, so they went their own way, running the only mechanic shop in town. They could fix anything from a tractor to a Bentley to a chainsaw. They laughed and even high-fived. How old are you 2? Jesus, even Danny's not that much of an asshole. What? Deke prodded, then shoved a bite of pizza in his mouth. He continued to talk, this time with his mouth full. It's about time you got some. Maybe he didn't put it together seeing Fred because he wouldn't be this annoying if he knew it was Melly. I pointed up the steps. She is upstairs right now listening to you talk about her, like she's interchangeable or cheap. Now I understood what she said about being interchangeable. Their smiles slipped and Seabass set his pizza down. If Mom heard you talking about a woman like this, she'd kick your ass to Helena and back, I added. When they divorced, Mom kept the big house and Dad had moved across town. While technically only me and Deke were hers, the 5 of us were super close, and Mom was always there for Saint, Seth, and Seabass, especially when it came to keeping us in line and scaring us straight. She was a force and didn't stand for any of our shit. Now Mom spent the winters with her sister in San Diego and would return to Hunter Valley in May. Dad and Sheila sold their place and permanently relocated to Alabama. Deke and I haven't seen them since, and Seabass, Saint, and Seth met them in Cabo every January for a week. Shit, dude, Seth added, sounding contrite. He probably was, but I knew they all still wanted to know the mystery woman's identity. When they found out who it was and her age, they'd be giving me the just like Dad looks. I wasn't like Dad. I didn't cheat on my wife, and I didn't start a second family when I was 42. I pointed toward the front door. Get the fuck out. They stood, their chairs scraping across the wood floor. Saint snagged a pizza box and Deke slapped his hand. Leave it. They marched to the front door like schoolboys off to the principal's office. I followed and stood in the open doorway as they left, making sure they were good and gone. Seabass turned around. Tell her we're sorry. We're nice dumbasses. Yeah, Saint said, tucking his hands into his pockets. At least tell us who she is. Deke added, and the other three's faces lit up. They were sorry, but still nosy as a bunch of old ladies. I slammed the door in their faces and ran a hand over the back of my neck. I took a deep breath. They gone? Mellie's soft, cautious voice had me turning around. She stood at the bottom of the steps in just my flannel, the same one she put on this morning. I nodded. Yeah, sorry. They're usually not assholes like that, but, well, it's been a while for me. Having a woman here? I stepped toward her. I've never brought a woman here. Her mouth dropped open. Yeah, that was a shocker. You haven't? Shaking my head, I explained. No, I had Danny. No way would I do sleepovers with a woman with a kid in the house. Still, now that he's an adult. Remember those boundaries you like? She nodded. That was mine. He's 21 and doesn't live here. She said not to remind me of what I already knew, but most likely because she was surprised I admitted it'd been a while. I nodded again. Yeah, he's staying at my mom's, house-sitting while she's gone for the winter. But I haven't, in the past few years, well, been with anyone. Oh? Yeah, my brothers never expected me to have company in the shower because I've never, not once actually had company in the shower. You've never... I shook my head. Not in my house. Understanding crossed her delicate features. I wasn't a virgin. I fucked elsewhere. Until now. I reached out, stroked her wet hair back, then leaned down to kiss her forehead. She smelled like my soap, and that was sexy as hell. It wasn't about you. Obviously, I kicked them out and we've got pizza. Can we order the lube online while we eat? I grinned at her exuberance and went rock hard at the reason. She was desperate to have her ass taken. My bad girl. I said completely and totally as praise. Leaning down, I kissed her so she knew I was pleased. As for my brothers, they won't bother us any... I stopped talking when I noticed her green eyes weren't on mine any longer, but around my arm and looking behind me. Then she pointed. Those brothers? I spun around, and there at my big front window lined up in a row were Deke, Seabass, Saint, and Seth. They had their hands cupped around their eyes and pressed against the glass and staring in. At me in my boxers. At Millie in my flannel, and based on the way her nipples pebbled against the soft fabric, nothing else. At us. I shoved her behind me. It was time to get the wood chipper. Chapter 23. Daniel. I pulled up to Millie's house at 8:15 the next morning. The crew from Pearson's was already at work, and I saw Millie's car on the street. She was home. Maybe she was in bed sleeping, although doubtful with the noise being made. Maybe she was in the shower. I shifted in my seat because I knew exactly what she looked like there. No, she had work, although the library didn't open until 10. Yes, I knew that not because I checked out a lot of books, but because I looked it up. Earlier this morning. After my own shower, where I rubbed one out and came all over the tile. Fuck, my dick was always going to be hard in that bathroom from this point on. And now, too, just thinking about her. No matter how much I wanted, I wouldn't barge in her house and fuck her up against the wall. Not only because our sex contract was for my house, but because every single guy in the crew would know what was up, beyond my 4 stupid brothers. We hadn't kept our fling a secret. Her friends Mallory and Bridget knew there was something up between us since they practically bolted from the bar for us to be alone together. I had no idea if Melly told her friends about what happened after they left or not. The storeroom last night. I was 40 years old. I didn't really care what people thought of me or what I did with Melly, who was a consenting adult, but she was a discreet woman. Respected, demure, at least in public, and pretty much a good girl. If word about me having sex with someone got out, people wouldn't think twice. But if Melly having sex spread through Hunter Valley, tongues would wag. I'd be seen as the old lech who corrupted her. Little did people know that she was the one doing the corrupting. After my brothers really left the night before, because I'd pulled the blinds on them, Melly hadn't lingered. It was sex inside a loosey-goosey contract of sorts. She wanted boundaries, I'd respect them. This wasn't a relationship. The plane left on Saturday, I'd even started to pack. I climbed from my truck and Earl hopped down after me. My breath came out in big white puffs because the temperature was barely above freezing. Ice crystals sparkled on the grass where it hadn't yet melted away from the sun creeping across the lawn. 2 guys were putting in the new edging, the strip that would hold the pavers in place and define the driveway shape. Like Mom's place, the house was large, on a large lot, and set back a ways from the street. I'd grown up just down the road and never paid much attention to this particular house when I was a kid, but studying it now, it was well tended. I would have remembered a for sale sign out front, so I guessed Mrs. Vigaro had lived in the place for decades. The driveway went alongside the house to a separate garage at the back. Hers also curved in a semicircle in front of the house. There were a lot of pavers to lay, and that didn't even account for the walk, which would be done to match. If the weather held, the crew would have it done within a week. "What the hell are you doing here?" Seabass came around one of the company pickups. In sturdy boots, worn jeans, a thick vest, and beanie, he was dressed for work. So was I. I could have picked up a prescription at the pharmacy I needed for the trip, put my mail on hold, or many of the other things on my going-away to-do list, but that wasn't happening. I could have gone to a movie, or played pickleball, or eaten breakfast at the diner like all the retired people around here. None of that was happening. Melly's yard was a Pearson job site, and I would see it done right. I tipped my chin toward the bobcat, the earth mover we used for everything from digging holes in the ground to planting a tree to hauling heavy loads, like stone pavers, around a job. It had been backed off the trailer ready to be used. "Someone needs to drive that thing. Kevin and Pee-wee over there aren't certified." The guys doing the edging were in their early 20s and friends with Danny. Their strong and young backs did a shit ton of the heavy work. Earl had gone over to them and they were giving him pets. "George is going to run it. We got this, Dee. You're retired, remember?" "That can change," I said. "You're an asshole and that can't." He rolled his eyes. "You're still salty about last night? You had your noses pressed up to the glass like the 7 dwarfs looking at Snow White." An instant grin crossed his face. "If Snow White looked like that, I might have been—" I punched him. "What the fuck?" he said, leaning forward with his hand over his nose. I didn't hit him all that hard because it wasn't broken and he was still conscious. I pointed at him. It wasn't the first time I clocked him or any of my brothers, and it wouldn't be the last, but I was pissed because of Melly, and I wasn't fucking having it. "Don't you fucking finish that sentence." Another Pearson pickup slowed and parked on the street. Deke got out holding a to-go cup of coffee, steaming hotties written on the side. "Jesus, you're shit at retirement." He approached and looked at Seabass. "What happened to you? If you had to put him in another workman's comp claim for hitting your head again, I'll—" Seabass pointed at me. Deke set his free hand on his hips. "Seriously, why are you even here?" he asked, then added when he glanced briefly at the house. "Oh." Kevin and Pee-wee had stopped working and stood watching us. Deke passed Seabass the coffee, took hold of my bicep and pulled me across the yard. He finally stopped in front of a large blue spruce tree. From the height of it, I estimated it to be 30 years old. "You're here to work," he said, not as a question. "Yes." "You can't handle retirement, fine, but go help on the golf course job. We're moving the big boulders for the retaining wall over there today." I pointed at the ground between us. "No, this job." He took a step closer. "You and Melly Harwood. Seriously, Dee?" We hadn't talked after I pulled the window shade down, blocking them out, but they saw her, in my flannel. Only my flannel. "Yeah." "You're leaving in a few days," he reminded. "She's a forever girl." I shook my head. "No." "Hell yes she is," he countered. Now he was protecting her. I shook my head, swiping my hand through the air. "No, we have an understanding." His eyebrows winged up. "An understanding." I nodded. "It's only until I leave." "Yeah, it's pretty hard to get your dick in her if it's in Scotland and she's here." Now I pointed at him. "Watch it," I hissed. "That shit's what got Seabass a bloody nose." "Out of every woman in town, you choose her? She's Danny's ex," he reminded. I shifted my feet, moving into slightly uncomfortable territory. "They went out twice, coffee and lunch." I explained, easily countering that excuse. He knew what coffee and lunch meant when it came to a woman, not serious. "Still, Dee, you're dating the same woman as your son. Not at the same time, and we're not dating." "Well, that makes it different then," he said, the words loaded with sarcasm. "She's not interested in him. She told me she doesn't like guys her age. I talked to Danny, he's not interested in her. Says she's—" I cleared my throat, not wanting to share how he thought Melly was too vanilla. I'd never been with a woman who was less vanilla than Melly. Anyway, he's not interested, and he's wrong about her, so fucking wrong. I couldn't help the smile that pulled at my lips. She's like 24 or something. He wouldn't let this go. So? Yeah, that was a little bit of a problem, but she didn't want a guy her age, and I wasn't a guy her age. She got wet and came beautifully from me, and looked beautiful with my cum all over her. She's going to want to settle down, have kids. She's got a dog and puppies coming, for fuck's sake. You're 40 and just got done with all that. You really want to start over like Dad? I narrowed my eyes at him. He could yell at me all he wanted, but comparing me to Dad, low fucking blow. This is nothing like Dad. I didn't leave a woman with 2 little kids for my secretary. This is sex, Deke, for a few days, nothing more. He looked contrite but not completely satisfied. She doesn't want a relationship. His eyes widened. She said that? Yes. So she wants you, and with complete respect when I say this, for your dick. Now he was catching on. Yes. Little Melly Harwood going after you. You, for your dick and nothing more. I ran a hand over my face. Why is that so hard to imagine? Because this is Melly Harwood, and you're more ornery than a bear that sat on a cactus, he said, shifting his feet on the crunchy grass. She's a librarian who wears glasses. I tipped my chin down and eyed him. He meant that to be a deterrent, but it wasn't. Oh. Yeah, the naughty virgin librarian thing finally came to him. Look, we're all here for you getting back out there, but her. Why do you and everyone else keep calling her little Melly Harwood? I pushed. Yeah, she's petite or whatever, but no one ever calls me huge Daniel Pearson. Because she's quiet. She wasn't quiet when she came all over my dick. Shy, he continued. She boldly sat on my face so I could eat her out. Oh, and wanted to pick out lube so I could fuck her ass. So desperately shy. Innocent like a nun. Not any longer. That means she can't have sex. She's a librarian, not a nun, I reminded. You think she's so delicate physically and emotionally that I would hurt her? No, of course not. He set his hand on my shoulder and looked me squarely in the eye. You sold your business. You're leaving the country. You're finally, after raising a kid for all these years, moving away from home. It's what you've wanted since you had to quit college. Why her? Why the fuck now? You're leaving in a few days. The last words he enunciated clearly and slowly as if I wasn't right in the head. We have an agreement. I said as if that explained it all, which it did. We were having sex until I left for Scotland. Wild, dirty, naughty, and not vanilla. He rolled his eyes. For sex. I nodded. Yes. Then you're here to go inside and have sex with her? I shook my head. No. I want to see her project done. She doesn't need this mess and all you assholes staring at her even more. I waved my arm to indicate the missing driveway and walk, the mound of sand ready to be spread, the stacks of pavers to lay on top. You're protecting her. Yes. From us. Yes. Because you care about her. Yes. He smirked. Dee, you came here this morning to fix her driveway, not fuck her. Think about that.
Chapter 24. Melly. I didn't work today. Usually I did, but I said I'd fill in for Ethan, the part-time librarian, so we could go to San Diego with his girlfriend for spring break. He was swapping with me, one of the days being today, so I didn't go into overtime while he was away. There was no library budget to pay anyone time and a half. When we'd worked out the change of schedule, I didn't know I'd be having sex with a burly lumberjack the night before, or get caught by his 4 snooping brothers, or stay up all night tossing and turning because I couldn't stop thinking about what we did, how I behaved. How had I behaved? Completely anti-Melly Harwood. I suggested picking out lube from an online store. My cheeks heated remembering, although Daniel had been bemused and game. What man wouldn't be up for a little butt stuff? I wasn't sure if it was Daniel himself that brought out the naughtiness in me, or the fact that he'd given me the space I needed to let go. By space, I meant his house. I loved the idea of being able to do, be, act, feel, move, scream, whatever verb I wanted with him there. It had been freeing, exhilarating, wild, naughty. And I hadn't been a good girl. I'd been a bad girl, and he'd told me so. I was no longer a virgin, and my sore pussy was proof. I couldn't help but smile. Because I wasn't working, and an odd day off was outside of my routine, I did my meal prep first thing, then climbed back in bed and read the latest paperback that I'd yet to put into circulation. A perk of being the town librarian was first dibs on books. I had my pillows stacked, and I was propped up, glasses on, book in hand. Fred was on her dog bed by the window. This time of day, the sun streamed over her, and she was on her back, little legs sticking up in the air. The noise outside from the landscaping crew didn't faze her. I'd peeked out when I got my coffee earlier, saw them unloading a mini bulldozer, and went back upstairs. With my bedroom at the back of the house, I pretty much ignored them and settled into my book. Today's story was a hockey romance. The hero was a professional hockey player, and she rescued him in a snowstorm. The sex scenes were scorching, and between my own sexy times from the night before with Daniel and this book, I was horny. I couldn't help but giggle. I had sex. Actual sex. Not in the dark beneath the covers stuff, but like a romance book. With my own lumberjack. I could still feel him, my pussy a little sore. Mallory would say that my vagina was reminding me it wanted more of Daniel's dick. Right now. He wasn't here, but my toys were. I had a solid relationship with all of my sex toys. I used them with such frequency I invested in rechargeable batteries. Once Daniel left for Scotland, I would probably have to order more. I bit my lip, eyed my bedside table. Masturbating was usually a nighttime thing, after my shower and right before I went to sleep. An orgasm sleeping pill. But nothing was routine about today or how I felt. I set my book down, reached across the bed, and fished through the drawer. I saw the big dildo that I'd told Daniel about. Now that I saw and felt his dick, the toy wasn't that impressive any longer. My pussy clenched at the possibility of being fucked by it, especially since I loved the pulsing vibration feature. But I wanted Daniel inside me, not silicone. In its place, I grabbed my favorite In a Rush vibrator, the one I called a clit sucker. Rubbing my thighs together, I was all about coming, and this one had a powerful, delicious tug that got me there ridiculously fast. Working my sheets and comforter down, I came up onto my knees, spread them wide, lifted my nightie with one hand, and got to work, positioning the circular opening over my clit. I pushed a button on top 3 times and felt the device turn on, and at just the setting and pulling action I liked. Closing my eyes, I adjusted the little sucker tip until I felt it tug exactly right. Suck, pause, suck, pause, and so on. Oh, yes, I whispered, imagining Daniel's head between my thighs again. He wasn't as precise as the toy, but he was so much better. Beard, fingers, lips, growls. The pull from the vibrator was doing its job. It was strong and powerful and getting me to orgasm fast. I was right at the edge and arched my back, tilting my hips into the toy for even more contact. I cupped my breast with my free hand. The doorbell rang. My eyes popped open. Who? What? Suck, pause, suck, pause, suck. Oh, that felt so good, so I ignored the door. Come on, orgasm. The doorbell rang again. I groaned because I was right there. They'd go away, whoever it was. I needed to finish, and then I'd answer it. Suck, pause, suck, pause, suck. Yes! Yes! I cried, thinking of Daniel and wishing he would fuck me, that the clit suction was really just a tease. My pussy was so lonely now that I knew what it felt like for him to claim it. A growl cut through my orgasm focus. I whipped my head toward the door. There in my bedroom doorway was Daniel. Body tense, eyes heated, hands undoing his jeans, then reaching in and stroking himself, as if he couldn't make it a second longer. Such a bad girl, he murmured. Don't stop. Chapter 25. Daniel. Sadly, she did. She pulled her hand and a little purple toy away from her clit. The prissy and so fucking sexy little nightgown she wore dropped back into place, which was only to mid-thigh. It was white, had ruffles and bows, and made me want to stalk over to her and conquer, plunder, claim. I got my hand on my dick and stroked it from root to tip. What are you doing here? She asked, still kneeling on her bed. Fred stirred but did nothing more than sniff in my direction before going back to sleep. Still grasping my dick, I took a step closer, gaze affixed on her tits. The frilly cotton that covered them was snug and low cut. The straps weren't designed by any engineer. No way could they support so much lush flesh without it bouncing with her ragged breaths. Did her tits seem to be always ready to fall out of her lingerie? One hard pull on my dick and pre-cum seeped from the slit. I was working on your driveway with the others. I thought of what Deke had said earlier, that I'd come here to fix her driveway. I was a fixer. That was what I did. I took care of things. It pretty much started when my dad left. Even though I moved across town, I became the man of the house. The one who saw that everyone was okay. That only increased tenfold, hell a millionfold when I became a dad. I might want to make sure Millie's landscape project was done right, but I didn't feel the least bit fatherly toward her. Unless she had a daddy kink, but that was totally fucking different. She glanced out the window, then back at me, then down and saw that pearly drop. She licked her lip and I groaned. But I wanted to see what you were up to. I watched as the toy fell from her fingers to her white down comforter. I'm glad I did. How did you get in? She asked, still watching me work myself. Deke gave me the backdoor code. You shared it so the crew can use your powder room by the garage. I reminded. Oh, your pussy aches some more, sweet girl? I could see her mind working. She could lie, but I'd caught her playing with herself. She could tell the truth, but then she'd have to admit she really was a naughty little thing. I couldn't wait for her to decide. Eventually she nodded. Show me. Instead of grabbing that little toy and getting back to work, she dropped onto the bed with a little frown between her brows. I was right. Those straps weren't good for anything because her right nipple popped out of the top of the nightgown. She didn't notice. I wasn't going to tell. What's the matter? If she didn't get back to playing with herself, I was the one who was going to come by wondering how that nipple would feel against my tongue. If it was sensitive, if it liked to be nipped or tugged, or both. Fuck.
She shook her head, then blurted, I thought this was just at your house. We need a contract addendum. What? An addendum adding your house to the contract. Same rules, my house and here. She considered the change. I agree. She nodded so formally even though she looked like a wet dream. Condom, she demanded. Reaching back, I pulled one from my pocket and held it up. I put one there when I got dressed this morning because I always like to be prepared. I was fucking brilliant. She looked gleeful, climbing from the bed and taking it from me, as if I was offering her a diamond tennis bracelet instead of birth control. This time she rolled it on me herself, although I gave her a few pointers on how to do it right. Once we were both protected, I kissed her, then walked toward the bed until the backs of her legs bumped into it. With my hands on her hips, I turned her away from me, then bent her over her bed. The little nightgown rode up her thighs, but not enough, so I flipped the thing up over her ass. You always go without panties? I asked, cupping and kneading those fleshy globes. At home. That toy gets you all ready for me? Cupping her with my hand, I felt how ready she was. Hot, swollen, soaked. She nodded and her hands took hold of her bedding. Sore? A little, but it's my reminder that you've been there. I should let that pussy rest. Take that mouth of yours instead. I'm bent over the bed, Daniel. Fuck me. She twitched her hips and I was only a man. Pushing my jeans down a little further, I set a hand on the bed beside her shoulder, lined myself up and thrust deep. Fuck, I yelled. She cried out. Fred yipped once from her dog bed. So tight. So fucking perfect. I pulled back, filled her again. Harder. If she wanted harder, I'd give her harder. Rolling my hips, I took her so deep she slid up, her feet no longer touching the floor. Her hips lifted with each thrust to take me deeper, her ass rolling up an invitation. I took it. Swiping my thumb through all that dripping cream, I coated the tip and painted her little asshole. Daniel! Leaning down, I whispered in her ear. You want my dick here? Gotta get you ready. Then I carefully pressed in, waiting for her to relax and open. I breached her there just a little bit, enough for her to get the idea of what I could do to her before I left town. I felt her gush all over my dick, loving this. You like taking me in both holes, sweet girl? Please, Daniel, she moaned, her muscles clenching, eager to come. Harder. Harder. After one thrust of harder, her cell rang from the bedside table. Filled as she was, no way she could get to it. Turning my head, I glanced at the screen, saw the name. Snagging it as it rang again, I dropped it on the bed beside her without stopping from giving her the hard fucking she wanted. Answer it, I said, nudging my thumb a little deeper into her ass. What? Answer it. Another ring, another hard thrust. I was going to come very deep inside her, and I was going to do it while she was on a fucking phone call. Because at this moment I'd never felt so possessive, so like a caveman in the need to dominate her and make her remember I was the man inside her. Who is it? The guy who didn't get you hot. I growled and came. My son.
Chapter 26. Melly. Hello? I asked, my voice breathy. Daniel was still deep inside me, his thumb pressed into my bottom.
Hey, Melly, this is Danny Pearson.
Hi, Danny. I couldn't believe Daniel gave me my cell and told me to answer his son's call while we were having sex. It had to be the naughtiest thing ever. And so hot. I was so close to coming. I was right there. If I could wiggle my hips or rub my clit into the bed, I might be able to do it. Danny was a nice guy, attractive, sweet, but I wasn't all that attracted to him. He didn't arouse me. Why? Because I had the fucking hots for his father. He blew my mind. He made me say and do and feel things I never imagined. He pushed me, both of us discovering the depths of how much a bad girl I could be. So bad. Because while I was just talking to the coffee date's son, his father just came inside me. I'm still in California, but my dad called and told me about Fred and Earl. I know how grouchy and bossy he can sound, but don't worry. I'll give you money for the vet bills when I get home, all right? Daniel pulled out and slipped his thumb from my ass. Don't move. He whispered and gave me a pointed look. Grouchy and bossy? I nodded in reply and said to Danny, Sure. Daniel still had all of his clothes on as he made his way to my ensuite bathroom, sliding the used condom off as he went. The water ran in the sink. I didn't mean to stick you with my dad, Danny admitted. I hope he hasn't been too much of a pain in the ass. I bit my lip, trying not to smile as I clenched my bottom where his thumb had just been. No, not a pain. Good. I'm planning to get back before my dad leaves town. I'll catch up with you then, okay? Daniel came out of the bathroom, his dick still out, and it was hard. Okay, bye. I ended the call, threw the phone onto the bed. Round 2 already. Daniel came up behind me. I hadn't moved like he'd wanted, but I'd also been distracted by Danny's call.
Your turn to come. Knees up on the bed.
He flicked his fingers, indicating I should move. I did as he wanted because he said your turn to come, and I was all for that.
Ass up.
Glancing over my shoulder, I slowly did as he wanted. This? He stood at the side of my bed, fully dressed, while I was in my little nightie, the hem of it shifting up and under my armpits as I raised my butt. I was pretty much naked, and my pussy was right there. My heart was pounding and my pussy ached from being fucked so hard, but I was eager to come. So needy. Daniel's hand pressed into the bed, and I felt a kiss to my bottom as he grabbed my clit-sucker toy from it between the folds of the sheet. He fiddled with it. Press the button 3 times, I advised, because I wanted that setting. I heard the familiar buzz, and then Daniel set it over my clit. Perhaps because it was so swollen, the suction pulled it right in. He laughed when I gasped.
Right there.
Yes, I moaned.
How about right here?
His finger slipped into me. Oh my God.
Come on, sweet girl. Think about how Danny or any other guy your age can't make you come like this.
I orgasmed powerfully. The clit sucker was really intense, and I'd never come from it and had fingers fucking me at the same time. I screamed from the intense pleasure, clenched, tried to pull away from both the toy and his fingers, but he wouldn't let me.
Only me.
Finally, he pulled away and I dropped to the bed. But he wasn't done. I should have known, because he grasped my legs and rolled me over, spread my knees nice and wide, and ate me out until I came not once, but twice more, all the while saying,
Only me.
Chapter 27. Melly. All of the James brothers fell for women in Hunter Valley. 3 of them settled into the town and got together frequently. I had never been included before, but the text invitation I received earlier, after Daniel left me sweaty and sated in bed to get back to work post-lunch with the driveway crew, I figured was because Mallory and Bridget were nosy and wanted an update on my love life. I had a lot to share. Holy shit, did I have a lot to share. At 6, I stood on the front stoop of Bridget's big house she shared with Maverick. A dog barked, and seconds later the door opened. I knew it was you, Bridget said, giving me a hug. You're always prompt. That's why I like you so much. Mallory's not... I'm not what? Mallory asked as she nudged Bridget aside. A black and white dog with short legs sniffed me and looked at Fred, who I held tucked under my arm. Mallory wore a black shirt and black tights with red and white striped shirt as if she was part of a Where's Waldo book. I thrust a bottle of wine at Bridget and Fred at Mallory. Here. It was dressed as your favorite book character today at school, Mallory explained without me asking, as if I wasn't the first person to eye and question her wardrobe choice, so I had been right. I liked Pajama Day better. Thanks, Bridget said about the wine but glanced around behind me. Where's Daniel? I frowned. Heat from inside hit my face and I could hear voices within. I don't know, I replied, adjusting my purse on my shoulder. His house? He's not with you? Mallory asked, practically pouting but sweetly patting Fred. Is he a requirement of being allowed in? No, Bridget said. Yes. Mallory countered, giving her a look. Bridget gave Mallory a look right back. No, but you should invite him. The guys are all here and I'm sure they want to meet him. I narrowed my eyes. You mean you want to see him with me? See how he acts and all that? That too, Mallory added. Will you let me inside at least to text him? Those were the magic words because they stepped back and I was allowed into the warmth.
Chapter 28. Daniel.
I'm at Bridget and Mav's place for dinner. They want to meet you. Now? I have a feeling they aren't going to give me any food until you show up.
I frowned at her text. What's up? Seabass asked, coming over and slapping me on the shoulder. He'd gotten over the fact that I punched him this morning. We beat the shit out of each other over the years often enough that it was forgotten as soon as the swelling went down. We, all 5 Pearson brothers, were in my backyard having beers and tossing logs. They, the logs, not my brothers, were close to the same weight and heft as what I'd be tossing during the Highland Games. While it was dark out, I had my exterior lights on, and enough of the back field was lit. We'd been at it for about an hour. We were all sweaty, not bothered by the dropping temperatures. I'm invited to dinner, I told him. You 2 lazy asses done already? Saint called. He had the end of a log cupped in his hands by his hip and the length resting on his shoulder. Seth ray by him ready to adjust if needed. Seabass grabbed his beer from the edge of the deck, ignoring him. Yeah, now? Seabass asked me. He looked me over. I wasn't in any shape to go to dinner without a shower first. I guess. Melly's invited me to eat at Bridget and Mav's place. The thump-thump of the tossed log cut through the air. Too far to the left, Saint muttered, disappointed in his toss. The caber had to be tossed so the top hit the ground, then toppled over as close to perfectly straight as possible. It wasn't about distance, but direction. Mav, the James Inn, right? Seabass knew him from that project. The inn's construction finished over the winter and the place had been open for about 2 months, although the landscaping was on hold until spring. We'd already edged all the flower beds and dumped the good soil, but plants were still on standby. Currently, we took care of their snow plowing, and starting in the summer, we'd handle the mowing and all the groundskeeping. It was a big contract. That's him. I thumbed a response to Melly. I'm tossing logs with my brothers. She wrote back a few seconds later. Mal wants to know if you're wearing a kilt. I grinned. Sounded like Mallory was there, too. If I come to Bridget's place, it's outside of the contract. I'd have sex with Melly any time, anywhere, but she was pretty adamant about our agreement. When I came upon her in her bedroom this morning, she'd been masturbating. Even at gunpoint, I couldn't have walked away from that because of location issues, so obviously I'd had to make immediate modifications to the contract. But this was dinner. You'd be coming for dinner, not sex. We were thinking the same thing. Still, if our arrangement was just sex, because why could it be anything else since I wasn't sticking? Getting to know each other and meeting her friends was meant for relationships. I wrote back, You're the one who would be coming, sweet girl. I imagined her blushing as she read that. I couldn't help typing out those teasing words and grinned as I did. Why does Dee have that fucking weird smile on his face? Deke called to Seabass. Did he just fart or something? I ignored him and continued to stare at my phone, wondering if Melly, being a dirty girl, extended to texting. He's texting with little Melly Harwood. Seabass yelled back. Stop calling her that. I muttered, waiting for the little dots to appear indicating Melly was typing back. You going to punch me in the nose over that too? Seabass asked. Saint and Seth came over, grabbed their beers. Now I had an audience. Are we all standing around watching him text a girl? Deke asked. Yes, the others said at once. Not just a girl. It's Melly Harwood, Saint added as if we were in 4th grade. Fine, Deke grumbled. Does little Melly Harwood want more dick? I looked up, glared at Deke, and secretly wished it was true. I only met Melly yesterday morning, and I'd had more sex since then than... Fuck, I didn't even want to say. My dick and I were insatiable now, especially after what we did earlier, and I couldn't tell the guys about it. Sure, we talked about women we'd fucked in the past, and technically this thing with Melly was as casual as any of the others, but I never watched any other woman kneel on her bed and masturbate, or watched her lower herself down on a dick for the first time, or every other filthy thing we'd already done. I need to rethink my lady strategy. If D here's got his dick all hard for this little librarian, maybe there's something to be said for the quiet types. Seabass considered. The librarian's taken, Saint muttered. What about a schoolteacher? There are a bunch of those. Kindergarten, maybe, Seth clarified. You've got to be slightly crazy to teach middle school. So fucking true. Remember we stole Mr. Mongaroy's toupee in 6th grade? Saint asked. Seth laughed at the shared memory. The only person sweeter than little Melly Harwood are the nuns at the Our Lady of the Highway out by the interstate. Deke prompted, crossing his arms over his chest. Melly is not sweet and she is far from a nun. I clarified, trying to fix the perception they had about Melly. I thought Deke and I went over this already. You saying the little librarian's a freak in the sheets? Seabass asked, then reached up and covered his nose. I glared at my cell chimed at the same time, broken nose averted. She's got to be for him to be into her like this, Saint said. He's old and hard up. Sometimes you've got to take what you can get, Seth countered. And he's not staying, so he'll be in Scotland before he gets bored of a dull lay. Watch it, or you're going to unleash the Kraken with those words, Seabass warned. I agree, though, a dull lay's better than your hand. A crazy lay, now that's worse than getting chlamydia. You can take antibiotics to make it go away, but crazy? That can stick around for a while. That shit burns, Seth told him. Crazy is a stage 5 clinger and burns a fuck of a lot longer, Seabass countered. I really didn't want to know why the two of them knew so much about chlamydia. I sighed, ran a hand over my hair. What the fuck were they even talking about? We went from talking about Dee's dick getting hard for the hot librarian, and now you're talking about STDs? Deke wondered. He's not saying a word, Saint countered, waving his arm in my direction. He can't be sexting if he's just standing there. This is boring as hell. Mal says don't move. We're all coming there. For a second I processed that she was coming over to fuck. Then I reread it and frowned at my bright screen. What? I needed to make sure I understood what was happening. My dick couldn't read, and he was doing the thinking for me. Bad combination when it came to texting with little Melly Harwood. My brother's stupid-ass chatter was also brain-numbing. Mal just told them about you going to the Highland Games. The guys want to toss cabers with a pro. They're packing up the food to bring over. My brother stared at me. Well, Seth asked. Melly and the others are coming here. You're coming here. You, Bridget, Mav, and Mal. And Lindy, Dex, Theo, Silas, Eve, and Mac. Excellent, she was coming here. My house is within the contract. Now it's dinner and sex. I've never seen them organize so fast. Be there soon. I looked up, my brother staring at me. Guess we're having some visitors. The guys want to learn how to caber toss, they're bringing food. Sweet food, Saint said. Who's all coming? Seabass asked, a sly smile sliding across his face. If it's just Melly, we don't need to watch her tossing your caber. I rolled my eyes. I named everyone from the text. Deke laughed and then held up a finger. Wait, there's a Melly. Mel, Mav, Mal, and Mac? I didn't care about anyone else. The only one I wanted to see was Melly, coming all over my dick later. Chapter 29. Melly. If I wasn't already pregnant, I would be watching this, Lindy said, her eyes squarely affixed to, I thought, was her husband's ass, maybe a few of the others. We were on Daniel's deck, kitchen chairs brought outside for us to sit on while we watched the men. They'd brought tons of food which was spread out on the table inside. We'd eaten some, but like little boys, the guys had been more interested in playing outside. There was something ridiculously elemental and caveman about males throwing heavy things, getting sweaty, showing their strength. And when 10 of them were doing it as a group, they only needed 2 more for a sexy man calendar. Wow. It was potent. I squirmed in my chair, not because it was a little hard and uncomfortable. Did you hear that? Mallory asked. That was my ovary exploding. Bridget pushed her glasses up her nose. Someone's getting lucky tonight, she said seemingly to herself. But all the ladies piped up. From Eve, hell yeah. Mallory, uh-huh. Lindy, absolutely. I agreed and smiled. For once I was going to get lucky too. Way to go with Daniel, Lindy added. Fred was on her lap, leaning into the ear scratch she was giving, 2 pregnant ladies together. He can't stop looking at you. I doubted that because he was very busy teaching and demonstrating with potent virility how to toss a huge log. Mac had done it before, but none of the James brothers. Still, I liked the praise, liked feeling like I was part of a girl club who were all going to get lucky tonight. The 5 Pearson brothers, who, when not staring at me through a window, were rugged and gorgeous. I knew Deacon Sebastian, although the guys kept calling him Seabass for some strange reason, since they were working on my driveway. I was introduced to the other 2 brothers when I arrived, the identical ones. Fortunately, they didn't say a peep about catching me in their brother's house in only his shirt. What more could a woman want in that lineup? CEO, doctor, pro hockey player, oh, another CEO, firefighter, lumberjack number 1, lumberjack number 2, lumberjack number 3, and identical twins who are mechanics. Mallory fanned herself. I know. I'm writing them all into books, Lindy added. I didn't know until recently that she wrote romance books. I'd stalked the 3 she had published at the library, but it was our secret what her pen name was. Be right back, bathroom, I said, ducking inside. I peed, washed my hands, swiped on some lip gloss I had in my pocket. Coming out of the powder room, which was down a short hall near the garage, I heard men's voices carry through the home's open plan layout. You make it seem easy. That was Mav's deep voice. Just lift and toss. It's a hell of a lot harder than it looks. I set my hand on the log wall and listened. Practice. Daniel replied, as if anyone could pick up a log and fling it. Helps I chop down trees for a living. Did. Deke reminded, slapping him on the back. Now you toss wood for fun and prize money. We should add it to the fire workout. Mac, the town fire chief, wasn't nearly as big as Daniel or Mav, but he could hold his own when it came to muscle and strength. I bet you're eager to get the hell out of Hunter Valley. Can't wait, Daniel replied, his voice full of eagerness, maybe relief. I've been ready for years. Hell, I've always wanted to go. The kid can derail your plans. You quit college for Danny and stayed here instead of roaming the world like you wanted, Mac said. Sure did. Time wasn't wasted. You made an impressive business. Mav praised. And Danny's got a good kid, Mac added. Smart. Even took up being a wildland firefighter like me. Daniel laughed. Yeah, that conversation you had with him about playing with matches really went sideways. He's grown, Mac told him. A man. It's cool you can go start your life. Hell yeah. Scotland for a few months, then what? Mav wondered. There was a pause. Not sure, like you said, I raised my kid. I grew my business. Sure, family's everything, but it's time I did my thing. All I know is my life here is done. Want another beer? I heard the fridge open. What about, Mav asked. The slider opened. Hey, this baby's sitting on my bladder. Bathroom? Lindy asked. Just around there. Daniel told her, and I assumed he was pointing in my direction, although it was clear the guys didn't know I was overhearing. Better get these beers out to the others, Mav said. Heavy footsteps cut across the house to the sliding doors. Maverick barely knew me, hadn't grown up here, didn't know the years of image work I'd done to seem shy and meek and sweet, to hide myself. Obviously, Mac bought into the whole little Melly Harwood thing. It was what I wanted. No men, no relationships, especially with an older man who only wanted a little fun. Daniel was older, and while he hadn't said those words, that was all that was between us. A good time. He was having a good time with me, just like Creepy Carl wanted to all those years ago. Have sex, have fun, then toss me aside for someone else. In Daniel's case, to finally start his life. My mom never taught me to keep a man or create a relationship or a life with one, only to spread my legs for a little pleasure, then find another who could give me a little more. What I had with Daniel wasn't a Creepy Carl situation. Daniel gave me more orgasms than he'd had himself. He saw to my needs, listened, watched, gave. He respected my boundaries, even reminded me of them. Yet hearing him say his life here in Hunter Valley was done hurt. It only reinforced what I already knew and perhaps ignored in my 2 days of sexual bliss. He wasn't staying. His life wasn't here, which meant I wasn't part of it. We were having sex as we agreed. Really good, insane sex, but that was it. He and his talented hands, skilled mouth, and incredible dick were going to Scotland. No matter how I felt for him, which that little kitchen conversation made me realize, was more than just attraction. I liked him, and I shouldn't. It was dangerous because everyone left. My dad, my mom. Sure, my grandmother was the only solid and true family I had, but she wasn't around most of the time either. With Daniel, I'd known he was leaving and jumped him anyway. Did that make me stupid? I thought not, but that was when I didn't feel something for him. Shit. Lindy came around the corner rubbing her big belly. She was one of those women who looked adorable pregnant. She glowed. A smile was always on her face, and I doubted her ankles swelled even a little bit. Plus, she had the nicest, most gorgeous, ridiculously attentive husband. Who was sticking? Who was making a life with her together? A baby. I was jealous. I was falling for a man who'd already done the baby thing and certainly didn't want to do that again. Wasn't staying in town, was only interested in me for sex. That was it. His conversation with Mav and Mac proved that. He was holding up his end of the contract. I couldn't be mad and I shouldn't be hurt. But I was. Lindy cocked her head and grinned. There you are, I thought you fell in or something. You're going to come to my shower on Sunday, right? Wouldn't miss it, I told her. You done in there? I pasted on a smile and nodded. Yeah, I'm done. Or I would be when Daniel's plane left. Because while he was gorgeous and nice, but I wouldn't tell him that because I had a feeling he liked being thought of as gruff and growly, and ridiculously attentive, especially in bed. I was nothing more than someone else he was leaving behind. Chapter 30. Daniel. When it came to Melly Harwood, I was insatiable. She, and admittedly all the women, had lusty gleams in their eyes as they watched the caber tossing. I never really considered it an aphrodisiac until after we finished. The women practically pulled the guys out of the house. If I didn't see the need of Melly's gaze, I'd feel a little snubbed, but I was thankful. All I had to do was kick out my brothers and ensure they didn't come back. Then I had her to myself. And I had her. On the stairs. In the bed the first time, and the second, and the third. Now with the morning sun, I wanted her again. Of course she was nestled up in front of me, my hand cupping her lush tit, so how could I not? She stirred, rubbing her face against the pillow, shifting her body so her ass pushed back and her chest out right into my palm. Morning, I said, giving her tit a gentle grope and her nipple a thumb swipe. She smiled. Hi. Sex or coffee first? I asked. When Danny was little, someone wise told me to offer him 2 choices, but both ones I liked. I was implementing that now because if it was coffee then sex or sex then coffee, we both would win. She murmured, reaching up to swipe her hair back from her face. She was so put together all the time, but like this. Her hair was wild, her makeup gone, she was bare. This right in my arms was the real Melly Harwood, not the one Aang thought I should be careful around, Not the one Deke kept telling me I needed to leave alone. Not even the one her friends knew. I had a feeling I was the only person to see her this way. I was the only one she trusted with her body and all her secret fantasies with. Sure, she set up boundaries, but what we accomplished within them was insane. When Mav and Mac asked me the night before about my leaving town, I lied. Partly. I was so fucking eager to get the hell out of town. To Cabertoss and see Scotland and whatever else I wanted, when I wanted, how I wanted. No work or school schedule, no groceries or life. But this, the woman in my arms, how had 2 days with her changed my thoughts on our contract? That being with her until my plane left wasn't going to be enough. How was I going to stop wanting her because for a virgin she was my match? What made her hot got me off. Helping her explore her sexuality was like watching a little kid ride a bike for the first time. But she only wanted this time and this window of sex before I left. Was she using my dick? Absolutely. I was enjoying every minute of it. She could use my dick for as long as she wanted. "Can we have both?" she asked, and I had to remember what I asked. "We can have whatever the fuck you want." I kissed the top of her head and slipped out of bed. Pulling boxers from my dresser, I slipped them on. I grinned when she rolled over and faced me, the sheets and blankets wrapped around her. "Fuck me." "Wait," I said, holding up my hand and grabbing my phone again. I took a photo of her just like this, completely covered but sexy as fuck in my bed. The fact that she was naked beneath the bedding was obvious. It was also clear she'd been fucked good and hard all night long. By me. "You're not sharing those, right?" she asked. "It's in the contract, no sharing." No, these would be for me in Scotland or wherever I roamed. If I stayed in the room a second longer, there would be no coffee. So I grabbed the flannel she wore before from the back of my reading chair and tossed it onto the bed. "Put this on and come downstairs for coffee and Dick." 10 minutes later, the coffee was brewing, the dark scent of it filling the air, and my girl was sitting on the counter, in just my flannel. Standing between her parted knees, we kissed, and I already got most of the buttons on the shirt undone. "You like cream in your coffee?" I asked as I nibbled along her jaw. "Mm-hmm," she replied, angling her head to the side. "Sugar?" Pushing the soft cotton aside, I kissed along her collarbone and then lowered to her nipple. The perfect morning now included a big tit in my mouth. "No." I pulled back, suddenly worried. She looked back down at me through her glasses, then pulled my head back into her lush softness. "No, I don't put sugar in my coffee. Yes, I like your mouth on my nipple." I grinned against the hard tip, then gave it a little nip. She yelped and squirmed. "Dad?" Danny's shout was followed by the front door slamming. "Shit, fuck, Danny? Now?" I pushed off the counter, yanked the flannel on Melly closed, then spun around to block her. Earl barked and he and Fred bounded over to Danny, their nails clacking on the wood floor. "I got back last night and I loved my kid. Loved to see him, especially since he'd been gone for over a week. He was whole and safe, and I wanted to hear all about the fire. His stories, but not now. Yeah, he knew what was up. I was in my boxers, my dick hard, and I had a woman's legs around my hips."
Chapter 31. Melly. Nothing could be more embarrassing than this moment. We were caught. I thought having Daniel's 4 brothers peering in the front window had been mortifying, but this was Danny. The guy I was sleeping with's son. The one I dated.
"Melly?"
Danny asked. All I saw was the broad span of Daniel's back, which was spectacular, and hadn't known Danny had moved. But him shifting out of the kitchen and into the great room had him getting a side view. Of me. Damn Daniel's open-concept log cabin. I turned my face, held the flannel closed, and gave Danny a smile. "Hey." I was wrong. I was now even more embarrassed.
Chapter 32. Daniel. "You two are—" "Don't finish that sentence," I said. I shifted, pushed Melly's knees together, grabbed her by the waist, and set her on the floor, keeping her once again behind me. "Are you serious? You're fucking little Melly Harwood?" I loved him, but I was going to kill him. "Out!" I boomed. Earl barked once.
Melly startled and her hand touched my back. "I'm just gonna... yeah."
With her head down and shoulders tucked, she dashed for the stairs. Danny watched her retreat, her walk of shame. I stormed over and pointed in his face. "You will not disrespect her like that. You know better than to treat a woman that way. I'm not the one making out with her on the counter," he snapped. "My kitchen, my house, my date," he countered. I wasn't going to remind him he didn't want her, that he wasn't interested in her. But that would make me sound like I was 21, like him. I love you, but you need to go. I respect your boundaries in your relationships, and you will respect mine. You're fucking my ex. 2 dates, Danny, too. She's not your ex. I pointed to the front door. Go, we'll talk later. He gave me a disgusted look, called for Earl, and stormed out, the door slamming behind the two of them. Fred stared at the closed door as if waiting for them to return. Boundaries. Sounded familiar. Danny walked in on the little contract Melly and I had. Reminded me that we were in our own little bubble. This thing we were doing, this non-relationship fucking, it wasn't the real world. Danny just burst that, and it was a reminder that every touch, every breathy pant, every secret we discovered about each other wasn't real. I was leaving Saturday, and it would be all over. Fuck. Fuck.
Chapter 33. Melly.
You're leaving?
He asked, coming into his bedroom. Fred scurried over to him and he picked her up. The sight of him holding my tiny dog tucked into the crook of his elbow was cute as hell. Shit. Yeah, your son caught us.
So?
He asked, his voice all growly in the way I really liked.
He'll get over it.
I rolled my eyes, pulling my sweater on. I won't. I replied, pulling my hair out from the collar. Look, this was amazing. Insane. I thought of the past 2 days. Wow, adjectives I can't even think of. But you're leaving Saturday and...
We don't need to stop before then, just like the contract. He said that, then frowned, as if he couldn't believe he was begging.
Or he was really horny and I was willing and right in front of him. I shook my head. I heard what he told Mav and Mac the night before. We hadn't spent much of the past 2 days talking or getting to know each other, but we made it clear this was temporary, that we didn't want a relationship. I was catching feelings for Daniel, and that was bad. Contracts and boundaries and addendums didn't work for the heart. Gah! I was falling for the big lumberjack, even though I put every safeguard in place. I should have learned from my father, my mother, and even my grandmother that I wasn't worth sticking around for. No, that thinking was unfair to Daniel. I knew he was leaving when we went into this. I knew it was only going to last a few days. That made me more of an idiot than ever because I walked right into this sadness. I shook my head. I needed a shower, styling products, clean panties since mine from yesterday were tucked in my purse. I took Fred from him, went up on my tiptoes and kissed him. Met his dark, stunned eyes. Thank you.
For what? Orgasms?
He asked, sounding cranky. I cut around him and down the stairs. I couldn't linger. This was hard. Hard. Swallowing, I made it to the bottom of the steps, then pasted on a smile as he followed me. He was still only in his boxers. Definitely. Orgasms. I guess letting me do things I never would with, well, anyone else. Shit, that was too true. I did all kinds of things, and I didn't mean sexually with Daniel. I opened up to him. I trusted him. I let him in.
Sweet girl, don't you know?
He asked, cupping my cheek. His growl was gone, and now he was all sweet and deep-voiced. I blinked, took in those dark eyes, the beard, tousled hair, lips that... What?
It's all inside you, who you are. You just had to let the real Melly Harwood out to be seen.
Fuck. He knew. Of course he did, because he was right. Going up on my tiptoes, I kissed him. Once. Hard, quick. Then I pulled away from his soft lips. Let him go. Spinning on my heel, I picked up Fred, who still stood by the front door, and glanced over my shoulder at him. I'm not Dorothy, and this isn't the Wizard of Oz. In that movie, Dorothy traveled all the way to Oz to be told, spoiler, by Glenda the Good Witch that she had the power inside her all along to return to Kansas. I knew what was in me, the real Melly, as he put it. This wasn't Kansas, and well, it didn't make a difference if he knew the truth or not. He was leaving. Goodbye, Daniel. I hope you find the life you want.
Chapter 34. Daniel. I could go to the job site and help finish up Melly's driveway. I wanted to, but it was a dumb move. Danny'd be there. We had to work some things out, but doing it in the front yard of the woman I supposedly stole from him wasn't a good idea. I wouldn't stick with staying outside her house either. I'd go in and fuck her. My dick was hard with wanting her. With wanting to do all the things we had yet to cover. The lube never got delivered. I hadn't seen all her bra and panty sets, or her nightgowns. And other than that quick single suck, she hadn't gotten her mouth on my dick. I hadn't watched her try to take all of me down her throat. Fuck! I shouted at my empty house. So I was staying home and packing. I hadn't gone anywhere in so long I forgot how much weird shit I needed to take. Toothbrush, socks, power cords, passports, medicines. Why was I not eager to go? My flight left tomorrow, and Sunday morning I'd be in fucking Scotland debating whether to have the haggis or meat pie with my whiskey, without the E. Shit, that's why. Melly, the naughty nerd. I had to look up the Wizard of Oz reference she mentioned because I hadn't seen the movie since Danny was little and hid behind the couch seeing the vividly green Wicked Witch of the West with her flying monkeys, and I sure as hell hadn't read the book. Who had besides Melly? There was a side to her she kept hidden, and there hadn't been enough time to find out why. But I'd seen it, and I liked the hell out of what I saw. I had a feeling she had too. My cell rang and my heart kicked up a notch. Melly? I frowned. Deke. Hey! Packing? I stared at my things laid out on my bed. Packing. Checking to see if we're still on for tonight, Kincaid's. The going-away dinner. The James guys won in too, so Arlo's reserving a bunch of tables for us. I'm in. Where else would I be, I thought. How's the job coming? You're not asking because you're going to come over and help, are you? No. Millie had made it clear she was done, and I respected her boundaries, even though my dick didn't understand. By help, I meant pretend to care about the driveway and sneak inside and fuck Millie. I sighed. It was no point telling him off for being disrespectful with his wording, but really, I would sneak inside and fuck her. No. Good, because you have worse cock-blockers over here than your brothers. I frowned, grabbing a new deodorant from the drawer in my bathroom. Danny? Well, okay, worse than him. So he was still butthurt about me and Melly. Great. What can be worse than your son being pissed you fucked his ex? I said. Deke laughed. D, I told you so. I fucking told you so about that shit. He's not mad because he didn't get the girl. He never wanted her. Dude, he's never going to live down that his father got his girl. She's not his girl. She was mine. Fuck. No, she wasn't. You kinda pulled a dad. Worse, because you scammed on your son's dating pool. Dad only fucked his secretary and not one of our dates. We were 5 and 8, I reminded. By the way, you're a dick. I tossed the deodorant on top of the pile of t-shirts. Wait, who can be a worse cock-blocker than even Danny? I got off track and missed the original point. Melly's mom. She's back.
Chapter 35. Melly. My mother was here. Just great. Honey, I can't believe what's going on outside. Have you seen all those men? Fred was tucked under my arm as I stood in the entry. Mom came in, then went to the window and peeked out. Deke, Seabass, Danny, and the other guys from Pearson's were laying the pavers for the driveway. They were a handsome bunch, but I didn't stand at the window and ogle, or in front of my boyfriend, if I had one. I'm Roger, Mom's boyfriend said, shaking my hand. He had to be 60 with thinning hair, a tan that indicated he wasn't from any cold weather state, and a friendly smile. The fact that Mom was pretty much eye-fucking the landscaping guys and Roger didn't seem to care said it all. This wasn't her first guy watching rodeo, and this wasn't my first rodeo with my mom. Yes, I've seen them. They've been here for days. She spun around, her long earrings swinging. Her eyes were bright with lascivious glee. Oh, you lucky girl. What are you doing here? I asked. I can't come visit my only daughter? Mentally, I rolled my eyes at her passive-aggressive, spin the answer to point out my upset like a sociopath. Yay! It's cold out and you've got... My gaze flicked to Roger. Company. She always came alone and between men. With a careless shrug and a wave of her hand, she replied, It's been a long drive and I'm hungry. Her showing up randomly and unannounced wasn't surprising. She never let me know when she was coming, but I didn't remember her ever coming at this time of year. The only good thing winter was for, she said, was making the winter holidays look festive, with the snow and a good reason to stay in bed. While we shared DNA, I didn't get her personality. I did get my red hair from her, same with my green eyes. Where I was petite and well buxom, she was tall and willowy. Her hair was fairer now, with threads of gray mixed in. I wore soft black leggings with a crisscross-style gray sweatshirt. My hair was pulled back in a loose bun at the nape of my neck, and I had on my chunkiest glasses. Underneath, I chose gray satin panties and bra. I wore tinted lip gloss and mascara, and I wasn't leaving the house. Mom only wore natural fibers and avoided anything tight or restricting, including underwear. Or at least she used to. I didn't ask for updates on that, and fortunately, the sweater over her long cotton dress with the jagged edging hid the answer. By the time I made it to the kitchen, Mom already had her head in the fridge. You still cook your meals in advance each week? She laughed as if I was a silly child, pulling out one of the 5 matching containers of chicken Alfredo and holding it up. Look, Roger, all her lunches and dinners are stacked up and ready to eat. Mom, I said, feeling the shame she always brought out. Honey, don't hoard them like this, she scolded. There are fine, hard-working men outside right now just waiting for you to call them in and share a meal. She meant the Pearson crew. She waggled her eyebrows and gave me a sly smile. I tipped my chin down and eyed her through my glasses. By share a meal, you don't mean share a meal. Because if you did, you wouldn't be teasing me about my meals. You'd be telling me I could offer some to 4 of them at once. She moved to the window to peek out at the crew as I spoke, but stopped. Her eyes widened, probably because I never talked about the possibility of multiple men, even in jest. If that's how you like it. It all depends on what a man likes to eat, Roger said, his gaze raking down my body, continuing on with the original point, that I had a meal to offer and I should give it out. I got the innuendo and didn't miss the creepy leer that went with it, or the fact that while the man hanging with my mom was new, my mother herself and her fucked-up life wasn't. She was back in my house, eating my meal-planned dinner with and making me feel unsafe. She was a hippie, and had hippy-dippy ideals and values. Someone who shared partners for a night or even for a few hours. That was fine and good for her, but pulling in her daughter who had 0 experience or baseline on this lifestyle to make an informed decision? Not okay. In her mind, it was me. I was the one who thought guy swapping was too casual. I was the one who had to flex and bend for her, otherwise she'd keep shaming me as she was. And I still had to tolerate Roger's uncomfortable looks. I might have to see if the dark-haired one might want a side project, she said, practically licking her lips as she peered out the glass. I'm not interested in Deke or any other dark-haired guy out there, I countered. Obviously, me ditching her in Idaho 6 years ago because she tried to play sexual matchmaker hadn't gotten my point across. She laughed and came back to stand by the island. Oh, honey, not for you, me. I glanced at Roger, then back. Yeah, yuck. Shouldn't you stick with 1 meal at a time? I wondered. Taking the lid off the Alfredo container, she put it in the microwave and pushed a few buttons to set the timer. So much for my meal planning. Melly, I like chicken Alfredo. I'm not just going to have it from one restaurant. I should try all the places in town that serve it. Enjoy all possibilities. I don't limit myself. I looked to Roger, who seemed bored. He didn't care that his woman, girlfriend, significant other, or whatever was spelling out that she planned to sleep her way through the men of Hunter Valley. You're okay with her trying every Alfredo dish in town? I asked him. His shrewd gaze studied me, and not in a good way. You are quaint, aren't you? Your mother likes my cream sauce just fine. I flinched because so gross. He didn't stop but kept right on going with the perv. But every once in a while I like something a little spicier. He looked me over. I bet underneath that Amish look you have going on, you're pretty hot. I stepped back, trying to give as much space from him as possible. Ew. I couldn't stay in the house while they were here. Fred wasn't a guard dog, and my bedroom door had only a flimsy lock in the knob. If Roger tried to climb in my bed, which it sounded like he wanted to, I wasn't sure how to stop him. Of course, when I fended him off, I would be at fault for being too Amish. Right now, the Pearson guys were outside. Mom was harmless with her warped parenting, and Roger was gross but no threat when I was awake and dressed. The doorbell rang right before the ding of the microwave. Mom ignored Roger's very blatant interest in her daughter. Different man, same creepy focus. Where did she pick these guys? Again and again, year after year, she found one casual fuck buddy after another. This was the first time she brought one to Hunter Valley, though. Why? What was she up to? She'd never been conniving, only had the devious knack for leading a man around by his dick. She opened the microwave door and pulled out her heated food, poked it with a fork she pulled from the drawer. Roger eyed me a little too keenly. I practically ran to find out who was here, probably Deke or Sebastian, but didn't make it down the hall before my name was yelled. From inside. Melly? The walls practically shook with his bellow and the front door smacking the wall. I froze when he stepped into my path. Daniel, I breathed. He let himself in, obviously with no intention of waiting, just like at the vet, just like at the bar. There he was, big and brawny, looming, blocking out the light from the front windows with his size. And not creepy at all. He saw me, listened, heard, understood. I left the night before because of Danny, because I didn't want to come between them. I was temporary. They were father and son. There was nothing between me and Danny, not at all. but I could see why he was hurt, or at least angry. But now with this shit show that was my mother and Roger, I had to push Danny and his concerns to the side. I had no one. I stood up as best I could to my mother, but she brought Roger into my home with intentions she knew I didn't like. She never listened, never understood me no matter how many times I told her no. But Daniel was here. He barged right in because he was worried. For me. I didn't realize how much I needed him, specifically right now. He was safety and protection and I flung myself at him and hugged him tight.
Chapter 36. Daniel. For a half pint that she was, Melly had a serious hold. I picked her up and she automatically wrapped her legs around my waist, at least as far as they could go. She wasn't shaking, however she felt like she was vibrating. Something wasn't right. Sure, she was always eager to see me when she wasn't handing me a plant, but this was different. I knew I needed to be here. It didn't matter whether this was in the contract or out or what the fuck ever. Maybe I shouldn't have stormed in, but I wasn't changing my ways now. When Deke said Melly's mom was in town, my first thought was, fuck. I remembered what Melly had told me about the woman, that her mom pushed a man on her. The woman who slept with the married mayor didn't need to be giving Melly sex advice. Melly had been a virgin at 24. Until me. She hadn't been interested in changing that. Why? How had she made it this long untouched? It couldn't be because men weren't interested. The entire male population of Hunter Valley would have been blind not to desire her. Then it was Melly's choice to steer clear of sex. I was going to find out why. I kissed the top of her head and held her to me, in no rush to put her down. You okay? I murmured. She nodded and her soft breath fanned my neck, then she tipped her head up and kissed me. I sure as hell kissed her back. Well, this is interesting. I pulled back but didn't put Melly down. Tipping my head there was Valerie Price. She looked so much like Melly, except where Melly was precise and neat and organized, and liked consistency. Valerie liked... Well, I had no idea what she was like. I did know they had opposite personalities. You didn't say you had a man, Melly. I'm impressed. Valerie was eyeing how I was holding her daughter. Clearly we knew each other, and since my hands were cupping her ass and I just had my tongue in her mouth, Melly and I were more than just friends. Daniel Pearson, I said. I'm heating up some chicken Alfredo if you want some. Her gaze dropped to my hands on Melly's butt before turning and going back to the kitchen. However, it seems as if you've already gotten a taste. I didn't know what that even meant, but Melly stiffened and wiggled to be let down. Taking my hand, she led me into the kitchen. This is my mother, Valerie, Melly said, making introductions. And this is Roger, my mother's person. Valerie was eyeing me as if she wanted to eat me instead of the container of Alfredo. Roger was eyeing me as if I was competition. His jaw clenched in a way that indicated his dislike of me and Melly holding hands. Melly was fucking mine. I pulled her back so she was pressed against me, my forearm wrapped around in front of her. Glad to know you two can entertain yourselves while you're here, I said. No need to get anyone in town involved. Meaning don't fuck with the new mayor or anyone else. I didn't know you had a boyfriend, Valerie said to Melly. Or one who's so experienced. Well done. Melly cleared her throat. Roger, it seems your skills aren't needed with Melly after all. Oh, fuck no. When Melly first came to my house the other day with the plant and condoms, I'd thought perhaps something had happened to her, that she might have been a virgin at 24 for a bad reason. She'd been into sex and every single dirty thing we'd done, but right now, her mom and Roger were upsetting her. Had this Roger fucker done something already or only planned it? Melly gasped. I growled. Roger's not getting his skills anywhere near Melly. In fact, I looked to Roger and glared. He shouldn't even be looking in her direction. Aren't you big and brawny? Valerie cooed, then shook her head. Honey, if you like older men, why did you run away from Carl? He could have given you that daddy attention. I just turned 18, Mom, and Carl was a predator. Valerie laughed. Predator? You're such a prude when it comes to men. She poked her fork into the pasta and twirled it around. Predator? Just 18. What the actual fuck? How long are you staying, Valerie and Roger? I asked. Roger deferred to Valerie, who shrugged. A few days. I was going to have a fun girl visit with Melly, and then we would see Nathan Mazursky. I'm not giving you money, Melly told her. Seeing the bank manager is not going to change that. You're having work done on the driveway, and there's this big house. I'm not sure why you two keep such a place.
It's not my house, it's Nan's. Same with the driveway work. Her driveway. Did you email her for money? I saw the way Valerie's eyes flickered away and her mouth pinched with her answer. That's what I thought, Melly said. Nice meeting you two, I said, not letting this conversation continue. Leaving already, Daniel? Well then, Melly, the three of us can share your chicken Alfredo after all. I didn't want my girl sharing anything with these two, and there was no way in hell I was leaving her here with them. Melly could hate my fucking guts, but I could see that Roger had plans for Melly, and every single one of them were creepy as fuck. The fact that Valerie was cool with it was just wrong. Melly needed my protection. Not happening, I snapped. Melly's staying with me.
Chapter 37. Melly. He came and got me out of that house, grabbed Fred and the little dog bed she'd been laying in and put us in his big truck. Anger pumped off him in waves. So was all that male testosterone. Big hands clenched the steering wheel, making manly forearm muscles and veins bulge. Daniel. Don't be pissed I pulled you out of there. There was no fucking way I was leaving you with those two. They're swingers and they have zero He sucked in a breath and ran a hand down his face. Boundaries. Swingers? Like in swapping partners? I never really thought of it that way, that they were in a relationship but not committed to having sex with only each other. Yeah, I might need a bath for the way your mother eye-fucked me. I may have to pull out that wood chipper for Roger and his wandering dick if he kept drooling at you. I nodded. You're right, they absolutely are swingers. Rule number 1 in the contract, no sharing. His jaw clenched. You may have said we're done, but I haven't left town yet. No fucking sharing. I turned in my seat, bent my left knee so I could face Daniel. He was serious, and furious, and protective, and hot. I don't want Roger. To prove that, I shifted some more so I could reach over the center console and work on his belt buckle. He looked down at my hands. What are you? I don't want Roger, or his dick. I got the zipper down in my hand in his jeans. Melly, he said. I want this dick. He practically swerved off the road, then slammed on the brakes, the tires sliding in the dirt. Looking out the window, I saw that we were almost to Daniel's house, but he'd pulled off onto one of the farm access roads. Cars could come by, but 100 feet down the dirt lane, we had privacy. Good. He lifted his hips for me and pushed his jeans and boxers down just enough for his dick to spring free. This isn't part of the contract, he reminded, completely in contradiction to his actions. I took hold of him again, stroked him from root to tip. In all of the times we'd had sex, I hadn't really gotten my hands on Daniel's dick. It wasn't as if he'd pushed me away from it or that I hadn't wanted it. We'd only been too busy doing other things. Yes, I said goodbye to him the night before, told him to have a nice life. But he'd saved me, and well, we had one more night. I wanted him to have a nice life. I meant it. But he could start it tomorrow. At it, I said, then leaned down and took the flared crown into my mouth. Chapter 38. Daniel. Holy fuck. Lick, flick, suck. Little Melly Harwood was sucking my dick, in my truck, on the side of the road, and it was fucking amazing. A ridiculously and embarrassingly short time later, Melly finished sucking my dick, in my truck, on the side of the road, and licking the few drops of cum off her lips because she drained my balls fucking dry. Holy fuck.
Chapter 39. Melly. I had to admit, I liked giving a blowjob much more than I expected. The idea of a man's dick in my mouth and then swallowing thick cum had never been arousing. Could I take it all? Would I gag or even throw up because it was too much for me to handle? Would it taste funny? When I reached across the truck and opened Daniel's jeans, I hadn't thought of any of that. Not when I licked that broad head like a lollipop or sucked on him or even swallowed as spurts of his cum hit my tongue. No, it had been hot because Daniel had lost control. The big growly guy had been reduced to involuntary hip shifts, hand clenched in my hair, and a profuse amount of swearing. Deeper, bad girl. Fuck, that's your throat. Such a good little cocksucker. Holy fucking shit, that's amazing. Take it all. Swallow. Fuck. Melly. I did that to Daniel. The lumberjack, me. Me! I felt powerful and aroused and so pleased with myself. Daniel's head was tipped back on the headrest, eyes closed. If the corner of his mouth wasn't tipped up, I wasn't even sure he was awake. His chest still heaved, sweat dotted his brow, and his dick was still out. While it was softening, it was still impressive. Rolling his head, he looked to me. "All right, sweet girl. What was that all about?" I bit my lip, suddenly unsure. A blowjob. Did I do it wrong?" He huffed. "If you did it any more right, I'd be dead. But what a way to go." I sighed, relieved. "You didn't just have a hankering to suck dick. I think it's time we talk." "Talk?" He studied me and shifted to tuck himself back in his jeans and zip up. "I see you squirming, which means your pussy aches. I'll take care of you when we get to my place, but I want to know about your mom." I looked at my hands folded in my lap. "Okay." He reached out, took one. "The other day you said your mom pushed a man on you." I nodded. "Did he touch you? Did he—" I shook my head and looked up at him. His gaze had been softened by his orgasm, but his voice and body were tense. "No, nothing happened." I sighed again. "I lived here in Hunter Valley with my mom until I was 16. You know her history with the men in the town." He nodded. "She met a man, Carl, and we moved to be with him in Idaho. Carl had an interest in me right from the start, and Mom was okay with it." His hands went to the steering wheel and strangled it. His knuckles were white. "When I turned 18, they pretty much offered me the opportunity to lose my virginity, to have some fun." "With this Carl guy?" He growled. Realizing he was murdering his truck, he loosened his hold and took my hand again. I nodded. "Yes, I didn't want that, so I left. Came back here to live with my grandmother." He kissed my fingertips. "You're right, Carl was a predator, and your mom couldn't see it. I'm proud of you for getting out of there. Is that why you never had sex?" I shrugged. "I guess. At first, but then I never found a guy that interested me." "Until me." "Until you," I confirmed. "And the boundaries are because your mother clearly has none." "Right." "And you freaked when I said sex was fun because that's what your mom taught you sex was. Only fun. I think you said something about it being interchangeable." "Yes. And that relationships aren't something I want." He cocked his head as if surprised by that, even though I told him I didn't want one. "Because you don't want the kind your mom has." "Exactly. What about you?" I countered, licking my bottom lip. I had the taste of him on my tongue still. "You obviously had a relationship with Danny's mom. Any others?" "I was 19 when I was with Haven, Danny's mom. It was a teenage relationship which was pretty much hanging out and having sex. We had zero intention of having a child, but birth control isn't foolproof. She bailed. Danny's the best thing in my life, and I wouldn't change having him for anything." "But no relationships." He shook his head and frowned. "I got derailed by that one. I wasn't letting it happen again." And he still wasn't. Especially now that he sold his business and Danny was all grown up. "Because your life plans got changed when you had him, and now finally you get to live them." "Exactly." He huffed out a breath. "College isn't happening now, but other things on my bucket list are." I knew he didn't mean for those words to hurt, but I felt them. I wasn't a life plan. I wasn't on his bucket list. I was temporary. Temporary was what I wanted. How could I want more from a man who wasn't going to be here? I wasn't going to Scotland or wherever else he roamed. I couldn't feel things for someone else who walked away. My father left. Mom left. Sure, she came back, but didn't see me for who I was. She didn't understand that the meals and the job and living still in my grandmother's house was all because she pretty much messed with my head. I craved consistency, constancy, and permanence. If I wasn't getting it from those who were supposed to care for me, then I had to provide it for myself. The orgasms with Daniel were amazing, but it would be back to me in my drawer of sex toys soon enough. I'd given myself pleasure before. I could do it again. Daniel didn't need to get stuck in Hunter Valley like he had over 20 years ago. He'd soon resent me. "Like your parents, mine aren't great role models either," he added. "My dad divorced my mom when I was 8 because he fell for his secretary. They got married and had Seabass, Saint, and Seth." I had to smile. "Why do you call Sebastian Seabass?" He smirked. "Saint and Seth couldn't say his full name. They only got half of it and it stuck." "So, Sebas to Seabass? Does he even like to fish?" "He does." "Huh." We were perfectly defective together. I had no idea what a real relationship looked like, and well, neither did he. Not if his dad dumped his mom with Daniel and Deke to start a second family. It wasn't swinging, but his dad certainly made relationships seem interchangeable. "I meant it when I said you're staying with me. I don't want you in that house with those two." "Yes." He nodded once, probably expecting me to argue. "Good. Then let's get to my place so I can see to that needy pussy of yours." "What about Danny?" Danny was really upset, and that confrontation the day before had been really embarrassing. Caught by his brothers was one thing, but Danny, ugh.
We didn't do anything wrong. He needs to realize that his dad might have sex with his woman. I winced.
Kinda sounds familiar.
He frowned. You said you went on 2 dates, daytime ones.
We didn't even kiss,
I said, making sure he knew how not serious it had been. Then there's no comparison between us and the swinging your mom does. Rule number 1, remember, I don't share.
But Danny
had no chance with you, he finished. Right?
Did I want Danny now? No. Had I ever wanted him? No. Right.
You're not your mom. Reaching out, he stroked my cheek. I choose you and only you. Now let me take you home and fuck you to remind you who you belong to.
He chose me. Only me. For now. And only now.
Chapter 40. Daniel. I was fucked. Little Melly Harwood was nothing like what everyone in town thought. Ange thought I needed to tread carefully. Deke thought I'd fuck her and toss her aside like a candy wrapper. She wasn't shy or meek, she was cautious. Who could blame her with her psycho mother? I remembered when my dad left and moved across town. A few nights a week, Deke and I had to eat dinner with Sheila in their new house. I understood that he'd been in a new relationship, but at 8 it was just weird. Sure, I had friends back then whose parents were divorced, but none had broken up because of an affair that turned into a marriage and kids. I always carried a tinge of disrespect for my dad and how he treated my mom, dumping her as he had. So when Deke insinuated I'd do the same with Melly, it cut deep. But I was leaving today. It was still dark out, my bedside clock reading just before 6. Melly was in my arms, and she was using my chest for a pillow. Her hair was everywhere, like a silky curtain over my skin. She was warm and soft, and it felt fucking amazing to hold her. There were only hours to go, and I didn't want to leave her. I sighed but tried to hold still so I didn't wake her. I had shit to sort out in my head, and I kept her awake, and screaming my name until after 1. I wanted to go. Fuck, did I want to get on that plane and get the hell out of Hunter Valley. I could practically taste the freedom, the ability to do whatever the fuck I wanted, wherever, whenever. No school lunches, no payroll, no pee-wee football practice or pizza and beer with my brothers. It also meant no more Melly, no more of her curiosity when it came to my dick and what could be done with it. No more side-of-the-road BJs, no more tiny Fred, no more of this. I squeezed her because I had her now, in my arms, naked, sated. 3 days wasn't enough. I didn't know enough about her. How could I in such a short time? But I knew there was chemistry here, need, desire. Possessiveness, too. She flared protective instincts that were off the charts. I stormed into Kincaid's to get her when she drunk-dialed me. I pretty much broke into her house the night before when I found out her mom was there, ditching the guys in my going-away beers at Kincaid's. Her pussy was mine, her orgasms, her cries of pleasure, her sly smiles that were just for me, her curious nature, her. She was mine. But she wasn't. I was leaving and she was going to find some other guy who would see the real woman she tried so fucking hard to protect. I growled. She stirred, sniffed, lifted her head to look at me. It was dark, but I hadn't closed the blinds when I carried her to bed and the moon was bright. She was cast in a white glow, but I could see her clearly.
Are you okay?
She asked. Come with me. Shit, I hadn't meant to say that. No, I had.
What?
Come with me, to Scotland. She pushed up to sitting and now her bare body glowed. Fuck, she was so pretty. Those full tits were heavy and just begging to be cupped and sucked. I hadn't put my dick between those lush globes yet and fucked them. Now I was hard, shit.
You want me to go to Scotland with you?
I nodded against the pillow. Yeah, why not?
Her eyes widened. My life is here, I have a job. Fred's having puppies next week.
Fred was asleep making whiffling sounds from her dog bed Melly had placed by the window. Danny can raise the puppies. Now I was going to ask her to be Haven, abandoning puppies to go live her life elsewhere, ditching them with the dad. Look, all I know is this isn't done. Us. I want more.
You're leaving the country. There can't be more.
Come with me, I repeated. It'll be fun. She shook her head.
No, I want more too, but this is it. The contract's almost over. I can't just leave.
Why not?
The puppies.
Won't be puppies for long. We can change the contract if you want. My house, your house, the world. Leaning down, she kissed me, her tits pressing into my chest.
I can't.
Can't or won't? I said, stroking her silky hair back as it fell around us in a curtain.
Both.
She kissed me again with much more enthusiasm than rose, so she straddled my waist.
One last time.
When she sank down onto me, one last time sounded fucking awful. Chapter 41. Daniel. Still nothing? Saint asked, pulling into the drop-off lane at the Billings airport. Deke and Seabass were already on the driveway job at Melly's place, and Seth was manning the mechanic shop. I wasn't sure if Saint volunteered for the airport run, or if he got the short straw in taking me. Staring at my phone screen, I shook my head. Danny hadn't responded to my phone calls or texts. I hate leaving like this, I said. He'll come around, he offered, putting his truck into park. I fucked his ex, I said, using the words he said the other night when he caught me and Melly together. He shook his head. Nah, she was never his. The recorded message about leaving a car unattended came through hidden speakers, reminding me what I was doing. Leaving. 21 years after returning home because I'd knocked up Haven and made my own little family of me and Danny, I was moving away from home. I'd been excited for months since I bought the one-way ticket. Eager. Now, did I feel like shit about leaving because of Danny or because of Melly? The time was up on the contract, but why did it feel like things weren't done? I didn't expect her to drive me to the airport, wave to me as I got into the security line, wishing me a great trip and then heading back to Hunter Valley and the library, returning to her quiet routine and remembering me as a fun few days of dick riding. I climbed out frowning. We met at the back of his truck where he pulled down the tailgate so I could grab my bag. Deke warned me off Melly because of Danny. He shrugged. He did, but I saw the way you look at her. Danny never even mentioned Melly when they met for coffee. Not to any of us. That said a lot. He was close with all his uncles, especially Saint and Seth, who were only 8 years older. If he was into her, he continued, he'd have locked her down back in January. He would have acted like you the past few days. Fucking crazy. I frowned at his accusation, but I had stormed into a vet's exam room, stormed into a bar, stormed into Melly's house, pretty much barreled my way into Melly's life under bed. Danny would have been giddy and had little hearts for eyeballs if he'd seriously been into her. Hell, he'd have taken her out to dinner, a movie, had sex. I knew for absolute fact he hadn't done the last. He's surprised, that's all. Not often a girl you took for coffee ends up with your dad. You're surprised, too. He huffed and grinned. Hell yes. Not because of the age thing or that you're so different. It's the way you look at her, dude. Who would have thought you and Melly would be so good together? Oh, we'd been amazing together. Insane chemistry, off-the-charts sex. I'd never felt so connected to a woman. Hell, she'd gone from shy and prim as that nun Deke was obsessed with to uninhibited and wild. With me. Only me. I looked around the airport. The people waiting to be picked up standing at the curb, others hugging by cars before they caught their flight. It was only a few days and it's over. This morning I took her back to her house to get her car to go to work. I tipped my head toward the airport. We got a contract. Ends when I get on the plane. A contract? He asked, eyes bugged. If you met her mother, you'd understand, I said grimly. Melly had promised she wouldn't stay at her house until her mom left. I offered my house since it would be vacant, but she declined. Said she'd stay with Mallory, but didn't think her mom would linger in Hunter Valley without any chance of the money she wanted. Then don't get on the plane. I shook my head. Deke's right. She's picket fences and babies. Her dreams are in Hunter Valley. I hitched my thumb. My dreams are out there. He pulled me in for a man hug, then let me go. Have fun. Go do shit. Send pics and keep us updated. Will do. If you hear of anyone fucking with Melly. I began, wanting to make sure she was taken care of, protected. He held up a hand. On it. But don't worry. All of Hunter Valley watches out for little Melly Harwood. As I made my way into the terminal, I had to wonder. Did they? How could they watch out for her if they didn't really know her?
Chapter 42. Melly. Lindy's baby shower had been amazing. Bridget and Mallory put it on together, decorating Lindy's house, the one she'd grown up in with Bridget, in green and yellow since Lindy and Dex decided to be surprised about the sex. I heard the men were taking bets, and since the James brothers were billionaires, new baby James would probably have college paid for from the winnings alone. There had been close to 20 women celebrating and showering Lindy with gifts, playing games like guessing Lindy's baby's belly girth and speed diapering. For gift opening, everyone wedged into the living room, and wrapping paper was strewn everywhere like Christmas morning. I knew most of the ladies, although a few were wives of the Silver Mines hockey players that had come to Hunter Valley for the party. The last had just said their goodbyes, and the house was finally quiet. I was helping Eve and Mallory collect trash and pick up, while Bridget was in the kitchen washing cake plates and glasses from the offered appetizers, cake and non-alcoholic champagne. "I'm so glad you and Fred came," Lindy said, waddling up to me and offering me a hug as best she could with her huge belly. Her blonde hair was beautifully styled long. Her makeup was perfect, and she had on an adorable maternity dress in a soft blue. I hugged her back. "Wouldn't have missed it," I replied. While I'd offered her a quick hello when I arrived, she'd been so busy with all the other women that we hadn't had a chance to talk until now. I knew I'd been an add-on to the guest list because of the dinner at Daniel's the other night, so I wanted to ensure she had time to spend with her closest friends at this special event. I'd brought Fred, not wanting to leave her alone with her being pregnant with Earl's big-ass babies. She'd happily settled on her little dog bed in the kitchen, content to sleep, even with the laughing and shouting women filling the house. Bridget and Lindy's parents died when Bridget was young. I was a year older than Bridget, and I remembered being in middle school and hearing about their accident. I was sure Lindy wished her mom could be here for this occasion. I cringed at the thought of my mom being at mine. Then I shut that thought down because I wasn't going to have a baby. No man, no baby. I wasn't sure if I really wanted one anyway. A baby? Yeah, probably not. A man, though. I thought the answer was no, but a few days with Daniel and I started thinking dangerous thoughts. Something permanent, like what Lindy had with Dex, was something I would never know. People left me. Those who loved me didn't stick. All I knew was that relationships were fleeting or casual, or had unhealthy requirements, or expectations. Love was conditional. I'll love you if you do what I think is best. I love you, but my life doesn't include you. I'll love you while I'm in town, but once I go... "Thank you for the books," she said, breaking me from my depressing thoughts. "You're the only one to think of them. A perfect gift." Instead of onesies or a tiered cake made of cloth diapers, I gave the new baby some board books. Little ones made of thick cardboard pages with animals and shapes and places to touch that felt soft or rough. "You're welcome." Based on the stack of new baby things in the other room, it was a good thing the James brothers had a private jet. I couldn't imagine getting all these presents back to Denver on a commercial flight. She cocked her head and studied me. "You okay?" I had a smile on my face, makeup on, clothes pressed and presentable. I was the same, but Lindy was shrewd and observant. Good thing only I could feel how my pussy was still a little sore from all the sex with Daniel, or see the little hickey on the inside of my thigh he'd left right before he growled mine. "Yes, or I will be." She gave me a sad look. "He left?" She didn't have to say his name. After the caber-tossing dinner we had the other night, she knew all about my interest in Daniel and his dick, and the fact that being with him and his talented dick was short-lived. He was casual. He wasn't permanent. Our 3-day relationship was conditional. That was what a contract did. Made it conditional based on agreed bullet points, one of which was an end date. I nodded, swallowing hard. I felt empty knowing his plane had left, like a Star Wars movie where the Force went missing. It was the first time I really wasn't okay with someone leaving me, that I cared more than I should for someone who walked out of my life. She eyed me closely. Bridget and Mallory had given me hugs and not said a word, but Lindy... She might be pregnant with her first child, but she'd raised Bridget, and pretty much Mallory, too. Since I was their age, she lumped me in with her big kid crew. She was a pseudo-mom for all of us. "Yes," I added. "He's probably driven on the wrong side of the road and eaten a filled sheep's stomach by now." "It's okay to have a fling," she said after she was done grimacing. "So says my mother," I replied. Lindy pulled me into the kitchen and practically pushed me into a chair. Bridget turned at the sink to see what was up, pushing her glasses up with a soapy finger. "I heard she's in town," she said. My mom was 15 years older than Lindy, but I was sure they knew each other, at least in passing. Everyone over the age of 30 had to know about the mayor fiasco. "News travels," I said, then panicked. "Wait, she didn't sleep with someone this trip she wasn't supposed to and have them fired, did she?" Lindy grinned, then bit her lip to stifle it. "Not that I heard. I'm guessing your mom has very different relationship views than you do." I laughed dryly. "I think this is the perfect time to say duh." "You like Daniel," she said, taking my hand. Again, duh. I wouldn't have, if I didn't. I blushed and couldn't say sex even after everything Daniel and I did together. "That's the difference between you and your mother," she said. "You need to care for someone for there to be any kind of relationship. She doesn't." "Yes, that's true, but with Daniel it wasn't a relationship." "A relationship can be short," she clarified. "You connected and you grew to like him." I sighed, feeling ashamed that I couldn't even do a short relationship right. I was supposed to have sex and just let him go. I did. He's ridiculously bossy and he doesn't enter a room, he invades. I didn't know it was possible for a man to growl as much as he does. A smile spread across her face, seemingly pleased to hear about how unique Daniel was. Yet he's sweet to you. Bridget turned off the faucet and wiped her hands on a dish towel. Not that sweet based on that blush. When he comes back, you can pick up where you left off, Lindy said. I shook my head. He's not coming back. He can't move away forever. His life's here, Lindy countered. Maybe he'll come back to visit, but he made it very, very clear his life here is done. I said to Lindy, but also as a verbal reminder to myself that it was over. Lindy waved her hand. He has a son and brothers here, a business. He sold it, Bridget added, coming over and dropping into a chair. I'd never seen her in a dress before, but she was wearing one now. It was green to match her eyes. The last thing a man wants is a clinging woman, I reminded. Me pining after him and then showing up on his doorstep when he comes back to town is the epitome of clingy. They looked at each other, then me. I leaned forward, set my forearms on their kitchen table. It was very 80s and I imagined it had been the same one from when their parents were alive. Look, we made a deal, I told them, laying out what he and I had agreed on. An arrangement. He did everything I wanted to feel safe with him. Fine, it was a fling, if that's the definition you want to give it. But remember, a fling is temporary. If it was anything else, it wouldn't be called a fling. I had them there and they knew it. It didn't matter. A relationship was impossible with an ocean between us. It wasn't like we got to know each other much. I barely knew anything about him other than how he liked to dirty talk and what his cum tasted like. Sure, there was something between us, an amazing connection. A foundation, perhaps. But all we had right now was the same thing my mom had with her flings. Sex, not much conversation, a goodbye. What I had on my own was sadness and a little heartache that he was gone. I liked Daniel Pearson, and I wanted to like him even more. I stood to leave because we could analyze my things with Daniel for hours and nothing would change. I turned to the corner of the kitchen where I put Fred's dog bed and where I left her at the beginning of the shower. Where's Fred? Even Mallory joined us in searching the lower floor, even searching in the bushes out front in case she slipped out at the end of the party. It was Bridget who found her in the pantry where she had pulled an apron off a hook and was using her paws to make a bed. Nesting. I think she might be having babies at a baby shower, Bridget said.
Chapter 43. Daniel. I was in my rental car in the parking lot, or car park as it was called in the UK, staring at the sign through the heavy Scottish rain. McGavernal whiskey. I've been in the country for 3 days. I walked the Royal Mile in Edinburgh. I looked for Nessie at Loch Ness. Now I was ready to sample some good whiskey, but all I could think of was Melly. How she'd tell me some piece of trivia about Scottish history or the origins of the Nessie legend. She'd ensure I drove on the right side, or wrong side for me, of the road so I didn't kill myself, which had been a close possibility a few times. But it was the sign on the distillery that said whiskey with no E that made me frown, that made me want her. I wanted Melly to be here, to see this with me, to try the E-less whiskey with me. What was the point of doing it alone? My dick would agree with that question. Not drinking whiskey, but my dick had gotten used to Melly's incredible pussy. Now all he was getting was my hand. I was cranky, I was alone. For years I wanted some alone time. Every parent equivocally craved and missed carpools and football practice and science fair projects and catching kids sneaking out. I was no exception. With family, they always seemed to butt in to annoy the shit out of me. I had 4 brothers who fuck. I thought of their faces as they stared in my front window at me and Melly. They meddled, showed up unannounced at the house, ate my food. We even worked together. I dealt with employees, a kid, a family. There was no alone. I thought of Melly. She was alone. Her dad, well, he wasn't in the picture. Her grandmother was teaching in Europe and was rarely in Hunter Valley. Melly had said she'd moved in with her when she was 18, but I had to wonder if she was more of a permanent house sitter than anything else. Then there was her mom, what a piece of work, and that douchebag who was with her. She flitted into town, this time for money, and then left. Melly had friends. Mallory, Bridget, everyone in Hunter Valley knew her and cared about her. Ange had warned me, so had Deke. Even Arlo at the bar when I went in to pay the drinks tab. But I had friends too, acquaintances. Everyone important, everyone close and crucial to Melly left her. Her dad, her grandmother, her mom, me. She'd been so intent on setting boundaries with me, rules for sex, it was no wonder. As I sat in Scotland and watched a tour bus pull into the lot, I realized something important about her. They weren't parameters she put in place so I didn't overstep sexually. No, that woman didn't seem to have any sexual boundaries other than being shared, or have it with anyone her mother suggested. Those boundaries were to protect her fucking heart when she knew a person wasn't sticking. I wasn't going to stick. I told her up front I was leaving. She knew she was fine with it. Why wouldn't she be? It was what she expected. Everyone left her. So she put the rules in place to guard her feelings, especially since our fling was all sex. She was attracted to me and finally wanted to have it. To have it like we had, she had to drop every fucking wall she put up to protect herself, otherwise she would have laid there like that nun Deke talked about. She wanted me. Me! Even with her issues, she let me in knowing she was going to feel, to get hurt, and to let me go. I asked her to come with me, I said to the car. Why would she? We didn't spend too much time talking and getting to know each other. I knew exactly how much to tug on her nipples to get her to squirm and get her pussy to drip. I didn't know if she was allergic to peanuts or what kind of music she liked. I only knew the important things. She felt safe with me, trusted me, clung to me for protection. Me, the asshole who growled and shoved myself into her life. I had no idea if Melly and I would be good together for the long haul. What the hell did I know about relationships? I wasn't going to find out being here, and she wasn't going to trust that I'd stick if I didn't do just that. Stick, stay, be there for her, be with her. Share this whiskey tour with her. The car windows were starting to fog up, but I still didn't go inside. She'd said to me, I hope you find the life you want. As I watched the group of tourists enter the distillery, I wondered, was this the life I wanted? Alone in a strange place, having no one to share it with, me, my dick in my hand. Had I been so eager to leave Hunter Valley because I hated the life I had, or because it was missing something? Did I have what I'd been missing in my arms for 3 days beneath me in bed and I didn't even realize? Why was I here? Was I searching for the life I wanted, or was I running away from the amazing one I already had?
Chapter 44. Melly. Fred had 3 puppies, 2 girls and a boy. All 3 looked like Earl, and one was smaller than the other 2. After the vet had said the best thing for Fred was a C-section. I took her and Lindy's apron she nested with to the vet's office for the surgery. The last person I wanted to connect with was Danny, but he had a right to know about the puppies. Sure, it wasn't like there was any kind of legal situation here, but it was courtesy. So I swallowed my mortification and let him know the puppies were born. He paid the vet bill. Now 2 days later, Fred was home, I was home. Mallory was visiting. We were sitting on the kitchen floor beside Fred's bed. She was snuggled on top of an old towel, the puppy's little lumps beside her. The vet had given important tips to watch for, like post-surgery complications, puppy rejection, or nursing problems, so I was watching all 4 of them closely. I leaned against the kitchen cabinets and Mal was across from me, propped against the wall. I can't believe your mom and Roger left without saying goodbye. I shrugged because I wasn't surprised or disappointed. They left a messy guest bedroom and an empty fridge. They ate all of my prepped meals. What's the deal with the blank spot on the wall? I turned my head toward the hallway where she pointed. Mom took 2 framed decorative fans Nana got somewhere in Europe. I'm not sure if she snagged them for sentimental purposes or to sell, but that's for Nana to hash out with her. There was a knock on the back door and Danny stuck his head in. Hey, I said, pushing to my feet. Come on in. He spent the day working on the driveway with the rest of the Pearson team. Snow was coming again, so they had to hustle to get the last of it done. Earl was with him, and for a big bumbling oaf of a dog, he seemed to sense he needed to be gentle and settled near Fred, but not too close to jostle her or their new babies. Mallory reached out and pet him. Danny stepped inside. He wore jeans, a lined canvas coat with a sweatshirt hood over the collar. He tugged a beanie from his head and stuffed it in the jacket pocket. His eyes were the same brown as his father's, and his cheeks were ruddy from the cold. There were 5 dogs and 1 huge elephant in the room. The fact that he found me wrapped around his father in only a flannel. I was the recent virgin, and even I would have known what that sight meant. This was awkward. I gave Mallory a look. She gave me one right back. One that said I had to talk with Danny about having sex with his father, and she wasn't missing it. He ran a hand through his hair and looked down at the brown balls of fur. So this is what happens when dogs don't use birth control. I bit my lip and tried not to smile. He squatted down to get a closer look but didn't touch. I don't know how they fit in her. I know, right? Mallory agreed. How's it going, Danny? He flicked his gaze her way. Hey, Mal. Obviously they knew each other. Look, Danny, I'm sorry, I blurted. He stood, set his hands on his hips. You? For what? I pushed my glasses up. No one wants to see what you did with me and your dad. He gave a small smile. Yeah, well, I've wanted my dad to find a woman for a long time. But, I prodded, but I didn't expect it to be you. My cheeks flared with heat and I spun on my heel and headed for the fridge. I got that a lot. From more than just him because me. I was just little Melly Harwood. No one expected anything from me except, well, nothing. I'm getting a drink. Want one? Sure. He followed and I pulled open the door. Root beer, apple juice, iced tea, and, water. Or milk, sorry. I never remember to offer it because I don't drink it, only put it in my cereal. Root beer's good, he replied. I pulled a bottle from the shelf and passed it to him. Mal, I called. No thanks, she said. She hadn't moved from her spot on the floor. Did you talk with him before he left? I asked. The idea of them fighting and being mad at each other made me sad. I'd gotten between them. Your dad. He took a pull of the root beer. Nah, aren't you mad at him too? I frowned. For what? For leaving. I shook my head. I knew he was leaving, that it was short-lived, so it's not like he surprised me with it. You wanted a fling? He asked, as if the idea was too crazy to comprehend. Grabbing a root beer of my own, I shut the fridge. Despite what you might think, little Melly Harwood's not that much of a good girl, Mallory told Danny. He grimaced. You just seemed... I nodded. I know what I seem to be. She fools everyone. I looked down at Mallory and glared. Then why didn't you want to fling with me? Danny asked. I mean my dad? I gave him a small smile. You know for a fact that there is nothing here. I waggled my finger back and forth between us, ignoring the part about Daniel. I thought you were a... He cleared his throat because he thought I had been a virgin and clearly hadn't wanted to be with one. And you wanted someone who wasn't? It was his turn to blush. His gaze shifted to Mallory for a second, then glanced away. Looking at him, I could see the similarities between him and his father. Not in size, but in looks and mannerisms. But Danny didn't growl, or storm into my house. He had a soft voice and knocked. It seemed I wanted a guy who did neither. If you were really interested in me, it wouldn't have mattered, I told him gently. And if I was really interested in you, I'd have let you change that status. A slow smile crept over his face and looked me in the eye and probably, for the first time, actually saw me. I think you're right. But your dad, I said. I couldn't ignore it any longer. We had to talk it out and get past it because we now shared puppies together. For the next few weeks, we were stuck with each other until they were ready to go to homes of their own. Yeah, my dad. I like him, Danny. Mallory piped up. She really likes him. Mal! He scratched the side of his head uncomfortable. Before anything happened, I told him I wasn't interested in you, and he told me that you two talked and you said you weren't into me. Did he? God, did Daniel lie? Fred shifted in her sleep and Danny glanced down. Yeah, while I was still away. He asked what was up with us and I told him the truth. That there was nothing between us, I clarified. He nodded. So it's over then, you and my dad. I shrugged. You like him, though. She really does, Mallory offered. I glared at her again. She grinned back, so I turned to Danny and ignored her. Or tried. Yeah, I really do. Why him, if you don't mind my asking? I shrugged. Daniel had stormed into the vet's office, accusing me of trapping him with a baby. I should hate his guts. But there was something about him in that moment, right from the very start, that drew me to him. He wasn't gentle. He was gruff, bossy, dominant, cranky. He snarled first, asked questions later. He was also sweet and filthy and safe, and for a few days, mine. It was never meant to be permanent, I said sadly. I'd been kidding myself that I wouldn't get attached, that it wouldn't be hard when he left. You're okay with that? I mean, you seem like a permanent relationship kind of person, although I might have gotten that wrong too. I don't want permanent, I said at the same time Mallory said, She wants permanent. I set my hands on my hips. I do not. You do too. Your mom stole more than those fans off the wall. She pointed again to where the bare spot was. She stole your chance at finding real happiness with a guy. Not all men are like the creeps she brings around. Danny frowned. Creeps. Now the look he had in his face matched his father's. Angry, glaring. What creeps? Don't fire up the wood chipper just yet, I said, holding my hand out to slow his roll. They're gone. For now, Mallory clarified. Until the next time she rolls into town wanting something and trying to get you to fuck her man. What? Danny shouted. Yep, just like his dad. You are not helping, I said, pointing at Mallory. She pushed off the floor, wiped her hands on the front of her pants. I've never seen you the way you are with Daniel. Mallory looked at Danny. Sorry, but you're either going to have to cover your ears or deal. Then she came over and set her hand on my shoulder. You let Daniel leave as a reason to bail on him before your relationship got a chance to succeed. You slept with him because he's hot as hell. Ugh! Danny shouted, then covered his ears as if a fire truck with a siren blaring cut through the kitchen. Mallory rolled her eyes at him but pushed on. But is it also because you knew he wasn't going to stick? You said yes to a guy who wouldn't stay, which is totally ironic because that's all you want. I glared, then realizing she was absolutely right, crumbled. Mallory pulled me into a hug as I cried. No crying, Danny said. Shit, don't cry. My dad's a catch, I guess. I laughed into Mallory's shoulder. When I lifted my head, I asked, Did you say that to get me to stop crying or because it's true? Both, he admitted grudgingly. He's gone and I made it clear I don't want a relationship. I think he wants more because he asked me to go with him and... Mallory pushed me away so fast I got whiplash. He asked you to go? It was my turn to cover my ears. God, Mal, not so loud. Danny moved to stand shoulder to shoulder with Mallory and the two of them stared at me. He asked you to go, Mallory repeated quieter. Why are you standing here? Yeah, my dad wouldn't have asked if he didn't mean it, Danny added. I have puppies now and it was temporary and he said we'd have fun. Of course you will have fun. It's Scotland with a man who tosses capers in a kilt. How much sexier can that be? Danny gave Mallory a look like he might want to hurl. Can you stop calling my dad sexy? My mom's boyfriend asked me to go off with him, I said. Told me it'd be fun. Mallory's nose scrunched up in disgust. This week? I shook my head. When I was 18, that's why I came home. That's why you came home to live with your grandma? Because your mom was okay with her boyfriend fucking her daughter? Wouldn't you catch a bus out of state too? I countered. This guy from when you were 18, what's his name? Danny asked. I've got 4 uncles to help hunt him down and a wood chipper. I burst out laughing. Your dad said the same thing. I have to wonder who might be missing in town because of the Pearson personal justice wood chipper. Mallory pouted and took my hand. That guy was a predator and a creep. Yeah, I called him Creepy Carl. Creepy Carl is not my dad, Danny said. If he invited you to go to Scotland, it's not because he... Okay, maybe he does want to do that with you, but God, I can't believe I'm saying any of this, but he's respectful. When I wanted him to be, I liked him when he wasn't. The way Danny was grossed out by talking about me having sex with his father, I wasn't going to tell him I'd been on the phone with him while his father fucked me from behind. Not a smart move. We had 3 days. 3 days, I said, tossing up my hands. That's not long enough for anyone to say the L word, and besides, we barely talked. Danny grimaced. Sorry. My point is that I don't really know him. I can't go off to Scotland for a guy I've known for 3 days. Say I get there and he doesn't want me. He asked you to go with him. You're not stalking him to another country, Mallory reminded. I have a job, a life. Sweetie, a life made up of planned meals, volunteering, and living in your grandmother's house? Hey, I said, not liking Mallory's words. All of it was true, but she made it out to sound like my life was miserable. I'm not saying it's a bad life, but go to Scotland with a hot man. Have some fun. Not creepy fun, but actual fun. I have newborn puppies to take care of. I'll take care of them, and Fred, Danny offered. I looked to Danny, confused as to why he was going to help me go off to be with his dad. He's not coming back, I reminded. Mallory was slowly making me reconsider, and the two of them were chiseling away at every excuse I threw their way. I had tons of vacation time available, and if Fred was taken care of, then I could go, but... I'm not saying move to Scotland or get married. I'm saying, take a vacation. Make the fling longer and in another country. See what can happen between you two. I looked to Danny. I knew how upset he was with his dad being with me. I wouldn't get between them no matter how I felt for Daniel. Yeah, I agree, Danny said. See what can happen. Then he tipped his chin down and gave me a serious look. But if it works out, I am definitely not calling you Mom. Chapter 45, Daniel. In the middle of the night, I got a text. Like a loser, I thought it might be Melly, so I snagged it off the bedside table faster than a teenager waiting for his crush to call. In the dark room, the bright screen blinded me. I blinked and saw who it was from, Danny. I shouldn't be disappointed to get a text from my son, but it only showed how far I'd sunk. I wanted to hear from Melly. Maybe have her send me a sexy photo.
Like the shot I took of her on my floor, pussy and tits out and covered in my cum, I had pulled up and jerked off to earlier. So no, not Melly and her upturned ass either. Danny sent a photo of him sitting on the floor beside Earl, with Fred and 3 furry little lumps on a very familiar dog bed. The puppies were born. I couldn't help but smile. Those puppies were what started the whole thing with Melly. If Earl hadn't been a literal horn dog, I may never have met her. And I'd be right here in this bed just as alone as I was now. Except I would have been content in being solo, excited about this new life I was living. Another text from Danny came through. We're cool. We're cool? We're cool! What did that mean? I sat up in bed and stared at my cell. Did it mean he and Earl were cool because they were dog dads? Did it mean he and Melly were cool being dog parents together? Did it mean he was cool with me about having been with Melly? I had no idea. The dog parent thing lasted, 8 weeks or so? After they could leave Fred, the puppies would go to new homes, and that would be it. I had to wonder if the vet had spayed Fred as part of the C-section surgery. If Earl planned to keep humping Fred, no one wanted a puppy repeat. So what the hell was I doing in Scotland? The photo was an image of my life. Puppies. My kid, even though he was grown and on another continent, he was still a huge part of it. I didn't need to drive him to the dentist or control his screen time any longer, but I was his dad, and I would always be there for him. I also had meddling siblings. For a short time, I even had a woman, too. I didn't have to take my business back, but why did I have to leave Hunter Valley? I longed for the life I'd had to abandon when I had Danny. I'd wanted to go to college, play football, backpack across Europe, drive a semi-truck across the desert in Australia, ski in Chile, play in the Highland Games. Besides having some fun tossing a few cabers in a kilt, did I really want those other dreams anymore? And I could toss cabers at home, just like I did with my brothers and even the Jameses. I definitely didn't want to drive a semi-truck. I was too old to be happy sleeping in a hostel bunk bed and living out of a backpack. I could ski in Montana. I didn't have to go to South America to do it. My dreams had changed. How would I not noticed it until now? I was alone in this bed, alone in the country. Melly was in Hunter Valley. I could have her. I could be with her and that bottle of lube that had probably been delivered. I could get to know her and make her mine, extend our sex contract to forever if we wanted. But nothing was going to happen with me here.
Chapter 46. Melly. I could read a book anywhere. Maybe it was because of my job or because I just loved to read. I didn't get car sick and I could read through any kind of noise. But I couldn't get through the chapter during my layover. I was too nervous. My anxiety kept me from sitting still, and so I paced the gate area. My continuing flight to Glasgow was on time, but I was debating if I should get on it. Danny had said he'd text his dad and find out where he was. What if he got the wrong information or if Daniel had moved on? Would I end up spending the week wandering Scotland alone searching for a traveling lumberjack? And worse, what if I did find him and he wondered why I showed up, or if he was with a woman? I dropped into an empty boarding area seat. Oh God, I hadn't thought of that until right now. He hadn't wanted a relationship with me, which was fine because that was our arrangement, but that meant he was open to being with someone else. We may not have shared for those few days we were together, but we weren't exclusive now. I had no doubt Scottish women were lovely and couldn't resist Daniel's brawniness and charms. I was just the nerdy librarian he slept with for a few days. No, he invited me. He wanted me to go with him. I turned him down, so now he could be with anyone. Daniel Pearson, please return to gate 12 for a left item. My head whipped up at hearing Daniel's name on an airport announcement. What? My heart thumped hard. Did you hear that? I asked the businessman beside me who was working on his laptop, some complicated spreadsheet on the small screen. He blinked. Excuse me? Did you hear that? For Daniel Pearson. That's not my name. He replied, then turned his attention back to his work. Daniel Pearson, please return to gate 12 for a left item. I popped to my feet as if I got bingo and wanted to snag the cash prize. They had said his name. I wasn't hearing things. I wasn't going insane. I was at gate 32. Tugging my wheeled carry-on, I hurried toward the moving walkway to get to gate 12. There can't be more than one Daniel Pearson, I muttered to myself, weaving around a family with a double-wide stroller and 2 screaming kids. Then I thought about it, how I first actually met Daniel. There were 2 Daniel Pearsons. Could this be Danny? Why would Danny be at the Chicago airport? I hopped off at the end of the moving walkway and onto the next one, making my way down the longest concourse that had to be in existence, and made it to gate 12. I went up to the gate agent, a pretty black woman with a dazzling smile. Can I help you? Daniel Pearson. I said, trying to catch my breath. You called for him. I need Daniel Pearson.
Melly?
Daniel!
Chapter 47. Daniel. Melly? I asked again, completely stunned. I'd been thinking about her nonstop ever since that text from Danny. Once I decided to go back to Hunter Valley, she was all I could see. The red hair, the fucking glasses, her pert ass bent over my bed, those rosy nipples, her pussy-clenching screams, her moans, every fucking thing about her, and she was right here, at the gate in Chicago. What the hell? She was casually and comfortably dressed in black leggings, a white t-shirt, and a long green cardigan with a striped scarf loose around her neck. Her hair was down and her lips were glossy and stained pink. A young man in military uniform stood behind us. He was trained to be courteous and patient, and we blocked his way to get assistance. I took Melly's suitcase with one hand and her elbow with the other and pulled her to the side. I didn't let go. I couldn't. I just got off a 7-hour flight from London and a commuter hop from Edinburgh before that. Somehow my boarding pass to Missoula had slipped from my belongings getting off the international flight, and they'd called me back to the gate. I'd already made it all the way to gate 4 when I heard my name and had to return. I cursed the whole way back, but now, fucking thrilled, and tired because I was questioning whether she was real.
I heard your name and oh my God, Daniel, what are you doing here?
She asked, clearly stunned. Her eyes were wide behind her black-rimmed glasses. Me? What are you doing here? I looked around. Why are you in Chicago? A gate agent's voice announced the final boarding call for a plane to Milwaukee at gate 14, and passengers flooded past us.
You're supposed to be in Scotland.
You're supposed to be in Hunter Valley.
I was coming to see you.
We said at the same time. Bomb dropped. What? I let go of her elbow and stepped close, cupped her face in my hands. You were coming to see me? In Scotland?
She nodded. But I didn't know where you were, and then there was probably a pretty Scottish woman with you, and I...
Who? She wasn't making any sense.
You were returning to Hunter Valley?
She asked instead of explaining. To see you.
To see me? She frowned. Why, I let you leave and the contract was over, and well,
There was only one thing to say to shut her up. To stop talking nonsense. For her to understand. I want to amend the contract.
Chapter 48. Melly. He was here. His beard and hair were unruly, and his jeans and plaid shirt were wrinkled. But to me he never looked better, felt better. Those calluses on his palms were rough against my cheeks, but it was another sign that it really was him. Gruff, hard-working, now travel-worn. Change the contract, I wondered. He nodded.
No end date.
No end date.
Not just your house or my truck.
He looked up and glanced around.
For starters, I want to add the Chicago airport.
I frowned. You want us to be able to have sex in the Chicago airport? I whispered part of that because we couldn't be in any more of a public place. His eyes narrowed, heated, and that dark intensity was back.
I want you, Millie Harwood. Any way I can have you.
He admitted. I glanced around, suddenly very, very eager for him to have me. Okay. His eyebrows went up.
Okay,
he said back. I nodded. Determination lit his features. He had my suitcase in my hand and was leading me further from my gate to a family bathroom. He pushed the door open, tugged me in, locked it behind us. Then he kissed me.
Chapter 49. Daniel. If Melly wasn't so fucking insanely hot, I might think I had premature ejaculation issues. One kiss, one feel of her soft body pressed into mine, and I was ready to come. She had her hands around the back of my head, pulling me down, holding me in place as she kissed the hell out of me. I scented that cherry lip gloss, felt her tits pressing against my stomach. I let my hands roam to her ass, cupped it, squeezed it. Yeah, that was the perfect ass I remembered. I pulled back. I need inside you now. My words weren't gentle, my tone was harsh. My breathing was ragged, and if she didn't know me, she might be afraid. But this was Melly. 3 days together, and she knew me as well as my brothers. She might not know I was allergic to blueberries, but she got me.
Hurry,
she breathed, her hands going to my belt buckle. I parried her hands away so I could get my dick out faster. Turn around, I said. While the space seemed fairly clean, this was an airport bathroom. I wasn't bending her over anything. As soon as she took a good peek at my dick, how I gripped the base and gave it one good pump, she spun within the limited confines I gave her. Pushing her long sweater to the side, I tugged down her leggings and panties in one go to mid-thigh. The sweater swung back in place, covering her. I grabbed it again and pressed it against her hand. Here. She took it, held the bottom up as she pressed her palms against the steel door. Just to the right of her face was the plastic holder with the initial cleaning schedule. Shit, I don't have a condom, I said as I cupped her perfect ass, then pulled it back toward me. IUD. She wiggled and gave me a little glimpse of her pussy. I'm clean, hurry. Me too, but the contract. Fuck the contract, Daniel, and me. She reached back and took hold of my dick and I hissed. Now. I couldn't help but grin. I had at least 100 pounds on her, more than a foot of height, but she was telling me and my dick what to do. Yes, ma'am. I had to bend my knees and discovered it wasn't going to work. Wrapping an arm around her waist, I hoisted her up and positioned her just right. Then I lowered her down onto me. Fuck. I growled, my head in the crook of her neck. This right here was what I'd been looking for. I had a huge house, a successful business, an independent-grown son, a family, but I never felt like I had a home, a person that I could get lost in. How the fuck was it little Melly Harwood? I had no idea, but she was it. She was home. Being with her, being in her, was where I belonged. Daniel! She cried, squirming. Her feet were off the ground and she had no purchase. All she could do was put her hands on the door and be fucked. Take it, sweet girl. I told you it might be a little much, but you can do it. I pulled back, thrust deep. Fuck. Fuck, she felt so good. Bare, I could feel her heat, how wet she was. I could feel every little clench and squeeze. Harder, she begged or demanded. I pulled back, slammed into her. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw motion. It was us in the mirror over the sink. I could see my dick pulling out of her, all shiny and wet from her. Reach down, play with your clit. You're going to milk the cum from my balls like a good girl. Her little fingers were frantic as she worked herself. I was sweating and breathing hard, trying not to come yet. Her muscles gave little squeezes, her thighs clenched, and I knew she was about to come. I took her hard, slamming us against the door, my torso bumping into her hand. Daniel! She whimpered, her head thrown back, glasses askew. Her inner walls clenched and milked me so damn good. I came with a roar, a slap of my hand on the door, and one last deep thrust into her. I came, and fuck me, I came some more. When I was no longer blind, I lowered Melly to her feet, then pulled out. My cum slipped from her in a gush, sliding down her thighs, and a few thick drops fell to the tiled floor. It was the hottest thing I'd ever seen. I'd never once, not ever, taken a woman bare. There was no going back. Not with condoms, not with Melly. I marked her. She was mine. Chapter 50. Melly. We cleaned ourselves up, and then the floor in the family bathroom. I would never look at public facilities the same way again. Daniel held my hand as he led me to an unused gate, weaving us around passengers eager to get home or to their flight. Instead of letting me sit beside him, he pulled me onto his lap. I glanced around to see who was looking. No one was nearby and everyone was focused on where they were going. I just fucked you bare, he murmured. You're sitting here with my cum in your panties and you're worried about people seeing you on my lap? He asked, pushing my hair back. When he put it that way, you were going to Scotland to be with me. He asked, picking up the conversation we dropped to have sex. I nodded, suddenly shy even after how we defiled the public restroom. You changed your mind, he asked. I did. I bit my lip, then lifted my eyes to meet his. Danny and Mallory helped. Helped you change your mind? Help me see that I like you. A sly smile spread across his face. You like me? I nodded. Do you like me? Sweet girl. I liked you the first second I saw you in the vet office. I couldn't help but stare at him wide-eyed. You hated me! All I could think of was how nerdy and sexy you were. That isn't helping, I said with a frown. He tipped my chin up. I thought you accused me of getting you pregnant. All I could think of was that I should have had a taste and hard fuck of that pussy for an accusation like that. Now that you have... I began wanting him to finish. I don't think I'll ever be able to get enough. I want more with you, sweet girl. More sex? More everything. I want to know you. In bed, an airport bathroom, and out. 3 days wasn't enough. I do too. I'm sorry I turned down your offer to go with you. You asked me to have fun and I was triggered. When I was 18, my mom's boyfriend wanted me to go with him for the night. To have sex, for fun, no relationship. We'd have sex and he'd go back to my mom. Those assholes. This fucker you're talking about, and that little shit Roger, won't bother you again, I can promise you that. We can have any kind of boundaries or contract you want to make you feel safe. I covered his mouth with a finger. No, a real relationship doesn't need anything like that. We trust each other. We take care of each other. He nodded and I ran my fingers through his beard. I haven't let a woman in before. Not really, he admitted. My dad was a shitty example of bailing on a relationship. I remember Mom crying, and it destroyed our family, and then he made a new one, and... He closed his eyes for a second. Then I was burned by Haven, Danny's mom. I think we both have pretty skewed ideas about what a relationship really is. Then we figure it out together? I asked, my words laced with hope. He nodded. We figure it out together, which means we have to be in the same place. Not Scotland? I wondered. Suddenly he looked weary, as if the idea of returning there was exhausting. I'll go back for the Highland Games in May, and I want you to come with me. I do want to see you in a kilt, I admitted. He grinned. My life's in Hunter Valley, Daniel. I needed him to know I wasn't running off in the sunset with him. If he wanted to be with me, he had to be in Montana. I knew he wanted to travel and we could do it together, but he had to stick. He nodded gravely. Mine is too. You said your life wasn't there any longer. I was wrong. Hope flared in my chest along with newer, deeper feelings I had for him. Do we go back then? I asked. He shifted and looked to the banks of monitors where it showed the list of departures, the flight numbers, the cities, and the flight times. How much time do you have off? So he hadn't expected me to roam the world at his side. A week for now. I had plenty of time accrued, but there was only Ethan to fill in for me. A week's good. I thought my life was waiting for me out in the world, that I gave up everything when I was 20. I took a solo trip to Scotland to realize my life, the one I pivoted to make, is pretty fucking amazing. I owe Danny an apology, but he will have to get over you and me. He's okay with it. With us. He wants you happy. Daniel kissed me soft and sweet. I'm happy. With you. It felt like I was glowing from the inside out. Daniel was what a man should be. Devoted, trustworthy, sexy, dirty talker. So where should we go? I asked. Daniel looked at the departures. Anywhere you want, sweet girl. As long as we're together.
This has been Manscape, On a Manhunt, Book 5. Written by Vanessa Vale. Narrated by Kylie Stewart. Copyright 2023 by Bridger Media. Production copyright 2024 by Bridger Media. Manhandle, On a Manhunt, Book 6. Written by Vanessa Vale. Narrated by Kylie Stewart.
Prologue. Mac. Have a good Christmas, bud? I asked Andy, dropping down onto his bed beside him. It had been a long day, and I was ready for the couch, quiet, and the football game. Something hard poked me in the ass. I lifted to reach beneath the covers and found the action figure he'd gotten, then tossed it to the bottom of his bed. Hey, he's sleeping with me, Andy said, offended by my disregard that only a 6-year-old could muster. I reached for the half-human, half-lizard, and set it carefully on the pillow beside Andy's head. There. Pulling up the covers with dinosaurs on them, I tucked them beneath his pajama-clad arms. So, good holiday? He nodded, but didn't look me in the eye. I asked Santa for something, and it didn't come, he admitted in a soft voice. I thought through the list he'd given me right after Thanksgiving, the one he'd sat at the kitchen table and diligently worked on, sounding out the words as he went. Bike, books, baseball mitt, all the B's, it seemed. Only the baseball mitt came from Santa, not wanting him to ever think the big guy handed out expensive presents. But I thought his top wants had been met. Oh? I asked. Yeah. I saw your list, bud, and I'd say you're one lucky kid. Plus, you're going with Grumpy to the big amusement park in California this spring. He nodded, raised his hand to pick his nose, then eyed me quickly as he remembered he shouldn't, and tucked it back under the covers. Yeah, that's going to be awesome. He wiggled with excitement. I can't wait to see Grumpy throw up on the saucer ride. Out of all the things he could say about a weekend with his grandfather, at an amusement park, this wasn't what I expected. My mouth tipped up imagining my father getting sick from too much spinning. No, Daddy. I asked Santa for a new mom. My smile slipped. Holy shit. This was a big deal. One of those I need a child psychologist moments. What did I say to a kid whose mother was my drug-addicted sister who'd stayed clean long enough to have him thank fuck and linger for 6 weeks before dumping her newborn with me? She bailed on her baby so she could go off and do, I had no idea what. I don't think a new mom would fit down the chimney, I told him, hoping to make light of a serious situation. I couldn't get Tracy to get her shit together enough to want to stay, nor come back to Hunter Valley. Hell, after all this time, I wasn't sure if I wanted her to, only if she was clean and sober. Andy was mine now, on paper and in my heart. I might be his uncle, but he was my son. As I hoped, Andy grinned. A bottom tooth was missing, and it was only a matter of time before he looked like a jack-o'-lantern. That's silly. Moms come through the front door and make cookies and smell nice. Women do smell nice, I admitted. It had been a long time since I got close enough to appreciate a woman's cookie. Andy turned to his side, pulling his whoopee, his small blanket he always slept with, out from under the covers to tuck beneath his chin. Do you think he sent my new mom to some other boy or girl? He asked, his small voice tinged with worry. You watched a bunch of holiday movies this month. Did you see Santa ever pack a person into his big bag? He shook his head. No, only toys. I had no idea what else to say. In order for Andy to get a mom, that meant I had to meet, find, fall in love, and want to keep a woman. A woman who smelled nice and whose cookie I wanted to eat for the rest of my life. So... He began, breaking me from my naughty list thoughts. Maybe Santa's just slow? Maybe sometimes it takes a while, just like pooping? I grinned, leaning down and kissing his forehead. Yeah, bud. Sometimes it takes a while. Chapter 1. Mac. 4 months later. Andy ran out of the secure area of the airport with the biggest grin on his face, his little backpack bobbing. Dad! He shouted. My father followed him at a more sedate pace, smiling at the eager reunion. I leaned down and scooped Andy up into my arms. Hey, bud, did you have fun? See Mickey? He nodded enthusiastically, then pointed to the hat on his head, the one with the big black ears. I did, and Pluto and Goofy. Wow. We ate chicken nuggets shaped like Mickey, rode on an old train, a mono train, and a big boat. A monotrain. Monorail. My dad corrected as he joined us. Yeah, that thing. It was really cool. There were fireworks and a parade in the haunted house, which made Grumpy really scared, but I held his hand in the spooky elevator, and... I expected the excited recount, but he didn't even take a breath. All that. Did Grumpy throw up on the teacup ride? I didn't, Dad said with a puffed chest, but then looked a little sheepish. Barely. I turned. Come on, let's go see if your suitcase is here yet. Andy wiggled in my hold and I put him down. Not yet, we need to wait. I frowned down at him. Wait. Yeah, we have to wait for her. She was sitting next to us and she's very nice. He came close, put his hands around his mouth and whispered, She's pretty too. You made a friend on the plane? I looked to Dad for guidance and he rolled his eyes, although he still smiled, which meant he was being indulgent. Yeah, not just a friend, more than a friend. Andy turned and looked down the hallway that brought incoming passengers from the secure side of the airport. There, that's her! I looked up, and if I were a cartoon character, my eyeballs would pop out of my head. They'd turn into hearts and little birdies would be chirping. An anvil would fall next. Andy's new friend wasn't a kid. She was all a woman, and holy shit, she was beautiful. Not girl next door pretty, but stunning. Everything about her was perfect. From the top of her carefully styled dark hair to her heeled boots. Dark eyes, a pert nose, high cheekbones, full lips. She was breathtaking. Dressed in casual black pants, a white blouse and jean jacket didn't hide that she was soft and curvy. A hot pink scarf of the softest and fluffiest yarn was around her neck. Silver earrings dangled. She screamed high maintenance and definitely not a Hunter Valley local. She just got off a plane, you dumbass. Miss Georgia! Andy called and waved his little hand as if he was seeing Minnie Mouse in the theme park parade. The woman's face lit up at the sight of Andy and she went right to him, wheeling her pale pink carry-on. Holy hell, that smile. I wanted that aimed at me. There's my friend, she said, her voice soft and kind. I knew I couldn't get lost in the big old airport if y'all were here. He nodded, completely under her thrall. I could relate. The circle thing for the suitcases is over there. He pointed in the direction of the baggage claim. I couldn't stop staring, taking in every inch of her. Dad cleared his throat. I stared some more. "Mac," he whispered, "close your mouth." I shook myself out of the female-induced haze I was in and snapped my mouth shut, licked my lip because it was possible I drooled. Dad chuckled as Andy and the woman he called Georgia approached. "Dad, she sat beside me on the plane. She likes ginger ale and gave me her bag of peanuts." I nodded and took in Georgia up close. Responding to medical emergencies as part of my job, I could size someone up quickly. My expert eye said she was in her 30s, 5'9", 160 pounds. She wasn't a skinny little thing, but that worked for me. My friends were finding their women, and they were all tiny, thin. To me, who was definitely rough around the edges, breakable. I wanted a curvy woman I could hold on to, sink into, grab, manhandle. Georgia? She didn't seem breakable, and I definitely wanted to get my hands on her. She wore makeup, but it was applied subtly. Her mouth was soft, kissable pink and shiny. Her dark lashes were long and fuck. I could smell her perfume, something soft and flowery and feminine. She didn't look like the kind of woman who perspired or changed her own oil or hiked up a mountain or got her hands dirty. I doubt she shoveled her walkway, or even owned a shovel. From her pale pink nail polish to her glossy curls tumbling artfully over her shoulders, she screamed high maintenance. In comparison, what was I? Low maintenance? Hell, I was no maintenance. I had on my sturdy leather boots, which I wore when on shift or running errands, jeans and black t-shirt. For once the house had been quiet this weekend, and earlier I lounged on the couch and watched a basketball game on TV, although I fell asleep sometime during the second period. Because of that surprise nap, I had rushed out of the house to get to the airport. I sure as fuck wasn't prepared to meet a gorgeous woman. Hell, when was I? I was a single dad, the Hunter Valley fire chief who lived as much at the station as I did at home. There was always grease or dirt under my nails. I had calluses on my palms. The disposal needed to be replaced in the kitchen. The wall I took down to the dining room patched and painted. I should have gone to the dentist 6 months ago. My hair was an inch past needing a trim. I skipped shaving this morning and yesterday morning. I wanted to run home and get cleaned up, if I had any clean clothes to change into, because I only got one load into the washer this weekend, comb my hair and track down some flowers and come back and hand them to her, then bend her over the hood of my car in short-term parking and muss her all up and get her to scream my name. "Dad!" I shook my head, realized I was staring even more, then offered her a smile. "Hey, I'm Mac, Andy's dad. And the guy who was having very filthy thoughts about you."
Georgia Lee Gantry.
Her hands, with nails painted pale pink, were small in mine. Tiny, soft, warm, and I didn't want to let go. "Thanks for sharing your peanuts with Andy," I replied. She laughed soft and light. Had I mentioned she appeared soft all over, or what I could see? I wanted to strip off all those ironed and freshly laundered clothes and see if the rest of her was too. I'd bet 2 months of engine washing that she had on pretty lingerie that matched. Yellow lace, no, lavender satin. Fuck me. Cool satin against those full tits and spankable ass. "Dad?" Andy asked again. I looked down at him. When she tugged her hand, I realized I was still holding it. I let go, ran mine over my unruly hair. I cleared my throat. "What, bud?"
"I was right. Sometimes it takes a while. And you were right. She doesn't come down the chimney. She comes on a plane."
"Yes, she came on your plane from Denver," I told him. Andy shook his head and gave me an eye roll that I had a feeling was only going to get perfected as he got older.
"Miss Georgia's it, Dad."
"It?" I asked. Me, Dad, and Georgia eyed him.
"Yeah, my new mom." Chapter 2. Georgia. Oh, my stars, those sweet, ruthless words. "Honey,
what the?"
A deep bark of laughter. All of it happened at once as all three of us grown-ups stared at Andy and reacted at once. The little boy was so eager, so earnest. His little face was lit up from within with excitement and pure joy. About me being his mom. Me, his mom. So bittersweet, so perfect. Yet the little guy wasn't mine. No way. Some other woman had the privilege of being his mom, of being the tooth fairy and slipping coins under his pillow, frequently lately since he didn't have any top teeth, of trying to keep that little cowlick that popped up on the back of his head down for at least 5 minutes, or answering all of his questions. I sat next to him and his grandfather, who'd introduced himself as Drew on the flight up from Denver, and I didn't think the little boy had stopped talking once, not even when he ate the in-flight peanuts. It hadn't been bothersome, it had been adorable. If I was his mom, I'd get little boy hugs. I'd take him to see Mickey and be called Mommy. And I'd be with his dad, Mac. He was, wow, like insanely good-looking, and I couldn't stop eyeing him. He was different than any man in Calhoun, or the entire state of Georgia, I ever met. Completely different than Art, my ex, who wore seersucker suits like a southern gentleman and spent more time in his private country club playing golf than he did in his office. Or the Green was his office, making big deals and schmoozing clients on the back nine, too focused on his career to make a family with me. The keywords being with me. No thoughts about Art. That was why I was 2 time zones away at a new job I wasn't sure I was even qualified for, with my cheeks hot with embarrassment at Andy's statement that I was his new mom. Son, no. This nice lady isn't your new mom, Max said gently, setting his hand on Andy's little shoulder and ruffling his hair. She's probably got a husband and a boy or girl of her own. My smile slipped, but only briefly, because those words were my biggest trigger. No husband, no boy or girl. So instead of wallowing, I turned my smile up to full wattage as trained. Mac wasn't trying to be hurtful. He didn't even know me. Nope, no family, I said, hoping they couldn't hear the wistfulness and hurt over the loudspeaker message about not leaving bags unattended. Course she's my new mom, Andy said undeterred. She's just what I asked Santa for. She's nice and she listens to me, and she said she likes dogs and French fries. I did like French fries. The size of my clothes and my mother were constant reminders of that, with ranch dressing. If liking French fries was all it takes to be your mom, you'd have half the women in town tucking you in, Mac replied. Andy ignored him and came over and took my hand, looked up at me. I couldn't miss the resemblance he had with his father now that they were side by side. Same dark hair, same chocolate eyes. Come on, Miss Georgia. I'll show you where you can get your suitcase. It spins round and round on the carousel. But you can't sit on it no matter how much fun it looks, or you'll get in trouble. I glanced at Mac. His intense eyes met mine, then roved over my face, settled on my lips. God, he was handsome. I wasn't a small woman, but he still had a few inches on me. He was fit, solid, sturdy based on the way his black t-shirt stretched across his muscular chest and biceps. Had it shrunk, or did he buy them small to have a shrink-fit look? His dark hair was unruly and tousled. I had to wonder if he'd driven with his windows down or if he never combed it this morning. And he had a mustache. A mustache that would probably be soft against my skin when he kissed me. Lordy, it looked good on him, along with the whiskers that covered his square jaw. This close I could see a few flecks of gray. He looked like he was the kind of man who had more important things to do than primp in front of a mirror. From the 2 minutes I knew him, he seemed like the get-up, shower, and go kind of man. That he didn't take stock in appearances, that actions were what mattered. I forced my eyes away from Mac because of Andy's tug on my hand. Such a gentleman, I praised Andy. Show me where to find my bag. I let him lead me over to the carousel, although the bags hadn't arrived yet. I squatted down in front of him. I am so glad we met on the plane. With a soft smile, I continued. I can't be your mom, sweetie, but I would really like to be your friend. Why can't you be my mom? He asked, cocking his head to the side. He had a drink stain on his shirt and his shoelace was untied. Because you already have one. I countered. Out of the corner of my eye, Mac and Drew worked their way around the other passengers toward us. Andy shook his head. No, I don't. The carousel alarm blared once, then again. Then the belt began to move. The suitcases started to appear. Oh. My gaze flicked to Mac. He was single. A single dad. With bulging biceps, a slightly crooked nose, and... Miss Georgia didn't fly here to be your new mom, Mac told them, as if knowing exactly what we'd been talking about. I sighed, thankful he was taking over. I didn't want to hurt the little boy's feelings. Drew laughed again. I glanced his way, and he seemed amused by this interaction. He and I hadn't spoken much on the plane since Andy had chattered away, but I learned the 2 of them were returning from California from a grandfather-grandson weekend trip, and was probably thrilled to let Mac take over. The boy seemed to have endless energy. That's right, I'm here for work, I added. Mac studied me, then nodded. But... Andy looked between me and his father, confusion in his eyes. Mac shook his head and pointed. Go watch for Grumpy's bag.
Holler when you see it.
Grumpy. Andy had called his grandfather that a few times in the plane, but the older man was far from a grump. Ladies first, though, Andy said. You always say I need to have chivalry and be a gentleman, to show girls how special they are by taking care of them. Except Mabel Dumfries. He scrunched up his face as if he smelled something bad. She likes to cut in line on the way to recess, and isn't getting any chivalry from me. I bit my lip to not laugh.
Chivalry,
Mac corrected.
And yes, you can be a gentleman and help Georgia get her bag, too.
What color do y'all think it is? I asked him. Andy, not Mac. His little brow furrowed as he studied me. Pink, like your other bag. That's right. Pink's my favorite color.
After you help her with her suitcase and we get grumpies, then we need to say goodbye to Georgia and let her go do her work.
Andy's little shoulders slumped. Okay, he said, drawing out the word for about 3 seconds, then ran over to the conveyor belt, although with a lot less enthusiasm than before.
Sorry about that,
Max said, running a hand over his head, messing up his hair some more.
He's been a little obsessed with this mom thing for a while now.
I waved my hand. Here's the pink suitcase! Andy shouted loud enough for everyone from the ticket kiosks to the rental counters to hear. Mac winced and Drew chuckled again. We turned at the same time, saw Andy tugging on my bag as it moved down the conveyor belt. Oh no! I cried, noticing immediately that the bag zipper wasn't closed, and bits of clothes dangled out the opening as if a baggage handler had flipped the top shut. It looked like an omelet where all the filling spilled out the sides. Lord, was that a bra strap?
Shit,
Mac uttered, rushing beside me before Andy could. Too late. With all his little boy might, Andy tugged my huge suitcase off the carousel and it dropped onto the hard floor, popping open, my clothes falling every which way. I dropped to my knees in front of it and quickly grabbed my clothes that were now strewn about. Top, sweaters, a boot, a purple bra. Are those girls' underpants? Andy asked, pointing. How come yours have all that lacy stuff? Don't you have any with fire trucks on them? Mine have fire trucks because I want to be a fireman like, hey, you brought a toy! Is that a submarine for when you take a bath? Andy commented on my panties before I could stuff them away, and fuck me. He pointed out my big purple silicone vibrator. And yes, it was a toy. And I did use it when I took a bath.
Chapter 3. Mac. I was right about the lavender, but she wore lace. Little scraps of lace that would barely cover those more than a handful tits and plump ass. And in any case, in a 15-foot radius or further with really good eyesight, didn't miss her huge vibrator. Andy's booming 6-year-old voice let everyone know the gorgeous Georgia was packing. Having my dick hard at the airport staring at this woman's belongings wasn't chivalrous, or the least bit gentlemanly. At least she said she didn't have a family. That meant she was single, and I wasn't lusting after someone else's woman. But I was a conscious 35-year-old man who hadn't had sex in over a year. She was a woman who was thick enough not to break if I fucked her good and hard. She quickly shoved her unmentionables back beneath a dark green sweater. She didn't need any help with that task, but the zipper on the suitcase was obviously broken, and there was no way she could move the bag with it staying closed, so I undid my belt. Georgia looked up at me with those dark eyes now wide, watching my hands on my belt buckle. Yeah, so much for not getting hard. The vision of her kneeling like this before me undoing my pants and getting my dick out for her to suck, was impossible not to imagine. Here, I said, pulling the leather from the loops with one tug.
Chapter 4. Georgia. Mac was taking off his pants. Taking off his pants. Yes, please, I needed to see that package. I wanted to see if he had fire trucks on his underwear and how big his submarine was. It had been too long. I hadn't had sex with Art in the last months of our marriage because he'd been working too much, also known as he'd been fucking Pam Buttermatcher, and knocking her up. Since then I'd sworn off men, but that vow was now broken. My libido had returned with one slide of a belt from Mac's pants. Lord, I bet that biscuit was buttered and I wanted a taste. Okay, I said, my voice and brain not working in sync. He held the long strap of his leather up in front of me. His pants were still on. His thick bulge, long and blessedly thick, and muscular thighs remained hidden but couldn't be missed. I licked my lips because I was hungry. Andy had eaten my bag of nuts. Speaking of nuts,
He cleared his throat. My belt. Wrap it around your suitcase to keep it closed.
I blinked. Oh, my suitcase. Shit.
Chapter 5, Mac. That was one hell of a woman, Dad said from the passenger seat of my truck. The country music coming from the stereo was turned down to be background noise. We were halfway back to Hunter Valley. Andy was conked out in the back seat, head tilted back, mouth open, Mickey hat crooked. He'd made it as far as the first stoplight after the airport before he fell asleep. Who? I asked, readjusting the rearview mirror, which didn't really need it. Who? He repeated. I could see out of the corner of my eye he was giving me a look. Georgia, the pretty woman from the plane. I didn't miss the way you looked at her. She was pretty. Admitting anything else would be stupid. He held up his hands. Beautiful, all woman. None of that I can open a pickle jar on my own ship. I laughed. What? You heard me. There's nothing wrong with a woman who opens her own pickle jar. I countered, defending women everywhere. For a second, I thought that was a euphemism for the vibrator in her suitcase and taking care of her own needs, but Dad actually meant opening a real pickle jar. Sure they can, but why would they want to? He asked. Wait, maybe he was talking about the vibrator and self-pleasure after all. When Mom... Gah, no euphemisms, no. I know. I cut in, switching back to his original intent because I wasn't thinking about the memory of my mother and a vibrator at the same time. Mom let you take care of her. She died 15 years ago. I miss the hell out of her. So did Dad, who'd spent his life taking care of her. Being a gentleman, chivalrous. I couldn't help but smile that Andy had picked up on that and applied it to Georgia. Mom had taken care of Dad in return, although he'd never say it. He hadn't even gone on a date since she passed, not interested in settling down again. Or, as he put it, never found a woman he liked to help with her pickle jar. Me? I had a few serious relationships, but nothing that stuck. I wanted the love my parents had, but at my age, I was starting to wonder if it was ever going to happen. Sure, there were plenty of women in Hunter Valley who didn't mind a single dad. I had the baggage of a precocious first grader, and a dangerous job that took up a ton of my time. As fire chief, I was always on call and spent half my nights sleeping at the station. Andy wouldn't go without, but I wasn't rich. There was no retirement in my future or private jets at my disposal like some of my friends. What did I have to offer a woman besides my jar-opening strength? Hell, I couldn't even manage a trip to the barber lately. Exactly, Dad said, but I forgot what we were talking about. You just need to find the right woman. You want someone who wants you, needs you. I turned my head, gave him a bored glance, then focused back on the road. Of course I want a woman who wants me. I don't mean your dick, I mean your heart. I peeked in the rearview mirror at Andy, who was out cold. After the weekend we had, he won't wake up until morning. The sun was just setting, which meant the end of another full day for the little guy, so Dad was probably right. I'm surprised you're still conscious. Dad wasn't all that old. Only 65. He was spry, liked to keep busy, fit too. But 2 days at Disney with a 6-year-old plus travel could wear anyone out. He laughed. I'm going to bed as soon as you drop me off, but you're redirecting. I shrugged. There's no reason to redirect. The woman who sat next to you is a pretty woman. I helped her with her bag. The missing belt around my waist was proof of that. He didn't say anything, so I pushed on. I wasn't sure if I was telling this to him or to myself. 10 minutes at the airport doesn't make a relationship. My heart didn't have time to get involved, nor my dick. I was stating a fact, but it was also a shame. I had no idea I had a thing for full-sized, high-maintenance women with a southern twang. I never considered that watching a woman fuck herself with a purple dildo was a thing. Had I, like the younger guys at the station liked to say, had a kink unlocked? It was just hot as hell. Would Georgia use it tonight in her hotel room? Of course she would. Why else would she pack it if not to use it? Dad sighed. I shifted in my seat because my dick was still fucking hard. What? I asked, knowing that sound had lots of meaning behind it. You need to date, meet women, get laid. I gritted my teeth. We didn't talk about sex all that much, and I was way too old for the birds and bees discussion. I have a kid, a job with a crazy work schedule, and the fundraiser coming up. I just got the first reservation for the rental over the garage, arriving tonight sometime. A little too hard to get laid when I'm busy. No smart man is too busy for sex, he said. I frowned because he was right. You saying I'm stupid? I'm saying... Hell, I don't know what I'm saying. Andy's right. He needs a mom. You're doing an amazing job, son. Between the two of us, that kid knows he's loved, but he needs a woman in his life. Her love, which is different than what either of us can give him. Besides, he needs one to practice that chivalry on. What Dad didn't say hung heavy in the air between us. Andy had a mother, Tracy, my sister, his daughter, but she was no mom. She got hooked on drugs in college and could never kick them. Miraculously, she'd stayed clean during her pregnancy but chose drugs over her own son a week after he was born, over her family. She left Hunter Valley and we hadn't seen or heard from her since. Andy needed a woman who'd stick, who'd put him first. You're right, he does. I'm working on it. I muttered, flicking my blinker. I saw him arch a gray brow as I turned right at the intersection. I'm well aware of your crazy life, and I'm proud of what you've accomplished, he said. Raising a kid, being fire chief. I wasn't broke, but extra income only helped. We came up with the idea to convert the unused space over my unattached garage into a short-term rental. Hunter Valley was a vacation destination, and I was ready to cash in on that. It wasn't the new James Inn, that was for sure, but having guests stay and pay would help with Andy's college fund. Thanks, I said, meaning it. My dad's praise held value. I couldn't do it without you. Like giving Andy a trip to see Mickey Mouse and friends. He waved me off. We're family. He had his own house around the corner, but stayed over when I worked my 24-hour shifts at the fire station, taking Andy to and from school, doing the laundry, grocery shopping, and cooking. He was my man-nanny, my Manny, although I wouldn't dare call him that to his face. He was just grumpy, what Andy started calling him instead of Grampy when first learning to talk. Crazy life or not, you might need to work on it a little harder. You need to find time for a woman. The right woman, I clarified. I was too old to fuck around no matter what my dick told me. Too bad it won't be Georgia, he said. I really liked her, and Andy sure had his heart set on her. I was quiet as I turned down Dad's street, worried that Andy's obsession with having a mom was unhealthy. Yeah, Andy has good taste. Did you learn anything about her on the flight? He eyed me. I thought you weren't interested. I didn't say I wasn't interested. I said I wouldn't see her again. He laughed. Andy didn't give her too much chance to talk. I could imagine. She's from some small town outside of Atlanta? Georgia from Georgia? Yep. In Montana for work, no kids, divorced. Andy asked her that? I pulled into his driveway, put my truck in park. Patches of snow lingered on the front lawn. Neighbors' lights were on. Everyone was having dinner or settling in for the night. He shrugged and the corner of his mouth turned up in a smile. Sure did. One hell of a woman, even if she doesn't have superheroes on her underwear. I couldn't help but grin. He grinned back. I shook my head because even after a short meeting, I felt a pang of disappointment at not seeing Georgia again. Superheroes or lavender lace, she was only a beautiful woman at the airport, nothing more. I won't see her again. Chapter 6. Mac. Fuck, was I wrong about that? 2 hours later, the beautiful Georgia from Georgia stood on my front porch.
Chapter 7. Georgia. Mac? I asked, blinking at the sexy man standing in the doorway. The delicious scent of hot dogs wafted out from behind him, making my mouth water. Or was it Mac himself that was so enticing? He hadn't changed since I saw him at the airport not 2 hours earlier, nor had the fact that he'd seen my underwear on the baggage claim floor as well as my vibrator. My vibrator. I was confident enough in my sexuality to use one, to pack one to accompany me on a work trip, but it had been safely tucked in my suitcase in complete privacy. Why didn't the small box of tampons tip out instead? Sure, that would have been mortifying, but Andy pretty much shouted about my toy submarine. While my attraction to the single dad with the nice father and the adorable son had been undeniable, I couldn't wait to flee the airport and never see him again out of embarrassment alone. Yet not even 2 hours later it seemed I was in front of him once more. What were the chances? Mac's eyes were probably as wide as mine. Georgia, what are you— I'm sorry, I must be mistaken, I said, quickly glancing around, trying to figure out where I messed up. I'm looking for Andrew Mackenzie. Out of habit, I reached up to touch my hair and quickly lowered my hand. My hair was fine. I checked in the car mirror after I parked at the curb, reapplied my lipstick, too. I looked at the house number beside the door, then back at him. Yes, this was the place. Then why was he, of all people, answering the door? Although if he was the one-man welcoming committee for every step of my trip, I shouldn't complain. Except he knew what my sex toy looked like. He knew I liked them big, vibrating, and made of silicone. If my mother ever heard about the baggage claim fiasco, well, I didn't even want to think about how she'd react. Worse than the time I had the back of my plaid skirt tucked into my tights when I was 5, or the first pageant disaster, or the second. She had a list of times I'd embarrassed her. It was long, and it went way back. Awareness lit his dark eyes. That's me, Andrew Mackenzie, but I go by Mac. Too many Andrews in the family. It didn't take me long to figure it out. Right, your dad's Drew, he replied. And Andy's Andrew Mackenzie II. Well, Mac, I'm here for the carriage house. The carriage house, right. He ran a hand over the back of his neck. Well, that's what's listed online to sound fancy, but it's the apartment over the garage, out back. He thumbed over his shoulder in that general direction, but kept his gaze on me. Oh, good. But I didn't want to be a complete klutz twice. Well, I'm your renter. If it was possible, he looked even more surprised. You? I nodded. Yeah, small world, huh? I gave a little laugh and offered him my patented Georgia Lee Gantry pageant smile. I'm here in Hunter Valley with James Corp for a stretch, so Bradley put me up here. James Corp. Figured they'd put you up at their inn. I shook my head. No room, that place is booked solid. Good for them. I know the James brothers, Theo especially. I've never met them, I just started with the company. I'd never even been in the James Corp office in Denver. Bradley was my cousin and told me about the contract PR job here in Hunter Valley. Eager to get the hell out of Calhan, I submitted my resume. Amazingly, I got the job, and now I was here for a few weeks helping out on a short-term assignment. James Corp had offered up a resource on a local fundraiser, hoping an expert might be able to take the event from having successful results to being amazing. Every time I thought about it, I got nervous because I was supposed to be the expert. But Bradley knew me, knew my background, and thought I was the woman for the job. I didn't argue with Bradley, HR who hired me, or the fact that it got me here. Realizing I was frowning, I smoothed out my face. Mac might know the personal contents of my suitcase, but I wasn't giving him the sad details of my life. Like the fact that being in Montana was practically saving my life. Well, that might be a little drastic. Saving my mental sanity, definitely. I'd stuck with a loser for too many years. Went along with him when he'd said he wasn't ready for kids. Strung me along until it was too late. Now I was divorced with a barely ticking biological clock while Art was remarried with a baby on the way. Him. A baby. I guess I just didn't want one with you, he'd said, emphasizing the you. How did the song go? Me. I was the problem. It was me. Because Art was back in Calhan with his pregnant new wife picking out a minivan and taking birthing classes. I was in small-town Montana alone with my vibrator, so I didn't have to live, even temporarily, with my mother a second longer. He stared. I stared back. Right, he said finally, snapping out of it. He grabbed keys from a glass dish on a side table and stepped outside, closing the door behind him. Let's get you settled. I stepped out of the way, then followed him down the driveway that ran along the side of the house. Calhan in April was full on spring, leaves on the trees, flowers blooming, sundresses and sandals. Here, the air was clean and crisp, cold, really cold. I could see my breath. There was even snow on the ground in places. The rental car agent advised me to get an SUV since snow didn't stop until the end of May. It hadn't even snowed once in Calhan this winter. Hopefully I packed the right clothes. I only brought one suitcase and my wheeled carry-on, and my huge purse, which for me was going light. Mac's house was in what appeared to be the older part of town, close to Main Street. The house was 2 stories, a mix of stone and, from what I could see in the dark, light wood siding. Motion sensors had exterior lights coming on, illuminating our way to an unattached garage at the back corner of the lot. A tire swing hung from a large tree that probably shaded the entire backyard in the summer. The deck was bare except for a large manly grill by the back door. A pergola extended over it. I imagined it was a perfect place to hang out in the summer. Mac stopped and I almost bumped into him. Where's your luggage? In the rental car, I said, thumbing over my shoulder. Back at the airport, after I shoved everything back in, Mac had quickly shut my suitcase and wrapped his belt around it, buckling it closed. At the same time, Andy and his grandfather's bag appeared on the conveyor. With bags claimed and no reason to linger, we said our goodbyes and parted ways. Andy offered one last look back and a little wave before I was left to go get my rental car, find some dinner, and make my way to Hunter Valley. I was due to start the public relations job in the morning and wanted to settle in. I never imagined it would be over Mac's garage. Right. I followed him up the outside staircase that was on the yard side of the garage, which had me enjoying the view of his very toned, very round butt on the way up. Even though it was about 40 degrees out, I wasn't cold. Who needed a coat to stay warm with that view? He unlocked the door, pushed it open, reached in and flipped on the light switch. Go ahead in. I'll get your bags from your car. He turned, squeezed past me on the narrow steps. I could feel the heat from his body and the lingering scent of soap or man or aftershave or him. Yeah, not cold at all. I stepped inside, took in the space. It was one large room with sloping ceilings on both sides. A king-sized bed took up most of the space. Across from it was a TV, set on a stand with an electric fireplace built in. An oak dresser was tucked in a corner and an overstuffed reading chair by the window that overlooked the backyard. A small kitchenette was by the door with a mini-fridge, sink, electric kettle, and a microwave. There was a door that led to the bathroom. I could see the pedestal sink and a nightlight plugged in beside the mirror. I doubted Mac was the decorator because he didn't seem the type to put up a framed landscape photograph, but the room's colors were soft tans and navy. Masculine, but the small space was cozy and warm. It was really nice. Mac's heavy footsteps signaled his way up the steps. My bags bumped into the door frame as he came in, and he set them down off to the side. He sighed, ran a hand over his hair, caught his breath. I'm not much of a welcoming committee. I admit I'm new to this whole rental thing. You're my first guest, in fact. Towels are on the rack above the toilet. Thermostat is by the door. Oh, here's the switch for the fireplace. He flipped it on the wall and the fake flames kicked on. That should heat the space better than the furnace if you need to make it warmer, but it's not too cold out now, so I'm not sure if you'll use it. The fireplace glowed in all its fake glory, but I could already feel the warmth the little fan was putting out, and it didn't need any logs or cleanup. On-off, my kind of fire. This isn't too cold? I questioned. He grinned and my pussy clenched. Cold night, cozy room, huge bed. Fire, hot man. Welcome to Montana. Right, I was his guest, not his lover. I glanced around and looked to him. This is lovely, thank you. The fireplace was Dad's idea. He said as if trying to come up with something to say. This was all boxes and junk, but we figured it might be a great way for some extra income. Smart. Yeah, as long as the guests aren't assholes. He winced, rubbed his neck. Shit, not that you are. I smirked. No, not an asshole. We were alone. No Andy, no father. Mac wasn't a huge man, but he made the place seem small. I felt small, and we were making ridiculous small talk. It was him, me, a room with a big bed. I mentally slapped myself because why would Mac want to carry me to the bed, press me into the soft bedding, and make me shout hallelujah and praise Jesus more than a Southern Baptist on a Sunday morning? If I lost a few pounds or hadn't shown him that I was so lonely and desperate for dick that I carried around a vibrator, maybe, just maybe, he'd have naughty thoughts about me. I'll unpack and be sure to get your belt back to you, I said, finally looking away. He grinned, and just like that my nipples hardened. He stepped closer. Wait, was he going to kiss me? Oh, my stars, in heaven. Another step. I swallowed hard. His gaze dropped to my mouth. Lord, another step. I licked my lips. He raised his hand to cut my neck. No, not to cut my neck, to dangle a keychain between us. Oh. My pussy wept with shame and disappointment. Your key. He said, his voice gruff. Unless you need help with anything else? My mind went into the gutter. Yes, I had many things he could help me with. Me out of my clothes for one. Me with a man-made orgasm was another. He'd already seen the vibrator, so he knew my expectations when it came to dick size. I was 35. I wasn't sacrificing again after art. No small dicks, no selfishness. I had to hope one of Max's rules for being a gentleman was ladies first. Then you could give up being nice. Sometimes a girl wanted a good poundin', right? Hard, rough. His dark eyes held mine, then dropped to my mouth, eyeing it as if he wanted to kiss the lipstick right off. Lord have mercy, he was intense. I swallowed hard. My panties were wet and I couldn't help but squirm. Maybe I took too long to reply. Maybe he wasn't referring to the different ways he could sexually satisfy me. Maybe he actually wanted to know if I needed help with anything else in the garage apartment. Whichever option it was, I took too long because he said, I go to work early so my dad will be here with Andy. He'll get him ready for school, then drop him off. When Andy finds out in the morning you're staying here, be prepared. He'll probably want you to be his show and tell at school instead of the Mickey Mouse hat. I wasn't worried about a 6-year-old. Andy was sweet and bright and filled up the huge hole I had in my heart for a child of my own. It was his father who I thought was definite trouble. Big, burly trouble. Chapter 8. Georgia. After Mac left and I got my hormones under control, okay, not under control at all, but at least I was away from that intense gaze and his potent pheromones, I unpacked, hanging up my clothes. There were only 5 hangers in the small closet, so it didn't take that long, but I had to lay everything else across every available surface, so any wrinkles from the hasty repacking after the bag explosion at the airport would come out. I didn't find an iron, so I'd have to ask Max sometime if he had one, or buy one because it was my new goal to avoid him for the entire time I was in town. The only thing worse than having my hot new landlord-innkeeper see my panties and vibrator was if... well, I couldn't think of anything. Then I went through my skincare routine, brushed my teeth, flossed, put in my night guard, and climbed under the thick down comforter. I was plugging in my cell to recharge and saw Keely's text. "Are you there yet? Did you get eaten by a bear? If so, as your BFF, can I have your fake leopard fur jacket?" She dropped me at the airport this morning. So she must have been waiting for the right excuse, death by hungry wildlife, to inherit that coat. I'm here and in one piece. Eaten by a bear? How about eaten out by Mac? I rolled my eyes at my naughty thoughts. The man was F-I-N-E. Fine. And I was a horny single woman in the middle of a dry spell. I saw your mama at the Piggly Wiggly when I ran out to get more queso dip fixins. I rolled my eyes and all sexy thoughts went away. What did she say? Nothing. I ducked into the feminine hygiene aisle. Figured since she's menopausal, she might not head that way. Smart thinking. Sassy was with her. How does she get those curls so perfect? Keely was referring to Sassy's hair. It was naturally curly, but every day she straightened it, then went at it with a curling wand, so instead of pretty natural ringlets, she had beach waves past her shoulders. It took her an hour. Every day. I'm fixing to get you the hot iron for your birthday. Tommy and Sally Ann were with them. I swear they just came from a fashion shoot or church. My nephew and niece were 3 and 5. They always wore shirts with a collar. Sneakers were only for exercise, and per my mother, dirt sullied their countenance, especially if a morning with the Lord was involved. Their presence at church wasn't about faith, but about being seen. Unlike me, I had my hair up in a sloppy bun, no makeup. I was wearing Johnny's hoodie, and there was Cheetos dust on it. Keely and I met at the Little Miss Callahan pageant when we were 6. I got runner-up, and Keely fell off the stage during her talent performance. The only thing besides my weight and inability to baton twirl that my mother blamed for my perpetually poor pageant showing was Keely's influence, which meant we became best friends and stayed that way, much to my mother's discontent. Looking back, she'd pretty much saved me. So you look normal. Keely liked to look nice, but she didn't base her life around her looks, especially since she had 3 wild dirt-smudged boys who took up most of her time. If Keely needed more queso, she wasn't going to do her hair and makeup to go get it. If she wanted melted, cheesy goodness, nothing was going to stop her. Exactly. You know how much your mother and sister hate to look normal. They never looked normal. They always looked perfect, and I never once saw them eat chips and queso. Yes, I definitely took after them, dressing nicely and looking as presentable as possible. After 3 decades of constantly being told a woman never left the house without her face on, her hair done, and her clothes representing how much pride she had in herself, I felt naked without makeup, and shoes without heels were uncomfortable. I might be indoctrinated, but I didn't drink the Kool-Aid. Gotta go. Nookie night. I sighed, wishing nookie night for me meant more than my vibrator, and God, thoughts of Max sliding the belt out of his pants. Lucky bitch. Tell Johnny, hey, will do. Knock their socks off tomorrow. I set my cell on the small bedside table and turned off the light. Tomorrow. Fundraiser liaison for James Corporation. I could do this. I had to.
Chapter 9. Mac. I slept like shit. Well, I hadn't slept from all the tossing and turning and thinking of Georgia and the way she looked as I'd approached her with the key to the garage apartment. Her eyes had widened. Her head had tipped back to keep my gaze. Her pulse had thrummed in her long neck. Her tongue, had flicked out to lick those glossy lips. I'd wanted to kiss her, press her into the bed, help press her against the wall and give her a very personal and very thorough welcome to Montana. But no, I controlled myself. I had had a rein in my interest since I caught my first glimpse of her as she walked through the airport. How the hell had the woman who sat beside Andy and Dad on the plane turned out to be my tenant in the garage apartment? Why did she have to be so fucking pretty? How come I had to see her sexy underwear and know she liked delicate lace to cover her pussy? Why did I have to imagine she probably fucked herself to sleep 30 feet away with that big purple vibrator? Those thoughts only got me hard, then harder until I couldn't take it any longer and had to rub one out for some relief. Then I fell asleep but dreamed about a red lipstick stain around the base of my dick. That, of course, meant when I got up, I had to jerk off again. No way could I leave the house like that. Showing up at the station with a hard-on would only get me looked over by the medics for priapism, aka perpetually hard dick. Thankfully, I left before Andy woke up, but I'd had to tell Dad about Georgia. He'd showed up at 6:30 as usual on the days I went on shift. I got right to it not only because I didn't have tons of time, but because I didn't want to think too hard about why she was messing with my head. Georgia's the tenant in the apartment, I said, shutting the front door behind him. I tipped my head toward the garage. He hung up his coat on one of the pegs in the wall and looked my way as he pulled his hat off. His gray hair stuck up every which way. He cut to the kitchen to grab some coffee. Georgia, the woman from the plane? I nodded and followed. Showed up last night. Turns out she works for James Corp, and they put her up here for her stay. He laughed as he filled a mug he pulled from the cabinet. Just last night you said you'd never see her again. I glared, grabbed my fire department walkie-talkie from the counter, and left. The sound of his laughter followed. I also thought he said, "This is going to be fun." 10 minutes later, I entered the station. "Morning, Chief." I waved and headed straight for the coffee for my second round. A regular coffee maker was too small, so we had a restaurant-sized brewer that kept us in constant supply of hot, fresh, steaming hotties brew. Eve generously donated the beans to keep up with our caffeine needs. "Had a strange car in front of your house last night," Noah Flowers said. He was one of the fire lieutenants, close to my age, 3 kids, receding hairline. Tattoo of SpongeBob on his right bicep he told us he got in college when he lost a bet. Nice guy, but unfortunately lived down the street and was really fucking nosy. "Finally got the space over my garage rented," I told him. He grinned, bumping me out of the way to refill his mug. "Oh yeah, it's mud season. Not a skier, not a hiker." Was he a firefighter or a detective? "A woman who works for James Corp." His bushy eyebrows went up. "Oh yeah, pretty?" I leaned against the counter and crossed my arms over my chest as I watched him pour way too much sugar into his coffee. "Shouldn't you be asking if she's smart?" He frowned. "Huh?" "Yeah, pansy," Maria Grasso told him, using his nickname. "I bet if it was a guy who was staying in Mac's place, you wouldn't ask if he was pretty." "Course not," Flowers said, offended. "All I meant was that you said Andy's been vocal about wanting a mom. Marissa said he mentioned it in class one day." Marissa was his oldest and in the same class at school as Andy. Maria's look changed from annoyed to curious. "In that case, yeah, Mac, is she pretty?" I sighed. We were a close-knit group, and sometimes I wished we didn't know each other's shit. I ran a hand over the back of my neck. "Yeah, she's pretty." Pretty was an understatement. She was fucking gorgeous. They looked at each other and made funny kissy sounds like they were in 4th grade. "Who's pretty?" Marcus Van Rooten asked, coming from the gym and wiping his face with a small towel. "Mac's guest in his new vacation rental." "The space over the garage?" I nodded. "Andy know about her?" Flowers asked. "She arrived last night after he went to bed. No way was I telling them she was with him on the plane." "Good thing," Van Rooten said, slapping me on the shoulder on the way to the sink to refill his water bottle. "Otherwise he'd be planning your wedding before school." I frowned. "I'm not marrying her." "You could do worse," Flowers said, putting his spoon in the dishwasher. "She's pretty, on your property. You don't even know if she's 80 or single." Maria shook her head. "No way an 80-year-old gets up and down those steps." "How old is she?" A crew from the station came and helped me move some furniture from Dad's house and into the space last month. He had plenty of extra pieces after living there for over 30 years, although I did order a brand new mattress. Again, these guys knew too much. I shrugged. 30s. I'm not looking for a mom for Andy," I said, running a hand through my hair. That was way too much pressure. I hadn't even had sex with a woman in a year, so the chances of marrying one were pretty fucking slim. "I'm talking about a woman for you," Van Rooten said, pointing at me. "Yeah, you need a woman," Maria said. "A wife, same thing," I countered. Van Rooten shook his head. "A date. Hell, maybe a one-night stand." I shifted the fire department walkie-talkie on my belt, not interested in talking about either my dating history or sex life with them. That made me remember I gave my other belt to Georgia when she was on her knees looking up at me, and... No, stop thinking of her sucking your dick. I won't bring a woman into Andy's life and have her leave. Already happened, right? Flowers reminded. What was her name? The blonde. He turned, leaned against the counter, and took a sip of his coffee. Carrie. Maria tossed out there. Terry, I corrected. Andy was 2 when I was with her. It'd be worse now. Terry was the last woman I'd been serious about, an insurance agent. We dated for 3 months. She was nice, pretty, liked Andy, but in the end didn't want someone else's kid. Hell, she hadn't been sure if she wanted one of her own. Andy had cried for a few days missing her, but since he'd been so young he quickly forgot her. Last I heard, she'd moved to Helena. She was another reminder that women didn't stick. He doesn't have to know, Van Routen offered. I shook my head and laughed. She's staying over the garage, he'll know. He'd probably think Santa had set this whole thing up. Your dad had sex with your mother for 20 years without you knowing. I found that my dick was absolutely positively not hard any longer. Jesus, Flowers, what the heck? He held up a hand. You think people with kids never have sex? You have to get creative. Helping mom with the laundry. Looking for something in the basement. How do you think people have more than one kid? He waggled his eyebrows. I have 3. Me, Maria, and Van Routen all rolled our eyes pretty much in sync. All I'm saying is there's nothing wrong with scratching an itch, he continued. She doesn't have to be Andy's new mom. She's temporary. I growled because the crew I trusted with my life in a fire was annoying the shit out of me. Flowers put his mug down, went to the cabinet, and pulled down a box of cereal. Since we were on shift for 24 hours, we ate our meals at the station. Exactly! She knows she's not staying. You know it. Have some fun. I sighed, looked down at my worn boots, and set my hands on my hips. I wanted to have some fun with Georgia. I had a long list of things we could do. Long. Van Routen took a big swig of water, then wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. What's the trouble, Chief? That's not the look of a man should have when thinking sexy thoughts about a pretty woman. I'm all about having fun, I replied. But with Georgia over the garage and Andy's obsessed with getting a new mom? That's dangerous. Hell, she's dangerous. He considered, then nodded. Right, stay away from her then. The alarm went off, indicating an emergency call. We dropped everything and ran for the bay, our gear in the engine. Chapter 10, Mac. Turned out there'd been a grease fire in one of the Hunter Valley Ski Resort's building's kitchens. The fire suppression system had kicked on automatically and doused the flames, just like it was supposed to, but we'd had to ensure there were no hot spots and treat a few minor burns. This had me arriving an hour late for the fundraiser meeting. Since saving property and lives was my top priority, everyone knew I could be late or a no-show. As chief, I was responsible for personnel, paperwork, and outreach projects like charity events. This year, the fundraiser plan was to have a chili dinner instead of a pancake breakfast like last year. The money raised would go toward the kids' club that was being added onto the community center. It was going to be a place dedicated to supporting children with a safe place before or after school, as well as breaks, tutoring help, mentorship programs, job assistance for teens, and more. We had the fire truck back in the station, and the crew was getting on their morning chores of vehicle washing, hose rolling, and whatever else needed to be done between calls. I veered toward one of the multi-purpose rooms, used for anything from trainings to meetings. Hopefully being late meant I missed creating the volunteer schedule, although hopefully I wasn't on shopping duty. I hated going to the mega box store for ingredients like 50 pounds of kidney beans. I pushed through the door. Sorry I'm late, kitchen fire, and this option will have the most bang for the... I froze. Holy shit, it was Georgia. Georgia from the plane, from my garage apartment. And now in my fire station, standing in front of the fundraiser committee. Her words tapered off and her mouth hung open as she stared at me. I didn't miss the way her cheeks flushed. I'd interrupted her and then surprised her. She surprised the hell out of me in return. I took her in from bottom to top. Shiny red shoes, high heels, wide-legged black pants, white turtleneck sweater, silver hoop earrings, hair in some half-down, half-up style that highlighted her round face. Her lips were painted the same red as her shoes. Her cheeks were flushed and her eyes were dark and fringed by long lashes. I jerked off twice since I saw her the night before, and both times I hadn't downplayed in my mind just how pretty she was. I was definitely adding her wearing those high heels and nothing else in the future. Like the day before, she was dressed up. While she was in pants, she was fancy for a Monday morning chili dinner fundraiser meeting. Around the rectangular table was the rest of the fundraising committee. Patrick from B Shift, the mayor, and Maverick James. I ignored them all. Georgia? I frowned. What are you doing here? She blushed and her smile grew. Mac, you're, a firefighter. Her gaze raked up and down my body, took in my uniform. I was single, but I wasn't a priest, and I knew when a woman was scoping and liked what she saw. Fire chief, actually. Chief, she whispered. What are you doing here? I asked, looking around. This is a fundraiser meeting, right? Maybe I was in the wrong place. Was it supposed to be at City Hall? No, the mayor was here. This is it, Mav said. He leaned across the table, hand out for me to shake as a way of hello. I hadn't seen him in a few weeks since we'd tossed cabers in Daniel Pearson's backyard. You two know each other? I nodded. I'm staying in his vacation rental. Georgia shared, her hands folded in front of her. Mav's gaze shifted from her to me and took a moment to consider. Bradley arranged it. She nodded. He's my assistant. Mav clarified for those who didn't know, including me. My brother's too. Hell, he pretty much runs James Corp. It's really nice, Georgia praised. She was generous to say that since it was Maverick's company who was paying me the nightly fee. That was life in a small town, a lot of overlapping lives. Good to see you, Mav offered. Thanks for housing my latest employee. I guess I should have charged more. I joked. Everyone knew James Corp was a billion-dollar business. Mav settled back in his seat. Theo told me about the fundraiser and the plans for the kids' club. Theo was Mav's brother, and of the four Jameses, he was the one I knew best. He was one of the doctors in town, but he participated in the fire trainings. He was a good friend, too. He continued. While there's nothing wrong with a good old-fashioned chili dinner, Bridget has been driving James Corp into local philanthropic efforts and thinks we have untapped potential. She did the math, and well, whatever she came up with is correct. I knew Bridget Beckett and knew how smart she was. I went to school with her older sister Lindy, who was coincidentally married to Mav's brother Dex. Bridget and Maverick got together last summer when he came to town to keep the James Inn construction on schedule. Now the inn was open for business, and Mav was now a permanent resident of Hunter Valley. I wouldn't be surprised if he and Bridget got married in the not-too-distant future. Okay, I said, pulling out a chair and dropping onto it. We hired Georgia because we're offering the town her expertise to make this fundraiser as successful as possible. We were just listening to some of her great ideas. About a chili dinner? I asked, flicking my gaze to her. We already have the vegetarian option planned, and of course we can always add Fritos. I was hungry, and the thought of some corn chips made my mouth water. Georgia still stood at the end of the table. Her poise was that of a politician. No, a royal trained to stand just right. No, about other fundraising possibilities, she said. The committee, while y'all were dealing with the kitchen fire, has decided on a different one. The committee was me, the mayor, Patrick, and Maverick. Now Georgia as well. I frowned. You're donating one of your employees' time for the next few weeks to work on the event? Looking to Georgia, I asked, That's why you're here? Yes. Mav grinned. Georgia is here to make it happen, along with a sizable James Corp donation to the kids' club. That will get the program up and running so there's a place for children to go once school is out for the summer. The mayor chimed in. She seemed thrilled about the hefty donation. Mary Morris had been mayor for a little over a year and was well liked. If she was able to get James Corp and their big purse involved, that said quite a bit. Cam, Driver's Ed, Bridget and Mallory are going to spearhead educational catch-up programs. Bridget was a physics teacher at the high school and a math whiz, while Mallory was Andy's first-grade teacher. That's great, I said. So if not chili, then back to pancakes. Not exactly. Patrick said, then bit his lip. Why was he trying not to smile? Georgia had an amazing idea instead of a chili dinner, the mayor said, grinning. Something that will support the animal shelter, too. They're always eager for exposure and funding. If I didn't have to buy canned beans, I was all ears. Georgia took a step forward. A chili dinner is a one-time event. The expense-to-profit margin is good, but with the food prices these days, the money raised will be diminished. So we need something that has a little overhead. That will also be exciting locally, but can collect donations from places across Montana, maybe even further. I sat forward, rested my arms on the conference table. Okay, what's the plan? Since we weren't sure if y'all were going to be done with the call, we made a decision without you. Instead of a firefighter chili dinner, we're going to have a firefighter calendar. I blinked. Processed. Did she say a firefighter calendar? She nodded. You mean take pictures of the fire trucks, fires, trainings. I can't imagine that raising much money. Other than maybe the Pearson guys who run the mechanic shop who wants a picture of an ambulance or a brush truck on their wall. Mav shook his head. Patrick started laughing. The mayor blushed. Why was the mayor blushing? Georgia shook her head. No, pictures of firefighters. Standing in front of the new engine, the mayor commented. Dressed only in bunker pants, Patrick said while waggling his eyebrows. Holding puppies, Maverick added. What? What? Georgia raised her arms out to her sides as if she was a game show hostess. As fire chief, you'll be Mr. January. Chapter 11. Georgia. Mr. January, Mac repeated. I'm an hour late for a meeting and now I'm Mr. January? Oh my goodness. Mac was the fire chief. Fire chief. He just got hotter and hotter. I'd laugh at my pun about him setting my panties on fire, but he didn't look too receptive to the idea of putting them out. When the committee said the chief would be late because he was on a call, they never used Mac's name. Not once. Patrick, who also worked on the department, called him chief. I hadn't known him very long. Perhaps interacted with him a total of 15 minutes or so between the airport and over the little apartment over his garage. In that short time, I took him to be a calm, level-headed sort. Not one quick to temper or overreaction. Not with a 6-year-old at home and being the fire chief. Or letting strangers stay on his property. Maverick nodded at Mac in confirmation. I held my breath. Since he'd missed the beginning of the meeting and me introducing my crazy idea of the calendar, Mac needed to catch up, especially since he was the chief, the one who was officially in charge of the fire department and was doing the fundraiser. And since it was his buff body I imagined first when I thought of the calendar. I wasn't going to tell him this, but he was my inspiration for the project. Mac, no shirt, in bunker pants and only red suspenders over his washboard abs and a broad chest, his biceps bulging as he held up a puppy from the animal shelter. I'd throw my money at that calendar. I'd get one for all my girlfriends. Hell, I might even get one for my mother. Of course, I didn't know officially if he had washboard abs, but a girl could imagine. And hope. No, yesterday's black tee and today's fire department uniform shirt clearly outlined sculpted pecs, broad shoulders, fabric-stretching biceps, and a narrow waist. I bet he even had that V thingy at his hips. And he, nor any of the other firefighter models, would be shirtless like Patrick teased. The project was family-friendly. Mr. January. I blinked. Oh yes, he would definitely be Mr. January. Maybe even the cover guy, although I had yet to meet the other month's options. You can be July if you want. I hear that's your birthday month, Maverick stated. The corner of his mouth twitched and his eyes pretty much sparkled with amusement. He was definitely having fun watching his friend squirm. Maverick James might be even calmer than Mac. He did run a billion-dollar corporation and sign my paychecks, so I wasn't going to say a bad word about him. He was also the size of a small car, so there was that too. How is a calendar getting the community involved and in on it? Because we'll do a contest when the calendar is out and let everyone donate for their favorite hero or cutest animal. His mouth fell open slightly. If we were eating something, it would have fallen into his lap. You're a bunch of smart, sane, educated professionals. Where on earth did you come up with an idea like that? Mac asked, pretty much shifting his glare around the table. I cleared my throat. That would be me. Whenever his dark gaze turned and settled on me, I got butterflies in my stomach and hard nipples. This look? Intense and not in a good way. In a way that said he wanted to drive me back to the airport and put me on a plane back to anywhere. He pretty much implied that I wasn't smart, sane, or educated. I had no issue with being in a calendar with puppies and kittens, but I grew up in Southern pageant life. Mac, I doubted, hadn't. You're here in Hunter Valley again, why? Mac asked me, his question pointed. My smile slipped for a moment, but I was used to being judged, to being doubted, to feeling like shit for not being perfect or pretty enough or, well, valued. I hadn't been valued for my looks on the pageant circuit. No, I had and was found lacking. I hadn't been valued as a daughter, not like Sassy, my sister, the true pageant queen. Well, her real name was Sue Ann, but everyone called her Sassy. I hadn't been valued by Art as worthy of being his wife or the mother of his children. Out of the blue a few weeks ago, Bradley called me about this job, thought I'd be perfect for it. As Maverick's personal assistant, he knew what the job entailed, and he knew me. I was here because he valued me and my expertise.
Sure, I'd never done a fire department fundraiser, but pageants were all about supporting the community, being the pretty smiling face of it. So was the idea a little far-fetched? It wasn't like I invented the concept. It had been used for fire department fundraisers for years. The Hunter Valley one might not be as good as some of the Australian ones I'd seen since they had single hot firemen with koalas. I couldn't compete with koalas, and the shirt stayed on. Still, I was here and I made a solid, cost-effective suggestion, so I turned the volume of my smile back up. The others on the committee liked it and approved. But Mac, the mayor, Mary, scolded. I tipped my chin up, pretended he was a judge asking me a pageant interview question. I was hired to reinvigorate the fundraiser into one that supports and is supported by Hunter Valley with an increased bottom line and reach. I said slowly and clearly as if I was on stage. Before I left Calhan, I practiced and refined that before my mother quizzed me on why I was crazy enough to take a temp job in freezing cold, boring, desolate Montana. Those were her words. I would agree that it was cold, but so far it didn't seem like the place was boring, and the little town of Hunter Valley was far from desolate. In fact, it seemed like there was more happening here than in my small town of Calhan, Georgia. Mac leaned back, crossed his arms over his formidable chest, frowned. Sorry, I didn't mean to be rude. It's just, who doesn't want chili? That and the pancake breakfast have been a fundraising staple for HVFD for years. Patrick shared a list of other fundraisers that had been done in the past. I said, turning to what I wrote on the whiteboard earlier. Carnival, car wash, birthday parties, all great options. I gave Mac my big smile, hoping to hide my growing nerves at the look on his face that wasn't going away. The others on the committee were in, but it was crucial Mac was too. While the donations would go to the kids' club and I was here as full-time support from James Corp., this was a fire department fundraiser and he was the chief. Look, Mac, Maverick began. It's not the fundraiser that's changed, but the charity being supported. The kids' club is what's different this year. In the past, the charities supported were small and the donations collected were enough. We're all thinking bigger this year. The kids' club involves building an addition onto the community center, funding a full-time employee to be on staff, part-timers as well, their monthly expenses. Mac held up his hand. I'm aware of what's involved. If you take the donations earned from last year's pancake breakfast, it will only get us 1/10 of the way to the needed goal to get the kids' club up and running. He tipped his head down to look right at Mac so he'd hopefully get the point. In 5 years. This fundraising idea's projected income potential is substantial for less overhead and less effort. Max stated a number, but slid the projection sheet I'd made late last night after I came up with the idea across the table. I'd outlined rough numbers for a photographer, graphic designer, and anticipated time commitments. It wasn't exact, but I was confident in the estimates. They were positioned besides Bridget Beckett's numbers for running the kids' club. Plus the process can be duplicated every year. Mac's eyebrows went up, just like they had the day before when Andy had said I was his new mom. Bridget's math, Mav repeated, and George's estimated fundraising costs. That's impressive. He looked at the list. Calendars need to be printed. Where's that expense? Calendars are like paperback books, I explained, setting my hands on the back of one of the chairs. They are sold online and printed on demand. This means they're only printed when someone buys one. There's no overhead because the cost is taken by the production company with each sale. So the fundraiser is just on a website, and people buy the calendar and have it delivered to their house? I nodded. That's one option to get it. We'll have calendars on hand to sell at a community event on the day and time when the chili dinner was scheduled. And get autographs, Patrick added, messing with Mac. From my perspective, he wasn't being helpful, but I knew they worked together and were probably friends outside of this meeting, and he was having a little fun. I'll ask local businesses if they would stock and sell copies as well. The ski resort and other places tourists visit. Hopefully that would help sway him. Mac frowned. In fact, he looked downright constipated. I don't like it. Is it because you're Mr. January? Maverick asked. Of course it is. Mac tossed his hands up, then looked to Mayor Mary. It's not Georgia or the idea that's at issue here, but me. Why me? That was his problem? That he had to be in the calendar? He had no idea how attractive he was. If he was on the cover, they'd make a killing. I thought of all the women who'd be ogling Mac, and I was suddenly a tad possessive. You're the fire chief, I said. This is a fire department fundraiser. Aren't you worried about sexual harassment or an issue with it being demeaning or debasing? We'd be perpetuating that people are valued for their bodies and how they look. I could so relate. Coming from a pageant lifestyle, I knew all about the haters, those who thought women should be quiet and pretty, that they're judged for their poise, how they look in an evening gown and swimsuit, But pageants were more than that. Sure, I wasn't up for sexualizing little girls who did them, but this wasn't the same thing at all. "What are people going to tell their kids?" he asked. "That the fire department is full of healthy men and women who take care of their bodies through exercise, skill, and knowledge," I said. "That the fire department and those who work for it are safe, friendly, and approachable. That they care for animals." Mary nodded. "First off, it's not just men," she explained. "It'll be women, too. Liz on B Team already said she was in. Anyone else who wishes to participate can, but this committee will decide the final photos that end up in the calendar instead of the website." "Website?" The little vein in Mac's temple was throbbing. "Patrick may have been messing with you when you'd only wear your bunker pants," Mary continued. "This is a family fundraiser. If you're that shy or uncomfortable, then—" "Yeah, Chief, if you don't think you have the body to be Mr. January, then we'll go with Smutters." Patrick's words had Mac spitting to face him. The vein in his temple throbbed. "Smutters? Are you serious right now?" I didn't know who Smutters was, or even if that person was a man or a woman, or a dog. It sounded like a dog's name. Mac raised his hand. "Wait. If I'm stuck doing this, then Smutters is fucking him. And you." Mac rolled his wrist and pointed at Patrick. "You're doing this too." Patrick raised his left hand, showed off his wedding band. "Sorry, no can do. I'm married." "So?" Mac stood. "Your wife is going to flaunt that calendar to all your friends, showing off how she's got Mr. March or whatever in her bed. She'll buy 10 copies. Mary snickered and Patrick's humor slipped away. "We're going to make the calendar be of bachelors and bachelorettes," Maverick said. "Singles. Singles," Mac repeated. "As in on the market, you want to peddle us as available?" Mac asked Mary, his voice finally rising. Clearly he thought the mayor had a little more discretion. She blushed some more. "Not everyone who's single is as grumpy as you," Mary countered, making it clear her stance on discretion. "Others are looking for someone." "You're saying I need to be in a calendar to find a date." He ran a hand over his neck in blatant frustration. "How about this? If you're off the market, you don't have to be Mr. January," Maverick said. "No way, if I'm in, then Patrick can be in too. Relationship status should be irrelevant." An electronic siren came through a speaker I didn't know was on the wall. I jumped. It went off again, followed by a voice giving an address. Oh, an emergency call. Max stood abruptly and headed for the door. He stopped, turned around, and looked my way long enough to say, "I'm in, but we have to talk. I know exactly where to find you." Chapter 12. Georgia. I waited until I was sitting in my rental before I called my cousin. "What are you up to?" I asked. "Why are you whispering?" Bradley asked. I frowned because I had no idea I was alone. The fire station was at the south end of Main Street. Parked in the front lot, I stared out across the street at steaming hotties. Through the coffee shop window, I saw Mav sitting at a high-top table across from a woman with her hair pulled back in a bun and glasses perched on her cute face. The way he was smiling at her, I assumed she was the math-smart Bridget. "Why did I get this job?" I asked Bradley, adjusting the vents so the heat, when it finally kicked in, would blow right on me. The sun was out, but it was freezing. My coat didn't do much against the cold. "Because you're talented," he said immediately. No hesitation. Not because I was pretty or because I'd represent the company well. That my face was what was important, nothing more. "I'm a former pageant queen," I reminded. He was well aware of my past. "Yes, you are." "Former as in I never got beyond Little Miss Calhan," I clarified. "No Miss Georgia for me, like Sassy." "I'm well aware. Aunt June points that out every chance she gets. You think you'd be better qualified for this job with your sister's pageant record?" Bradley was my mother's brother's son. Uncle Dan married a woman from Colorado and settled there. Bradley lived in Denver and had worked at James Court for close to a decade. While he and I only saw each other once or twice a year, we talked all the time. Out of all my relatives, including my mother and sister, I was closest with Bradley. We weren't just cousins, but close friends and knew all about my mother's obsession of success via tiaras and sashes. I get it every time I talk to my mother. I pursed my lips. And no, having Miss Georgia on my resume wouldn't make a difference in this job. "Exactly. Your mama loves you in her own warped way, but don't listen to her, or your sister. They've breathed in way too much hairspray." That got a smile out of me, at least for a moment. It's hard not to when I'm living with her. She and Sassy gang up on me. I was definitely bitter by the constant reminder that I was never good enough, like Sassy, perfect. She got the Miss Georgia tiara, not me. I was too clumsy, too fat, just too much, or too little. I was too old to live with my mother again, but without realizing, I set myself up for it. My assistant job at the PR company hadn't been well paying, but when Art and I had been married, it hadn't mattered. Divorced, though, it didn't cover my rent. I trusted in my marriage, that together we were financially secure and preparing for a family. But that went away, and so did my job when I quit. So back home to Mama I'd gone. Temporarily. Now I was in Hunter Valley. A reprieve I had Bradley to thank. That's why you're in Montana. Everyone is a former something, Gigi. I did wrestling in middle school. I can safely say I am a former wrestler. Absently, I pushed the hazard button on and off. Fine, but what does my background have to do with the fire department fundraiser in Montana? You have the PR background. I was an assistant, I reminded. He ignored me. You're open, a strong leader. I laughed at that. Strong leader? Are you serious? A leader is the mayor of this town. Mac is fire chief. Maverick is CEO of a billion-dollar company. You remember him, your boss? Yes, and that's why you're in Montana. Is it? Because I'm starting to think my presence here has nothing to do with this job. You wanted out of Calhan, and this opportunity came up. So yes, you're there because you wanted an escape. I pointed out the opening, knew you'd be perfect for it, but you got the job all on your own. I sighed. Thank you for that, truly. Besides my mother, it feels so good not to have to worry about running into Art at the grocery store or see him at a restaurant with Pam. Art's an asshole. Be thankful you're rid of him. And I know how much you wanted kids, but you really don't want one with him. I want a baby, Bea, I admitted wistfully. The heat was finally coming from the vents, and I relaxed my shoulders. I know you do, he replied, his voice soft. But not with Art. Not with a man who didn't respect you. You deserve it all. And you think that's with Mac? He was quiet for a moment. Mac the fire chief? Why would you say that? Oh, I don't know, flying with his son, staying in his vacation rental, him being the chief of the fire department that is having the fundraiser I'm here to organize. You flew with his son? I rolled my eyes. I don't know how you did it, but yes. I'm good, but I'm not that good. I doubted it. Somehow he got into the FAA computers on the airline seating chart and put me on the same flight and in the same row as Mac's father and son. Okay, maybe he wasn't that skilled. Look, you're there because Maverick wants to see Hunter Valley thrive and that a chilly dinner won't show off how tight-knit the community is. Donating a talented resource to the project is him helping. The chilly dinner is out, I corrected. Oh, what's in its place? A firefighter calendar. He was quiet for a moment, then laughed. Excellent idea. I assume you came up with it? Yes. Plus puppies and kittens from the animal shelter for cross-charity support? Yes. Perfect. If you came up with that yourself in 2 seconds, why aren't you doing this? I asked. I already have a job. I winced. Ouch. He was pointing out that I'd quit when I couldn't stand seeing Art all the time. Another thing I should have considered because looking back it was a big red flag, but when one was young and in love, working for the same company was romantic. Driving to and from work together, sneaking into the copy room for a quick kiss. Yeah, not the same as when it's him, you, and his secretary he fucked. To escape, the only option was to quit, which I did before they married and got pregnant. To make ends meet, I took up pageant coaching again and moved in with my mother, the ultimate double whammy of misery. All my mother could see, that I couldn't satisfy and keep my husband happy and that the only job I would be good for was back in pageants as a coach for little girls on how to walk, how to smile, how to answer questions and be poised and confident. Not fun at all, none of it. I'd needed a new job so badly that I hadn't thought twice about it being in Montana. Bradley had come through. An epic rescue, income in a different state. At least in the very short term. When the fundraiser was done, I'd be back in Calhan because the job was a contractor position only. If I did a good enough job, maybe I'd be hired on full-time in Denver. That had been tossed out as a possibility from HR, and I glommed onto it with every hope in my body. New state, solid job, near my favorite family member. But that was a tomorrow problem. I had a different one today. Mac. My new innkeeper, landlord, top billing on my Flick the Bean list. Yeah, I used that vibrator thinking of him last night. I brought the thing and been totally mortified over it spilling out of my suitcase onto the airport floor in front of him. I was definitely using it. You came up with the calendar idea, Bradley said, breaking through my thoughts about Mac being featured in my self-pleasure fantasies. The puppies, too. It shows you know your stuff. That's why you're there. Except I had a very cranky calendar cover model, and landlord. If he hadn't gotten an emergency call, what would he have done? I had to sway him to the idea. The success of the fundraiser depended on him. Same with my new divorced life. Chapter 13. Mac.
The next morning after my shift, I went in the house and headed straight for the kitchen. I could smell the coffee my dad had brewed. On nights I worked, Dad stayed in the guest room, which was pretty much half the time. He liked to wake up early and have his coffee and read the paper before Andy stirred and the craziness of getting a first grader out the door for school began. "Morning," I said, unclipping my walkie-talkie and setting it on the charger on the counter. "Quiet night?" Dad asked. The paper was open and on the kitchen table, but his coffee mug was on the counter beside him. He was putting together Andy's lunch. Half a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, apple slices, and cheese puffs were in plastic baggies. A fruit roll-up was beside it along with a juice box. "Chest pains around 11, I shared. "Carbon monoxide alarm at 3. Everyone's fine." "Good." I ran a hand over my eyes. Even though we had bunk rooms where we slept during the night, even simple calls took time and paperwork, so I clocked about 4 hours of rest. I was ready for bed. I'd get about 6 hours before I had to do afternoon school pickup. "Where's Andy?" They were leaving for school in about 10 minutes. Dad would drop him off and then go on about his day, returning tomorrow morning when I was back on shift. Brushing his teeth, or at least wetting his toothbrush. Andy's cereal bowl was by the sink, but his orange juice cup got missed when he cleared his dishes from the table. As if perfect timing, I couldn't miss Andy's little feet overhead as he moved from the bathroom into his bedroom. "Be prepared," Dad advised. I glanced at him over the rim of my mug. "For what?" It seemed Dad couldn't help but smile and chuckle. "He knows about Georgia staying here." I closed my eyes, took a deep breath. "Great." Andy clomped down the stairs. "Dad!" he shouted, running to me and wrapping my legs in a hug. I set my hand on his head, his hair damp. "Did you comb your hair?" I asked, surprised. Getting him used to toothpaste, soap, or a comb were difficult tasks. Him using one of those voluntarily? He looked up at me and nodded. "Miss Georgia's coming for dinner tonight, and I want to look my best." I turned my head toward Dad, who was tucking the lunch items into the Iron Man lunchbox, a grin on his face. "She's coming for dinner." "Mm-hmm," he replied. Andy let me go and hopped up and down. "I asked her to come last night because she's our guest, but she said she couldn't. Then I asked her to come to dinner tonight, and she said yes." "Go get your coat on," Dad told Andy. "See you later," he said, not giving me a backward glance as he ran into the living room to grab his coat from the peg on the wall. "Your 6-year-old son has a hot date tonight," Dad said, zipping the lunchbox closed. "He has more game than you. Is that how you say it?" Georgia had my son combing his hair. She had Mav and Mary and Patrick wrapped around her little finger. Coming in here and getting Andy to think she was his new mom and coming up with the fundraiser concept from hell, starring me. "That woman is a menace," I said. Since the fundraiser meeting yesterday morning, I'd thought about the calendar idea, and Georgia. So I washed Engine 1 with a little more vigor than necessary, but I'd had to work off the frustration, mental and physical, at being in Georgia's presence. Everywhere. At work, at home, and my fantasies. I was equally turned on and annoyed. Just shaking hands with her at the airport, I wanted to touch her more. I wanted to find out if she dabbed her sweet scent at her neck or between those lush tits. I wanted to see what color panties she wore, how she looked with her legs parted, knees bent, and that vibrator between them. No, me between them, my head lowering, and... "Georgia?" Dad asked. "What's she done now?" I cleared my throat, got my head back on why I wanted to strangle her, not jump her curvy body and make her forget her name and cry out mine. "The fundraiser's changed to one of her brilliant ideas," I growled. "It's now a firefighter calendar. I'm Mr. January." Dad's eyes widened, then widened some more, as if I told him we were going to raise funds by selling kidneys we harvested from emergency calls. Then he laughed completely at my expense. When he finally stopped, he said, "Spaghetti and meatballs for dinner. Andy's sure it's George's favorite." Dad usually got groceries for us and planned dinners since I was either working or sleeping off my shift during the day. When he told me the menu, I wasn't surprised. Since the Italian dish was Andy's favorite, we had it frequently. "Grumpy, let's go!" Andy shouted from the other room. "Simon got a pet snake and he's going to sneak it into his backpack. I want to see it." For a second I panicked about there being a snake roaming the school, but I was off duty and that was someone else's problem, specifically Simon's mom or dad. "Set a place for me," Dad said. "I'm not missing this." Chapter 14, Mac. The doorbell woke me. I ignored it, thinking maybe Dad ordered a package and it was delivered, but it rang again. Climbing from bed, I stomped downstairs and pulled open the door. If I had to sign for something, I could do it in my boxers. It wasn't a delivery driver. It was Georgia, in a thick furry robe and slippers. Her hair was back in a ponytail and she didn't have any makeup on. She looked different but still amazing, and that wasn't a good thing in only boxers. "I'm sorry to wake you," she said to my chest, "but I have no hot water." The cold air was coming in, which stirred my brain, which meant I wasn't thinking, and my thoughts were on whether she had anything on under that robe. Yeah, my boxers weren't going to contain my dick for long. I stepped back, got my head out of my underwear. "Shit, you must be cold." Of course she was. I left her standing out there long enough for her to have to ring twice. "Come inside." She scurried inside. "Probably the pilot light's out." "Right, well, I don't want to bother you since you're trying to sleep." She was still talking to my chest, because it was bare, and I was only in my boxers. If she looked any lower, she was going to get more of an eyeful than she bargained for. "Georgia." "Mm-hmm." "Up here," I said, waving my finger toward my face. She whipped her head up and blushed. "Why don't you take a shower here, and I'll look at your hot water heater later. If it's okay with you, I'll go in while you're working and check it out." She nodded, clutching the front of her robe closed. "Fine, that works for me." I pointed up the stairs. "First door on the right, towels are on the shelf above the toilet. Oh, and there's only Andy's shampoo in there." She held up a bag I missed before. "Got everything I need in here." "Good." She eyed me a little more, then blinked and scurried upstairs. "Georgia," I called. She turned around on the top step. "Hope you have your toy submarine." Fuck, it was fun making her blush and glare. Yeah, payback was so sweet. The bathroom door slammed and I made my way to bed, tipping over face first. I may have thought my little teasing was a good idea, but I barely slept because all I could think about was Georgia down the hall, naked, wet, and using that purple vibrator. Chapter 15. Mac. Georgia spent 45 minutes in the bathroom. I knew because I watched the clock. If I hadn't heard a hairdryer go on, I'd have wondered if she had stomach problems. I might have been single, but I knew better than to question what a woman did in the bathroom. But 45 minutes? When I heard the front door close behind her, I finally slept for a few more hours. Stirring, I grabbed myself from the charger on the nightstand. I had a shit ton of texts and messages. Dropping back onto the side of the bed, I started to scroll through them. Theo texted first thing, probably right after he got to the clinic and his office manager, Verna, filled him in on all the local gossip. "Heard about the calendar. If you're going to be a cover model, you might need to start waxing now. I've heard that shit is painful. No one likes to see a hairy bikini line." "What the fuck?" I said aloud, scratching my balls through my boxers. Why the fuck would I need to wax anything? My hand slid up and over my chest. So I had some hair, but I wasn't Sasquatch. No woman had yet run away screaming or tried to French braid it. Asshole. Delete. The next was from Smutters. He was the captain on C shift. While I couldn't fault Pete on his skill as a firefighter or paramedic, the guy had the biggest chip on his shoulder. Sure, he was considered handsome by the ladies, and per him, didn't lack for bed partners. He was annoying as fuck. The only ladder he could climb at the station was one in a fire, not from captain to chief. That was my job. I didn't plan to go anywhere, but I knew if given a chance, he'd be putting in for it. Asshole. I said again. What did he want now? Meeting with Georgia to talk about the calendar and who should be on the front. Got anything you want me to add? I pictured the two of them together. Pretty boy Smutters sitting across from Georgia having a cup of coffee. He might talk with her about the fundraiser, but he wanted inner pants. She was, to him, fresh pussy. Not fucking happening. I growled, feeling very possessive. I scrolled down and saw he texted again a few minutes later when I didn't respond. Didn't think so. Don't worry. I'll take good care of her. I clenched my teeth and was ready to throw my phone against the wall. He thought he was getting the calendar cover over me? Not that I wanted it, hell no. But there was no fucking way Smutters was representing HVFD on the front. I could handle Smutters, always had. But him and Georgia? That was next level shit. Him taking good care of her by bringing her back to the garage apartment? No fucking way. I'd have to burn the mattress at the next training. The next text was from Dad. Take the loaf of garlic bread out of the freezer to thaw. That shouldn't have riled me up, but it did. We usually ate garlic toast, just slices of sandwich bread with butter and garlic and seasonings. Never a fancy loaf, except Georgia was coming for dinner. I'd have to see her and wonder if she got it on with Smutters and wished it was me. Fuck, my dick got hard thinking about being with her again over the garage. That big bed, her in just the purple lace, the vibrator, reaching into my boxers. I gripped my dick, gave it a pump. That was the last of the text, but there was one voicemail. I hit play.
Hey, Mac, it's Mallory. Just wanted you to know that Andy just told the class his new mother is coming over for dinner. I, didn't know you were dating anyone, but congrats. I'm sure I'll see you and this mystery woman around.
Fuck, I shouted. Special bread, Smutters, the not-so-subtle man-slut, Andy and his new mom obsession, me with my hand around my dick, hot water heater pilot light. All of that had one thing in common. Georgia, Georgia, Georgia.
Chapter 16. Georgia. The project was going well, although it had only been a short time. Since the fundraiser meeting the day before, Mayor Mary had connected with 2 local photographers and a graphic designer, all interested in working on the calendar. They donate their time because of the exposure the calendar would bring to their services and were available right away. I'd made a sign-up sheet for Noah to share at the station for firefighters who might want to participate in their availability. I met with Peter Smutters, the firefighter mentioned during the committee meeting, the one Mac didn't seem to like. He'd volunteered to help me in any capacity I needed. The way he winked, I had a feeling he wanted to help me out of my clothes. He was harmless because his cinnamon roll charm wasn't anything I was into. This morning, I went to the animal shelter and met the very friendly, very eager Director Kennedy. She said she'd have adoptable animals brought in for the photo shoots, no problem. It had only been a day, but it was slowly coming together, and I was pleased and surprised. I expected some resistance, but I have only been met with excitement and encouragement, except for Mac. He gave me the grumpy face, the look. Oh, and that we need to talk line. Which meant he didn't like me, my ideas, or how he was stuck being in the calendar he didn't even want. I recognized he had to save face by being in it, especially after meeting Peter Smutters. Mac would never live it down, but he was probably thinking he'd never live it down if he was in the calendar either. I didn't know what he imagined, his body slick with oil, only wearing bunker pants with one suspender off his shoulder, as if he'd been caught getting dressed. Oops, I forgot my shirt. Oh, and here's a puppy you should adopt. I could see his point, but he was attractive. Boy, was he. I saw him in only his boxers this morning. I hadn't expected that when I rang his doorbell. My shower in the little apartment had turned out to be nothing but cold water, so I'd had no choice but to throw on my robe and ask for help. I agreed with Mac that it was probably a blown-out pilot light, but I had no idea how to fix that. I'd burn the place down or blow it up, and that would make Mac look even worse if the fire chief's garage exploded. On the doorstep, I'd ogled him like a nun who'd never seen a man in boxers before. He was F.I.T. Crazy fit, with a smattering of hair on his chest, and the tattoo, and abs, and sturdy thighs, and yeah, I'd have to fan myself if I thought about what was beneath those boxers that had pizza slices on them. Yeah, that hadn't diminished his sexiness at all. So back to Mac and the calendar. He was attractive, skilled. The photos of him, everyone, would be tasteful. Fun. I knew what it was like to be shown off like a prize chicken, forced to preen and smile and do a shoulder thrust so small boobs appeared larger, to be ogled and valued for outward appearance and the ability to sing or dance or twirl a baton. This was different, better. It was for a good cause, and it got the community involved. Sure, Mac was sexy, but in the photo I'd show his strength and friendliness. Ha! Over the need to count his abs. We told him that, but his surliness was a good indicator that he didn't believe me. Now I was going to have dinner with him. He couldn't yell at me too much since we'd be chaperoned, right? Sure, the calendar had been my idea, but the committee had agreed. I hadn't strong-armed them. With the feedback and interest I received since then, it was a good idea. Trying to organize photo shoots, I learned that firefighter schedules were complicated, and the chief's was even worse. While he worked full 24-hour shifts with the crew, he was also an administrator, so he worked regular day shifts as well, plus being on call for any extreme emergency. So there was never a good time for him because there was always a chance he wouldn't be able to show up. Maybe I should have turned down Andy's and Drew's dinner offer the night before when Mac worked. I was a guest on their property, but I hadn't wanted them to feel obligated to feed me or entertain. I'd felt bad and declined, except I couldn't keep saying no to Andy for the next week or two, so I'd agreed for tonight instead. He hooked me with spaghetti and meatballs. It was my favorite, although I didn't have it very much with all the carbs and heavy meat and cheese, a calorie bomb. But I wasn't staying with my mother, and if I wanted pasta, I was having pasta. But I was having it with Mac, the perfect female snack. Yeah, I thought of that rhyme. My mouth watered, and it wasn't for pasta. Before dinner, I spent 30 minutes deciding on an outfit and ultimately decided on black jeans and an Angora sweater. Casual but nice. Coming down the apartment over the garage stairs, I wondered if I should ring the bell at the front or knock on the back door. Andy must have been watching for me out the kitchen window because he came flying out of the house and onto the deck. "Miss Georgia, we're having garlic bread and the snake got taken away and the napkins go under the forks and they have to be folded." He met me at the edge of the back deck, practically rocking back and forth with excitement. His hair was neatly combed, his shirt was tucked in, and he didn't have any stains on him. At least for the moment. Keeley's boys would be mussed and stained within 5 minutes. I held up my hand and didn't make a move to get closer to their house. "Y'all have a snake in your house?" He shook his head. "No, Simon has one. He took it to school, but it got taken away before I could hold it, and—" "Andy, let Georgia come inside. It's freezing out there," Mac shouted through the open back door. Andy spun on his sneakered feet and made for the door, but skidded to a halt. I followed because there wasn't a reptile in his house. If he said they had one, I would have reconsidered the dinner offer. I didn't like snakes one bit. "Women first," Andy said. "Thank you," I said, entering the kitchen before him. He shut the door and the scent of Italian filled the air. Leaning down, I passed to Andy the champagne-looking bottle of sparkling apple juice I bought at the store earlier. His eyes widened as he took it. "For me?" I nodded. "Guess bring a little gift as a thank you for being invited to dinner. Since you did the asking, the gift is for you." He spun around and held up the bottle for Mac and Drew to see. "I got a gift! Can we drink it? What is it?" I met Mac's gaze across the set of kitchen table and counter. Drew told Andy what it was, and that we could have it with dinner, but he had to wash his hands first. Andy ran somewhere in the house, most likely to a powder room, but I stared at Mac, because Mac was staring at me. He was in an ovary-exploding flannel shirt and jeans. His hair, too, was combed. "And this is for you," I said, holding his belt in my other hand. I'd folded it in half, then let the tail end drop. He didn't step closer, so I set it on the counter by the house phone, buckets of pens, pencils, and scissors, and sticky notes. "Hello, Georgia," Drew said, a bright smile on his face. "Good to see you again. Heard you had a little problem with your hot water heater." I glanced at Mac. Yes. "It was the pilot light. You should be good to go," Mac said. I blinked, turned my attention to him. "Thanks for that, and for inviting me. I heard there was garlic bread." Drew smiled. "That's right. In fact, I need to pull it from the oven." He turned and grabbed oven mitts. It seemed he was just as at home in Mac's house as Mac was. In fact, I didn't even know if Mac could cook. Andy ran back into the room, flapping his hands as if he were air-drying them. "Miss Georgia, I know you're doing a calendar with firefighters in it, with puppies and kittens. Do you think my dad's picture can be with Simon's snake? It'll be cool to have it wrapped around him, especially without a shirt. Did you know he got a tattoo on his chest? Right here." He put his hand over his heart like he was ready to say the Pledge of Allegiance. "That's not where girls would have a tattoo, because that's where they have nipples. They feed babies. Do you have nipples?" "Holy shit," Mac muttered as his eyes fell closed. I blinked at Andy because that was a lot of words on different topics. I was so focused on the idea of Mac having a tattoo on his broad chest that I didn't process Andy's question about me having nipples. Drew huffed out a laugh and set a long half loaf of garlic bread on a cutting board. "Andy, how did you hear about that?" "Allison's mom has a new baby and she feeds the baby with her nipples." "Well, that's accurate, but private," Drew added. "You want Simon Snake to be in the calendar?" I asked, redirecting. I knew he had no real interest in nipples like he probably would in about 10 years, so I didn't give it any more attention. Andy's eyes widened. "Yes! Can you imagine it all wrapped around Dad in the photo?" I looked from Andy to his dad. Yes, absolutely. I could see Max shirtless with a snake wrapped around him. I imagined it, then what the snake in his pants might look like. The calendar is to show off animals who don't have an amazing owner like Simon taking care of him, or her. Is the snake a boy or a girl? I asked. Andy frowned and bit his lip. He shrugged his shoulders. "Don't know, but its name's Sparky." "Well, don't you think other animals should be loved by Simons of their own?" He nodded vigorously. "Then we'll let those who need adopting be in the picture so someone will see them and want them." "There are lots of pets that need adopting?" Andy asked, cocking his head. I thought for a moment, hoping my answer didn't set him off on another tangent. "Probably." Andy spun around. "Could we adopt a pet?" "Oh boy," I bit my lip. "You have Richard," Max said. "Richard?" "He hides and we never see him," Andy said with a pout. He even crossed his arms over his chest, just like his father had at the meeting the day before when he heard something he didn't like. "It's no fun when your pet lives behind the dryer." I looked to Mac for clarification. Did they have a troll? "Richard is an unsociable, snooty cat who only comes out from wherever he likes to hide when he's hungry. Lately it's been behind the dryer." "So do you have nipples that could feed a baby?" Andy asked me. The boy could give anyone whiplash. Max stared at my chest and scowled as if I brought my nipples into the house to aggravate him. With a strange growl, he came around the counter, took my hand and tugged me through a door just off the kitchen. "Mac, what?" When he flipped on the light and shut the door behind us, I realized we were in the laundry room, and then he kissed me, and set his palms over my nipples. Oh, Lordy, now it was my biscuit getting buttered.
Chapter 17. Mac. I could hear Dad talking to Andy through the door, that Georgia and I were probably looking for clean dish towels in the laundry basket. I didn't hear a peep after that because it was Andy's job to empty the dryer and to try to fold the clothes. At least try, but since he hated the assignment, probably hadn't done it and didn't want to point it out. I didn't give it much thought because my mouth was on Georgia's. She came in the back door in a pair of black jeans with a pale blue sweater, something soft and fuzzy. Her hair was in a ponytail but had curls in it. Little dark wisps framed her face. Her lips, yeah, I couldn't have helped but stare at them, were pale pink and glossy. Everything about her was soft and sweet, and her scent was all I could breathe. And her tits. Fuck me. She was just the right size for me. Not just her tits, but all the rest of her, too. I didn't have to bend in half to kiss her, or get a crick in my neck. Beneath my palms, her tits were heavy and more than a handful. She was so blatantly feminine, so different than me. Where she was lush and soft, I was hard and angled. I was calloused and rough, and she was silky soft and sweet. I pulled back. Looked at her with lips no longer glossy but swollen, eyes closed. "You're driving me fucking insane," I said, my voice pretty much a growl. Her eyes flew open. What? She whispered. I ran a hand over my mouth, wanting nothing more than to spin her around, bend her over the washer, and fuck her. To make sure she forgot Smutters or any other guy who looked her way. I had enough blood left in my head to know now wasn't the time to take anything further. Andy was occupied for now, but not for long. And no way was I taking Georgia for the first time as a quickie in my laundry room. Richard would probably jump out from behind the dryer and claw my bare ass while I was balls deep. You stroll into my life with that pink luggage all pretty and kissable. Then you charm my 6-year-old into believing you're his new mom. Then you end up in my garage apartment, where I know you've got a purple vibrator you used to cram into that perfect pussy. Somehow you also cast a spell on the fundraising committee, and I'm somehow a topless model. The calendar's all anyone can talk about at the station. All I'm hearing is what they'll wear an innuendo about holding a hose fully charged. Now you're about to eat my garlic bread.
Shirtless, not topless, and I told you, it's going to be family-friendly.
After all that, that's all you have to say. I asked, reaching up and tugging on my hair. I was usually in charge. That was what was required of a fire chief, of a father. But this woman who felt like sweet sin and smelled like a field of fucking flowers made everything go sideways.
"Is that all you have to say?"
She countered. "No," I said, tossing up my hands. "Now Andy's talking about another pet because they need adopting. One aloof asshole cat is enough for this family." I turned away, then abruptly back. "Oh, and nipples. Why would Andy even mention nipples if yours weren't poking against your top?" Instead of narrowing her eyes in anger because I'd be pissed as hell if someone spewed such irrational drivel like that, she bit her lip, clearly trying to stifle a smile. "You shouldn't be worrying too much about Andy and nipples right now. You think you're going crazy now? Wait 10 years. I'm not sure if I'll make it that long with you around." I was thinking with my dick, had been since she landed in Montana. My eyes narrowed. I knew I was being irrational, ridiculous even. Didn't matter. "You're laughing at me." She shook her head, her hand going over to cover her mouth. "No, not laughing." She was laughing, even after that kiss. Was she not as consumed as I was? I had to get myself together, or at least put her in her place, which wasn't laughing at me with kissable lips and hard nipples, which actually were poking against her top. No question they were doing that on purpose. "You're under the amusing assumption that you're in charge here," I said, although I wasn't sure if here was Hunter Valley. My fire station, my house, my son, my job, my cat. I crossed my arms over my chest. Maybe it would keep me from touching her again. That even with all the chaos you've caused, I'll be led around by my dick. She arched a brow and looked down at the front of my pants where the outline of my dick, which I didn't think had ever been harder, couldn't be missed through my jeans. "You're the one who dragged me in here." The sass on her. "I won't be eating out of the palm of your hand," I added. "It's not the palm of my hand I want you eating out." She countered, then bit her lip. Her cheeks flushed prettily. Hell, everything she did was fucking pretty because I doubted she even cried in an ugly way. I groaned and gave up the fight and tugged her close and kissed her again. This time my hands cupped her ass and held her against my dick. My knee nudged hers apart and I could feel her heat against my thigh. "Dinner's ready!" Andy's shout came through the door loud and clear. I let her go once more. Fuck. I breathed. Control? What control? I needed a 6-year-old to keep me away from her. Georgia swiped her finger over her mouth to fix her lipstick, then made her way to the door and into the kitchen. I couldn't follow her, not now. With clarity, I realized I still don't have the upper hand, because Georgia was in the other room with my family enjoying spaghetti and meatballs. I had to think about water pressure ratios in my head to cool off and to get my dick to go down. Who was in charge? Not me. Fuck.
Chapter 18. Georgia.
More garlic bread?
Drew asked, holding up the cutting board by the handle. I took a piece because garlic bread and set it on my plate. Thank you. Drew was across from me. I had a feeling he knew what we'd been up to in the laundry room, especially since we didn't return with any dish towels, but he didn't say anything. Andy was on my left, eating a meatball off the end of his fork. He didn't say anything either, but the mind of a 6-year-old was thankfully easily swayed by his favorite meal. His mouth was ringed with marinara sauce, and there was a drip of it on his shirt. On my right was Mac. He'd plowed through his plate of spaghetti and was poking at a cucumber slice in his salad. His knee bumped mine beneath the table. He hadn't said a word since he finally returned from the laundry room, a full 5 minutes after me. I needed some time to get myself pulled together after those kisses, but I wasn't given any. I'd had to go back into the kitchen and face Andy and Drew with a lust haze and wet panties. Fortunately, that pageant facade of perfection paid off. I pasted on a smile and let Andy do all the talking. Still, that kiss, those hands, that ass grab. Since when did I tell a guy it's not the palm of my hand I want you eating out? Where was the Georgia who'd been dumped by her ex for a younger, slimmer, fertile option? Was it being away from my regularly scheduled life that made me bold? Was it Mac? Maybe it was the fact that he'd brought up my toy submarine vibrator earlier. He needed a little payback. Except now I was sitting beside a guy who didn't know if he wanted to strangle me or fuck me sideways.
Tell us about yourself, Georgia,
Drew said, offering a glance at Mac, who'd remained silent all through the meal.
Family back in Georgia?
It's funny you're named after a state, Andy said on a giggle. I gave him an indulgent smile that answered Drew's question. I have a mother and a sister who is married and has 2 kids. You're an uncle? Andy asked, wiping his mouth with his napkin. Aunt, I corrected. Tommy and Sally Ann are 5 and 3. Do they like to sled? Andy asked. I shrugged. It doesn't really snow very much in Calhan. That's the little town where I'm from. I'm not even sure if they've ever seen it. Never seen snow? Andy's eyes were wide as if the concept was ridiculous. Since it was April and it was still on the ground here, I had to wonder if Andy ever didn't see snow. Nope. Did your mom let you stay up late? He asked, then gave his father a little kid glare. I can't stay up past 8.
Georgia's a grown-up,
Mac reminded. All I could do was stare at Mac's mouth that had been on mine. Firm yet soft. That mustache. I'd never been kissed by anyone with one before. I thought it'd be scratchy, but it was soft. It added another dimension to kissing and had to wonder what it would feel like sliding across my inner thighs.
She doesn't live with her mother, he added.
Actually, I began. My throat was suddenly dry, so I took a sip of my sparkling apple juice. The bubbles tickled my tongue and it was really sweet. The past few months I've lived with my mother.
Is she unwell?
Drew asked, his question more concerned than probing. It made more sense that she might be sick and needing help instead of a 35-year-old woman moving into her childhood bedroom because her life fell apart. I shook my head. She's fine. While my divorce was finalized 6 months ago, our house is still for sale, so I don't have my share of the profits from that yet, so I moved back home. I didn't tell them that I was pretty much broke. Art had been the breadwinner for the 2 of us. I had my car, some retirement socked away, but quitting didn't help and pageant coaching wasn't raking in the cash. My half of the house sale would help, but I wanted to put it toward buying another place, although solo it would only be an apartment. And if I didn't have a job, then getting a mortgage would be impossible, and... This divorce and home stuff sounds boring, Andy said, breaking me from my depressing thoughts. He finished his meal and had been sitting quietly listening. May I be excused? Mac nodded. Math homework, he ordered. Andy's little shoulder slumped and he rolled his eyes as if it was the worst thing in the world. But...
Let me know what Miss Mornier says tomorrow when you tell her it's not done.
Mac said calm as could be. Andy's lips pinched closed. He climbed from his chair and carried his plate over to the counter, then ran out of the room. I heard about the calendar idea, Drew said. I think it's great. Mac made a funny sound like a growl, or it could have been a burp. His father ignored him. Did you do a calendar like this back in Georgia? I shook my head and glanced at Mac, waiting for him to tell me the idea was stupid. You don't have experience with it, Mac asked, eyes raised. His voice wasn't hostile, but maybe a little confused, as if I'd suggested something willy-nilly to the committee. Not with a calendar, but with photo shoots and... Modeling? Drew asked. I shook my head. Pageants. Pageants, Mac repeated. I nodded. Yes, beauty pageants. His mouth dropped open. I can see how that would cross over, Drew replied, filling the silence. I also work for a PR company as an administrative assistant. I'm knowledgeable in fundraising and organizing and... Pageants. It was possible I broke Mac. What's a pageant? Andy asked, coming back into the kitchen to grab a pencil. I looked to him. It's a contest for being pretty and poised and smart and confident. He crinkled up his nose. Pretty, so no boys are in it? Actually, there are some boys in them. A few. Your age, too. I don't want to be pretty. You can be handsome and smile nice and big no matter how nervous you are. You dress up, comb your hair, and... That doesn't sound like any fun at all, he added. But you liked it. You're pretty and smart and... What's posed? Poised, I corrected. He shook his head. I don't want it to be that. I think you're fine just the way you are, I told him. If Mama had said that to me at any time in my life, I'd probably not be such a hot mess. He grinned, then ran off. Since you're here, that means you no longer work there, Drew said, steering the conversation away from Andy picking up pageants as his passion project. Smart of James Core to snap you up. Drew gave me a smile, and I imagined him to be my father. Kind, easygoing, quick to offer praise. I didn't know mine since he and my mom divorced when I was 4 and he didn't stick around, but since my mother only mentioned him by the term sperm donor and waste of time, I didn't imagine him being anything like Drew. My ex-husband also worked at the company, so I quit when we separated. I fidgeted because, yay! I love talking about my failures, especially in front of Mac. I glanced his way. Yep, he was still staring. He'd kissed me and fondled me. And yeah, he was slightly deranged, but I definitely liked how he'd been a little rough, as if he couldn't control himself. I didn't remember ever being kissed like that before. And we'd been dressed with only a door separating us from a child. But I had no doubt it was an appetizer for what it would be like if Mac and I got together. Maddening, wild, definitely intense and potent. But the way Mac was behaving, like he was quietly having a stroke, I wasn't so sure it was going to happen again. Art made me insane, and he was the last person I wanted kissing me. Hell, I left the time zone to get away from him. You quit? Mac asked, finally rejoining the conversation. My cheeks flushed with an equal mix of anger and shame. He's the CFO and wouldn't quit just because we were divorcing. Besides, he had an affair with the secretary, so she'd have to leave too in order to make that environment anywhere near comfortable. Drew frowned. I don't blame you. He cheated on you? Mac asked, eyes wide. I nodded. Yeah, that was a shame. That made my cheeks hot. If they saw a picture of Pam, they wouldn't be so surprised. She was blonde and skinny and had perky boobs and thighs that didn't rub together. And I bet she was multi-orgasmic. I laughed because I didn't want to stare at them every day since they ended up getting married. I took a swig of the sparkling apple juice and wished it was something a hell of a lot stronger. They got married. Holy fuck, Mac muttered. Both men had similar grim expressions. They looked at each other as if they were talking without saying a word. This job got me out of town and away from them and my mother, who isn't as fun to live with the second time around. I bit my lip. Actually, she wasn't all that fun the first time either. It looked like thunderclouds had settled over their heads, all because of me. Oh no. I put on my pageant smile. Don't worry, everything's fine now. I'm here and things are moving forward with the fundraiser. I flicked a gaze at Mac. Quite nicely. What you need is a night out with some new friends, Drew said. He stood, picking up his plate and carried it to the sink. Coming back for more dishes, he asked Mac, Aren't you meeting up with Theo at Kincaid's? Mac looked at his watch. Yes, I have to get going. Take Georgia with you. What? We spoke at once. I stood, grabbed my plate to help with the dishes. Drew took it from my hands. I've got this, he said with a smile and tip of his head. You get ready to go. Mac will wait. I looked to Mac, who didn't look like he'd wait at all. If his father wasn't looming over him, he'd probably bolt. I didn't have too much choice. Saying no let them know I let Mac get to me. His surliness was because of me, definitely, but the calendar fundraiser was a good idea, solid, actionable, and profitable. There was a buy-in from everyone in town but Mac. As fire chief, he had a say, but he missed the chance to voice his opinion because of the emergency call. He arrived too late. By then it was a done deal. Now he had to go with it. Be excited about it because he was the fire chief. He couldn't be Mr. Gloom and Doom in front of the town when it was his fundraiser. But he could give me grumpy looks across the kitchen table and manhandle me in his laundry room. I was going with him to this Kincaid's place. I didn't have a choice. But the last thing I wanted was another man stuck with me when he didn't want me.
Chapter 19, Mac. All I could think about as we drove to Kincaid's was that I was going to kill Dad, except I needed him to take care of Andy, so he was no help if I killed him. Take Georgia with you, he'd said. That was the last thing I needed to do. Did I want to spend time with her? Fuck yes. Did I want it to involve more than kissing and groping in the laundry room? Abso-fucking-lutely. But I needed some epic control to keep my hands off of her. Having her in my truck only a foot away and her scent swirling all around? Dangerous. I couldn't touch her again, no way. I'd tasted her, I wanted more. But Andy looked at her as if she was a sparkly unicorn, in love with the idea of her being his mom. Hell, he might actually be half in love with her. With him she was all smiles and gentle looks, wise words without being patronizing to a little kid. She knew just how to handle him to make him feel special but not spoiled. She liked him and accepted every inch of his rambunctious, no-filter personality. I couldn't blame Andy for his moon eyes and eagerness. I thought she was a sparkly unicorn of a woman, too. Her ex cheating on her with another woman was insane, stupid, and that made him a total fucking asshole. The guy cheated on her. What red-blooded male would stray from someone so insanely sexy as Georgia? She was everything I wanted in a woman but never knew. I was hot for her all the fucking time. It made it almost impossible to control my raging dick. I had to linger in the laundry room folding towels for the thing to go down. Not only that, she was leading me around by the balls on this fundraiser idea. Because of that kitchen fire, I'd missed the chance to say fuck no to the idea. Instead, the rest of the committee decided without me. Now I didn't have a choice but to be Mr. January, and I was sure she knew about it. She was subtle about it in her approach. A look at my dick was hard. Ridiculous talk about nipples had me staring at hers across the table, with Andy and Dad present. A smile and the crew signed up to be in the calendar. From what I heard, puppies and kittens were immediately offered. Did anyone say no to her? Did anyone not fall under her spell? I saw through it. Knew that sparkly unicorns like her weren't real. They were fantasy. While she was sitting in the truck beside me right now heading down Main toward Kincaid's, she wasn't staying in Hunter Valley. She was temporary, flying her sparkly unicorn ass off into the sunset when the fundraiser work was complete, leaving me and my dick unsatisfied, or well satisfied, but alone. Women left. They took your heart with them, and Georgia was the perfect reminder of this. Out of all the women in my life who'd cut and run, at least she'd given an advance notice. I needed to be the smart one. Hell, the only one who didn't fall under her spell. A car came in the opposite direction, giving a little honk of the horn on the way by. I couldn't tell who it was, but it was someone who knew me, and my truck since it had a little light bar on top, which was most people in town. Georgia shifted in her seat. She'd grabbed a soft black coat and gloves from her apartment. Her hands were in her lap, holding a little purse that was the same blue as her sweater. "You didn't have to bring me," she said. While she didn't mention being cold, I reached out and angled the vents her way. That coat was more decorative than insulating. "It's fine," I replied, glancing in my rearview mirror. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw her looking away. "When a woman says it's fine, it means nothing but fine," she countered. "I figured after being in your laundry room, since I'd drive you fucking crazy, that maybe it really isn't fine." I slow and come to a stop at an intersection and look her way. I keep my hands on the steering wheel instead of grabbing the lapels of her coat and pulling her across to the center console and onto my lap. To a guy, fine means fine. "And you drive me fucking crazy means yes, I'm thrilled to hang out with you?" That sass was back. When she spoke about her dickhead ex over dinner, I saw her smile slip, her shoulders curl inward. The asshole had hurt her, diminished her, and that was fucking wrong. But the defeated look lasted only for a moment because suddenly she smiled and, well, it was possible I'd been dazzled. I was impressed by how she could change her mood so quickly. It seemed this woman, the one in my truck who was giving as good as I gave, was the real Georgia, and I fucking liked it. Problem. Big fucking problem. She should come with an emergency siren, a warning label that said, "Do not kiss or grope." I shouldn't have kissed you. I shouldn't have... I lifted my hands off the steering wheel, indicating cupping her tits. I don't want Andy to get any ideas. "Because he's 6 and he shouldn't be learning about feeling a woman up quite yet?" I glowered. Because he's obsessed with finding a mom and has his sights set on you. I can't do anything or get involved with a woman who's not sticking around. Reaching up, she brushed a tendril of hair off her cheek and nodded. I would never do anything to hurt him. After a moment, she continued. You're right. I'm only here for the fundraiser. No kissing. No big hands on my breasts and playing with my nipples. Instantly, I remembered the feel of them, their weight, the way her nipples had gotten hard as I ran my thumbs over them. She hadn't forced me to kiss her or touch her. I'd done it all on my own. A car horn stirred me. I looked both ways, then crossed through the intersection. No kissing, nothing about nipples. I agreed through gritted teeth, although I wasn't sure if I was talking to her or myself. Doing that, or not doing that, and I'll make you less crazy? Yes. I ran a hand over my hair. Was I going to be able to not kiss her or get her pussy to ride on my thigh? No, fuck, I don't know. You've stirred up my house, my work, my... I bit off the word dick at the end, although I was positive she knew it. No chance she missed how hard I was in the laundry room earlier when she was riding my thigh. You're coming out with me because my father is acting like an old busybody. I turned into the parking lot. You're in the truck, I continued. We're here, it's happening. Theo James is Mav's brother. He's a local doctor and helps out with the fire trainings. Still, she pushed. I'm sure Mallory knows now you're joining me, and... Mallory? His girlfriend, I explained. She's Miss Mornier to Andy. She's his teacher, right? I nodded. Yeah, if Mallory knows you're coming out, then Bridget knows, and if Bridget knows, then... Meaning? I'm sure you won't be the only woman there.
Chapter 20, Georgia. Mac hadn't been wrong. I met Theo the doctor, Dex the hockey player who was also Theo's brother. He was supposedly famous, but I didn't follow the sport, or any sport for that matter. That was it for guys. Then there was Mallory, Bridget, and Lindy. Each was with a different James brother. Mallory and Theo, Bridget and Mav, although he wasn't here, and Lindy, who was married to Dex, and Lindy was Mallory's sister. It was a little complicated, but pretty cool. On top of that, there was Melly, the town librarian. From the information Mallory shared, while Melly blushed, she'd just started a relationship with a guy who was 15 years older, a lumberjack, and oh yeah, her ex's dad. Daniel wasn't here because he was with his 4 brothers caber tossing. I had to look that up on my phone to know what it was, but now I knew why Melly's cheeks were so red. If her man was as fit and gorgeous as the ones in the Highland Games photos, she was one lucky lady. I can't believe y'all came out to meet me, I said. The ladies were at one end of a long high-top table, the guys at the other. Mallory, Bridget, and Lindy sat around me in a semicircle since I was on the end. Each of us had a glass of wine except Lindy, who looked like she was going to have a baby any second, even though she waved her hand and said it would be 3 more weeks. We have a group text, Bridget said, pushing her glasses up her nose. Theo told Mallory you were coming, and she sent out a group text. She heard a lot about you from Andy, and none of us could miss getting to know you. No wonder Andy's been telling everyone he has a new mom, Mallory said. When Andy looked panicked earlier when he would have to tell Miss Mornia he didn't do his math homework, I envisioned her to be a stern old woman who used a beady-eyed glare as a scare tactic. But Mallory was far from old, probably mid-20s, and she looked like she'd be an amazing teacher. At school? I asked, covering my face with my hand. Oh no, she laughed. You're so dang pretty, it's no wonder he's been dazzled. I think someone else is dazzled too, Lindy said, leaning in. She looked down the table and we all glanced in that direction. There at the end opposite mine was Mac, arms crossed over his chest. While Dex and Theo were talking, he was eyeing me. He's been staring since you sat down, Mallory added. Glaring, Bridget corrected with an amused smile. Glowering, Melly said. Eye-fucking, Lindy whispered. I gasped and the others giggled. That is not the look of a man who was dazzled, I whispered. But it was the look that made me hot. Made me remember how he kissed, how he dragged me into the laundry room because he couldn't hold off a second longer getting his lips on mine, and his hands on my body. Not him, his dick, Mallory said simply. I sputtered on a sip of my wine. I dick-dazzle him? In unison they nodded. I dick-dazzled a guy. And not just any guy, but Mac. Impossible. I definitely hadn't dick-dazzled Art. A guy who was dick-dazzled didn't cheat because his dick was so happy and satisfied. Are you taken? Bridget asked. Is that why you're not interested in him? My eyes widened. Oh, I'm interested because, look at him. And I'm recently divorced, so ridiculously single. Well, they say the best way to get over a guy is to get under another. Lindy offered, wagging her blonde eyebrows. The way Mac's eyeing you, he wants you under him. Over him, too, Mallory added with a giggle. Why wouldn't he? You've got a rockin' body in that hair. She and Bridget eyed me up and down, or at least what they could see of me above the table. Yeah, how did you do that? Bridget asked. What? I asked, glancing down at myself. Had I dribbled some wine on my sweater? Shit, it was dry clean only, and red was a bitch to get out. Your hair, it's in a ponytail like mine, but I look like I finished a run all snarled and wispy. Lindy reached up and playfully tugged on the end of Bridget's. They'd said they were sisters, but Lindy was probably my age and Bridget in her early 20s. They didn't look much alike either. Yeah, and your makeup, sheesh. Do you have a YouTube channel or something? Mallory added. I blinked at her confused. YouTube channel, me? She even makes me look like a slob. Lindy piped in, but she had to be joking because she looked so put together. I was a little embarrassed at their scrutiny. My mama always said you don't leave the house without your face on, and, well, I need all the help I can get. Help? You're insanely pretty. It's kind of hard not to look at you. You could be Miss America with the way you're all put together, Mallory suggested. Right? She looked at the others. All she needs is an evening dress and a sash. I frowned. Actually, I did pageants for 10 years. Mallory set her hand on my forearm and looked at me with anticipation. Say you're a Miss America. I shook my head. I didn't make it further than runner-up for Little Miss Calhan because I wanted to baton twirl instead of sing the battle hymn of the Republic my mama expected, which is ironic because in my hometown the Civil War isn't over. You can baton twirl? Millie asked, eyes wide. I tried it once and it hit me in the head. I laughed. Absolutely not. Thus being runner-up. Sing, yes. But I never got close to another tiara again. I knew it, Mallory said. You have the poise for pageants and the hair. God, I need the name of your shampoo. Do you use a keratin treatment? Little Miss Calhan? Lindy asked, her eyes practically twinkling. I bet you were adorable. If this watermelon turns out to be a girl, then maybe she can do pageants. Her hands rested atop her huge stomach. Pageants aren't for everyone, I advised. Trust me. I was 7 at the time of the baton twirling incident. If only I'd sung, then I'd have the little tiara to put beside all my sister's trophies and tiaras from her wins. But as I got older, I got these. I pointed to my chest, and hips, and an ass that got to be more than the pageant norm. You might think I might rock an evening gown, but I don't rock a swimsuit. Whatever, Bridget said. Who rocks a swimsuit anyway? They're expensive, and besides, you can wear one for like 2 weeks here in Montana. Anyway, who says you have to be stick-thin to be stunning? My mother and sister. I answered immediately. Who was stick-thin and was Miss Georgia. Also my ex, who traded me in for a lighter model. My mother's a gambling addict alcoholic. Mallory shared as we were having a crazy mother contest. Mothers don't know everything. My mother had an affair with the mayor, Melly said. Mayor Mary? I asked wide-eyed. Melly shook her head. A few mayors ago. Who cares about being skinny anyway? Lindy asked. I haven't seen my feet in 2 months. Exactly, Bridget said. Your ex is obviously a jerk. Can you imagine if men were judged by wearing a swimsuit? While wearing heels and twirling in a circle and a baton? Lindy added, grinning. Although Dex wears skates like they're an extension of his body, so I bet he could do heels. What's that, sugar? Dex asked her, hearing his name. Nothing. They kissed and he turned back to the guys. God, they were insanely cute to watch. Happily married and any day having a baby. A baby. I was instantly jealous of her and all she had. A guy who wouldn't stop touching her, called her sugar and was clearly all in for a family. Is that where you got the idea for the fundraising calendar? Mallory asked, stirring me from my thoughts. Because of the pageants? Calendar? Lindy wondered. Obviously their group text didn't cover everything. I filled them in. I love it, Lindy said, absently rubbing her belly. She should ask Eve to be a sponsor. Our friend Eve, and probably future sister-in-law since she's dating Silas, runs Steaming Hotties, Bridget explained. The coffee shop. I saw the place yesterday. It's across from the fire station. I'll stop in tomorrow and introduce myself. I'll buy a few and put them up at the library, Melly offered. So Mac's going to be in the calendar? Bridget asked. I nodded and gave Mac a quick glance down the table. It's optional, but as fire chief he feels obligated. He's not too thrilled about the entire concept. I admitted, thankful the music in the bar was loud enough that the guys couldn't hear what we were talking about. Mac in bunker gear and only bunker gear? Lindy asked, fanning herself and grinning. He doesn't need to smile. Hell, that grumpy-as-hell face he's given Georgia right now works just fine. We glanced down the table again to Mac. That wasn't his grumpy face. That was the look he gave me as he kicked the laundry room door shut behind him and kissed me. Oh my. Totally dick-dazzled.
Chapter 21. Mac. I stared at Georgia sitting between the other women. She was laughing at something Mallory said, her mouth covered with her hand. The mouth I'd kissed a few hours ago. The one I wanted to kiss again. The one I wanted to see wrapped around my dick. The women turned to look at me as one, as if I was a curiosity in the zoo. "You're staring," Theo murmured. "They're staring," I countered. He noticed and ignored them. "You're eyeing her like you want to swipe the drinks off the table and fuck her over it." He wasn't wrong. So was every other man in here, I growled. I didn't miss the way she had every guy's attention, and she didn't even know it. They weren't sipping their beers and thinking about taking her to church because all I could think of was defiling the hell out of her. Even after I'd been the one to tell her no more kissing. I'd started it, I'd ended it, yet I wanted more. After the way she responded in the laundry room, fuck, she'd wanted it too. "She keeps sneaking glances at you," Dex commented. Sitting beside his wife, he had a hand on her thigh. I feel like I'm in the lunchroom in middle school. "Yeah, well, I kissed her," as if that explained the stare-off. "She's not a cookie to lick and say it's yours," Dex added, continuing on the juvenile theme. Although I did want to lick her and do it in front of the entire bar so everyone knew she was mine. But she wasn't mine. No, fuck. I wanted her but couldn't have her. Yet no one else was going to touch her. Theo laughed and I finally looked his way. He'd been a grumpy asshole when he moved here last fall. He'd gone from big city surgeon to small town doctor, gained an amazing girlfriend, and he got happy. "What?" I asked, studying him. "You're scaring me with your laughter." "It's payback time," he said, grinning. I frowned. "What the fuck are you talking about?" "I was the cranky fucker sitting in this bar and you were laughing your head off at me because I had my head up my ass about Mallory." "And I'm the cranky fucker now?" I pointed to myself. "Oh, yeah. Let me ask you two a question about women." Dex grinned. "We are the experts." I ignored that. "What does a woman do in the bathroom in the morning for 45 minutes? Hell if I know, Mallory's in and out in 30. 30? I asked. I showered in 5, shaved in 2, and I was done. Lindy spends 45 minutes in the morning, shower, moisturizing, drying, and styling hair and makeup. So Georgia hadn't used her vibrator. That would probably add another few minutes, right? Theo slapped me on the shoulder. "You want her even if she's that high maintenance. I say go for it." I swiveled on my stool to face him, to get him to understand. "She's not from here." "Right. She's leaving as soon as the fundraiser is done." "Exactly. She's the one who came up with the calendar idea." "Don't hold that against her. It's a really great idea," Dex added. "Fine, but I was all for a chilly dinner. Then another biggie is that she's staying over my garage." "I know, easy access. So what's really the problem? Sleep with her and get her out of your system." The way Theo looked at me, he couldn't see an issue. He had an advanced medical degree with years of additional training. I figured he was smart enough to grasp the situation, but no. "Andy's in love with her." His brow winged up. "That's the competition you're worried about, a 6-year-old?" said the man who didn't have and didn't want kids. "He can't fall for someone who's not going to be around." His look changed because he was sympathetic toward a kid, not me. At least he and Dex recognized the challenge when it came to Andy. "He or you," Theo countered. I glowered. "Parents are allowed to have sex. Or I hope so because I'm going to be one in a few weeks," Dex said. Clearly he knew what he was doing in the bedroom since his wife's current state was a blatant example of his virility. "Yeah," Theo added. "Like you said, she's leaving. Andy's going to be sad whether you sleep with her or not. Have fun, have sex. You remember what that is, right?" I glowered some more. I told her on the way here that the kiss was a mistake, that it shouldn't have happened and it can't happen again. "One thing women know about men," Dex said. He was like a happy golden retriever, always smiling and easygoing, as if he shit rainbows. Although I'd seen him play hockey and he was a different person on the ice. "Yeah?" I asked, waiting for him to share his wisdom. "We're always wrong." Theo chuckled. "I bought Mallory a house when I wasn't supposed to. I can vouch for that statement." Georgia got up from the table and went toward the bar carrying her empty wineglass. I watched her progression, watched various men eyeing her on the way. Arlo, Mallory's brother and the owner of the place, was behind the bar. He came over to her, offered her a smile. They spoke for a moment, then he winked and went off to fill her order. The man seated at the bar turned toward her, eyed her like a steer at auction, then began to talk to her. "He's hitting on her." I growled after watching them for a few seconds. Dex and Theo followed my gaze. Dex laughed. "That's one of the dads from the Pee Wee League." Since everyone in town knew Dex played pro hockey, he'd been wrangled on occasion to help coach with the kids' programs at the skate center. It wasn't consistent yet, but as soon as he retired, he'd probably take up the full-time role.
He said a few more years with the silver mines, but I had a feeling he'd be quitting sooner than he thought once he became a dad. Looks like they're hitting it off, Theo commented. Like hell. She came here with me, I snapped. So, she's not yours. She's fair game, Dex advised. I stood up. She's not fair game, I added. Professional advice? Theo tossed out before I could storm over there and beat up the Pee-wee dad. More advice from the James brothers. Were they the experts? Maybe they were, since all four of them had somehow gotten women to fall in love with them. Sure. Listen to your dick. My dick was saying get over to the bar, keep that fucker from shooting his shot, toss Georgia over my shoulder, and take her somewhere so I can sink into her sweet pussy. Fine. I was wrong earlier. We could kiss, I could play with her nipples. I didn't have to marry her. I didn't have to keep her, but she sure as hell wasn't going home with that guy. Theo was suggesting that Georgia was the perfect solution to a sex drought. No strings, no hard feelings. No running into her at the grocery store after things were over. We could fucking forget each other. Hell, she'd be in a different time zone. Maybe Theo wasn't too dumb after all, or I was just slow, or protective, maybe both. Eyeing Georgia, I got between her and Pee-wee Dad. I arched a brow, hoping that simple gesture conveyed everything my dick wanted. Excuse me, the guys said. I ignored him and focused solely and completely on Georgia. The corner of her mouth tipped up, and she arched one perfectly curved brow in return. I took her hand. Sorry, I said to the guy. She was never going to be yours. Then I let her out of the bar. This was happening. My dick was so fucking smart. Chapter 22. Georgia. Mac didn't say a word until we were standing beside the passenger side of his truck. Instead of opening the door for me, he set his hand on it. I turned to face him and he stepped close. It was dark out, but the parking lot was well lit. Still, he was cast in harsh shadows. It was freezing and our breaths came out in little white puffs. I was wrong, he said, reaching up to stroke my hair. The gesture raised goosebumps along my neck. Oh? About what? There was a long line of things he was wrong about, so it was important I knew which one. The calendar idea, being Mr. January. The kiss? Kissing. His gaze dropped to my lips. And touching. Suddenly I wasn't cold any longer, and I agreed with him. So wrong. I agreed, nodding. I dick-dazzled him and I wanted his dick. We need to kiss, and I need to touch your perfect tits again. Cup your ass. With every word, his head dipped closer and closer to mine until I could feel his breath on my cheek. Not Pee-wee Dad. Who? I wondered. Exactly, this is happening, gorgeous. Okay. Kissing, groping, what else? I asked breathlessly. Why wasn't he kissing me now? Come on, kiss me. I have a fucking list. His lips brushed my jaw feather light. I angled my head. I wasn't sure if he meant he had a fucking list or just a list that was really fucking good. Didn't matter either way. Good. I do too. Chapter 23. Mac. I closed the door to the garage apartment behind us, and as I'd held her hand since I helped her from my truck, I tugged her into my arms, and finally fucking kissed her. We hadn't said a word on the drive home. I'd had to focus on the road, not her, otherwise I'd have driven off into the curb. She was too much of a temptation, even with her curves hidden behind her coat. Shifting, I turned us so she was pressed against the door. What was it about this woman? Her taste, her scent, her body. She was fucking intoxicating. Yet it seemed she'd come to town to mess with my life. The fundraiser, my son. She was even at my dinner table. Yet I couldn't control myself around her. And I was always in fucking control. I had to get in control, and this was the way to do it. To bend her to my every want. To control her in the only way it seemed I could. So I slid my hand into her silky hair and gave a slight tug. She moaned. Fuck yes. Like that? She blinked her eyes open. Oh, yes. You want it a little rough? Do you do this, or anything else, any other way? I shook my head, stared at her swollen lips. No, gorgeous. Good. Good. I claimed her mouth as mine because right now she was. She liked it a little rough. I was the man. I could get used to this, to kissing her, being with her. This was my reward for putting up with her insanity, for making my life crazy. But while all the blood had flowed south to my dick, I had to remember she was just passing through. She wasn't from Hunter Valley, wasn't staying either. She and this between us was temporary.
so I'd kiss and fuck the hell out of her while it lasted.
Mac?
She whispered against my lips when I finally let her up for air. No strings, I said, working the buttons on her coat open. I was going to see what was beneath that soft blue sweater.
What?
She asked as her hands dropped and started to open my belt buckle, the same belt I'd used to keep her suitcase closed. This, what we're doing, no strings, I repeated. You're leaving and I can't.
Just sex.
She agreed immediately, her gaze focused on my pants. I nodded once. Fuck, it was so hot watching how eager she was to get to my dick. Just sex. Good, she understood. Then I went about ridding her of her clothes.
Chapter 24. Georgia. I was down to my bra and panties. Max stepped back to stare. He ran his thumb across his lower lip as he looked me over from head to toe. I'd been hot until now, too hot, too needy to even think things through. Mac was seeing me. Almost all of me, and while my gray panty set had pretty lace and mesh, it didn't hide all my imperfections. I raised my hands, then lowered them, then raised them, alternating back and forth like windshield wipers across my body.
"What's the matter?"
he asked. His shirt was gone, his belt hung open, same with his jeans. The little V there showed plaid boxers. Of course he had no idea what the matter was because he had an insane body. While he wasn't more than 6 feet tall, he had thick muscles. There was no question he worked out. He had to be fit as a firefighter, and he no doubt was a leader not only on the job but as an example for overall fitness. He was the perfect calendar model. He was perfect. While I didn't want to think of Art while I was standing in my underwear ogling Mac, I had to take one moment to compare. Art was officially scrawny, with a paunch. His chest hair was a little mangy, no muscle tone. He was pathetic all around. Why had I been upset in losing him? I couldn't remember now. I was blinded by Mac's washboard abs and V thingy that led to a huge dick. I hadn't seen it and couldn't say for a fact, but this guy? Big dick energy meant big dick. Then there was me. How was he even here with me? Was it because I was easy? Well, I was for him, also easy access. I was staying over his garage, but...
"I've never seen so much thinking going on. And what are you doing with your arms?" he asked. "Don't go all shy on me now."
I looked up from his abs and met his gaze. Well, it's been a while, and the last guy I was with, my ex-husband, he dumped me for his secretary. I wasn't telling him he married and impregnated her, probably on the same day. Standing here vulnerable and naked was enough.
Chapter 25. Mac. Right, her dipshit ex-husband. Georgia, standing in only frilly and feminine bra and panties, was sexy as fuck. Her tits, which were more than a handful, filled out that lace and fabric to perfection. Clearly she didn't think that. "Let me guess," I said on a huff. "The secretary/new wife is probably a twig." She nodded and her lower lip stuck out in a little pout. I took a step closer to her so I could look down that tempting line of cleavage. I could get lost in there, smothered. I might die in the deep valley. What a way to go. "Bony," I continued, guessing what the other woman was like. "Little tits that can probably go without a bra." Another nod. Reaching out, I brushed her long hair over her shoulder, then played with the bra straps. "Eats salad for every meal and has an ass your ex bounces a quarter off of." With a head tilt, she tried to shift away. Bingo. "Oh, no, you don't," I said, hooking my finger in the strap to keep her in place. "First off, your ex is an idiot. Anyone that would even think about cheating on you has to be mental. Doing it with someone you work with? Dick move." Her eyes widened as I continued. She needed to hear this. "Second, I don't want a bony woman. Look at me, I'd break her." I let her go, puffed up my chest, and patted it in a me caveman gesture. "I don't want little bug bites for tits. I want a handful. Hell, more than a handful. Ones that bounce during sex. Plump nipples that like to be sucked on and tugged. An ass I can grab onto while I fuck. I love thick thighs and curves, Georgia." Finally, she looked up at me with those gorgeous brown eyes. Her lashes were so fucking long. I knew my words were getting to her because she was panting, those perfect tits jiggling with each breath.
"Really?" she asked.
I took her hand, set it on my chest, and then moved it down my body, turning it so our overlapping fingers laced down. Into my boxers they went. I wrapped her hands around my dick. My rock-hard, eager-for-her-touch dick. Fuck. I breathed. It had been a long fucking time, and her little hand felt insane. Really? I repeated. I pulled our hands free, then stepped back. Separating from her touch wasn't what I wanted, but I didn't want to embarrass myself by coming from a quick handy. I was patient, maybe. We would fuck right this second against the door, and it would be amazing. I'd make sure it was good for her, but if she had even a trace of doubt about how hot she was, I was fixing that right fucking now. As I moved to the bed, I said, "Now be that feisty woman from the laundry room earlier and rule my world."
"How do you want me to do that?" she asked.
I licked my lips. "Easy. Come sit on my face." I watched as her eyes widened. Her entire body flushed at my dirty words. I had to wonder if her ex ever went down on her before, which I didn't want to think about, but also wanted to rectify it if it was true. A woman needed to be eaten out good and thoroughly, and often. "Sweetheart, earlier you were under the assumption you were in charge," I said. "I'm in control. The only thing you can do tonight is call it off. Anytime you want. So unless you want to stop, get over here and climb on."
Chapter 26. Georgia. "You don't want to have sex?" I asked. What he was asking pushed every one of my triggers. He'd seen me naked. He'd seen me down there, really up close and personal. I'd be sitting on him. I didn't have small thighs and I wasn't light. I could literally smother him to death. I didn't pull out a mirror or anything. Well, okay, I had that one time when Keely took some weird women's empowerment class in college and had to explore our femininity for homework. She'd gotten me in on the concept, although we'd done the exploring in separate bathrooms. The view was weird. I definitely wasn't a lesbian, and why any guy wanted to go down there was...
"Fuck yes, I want to have sex, but I don't have a condom, do you?"
I laughed at the irony of it all. We'd been driving each other crazy ever since I arrived. The need for his dick had been so powerful ever since I'd been on my knees in the baggage claim and he'd taken his belt off. But now I couldn't have it, or at least not the way I wanted it. Yeah, no. The last thing I'd expected to do in Montana was this. He crooked a finger and I walked closer. He was being patient, but I felt like it was only going to last so long. Once he got his hands on me, he wouldn't be able to hold back. That worked for me. Reaching out, he hooked a hand around my waist and pulled me in close so I stood between his spread knees. The air was warm, but goosebumps still rose on my skin. I gave him credit for holding my gaze while my boobs were right on eye level. They ached to be touched by him again. My nipples throbbed for his attention. "Is your apprehension about me going down on you in general, or sitting on my face?" I licked my lips. "You said you wanted thick thighs and curves. I just don't want to kill you with them. Your department would show up and I really don't want to explain what happened."
"What a way to go."
He grinned then nodded.
"I know what the problem is, and it's my fault."
"Yours? What could he have possibly done wrong?"
"You're thinking too much."
His eyes raked down my body and settled on my boobs.
"I'm going to solve that right now."
Pulling me into him, he set his mouth over my nipple. Yes, yes. Even through my bra, I felt it. The tug, the pull, Oh, dear Lord. He wasn't gentle, but I didn't want that. I needed to know he craved me as much as I did him, and this was only his mouth on me. I felt his grin as he kissed along my cleavage and then gave my other nipple the same attention. Back and forth he went until I was writhing. My fingers caught in his hair.
These tits, fuck. I've fantasized about them so much.
The clasp was undone, and he moved away only long enough for my bra to fall to the floor. He growled, eyes darkening and heating in turn. A fuck yes escaped his lips before he went back to work. The feel of his mustache against my skin only enhanced the sensations. Raspy, tickling, soft. His calloused hands cupped, kneaded, fingers brushed over my nipples, tugged. "Oh," I moaned. He turned and tipped me so I was on my back on the bed and he loomed over. The feel of him pressing into me was potent. He was solid, sturdy. I felt small and feminine and overpowered. In the good he's going to claim me sort of way. His attention didn't waver from his task. I had no idea how long he played with my breasts, but it was a while. Minutes? Hours? I didn't care. My fingers yanked, then pushed him closer, then tugged. I was close to coming just from this alone. How was that possible? Oh, Lord, it felt so good. My pussy ached, lonely and wet. Why wasn't he giving the rest of me any attention? Eventually, he kissed across my bare stomach. Yes. Fingers hooked into my panties and they slipped down my legs as he worked his way lower. I lifted my hips, helped him slip them off. Somehow watching him toss a scrap of lace over his shoulder was really hot. When I was bare, he finally lifted his head, looked up my body at me. "Fuck, you're gorgeous." Lifting up onto my elbows, I met his gaze. I could only imagine what I looked like, my nipples all wet and hard from his mouth and fingers. He knelt on the floor between my legs. He could see my pussy. All of me. Then he leaned in and gave me a lick as if I was the tastiest of ice cream cones. I sure as hell was dripping like one, melting in the heat of his gaze. "Mac," I whispered, arching my back. He stood. "No!" I gasped. One lick was not enough. "Don't worry, I'll give you more." He dropped onto the bed beside me, which made me bounce. He manhandled me as if I weighed nothing, moving me so I straddled his chest. I hovered over him, my legs straddling his narrow hips. His hands went to my breasts, and he cupped and played with them some more. My back arched, and I stared at the ceiling. He was definitely a boob man. "Come higher, gorgeous." I shimmied up his torso, but either not fast enough or not the way he wanted, because his hold moved to my hips and pulled me up, so I knelt over his face. I had to admit just the way he was moving around me was a turn-on. I looked down at him. "What about you?" I asked. He was still tucked away in his jeans. I'd felt it earlier, and he had to be uncomfortable. "You want to suck my dick?" He turned his head and kissed the sensitive skin on the inside of my thigh. I bit my lip. I wasn't going to think about how it had been in the past with Art. Mac asked about his dick. Yes, I wanted to suck it. I was hovering over his head, my pussy so close to his face that his warm breath fanned my heated and very wet center. I couldn't be nervous or embarrassed any longer, not with how he touched me, looked at me, made me feel. Yes. Was that my voice? The one word sounded sultry and deep. "Turn around." I frowned, then caught on. "Oh yes, please." Carefully, so I didn't knee him in the head, I shifted to face his feet. "Good girl," he groaned. "Your ass is perfection. Take me out." He lifted his hips so I could push his jeans and boxers down enough so his dick sprang free. Oh my stars. He was big. Porn star big, although I'd never seen porn, so maybe he was just normal-sized, and Art had only sported a baby pickle in his pants. I licked my lips because suddenly my mouth watered. Dicks weren't that attractive, but Mac's. Plum-colored, long, thick, bulbous head. The skin was smooth and taut, and he was hard. It curved up to his navel, and there was a drop of fluid at the slit. My mouth watered. I had to taste it. So I did. He hissed and tensed. I licked the slit again, then swirled my tongue around the crown. "This looks just like a fireman's hat," I said, taking the tip into my mouth. He laughed, but then growled at the same time his dick pulsed against my tongue. A salty burst of pre-cum coated my tongue. "Who's in charge here?" he asked when I gave it a little suck. I giggled, hovering right over him. I felt pretty and desired, and a little bit of a tease. "Me?" I gasped when he grabbed my hips, pulled me down, and put his mouth on me. The hot feel of his tongue was so incredible. "Mac!" I shouted and rolled my hips as he licked me right up the center and swirled around my clit. He found my clit. No roadmap, no instruction manual. "Please don't stop." "Get my dick in that sweet mouth and I won't." Chapter 27. Mac. Georgia. Holy fuck. I'd been crazy for her since the airport, since I saw her bra on that vibrator, since she smiled at me, since I saw her curves. Then she moved into the little apartment and was the organizer of the fundraiser. Everything she did seemed to push my buttons, to drive me a little more insane with every fucking smile. What was it about her and those smiles? It was like a superpower, a weapon to get anyone to do whatever she wanted. I thought getting her here, my hands and mouth on her, I'd tame her. Soothe this need I had to get her to bend and submit. It did the opposite. She was insatiable, gorgeous, wild. And once she got over her hang-ups and shyness, she rode my face like she was trying for the Triple Crown. She became untamed. It was really fucking hard focusing all my attention on her needs when she had my dick in her mouth. I wanted to figure out if she liked her clit licked on the left or the right the best. If circling made her pant. If a flick made her drip. I couldn't think of any of that. Hell, I couldn't think at all because the suction of her mouth was like the sweetest, wettest vacuum. She was fucking good. I knew she had to come first. That wasn't something I had to remember. Georgia always came first. But she sure as hell tested that because my balls had been tight, my spine tingling with the need to come. I held the fuck back until she was writhing and moaning around my dick as she came. Only when she dripped on my face did I let go, shooting my load.
Her greedy mouth swallowed every drop I pumped down her throat. I couldn't see. My ears rang. My fingers were numb. Did I have toes? And being smothered by pussy with my dick in her mouth would be an amazing way to go. Hands down. Holy shit, it was the best sex I ever had, and we didn't even have sex. I thought I was in control of every situation, but this... I might have told her what to do and she submitted beautifully, but I was in big fucking trouble here. One taste of those tits, that pussy, and I was hooked. The way she moaned and screamed my name, I was screwed. Theo said to sleep with her once and get her out of my system. Get my dick wet, empty my balls, whatever. But this, it wasn't a one-time thing. No way, I was addicted. So it was my new mission to get her naked and make her mine as often as I could before she left. Send her on her way back to Georgia with a sore pussy, a satisfied smile on her face, and hopefully a big fuck you to her ex.
Chapter 28. Georgia. When I woke up, I was alone in bed. Mac was gone. I wasn't sure what to feel about that. Hurt? We made no commitments. The opposite, in fact. We'd agreed to no strings. Glad? A little, because I wasn't sure what to say to him. Thanks for the orgasm, and I'm glad I didn't suffocate you. Well, I was thankful for the orgasm, and I was glad I didn't kill him with my pussy. I giggled to myself as I stumbled into the little bathroom. The pedestal sink wasn't big enough to fit all of my moisturizers and makeup, so I had my case on the top of the toilet tank. It was clear Mac hadn't considered a woman's morning and night routines when planning the remodel. I saw myself in the mirror, gasped. Oh! Now I was thrilled he'd left, hopefully while it was still dark. The night before I hadn't done my nighttime routine because, well, Mac. My makeup was still on, smeared and scary. Raccoons had nothing on me, and my hair. One side was flat, the other sticking straight up like I was in an 80s big hairband. Thank the good Lord he didn't see me like this. He'd run away screaming, as if it was Fright Night before Halloween. Spontaneous sexy times and makeup removal and moisturizing didn't go together. I turned on the shower. I had work to do.
Chapter 29. Mac. We'd already been on 2 calls this morning, plus discovered the brush truck's pump gauge was broken. The station's industrial dryer had a lint clog and had to be disconnected and the vent line cleaned out. An order of latex gloves was somewhere in Utah instead of being delivered yesterday. None of that could get me down. Not when I had Georgia sucking the cum from my balls like a porn star. She'd been all shy and tentative because of the number her ex did on her, but when I got my mouth on her pussy, she'd gone all in. Forgotten about any hang-ups the asshole gave her, and her passion and uninhibited nature came out. She blew my mind, along with my dick. So yeah, I had a spring in my step and a smile on my face. "What's with you?" Flowers asked, sticking his head in my office. He assessed me as he would a patient on a scene. I looked up from the budget spreadsheet. Even those numbers didn't bother me today. "What?" "You're smiling. It's scaring me." He turned his head. "Van Rooten, get in here and bring a med kit." "Jesus, does everyone think I'm a cranky asshole?" I asked, pushing my chair back from my desk and crossed my arms over my chest. When I realized what I did, I dropped them. Van Rooten came in as I asked, and he and Flowers said, "Yes," at the same time. "Not an asshole, Chief," Van Rooten confirmed. "Just cranky. Not today, though. We're not used to seeing you smile so much. It's like you got late." Barks and shouting cut him off. It was a good thing, too. We were all really close. This was a place of work, and there were clear sexual harassment rules in place. We were cautious about co-ed living since both men and women were on shift together, and my sex life was not up for discussion. I wasn't going to kiss and tell about my night with Georgia, not with any of them. A black streak ran by my door. "What was that?" Flowers asked, sticking his head out my door. A woman ran past. "Benji!" she hollered. That was a dog, and that, Van Rooten pointed, is another. This one was gray and black, tongue lolling in his open mouth as he casually sauntered into my office and sat on my foot. "It's the first day of the calendar shoot. Smutters is in here for his pics, and Maria, if we don't get any calls, will do hers, then Cleary." Georgia walked past, then backed up and stopped in the doorway. "There he is," she said, pointing at the dog. She gave him a look similar to the one I employed with Andy when he'd done something wrong, but it was more amusing than disastrous. "That's Corky." I left Georgia's bed this morning before dawn. It was dark in her little apartment, and I didn't get a chance to study her while she slept. 1, it was a little creepy, and 2, I'd been behind. I had to sneak into my house, shower, and put my uniform on before Dad got up. Yeah, I told Georgia the night before I wasn't going to be grounded if I was caught in her bed, but I didn't want Dad to think differently of her. Our no-strings activities were our secret. I didn't want to have conversations about my sex life with anyone before coffee. So the last time I had a look at her, she was sprawled beside me, sated and completely uninhibited. Naked, hair a mess, lipstick smeared. I'd done that to her and I was fucking proud. I wanted a medal and a trophy. Now I couldn't look away. What was it about her? Why was I drawn to her like this dog Corky on my foot? It was electric. "Hi," she murmured to me, then looked to Flowers and Van Rooten. "Hey there, busy morning?" she asked them. As they shared the morning's events, I took in her black pants, white blouse, which was untucked, and the tails peeked below the hem of a red argyle sweater. Her lipstick was a bright red that matched and reminded me of the ring I found around my dick in the shower this morning. Don't think about that. Building code violations, root canals, flooded basements, anything but the way I'd stared at my dick in the shower and didn't want to clean that Georgia-made mark off. "So Maria is opening the back bay doors to let light in for the shoot," Georgia said to the guys. "Corky here will be in her pics, and Benji, if Kennedy from the animal shelter caught him, will be with Peter. There's a litter of kittens and a cat carrier that can be used, too." Smutters, Georgia was going to be with him, probably without a shirt on. Smutters, not Georgia. No fucking way. I was the only one seeing her bare. Nothing was said for a few seconds. Van Rooten cleared his throat. "So, since you two are having a staring contest, we'll just, you two can. Later, Chief," Flowers added. "Come on, Corky, let's go find you a treat." The dog woofed and I felt to move away, but I only saw Georgia. They left. She stepped into the room. Finally, fucking finally, I moved around my desk and went to my door, shut it, locked it. Turned and pulled her to me, kissed her. And fuck yes, she kissed me right back. Chapter 30, Georgia. The kiss went from hot to inferno in a matter of seconds. He turned me, pressed my back into something hard. "I have to make you come." "Mac!" I breathed because I wasn't averse to the concept, but we were in his office, at the fire station. "Be a good girl and widen your legs for me." His voice was a murmur in my ear, rough and deep but only for me to hear. His deft fingers opened my pants and slid the zipper down with a skill and speed I shouldn't take time to consider. I didn't because the next second his fingers were sliding down the front of my panties and parting me. "Oh my God," I breathed. "Shh," he whispered. "Can you be quiet or do you want me to take my fingers away?" I shook my head, looked up at him. I'll be good," I whispered. "That's right, you will." This wasn't playtime. This was like the final minute of a football game and the team needed to make it all the way down the field and then score before the time ran out. A finger slid into me while another circled my clit. In, out, round and round. I rolled my hips into what he was doing and bit my lip. "Fuck, you're so wet. Is that all from me?" I nodded, whimpering. "Your pussy's clenching on my fingers so good. I'm the only one to make you feel this way, aren't I?" "Mac!" I hissed when he curled his finger inside me in just the right spot. Where had that spot been my whole life? "Not Smutters, me." I blinked. Smutters? What? Why was he talking about him now? "Only me." He was pushing me to orgasm quickly, so there was no doubt who was giving it to me. "You," I said. "That's right. Fuck, I can't wait for that to be my dick inside you. Come for me, gorgeous. I want to watch." Of course I did what he wanted. I came pulsing on his finger, biting my lip to stifle the sounds I wanted to make. It felt good. So good. And doing it in his office where I had to stay quiet, where he could get a call at any time and I had a photo shoot to run was hot. The whole thing pushed me over. I went from high to fuck yes in an embarrassingly short time. Once I caught my breath, he pulled his hand from my panties and I watched as he licked his fingers clean. "Fuck, that was just mean," he said with a heated glint and a grin. I frowned. "What?" "I can't do anything else. Just watch as you come. And taste you. Fuck, you're gorgeous when I get you off." He licked his lips. "I can't bend you over my desk. I can't get you on your knees. I can't press you into the door and get on my knees." "Mac," I whispered. He growled. "Flowers is worried about me since I'm smiling too much. It's your fault. That mouth of yours seems to be my undoing. That pussy. Fuck your sweet taste." I laughed and tried to come out of my pleasure stupor. "What?" he asked. "It's true." "And Smutters?" I asked.
I'd been too aroused to think about why he was talking about him, but now it made sense. Was he jealous? Sure, Peter was handsome, but he had nothing on Mac. Somehow I got hot for a growly, jealous guy. He frowned. Fuck Smutters. Wait, no, don't fuck him, just, I can handle the guy. I ran my thumb over his lower lip. What are you doing? He asked. Red lipstick doesn't go well with your mustache, I told him. He grinned. I wasn't used to his smiles. To see him anything but moody and a grump, but this. My ovaries did backflips at the sight, but I liked it. Chapter 31, Mac. It snowed overnight. Dad got Andy to school no problem since he parked his SUV in my spot in the garage and was able to drive through the snow to the cleared street. Nothing had been shoveled. I never let him because I went on enough calls for falls or heart attacks from shoveling. Now that Georgia was in the garage apartment, I couldn't wait until later to get the job done. I had to make sure the path was clear for her to even get out of the door and down the steps. No way was she getting hurt. I got out the shovel and went to work on her outdoor stairs, flinging snow over the railing. When I got to the top, she opened the door. Warm air and her luscious scent washed over me. I was working up a sweat from the workout even though it was below freezing. Unlike me, she was all fresh and pretty and... What the fuck are you wearing? I snapped. She glanced down at herself. What? She wore jeans and a thick black turtleneck sweater. Her hair was down, tumbled over her shoulders, and today her lips were a vivid red. She looked fucking perfect. How did she do that? Looked so damned pretty all the time. I hadn't seen her since my office the day before, but I heard all about her from those who'd had their photo shoots. Plus the mayor who updated me on the number of calendars already ordered. She was thrilled. The town was excited about the concept, all because of Georgia. But I was the one who licked her pussy flavor off my fingers, the one who looked her over and got cranky all over again. Those, I pointed at her feet. My boots? Those aren't boots, I countered, suddenly crankier with her than I would be at my dad if he had a shovel in hand. They have a heel and... I ran a gloved hand over my face. Are they suede? She picked up her foot and bent her knee to scope out her footwear, as if she was looking to see if she had shit on the bottom. What's wrong with them? I waved my hand in the air to indicate the winter wonderland even though it was April. We have a foot of snow. You can't wear those today. Why not? You'll fall. A heel? I shook my head. They were sexy as fuck but completely useless today except to get my dick hard. Get your snow boots on. She crossed her arms over her chest and the move plumped up her tits. Tits I knew were big and soft and lickable and insanely responsive. I didn't bring any. In fact, I don't actually own any. I propped the shovel in the corner of the railing, set my hands on my hips and sighed. Get your things. We're going shopping. She reached just inside the door for her coat and pulled it on. For what? Winter boots. Is that the coat you're wearing? She rolled her eyes. Obviously, since I'm putting it on, and it's been the one I've worn since I got here, it's warm. Now there's snow. It's wool. If it gets wet, you'll freeze. I don't plan on getting it wet. We could stand here and bicker, or I could shut up and get her to the store. I sighed, knowing sleep was delayed. No way could she go to work dressed like that. I wouldn't be able to sleep for worrying about her. I had an obligation to keep her safe, even if she didn't. Let's go, gorgeous. Chapter 32, Georgia. The guy always seemed to be growling at me, as if I drove him crazy, just like he'd said in his laundry room while he was kissing me for the first time. We were in his truck, the interior warm. He'd gotten off shift a little while ago, and instead of going to sleep like I learned he did in the morning after he worked, he was driving me across town. Busy night? I asked, trying to think of something neutral to talk about. Clearly my shoe choice angered him. I had to admit snow boots sounded really cozy right about now. It was cold, like really cold. With flurries lingering in the air, the town was picture-perfect, like a postcard. The plows had been busy, but the roads were still covered. Everything was white. This isn't too much snow, so people know how to drive, but we did have to pull one car out of a ditch. Not because of bad driving, but because of a deer. This wasn't too much snow? If it snowed like this in Georgia, the state would be shut down. The grocery store shelves would be bare. Havoc would ensue. Here it was just another day. It's great your dad takes care of Andy like he does. The corner of his mouth tipped up. Yeah, I couldn't do it without him. What happened to Andy's mom? I asked. Shit, bad thing to ask. Maybe it was a bad breakup. No, maybe she died. Lord, that would be horrible, and I just stirred up heartbreak. Never mind, it's none of my business. He shook his head as he glanced in the rearview mirror.
It's okay. I'm actually not his dad. I'm his uncle. He's my sister's son.
You have a sister? I wondered.
Tracy, 4 years younger.
I didn't miss the way his fingers gripped the steering wheel.
We haven't seen her since a week after Andy was born. She's a drug addict, got pregnant by mistake, and she somehow stayed clean for the pregnancy, pretty much because I had her on lockdown at my house, but ultimately couldn't beat it. We had an intervention, and she chose drugs over her own kid, and yeah.
Well, shit. That was awful. For all of them. I'm so sorry. With a shrug, he said,
I have full custody of Andy. He's mine, so the three of us make do.
He was quiet for a minute. I thought they were getting by just fine. Andy was smart, funny, and very well adjusted, but I understood now why he was so crazy about me being his mom. It wasn't me specifically I knew, but he was in a phase where any woman might fill that role. He probably met and heard about other classmates' mothers and felt like he was missing out.
What about you? You have siblings? He asked.
I smiled. Even though his dad asked me about this the other night over spaghetti and meatballs, I answered again. Yes, sister. Sassy.
Sassy?
He glanced at me and grinned. Welcome to the South, I said. Her name's actually Sue Ann, but has always gone by Sassy. She's 2 years older. Pretty, perfect.
I doubt that,
he said with a huff. I laughed. Oh, she is, or thinks she is. She was Miss Georgia about 10 years ago.
Wow, impressive.
He braked at a stoplight and looked me over, as if he was seeing me differently.
That explains a lot, doesn't it?
I frowned. What?
The other night you said you were in pageants too.
That's right, but not to the same success. I rolled my eyes. Some parents make their kids learn piano or play a sport. I thought I'd be pretty good at soccer, but my mom put us both in pageants. To give us poise and countenance. Her words, not mine. I tried to be as talented as my sister, but I don't have the good Southern daughter personality that does whatever her mama told her. He grinned.
Oh, I believe that.
I pursed my lips. My mama and Sassy are two peas in a pod. I could never keep up with Sassy no matter how hard I tried. I looked down at my gloved hands. I'm 35 years old and still failing.
Failing?
He slowly pulled through the snowy intersection. No Miss America sash for me, I said, sounding a little dejected. Well, it had never been my dream, but Mama's, it had been ingrained in me not to lose. Not even little Miss Callahan. No job, no husband, no baby. Out of all those things, the baby was for me. He or she would be mine. Something everyone saw as an accomplishment, but I saw it as unconditional love. I didn't seem to get it from the others in my life.
No job. You said you quit because you worked with your ex and his new wife, right?
I nodded.
Why the hell would you stay there and torture yourself?
He blinkered and turned into a parking lot. Why would I let myself go enough to lose him in the first place? I countered. He whipped his head toward me and his eyes widened in surprise.
Let yourself?
Before he could say more, I took in where we were through the windshield, gave him a pageant smile because here? Oh, look, we're getting boots at the seed and feed?
Chapter 33, Mac. The Seed and Feed was the store that carried almost everything, including women's winter boots. I didn't doubt there were similar stores in her hometown, but I doubted Georgia ever went into one. Not unless she was interested in purchasing salt licks or baby chicks, and she didn't seem the type to get her hands dirty. I'd been in the store 1,000 times, but never with a woman, and never with one who revealed more about herself than what she said aloud. It sounded like her mother and sister expected things from Georgia that she didn't want to give and put her foot down because of it. She didn't fit their mold and shamed her for it. Her ex? If he went for a different woman, then Georgia didn't fit his mold of a wife either. Her confidence took a hit, and that was clear, especially the other night when she tried to hide her luscious body from me. Whatever her hang-ups and doubts, I didn't see them. To me, she was perfect, and I'd tell her until she started to believe me. Like I told you, your ex is an idiot to let you go, I said. I don't know your sister, Gorgeous, or your mother. If they don't see you as strong and brave and perfect just the way you are, then that's their loss.
You haven't seen my sister, she countered, sighing deeply.
If Georgia thought she was a hideous creature that needed to walk around with a bag over her head so she didn't scare the townfolk, then her sister must be a supermodel. Or Georgia needed glasses. Who could be prettier than Georgia? It was fucking impossible. I shook my head. No, I haven't. I'm not interested in her. I'm interested in you. She huffed and I reached out and lifted her chin with my fingers so her eyes met mine. I saw the hurt there. This time it wasn't me who put that look there, thank fuck. But I still didn't like it. I never ever wanted her to be less than confident. I didn't make that clear the other night. She glanced away. I thought I had, but not enough. This was going to have to be repeated until it sunk in. I said, dropping my hand. I think you might need a little reminder. She glanced around. What, here? We stood between a display of women's long underwear and wool socks. Canned country music came from hidden speakers overhead. I grinned. You have a dirty mind. I was going to tell you how fucking gorgeous you are. That those boots, while ridiculously impractical, are hot and I want to fuck you in them and only them. But don't worry. I'm not going to pull my dick out by the long underwear display so you can see how hard you make me. All the fucking time. Her gaze drifted downward and I closed my eyes for a moment. That wasn't helping. Oh, she said. I closed the space between us, tucked her hair behind her ear. You're driving me crazy, gorgeous. All I hear about at work is Georgia this and Georgia that. At home Andy won't shut up about you. My dick is pissed I had to work and leave your bed yesterday morning, and nothing drives me crazy, usually, until you showed up. Got me? She studied me, her cheeks flushed. Yes, good girl. I said, stroking her cheek with my knuckles, so soft. I watched as the hurt in her eyes lifted and she smiled. Fuck, she was like a flower that needed water, wilting until it was given the attention and praise it needed to thrive. It seemed every time I called her a good girl, called her gorgeous, I saw the doubt lift. I'd build up that confidence even if it meant getting over my issues with the calendar, or I could fuck her until she knew how pretty and perfect she was to me. That was a much better idea. She'd go home feeling beautiful and know she was a sex champ. Hey, Chief! Someone called from the next section over. I raised my hand in a wave but didn't look away from Georgia. People saying hello to me happened to me all the time. I learned I could only wave, otherwise I'd be pulled into some random conversations all day long. And right now all I saw was Georgia. Let's get you those boots, I told her. You've got a calendar to work on. The good news was I'd see her later for a fundraiser committee meeting. The bad news was I'd see the first of the calendar photos. Then I'd know what I was in for. Body oil, a waxing just like Theo mentioned, an inappropriate pose with a fire hose. Just great.
Chapter 34. Georgia. By the time we were done buying my new snow boots and puffy coat, my hat, the roads had been plowed enough where Mac thought it was safe for me to drive myself around town for my meetings. It was hard for me to be put out that he decided what was best for me, but to be honest, it felt good. He was thinking of my safety. Mac no doubt saw my being Southern as a weakness, not having snow boots or a proper Montana coat, or the skill to drive in snow. But his alphaness came from concern and safety, and I hadn't had someone take care of me in a long time. And the last thing I wanted to do was get in an accident, and he get called out to rescue me. Sure, Mom and Sassy worried about me, but not for the same reasons. They worried about me because they thought I couldn't do anything right. That I'd failed at pageants, my weight, my marriage. I didn't have a husband and 2.5 kids and a picket fence and a minivan, and a husband to satisfy with the chicken and dumplings on the table at 6 and a blowjob before bed. Without all that, I wasn't doing life right. I was tired of being shamed by people in my life. Mama and Sassy, even Art. Yes, I'd let them, but I hadn't taken the time to step away and see it. Like really far away, like Montana. So I spent the day reveling in Mac's good girls and concern. I'd had my first man-made orgasms in a long, long time. He helped me pick out sturdy, thick, and cute boots with fake fur trim, a pink coat. He'd rolled his eyes at the color, but approved the downfill count. I was wearing both, plus a cozy hat with a fake fur pom-pom on top, when I went into the same meeting room at the fire station as last time and opened my laptop for everyone to see the first images. The photographer had shared with me the folder of all the images, and I narrowed it down and selected a few for each month for the committee. These were the ones I thought were the best, that showed each of the firefighters' personalities, and where the pet they were holding was behaving. I was nervous because while everyone but Mac was excited about this fundraiser alternative, I wanted them to like the progress. If they hated it, I could organize a chilly dinner, but I'd feel like a failure, or feel like more of a failure. I needed this to work. I left Calhan with my tail between my legs. I didn't need to leave Montana the same way. Today it was Mac, Maverick, James, and Mayor Mary in attendance. Patrick was on shift, and they were out doing fire inspections. Like Monday, I stood in front of the conference table. Like Monday, I was nervous as hell. Yet I had my pageant smile on and exuded all the fake confidence I had when twirling that baton, trying for the Little Miss Callahan trophy. I spun my laptop around to face them. Mayor, if you'll just click the right arrow, you can scroll through the images. She shifted in her chair to reach the keyboard. Maverick and Mac flanked her and they leaned in. The goal of these photos is to portray that the Hunter Valley Fire Department is friendly, confident, competent, but also down to earth. I began ensuring they understood the perspective and reasoning behind the shots. As I spoke, I studied their expressions. Mary's smile grew as she clicked through the photos. Maverick and Mac looked like they were in a poker game, not wanting to give any tells as to the cards they held. The animals aren't an add-on to make the images cuter, I continued. While they do, it's more to show them as lovable as possible and clearly people-friendly and adaptable. Maverick held up his hand. These are really great, he said, looking me square in the eye. He was a really attractive, really large man in a steaming hottie's pink t-shirt. Very impressive. You're right. That dog especially in this one. Could you go back an image, Mary? He asked. She did, and he pointed. It's almost like he's on shift as part of the crew. Such fun, Mary said. Her eyes were still on the laptop display. This one with Peter, that's done well. Mac humped, leaned back, and crossed his arms over his chest. Oh no. The mayor and Maverick looked away from the laptop and to him. You can't possibly have a problem with these, Mary said to Mac. Still think they're objectifying your crews? Maverick asked, circling back to what Mac complained about on Monday. No, Mac replied. These photos... I held my breath. When I realized my smile was slipping, I pasted that fucker right on. Just because I'd done some serious oral the other night, and he'd finger me to orgasm right down the hall in his office didn't mean he was going to like the photos. Are really great. He finished. I exhaled and my fingers actually tingled. He liked them, thank the good Lord. The smile now was genuine. Good. I heard your concerns on Monday with regards to this project steering clear of sleazy or inappropriate. The importance of this, besides raising money for a worthy community cause, is to showcase that the fire department is the community. It's made up of brave, kind, and approachable locals. She and the photographer have done a damned fine job, Mary added. She looked to Mac, her gaze running over him in his uniform. The shiny badge on his chest had sheath across the top. Why do you look like you're constipated? That's the look everyone in town would have the day after the chilly dinner. She laughed and Maverick's mouth twitched. He dropped his arms and gave her a weak glare. Because now I have to be Mr. January. Chapter 35. Mac. The meeting didn't last much longer after our review of the photos. Georgia had the approval she needed to continue, and she'd get back on whatever schedule she'd put in place to get the calendar done on time. The community event was still on for the same date and time as the initially proposed chili dinner. I didn't get to talk to her before she left the building. While I wasn't on shift, I'd been called out to join the crew doing building fire inspections because an older warehouse was flagged. This meant we had to mark that it was potentially unsafe until repairs and codes were met, but we had to notify Hunter, the police chief. While the chances of there being an issue with that unmanned building in the next few days until it could be repaired was small, we didn't operate on chances. So I didn't get a chance to tell Georgia that I'd been wrong about the calendar. The photos were good, tasteful. Everyone had their shirts on. No glistening bodies or sexy leers. Nothing of the sort. In my favorite one, Liz from B Shift was in the driver's seat of the engine. While the photo was taken from the side, Liz looked forward as if driving. A dog was in her lap and staring ahead as well, as if both of them were focused on getting to a call. They looked determined, but somehow the photographer made them look friendly and warm. There was no tension or anticipation coming from them as we felt riding to a call. Just, what the hell did I know? I liked it. That was the reaction they were going to get from the community as well. Then there were Smutter's photos. He looked buff and fierce with a hose slung over his shoulder. His images were of him in motion as if tugging the line for a fire. But sitting on top of the hose on his shoulder was a kitten. I had to admit, Smutters with a kitten was perfect. Instead of the chip on his shoulder, he had a cat. I was impressed and proud of Georgia. Sure, the photographer deserved credit too, but I didn't want to get in her pants. Only Georgia's. I'd tell her how pleased I was. Then I'd fuck her. Chapter 36. Georgia. I parked my car on the street in front of Mac's house and walked up the driveway. It was dark and I could see inside. The lower level was lit and I stopped at the base of the stairs to my little apartment and looked through the kitchen window. There was Mac at the counter flipping open the lid on a pizza box. Andy was jumping up and down waving napkins in the air. Drew was there too, saying something I couldn't hear. I couldn't miss their smiles and the way they interacted. It made me smile myself to watch. While the dynamic wasn't part of a Norman Rockwell painting, they were a family. 3 generations of men. They were a unit. They loved each other just the way they were. That had my smile slipping, and even in all the thick, cozy layers of down and fleece, I was chilled. I looked up at the pitch-black sky, wondering all of a sudden what the hell I was doing here, standing and watching a family in their happiest while I was all alone. I never felt so lonely than in that moment, seeing what I always wanted but could never have. I was shut out literally in the cold. What I saw was something I could only see and long for, but nothing more. I was the no-strings woman who'd leave Montana and Mac's life would be less crazy. He was right when he said he didn't want to start something with me. I was leaving. When the fundraiser was finished, and at the rate it was progressing, the end of next week, I'd be back in Calhan as a pageant coach, back to listening to Sassy talk about her perfect children. I'd hear about Art and his new wife and his soon-to-arrive child, to Mama pointing out what I had and gave up, what I'd never have now. Maybe I'd be hired on in Denver at James Corp headquarters. Hopefully this contract job was a test. But even if I succeeded, I wouldn't be staying here. While the Mackenzies had welcomed me into their home, I wasn't family and never would be. Fooling around with Mac was fine, but this? Seeing them tucked warm and safe in their kitchen with pizza and laughter and love? It was too much. It was best to remember that now, to protect my heart from a little boy's toothless grin, from a kind-hearted older man, from a sexy protective firefighter. I climbed the steps, saw the note tucked into the door that invited me to join them for pizza. I stared up at the night again, swallowed hard. They didn't know it, but their invitation was cruel, a tease. Because I failed at no strings. Sure, when I told Mac just sex, I'd believed it then. I'd never done a casual thing before, always being in some kind of relationship. Or I caught feelings when there really wasn't any. Like now. I was catching feelings, and not just for Mac, but his family. His life. Why couldn't Mac have been just a guy I fucked? Nothing more. But no. He had to have the perfect house, perfect son, perfect dad. Live in a perfect town with perfect... Yeah, everything was perfect. Except for me. With one last glance down to the family who was now eating at their kitchen table, I turned and went into the apartment, leaving the lights out. I didn't want Andy to notice I was home and come up. Sure, they'd see my car out front, but hopefully assume maybe I got picked up and was out somewhere, or asleep. I stripped off my outerwear and slid to the floor, my back against the door. I dialed Keely. "I'm in trouble, Kay," I said when she answered. "Tell me." So I did. I pretty much vomited everything that happened since I arrived. "Why didn't you tell me about Fireman Mac hot stuff before now? You're pretty much staying at his house and didn't share?" I rolled my eyes. He's always grumpy with me, growling like I pissed him off, especially over the calendar. "Is he actually angry at you?" she asked. "I mean, he's not going around bad-mouthing you in your work just because he doesn't want to be Mr. January, is he?" "No. He's grudgingly going along with it, and at the meeting this morning he said he liked what I'd done. But he doesn't have any choice. The others want the calendar, so unless he wanted to be an asshole, which he's not, he has to be for it." "Oh, I bet he has a choice, but secretly knows your idea's a good one. So jerk or not?" "Not a jerk," I told her immediately. "He was a nice guy. He's sweet, but don't tell him that. I mean, he calls me gorgeous. He bought me boots, was going to drive me around today if the roads weren't clear." "Ate you out like it's an Olympic sport," she added. That made me smile because, yeah, he had talent. That too, and got me off in his office at the fire station. "That's really freaking hot. So he's a good guy and dirty. He has a mustache," I added as if that explained everything. "Holy shit, woman, I'm fanning myself. But I haven't figured out why you say you're in trouble." I sighed and rubbed a hand over my forehead. "Because I've been here for 4 days, and while we agreed to no strings, I'm falling for him and his family. And this cute little apartment, and what Mac and I did in that bed." Oh. She knew I wanted a child of my own, that a hot guy with a magical tongue was easier to find than a guy who liked and wanted a kid or already had one. Mac was amazing with Andy, dedicated. Hell, the boy was his nephew, and not that he shouldn't treat him like his own, but he was committed to raising him up right. Yeah, oh. We said our goodbyes because what else was there to say? Next, I texted Bradley, who needed to help me out. Somehow he got me into this mess. "Get me a room at the James Inn, now." If I was just a no-strings woman, then I needed to be out of their backyard and not invited in for pizza. I needed to protect myself. Coming to Hunter Valley was supposed to get me away from my troubles, not make more. A minute later, he texted back,
Room 204.
Chapter 37. Georgia.
Hi, Georgia, this is Drew.
Hey! I said, the usual Southern response to a greeting where the word was somehow dragged out to be 2 syllables. Is everything all right? I was at the fire station for another photo shoot. We had already gotten through half of the months, and the plan was to finish within the week. Leanne, the part-time admin support for the station, pulled me from the photo shoot to take a call. Learning it was Drew made me worry. Why would he ask for me?
Actually, no, I was trying to reach Mac, but he doesn't answer his cell, and Leanne says they're on a call. She knows you're staying with us and told me you were available.
I set my hand on my chest. As soon as he said no, my worries started. Yes, he's been out all afternoon, I told him. They've been gone since before I arrived, and yes, I'm available. Are you okay?
Well, I seem to have broken my foot.
I gasped. What? No! Are you at home? Are you alone? Do you need me to get you? Did you fall, hit your head, chest pain? He laughed.
Nothing like that. I was at the grocery store and stepped off the curb wrong or caught a little ice. My foot twisted. There were people around, so don't you worry about me being alone. John Tranquil drove me to the ER.
I didn't know who John Tranquil was, but I was thankfully offered assistance, and I was so glad the injury wasn't anything worse. The night before, after Bradley sent me the room number at the James Inn, I packed a small bag for what I might need today. There was no way I could carry my huge suitcase down the stairs and drove to the James Inn. It was posh and understated, and as amazing as it was supposed to be. But it wasn't the cozy little apartment in the Mackenzie backyard, and that was the point. I needed distance, and staying across town was what I needed. I'll be right there. Immediately I thought about where my purse was, my keys, the hospital. Where was the hospital? I was in the fire station. Leanne would know.
You are sweet, but I'm fine, he reassured. It's Andy I need help with.
Andy! My blood pressure spiked at something being wrong with him.
I pick him up from school and I can't, obviously. Mac's busy and
I'll get him, no problem, I said immediately. We'll come to the hospital and stay with you. Bring you food. You must be hungry. A ride home?
I'm all right. I'm waiting for the x-ray results, but everyone thinks I broke a little bone on the top of my foot. Not a big deal, but from what they say, I'll most likely have to wear a boot for a few weeks.
He didn't sound too excited about that.
Theo's here and said he'd give me a ride home.
Right, Theo was a doctor. Drew was in good hands. All right, but don't worry about Andy. I'll get him, no problem. We'll go for hot chocolate. What time does school end? An hour later, I made it to Andy's school. Instead of getting in the long pickup line, I went inside to meet him in person. I offered my ID to enter, but the front office knew who I was, knew I was doing the calendar, knew I lived in Andy's garage apartment. They said they were expecting me because Drew had called. Miss Georgia, Andy said when I stuck my head in the open first-grade room door. The kids were in line, coats and backpacks on, ready for the bell to end the day. Andy rushed from his place and came over to hug my legs. This is my new mom! He shouted gleefully, telling all of his classmates. With an arm around his shoulders, I squeezed him back, but looked to Mallory over his head. Yikes, he hadn't gotten past the new mom thing. Not one bit. The bell rang and we moved out of the way for the kids to head outside for pickup. While they'd been calm and quiet before, pandemonium broke loose in the hallways as the kids were done for the day. Show me your classroom, I said when he looked up at me with his toothless grin. He spun about, took my hand and showed me everything. His spot with his name on it, the reading nook, the finished work basket, the calendar, the class chore chart. When he ran out of steam, I pulled out a little kid chair and sat down. I needed to get him to see that my being here was not because I was his new mom. When I relocated to the James Inn the night before, this was one of the reasons. Yet it didn't seem to have made a difference. I was pulled right back in. I was in Andy's classroom and he'd just announced I was his new mom. Yeah, I was in all right. Come here, sweetie, I said. He stood directly in front of me, eyes with pure joy. I hated to dampen his spirit, even the littlest of bits. I wasn't going to tell him about Drew, not now. I didn't want him to worry, and I wasn't sure if Drew downplayed his injuries or not.